Whether you live in a gamer house or your parents' house, whether you wear the shirt of your sponsor or maybe the first one that you grabbed today, whether you're all scrimming in the exact same room or scattered all across the country, this weekend you all have to qualify.
This is the most important tournament of our lives right now.
If you want it to happen, you have to grab it right now.
To qualify for this event would mean everything to our team.
I'd say we have a fairly good shot at making Season 3.
We're going to take it.
You'd have to beat him, you'd have to beat him, you'd have to beat them. Can you do it? Are you up to the challenge? Do you have what it takes? Find out at the League of Legends Season 3 North American Qualifier next.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American Live Qualifiers here in Los Angeles. We are in a brand new custom-built stadium. I am Lee Demon-Smith, and joining me is Joshua Jack Leesman, of course. Today is the day the road to the biggest event in esports begins right here. Over the next 3 days, we'll be separating the pros from the pretenders as 16 teams battle it out for the right to compete in the League of Legends Championship Series.
And in the end, only 5 teams will have what it takes for a chance to shine on the world stage. Also, the winners will join 3 teams that have already locked in their spots for our 8-team league: TSM, Dignitas, and CLG.
Indeed, and wow, what a new season. It's going to be weekly competition. You've already seen it published. It's going to be daily, every time. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Lots of matches are going to happen throughout the year, of course.
Yeah, and then at the end of the year, people will be joined from Southeast Asia, China, and Korea for another global championship.
It has been fantastic so far, and getting this far has not been an easy trip. To earn a spot in the qualifying rounds, the teams have had to battle their way through the online qualifiers or win at major tournaments in the preseason.
It's really been tough for these guys. I mean, the 32-team tournament, so many of these guys just, I don't know if we're going to make it through. And it was so much of a quick transition between, okay, what are your names, what's your team, to, wow, you're in a live qualifier playing for a chance at a salary and a spot.
It's like, bam, you are on a trip right now to Los Angeles. Get on a plane. You are coming. It is going to be big time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be fantastic. 16 teams have battled their way to get here to determine who is the best, though. I mean, really, there are so many teams that could happen.
And for these guys, it's really day one. If you win twice, you're through to the next round. So that's the way the group stages work. If you win twice, you move on. If you lose twice, you go home. On day 2, it's going to be almost the day of joy for a lot of these teams because it's the 8 teams that made it through, and the 4 teams that win their best of 3s are just in
there. It's going to be there's going to be tears. There's going to be tears, but there's going to be tears of joy as well.
Yeah, and then on the 3rd day, it's the teams that lost on the 2nd day all playing off for that one final spot. So really this whole weekend, every day has a huge amount of drama in it.
And that is such a precious situation for these guys. I mean, to get into that last day, you know there's just one spot available, and there's 20 guys that want that spot.
And, oh man, even just 80 players here just for this tournament. I think it's the biggest tournament we've seen, so I really can't wait for it to get underway.
Yeah, and don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the League of Legends Championship Series is going to begin on the 7th of February, so not too far away. Tune in every Thursday and Friday for North America and every Saturday and Sunday for Europe to see all the League of Legends Season 3 action as it happens. Of course, that's going to be free and in glorious HD.
So without a doubt, the games this weekend are going to be awesome. And after 3 days, we're going to have 5 new professional teams.
I mean, that in itself is just amazing. And if you look across the board, even including Europe, that's 10 teams. That's a lot of players that have now had their lives completely changed.
Absolutely. It's going to be so crazy for these guys.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Our wall-to-wall coverage, of course, will take place on 2 separate teams today because there's so many matches, so you guys will not miss a single match.
Yeah, so as we get ready to go here, let's take a closer look at our first group of the day. We have Team Fear, Tower Dive TV, and then Good Game University and Epic Gamer. Fan favorite almost is Epic Gamer. Some of the players haven't been saying so much about them. Team Fear, of course, just lost Aframu to Counterlogic Gaming. It's going to be really huge for them coming in here. So without Aframu, they've done pretty well in scrims. They actually beat Curse in some of the, I think it was a Solomon Invitational. They're looking really strong. It's going to be really tough.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough group to start with. This is a really tough group. Good Game University in there as well, formerly members of Team Dynamic. Yeah. Honestly, Tower Dive, they're going to be the underdogs in this group, but is it a bad thing?
Well, I was talking with some of them last night, and they're just kind of meeting for the first time. Their organizations only existed for about 7 weeks, but they're kind of embracing the role of the underdog. Like, nobody expects them to come in, and they're trying to use it as their advantage that no one knows who they are and even cared to almost look up to them because they're worried about X-Team Dynamic. who's now Good Game University.
Good Game
They're worried about
University,
Fear without Aftermere. They're worried about Dan Din's Salsa and Westrice's team, who's Epic Gamer.
Big famous
So
names right there.
You're just like, oh, Tower Dive TV, let's put them to the side. And that can be dangerous.
Well, you've heard what we thought, what our opinions are going to be. Let's see what your take is from Season 3. We want to hear from you guys. Get on the Twitter. All day long, we're going to be checking what you guys think and what your thoughts are. The first question of the day, which we want to hear from you guys, is which 5 teams do you think will qualify and why? And, of course, that's the burning question that everybody's been asking. Everybody's been asking our opinions. We want to hear what you guys think. Log on to Twitter and tell us what your answers are. We're at LOL Esports. I'm sure you guys are following. Hundreds of thousands you already do. And also use the hashtag LCS. Just those 3 little words. League of Legends Championship Series, LCS. Tell us your thoughts in 140 characters or less. We'll be responding to your answers on air later on in the broadcast. So, what are you waiting for? Get on with it.
Yeah, really just get on your Twitter. We'll be reading them. I'm pretty sure I'm going to tweet some predictions later as well, so we'll see if that works out.
I'm interested to hear what those predictions are, because yours are generally pretty correct as well. But ladies and gentlemen, the road to victory for the North American teams begins right after this short break. When we come back, the League of Legends Season 3 qualifiers will begin.
Any team that goes against us will definitely fear us.
If we win against Fear, then our odds are really high against the other teams because Fear is the strongest.
It's kind of hard to play against like a really unknown team.
We are the underdogs. No one really knows about this Tower Dive TV team.
People say like, oh, the underdog has, they have the advantage because no one worries about them. But I feel like the underdogs definitely have pressure just because they know who we are.
We will try to make them know who we are after this tournament, and then they can look back and say, oh, underdogs can actually win tournaments like this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 1 of the Season 3 North American qualifiers. It's time for the first match. It's going to be Fear versus Tower Dive TV, chat. And it is going to be fantastic.
Team Fear, huge favorites. Even in that video you just saw,
Absolutely.
Tower Dive TV, they know who Team Fear is. Nobody knows who Tower Dive TV is. And it's just a tough situation coming in for mainly Tower Dive TV.
I mean, Tower Dive TV have come into this one. They run their own tournaments. They obviously take part in those 65-player tournaments. So they're an experienced team online.
Yes.
But how much does that count that Fear have been offline in so many tournaments already?
It's that transition. I remember the biggest example of a team failing on LAN was Meat Playground back when they played in an MLG.
Yeah.
Because they were hugely successful online, and they just bombed in the live event.
So the picks and bans are getting underway already, and immediately Draven Katarina being banned out by Team Fear, and Evelyn, of course, being taken away. Evelyn really been the major mage in Season 3.
And the big thing about these bans, though, is it tells me that Fear has actually done their homework, because the AD player on Team Tower Dive actually plays Draven as his main.
Yeah.
So they're just like, nah, we're not letting you do that.
And that's one of the champions that really nobody wants to play against as well, because nobody's really sure of Draven.
It's one of those things, you see this when champions are making their way into competitive play. It happened bigly, a huge amount with Jace when
Yeah.
people were first starting to pick him up. The first few people who learned him, it just got banned out immediately, not because they knew it was overpowered, it's because they just didn't know how to play against it and they weren't ready for it.
So, picks and bans flying through now. Lulu being banned out. That's a surprise one for me.
Wow.
Twisted Fate and Blitzcrank also banned, but, well, Lee Sin picked up there. Anyone watched the last tournament I covered, I was like, ban Lee Sin, ban Lee Sin. It's pretty much a standard thing for me. But Ezreal and Shen being picked up by Team Tower Dive.
So really standard picks for them. Getting Shen through, if they can do the split push properly, is a very effective strategy. I know at least in the OGN League, that guy's been banned every game. And then as soon as they go to the blind pick game, it gets picked through every time. But you can see Fear's really prepping for this one because Nunu, Cog, and Lee Sin just flying through the picks in all honesty.
Absolutely, they are ready and waiting to go. And, you know, how does this build into you? First game of the day. You are the first game of a 16-team tournament. There's a lot of pressure in that.
And a lot of these guys came in early, too. I know Team Tower Dive was here at 7 a.m. this morning trying to practice away.
Wow.
So, like, sure, it's the first game of the tournament, but they should be warmed up by now because they've been playing for a while. As far as Fear goes, this should just be another game for them. Historically, they've been very poor on LAN, and coming in as the favorites, this is really the first time they're coming into a tourney as a favorite.
And that's a lot of pressure.
It is a lot of pressure for them, especially considering they weren't able to hold up to it even when they weren't favorites, and they'd usually perform under their expectations in a lot of these tournaments. But with this, you know, they could not honestly ask for a more forgiving opening round matchup. Not to beat on Tower Dive 2, but they are unknown for a reason, and this is their first match because, you know, no one knows them. They might not be that good.
And those two duo lanes, that's a lot of poke. Sona Ez versus a Cogmore Nunu. Surely they're going to be a bit passive at the start.
That's really interesting there that they decided to pick Sona there because Sona was the thing that people picked against Nunu. Back when a lot of the teams weren't picking Nunu, it was because Sona outpokes it so hard. So picking Nunu very early means they are extremely confident in their ability to lane because matchup-wise, that lane would go to Tower Dive TV.
So Rise looking like he might come in, and Elise in the jungle. We spoke to a number of people last night. Dan Din specifically said
ban Elise.
Ban Elise jungle.
And they didn't. So we'll see if they end up going with this. The thing, though, is they actually say you ban it because they'll go top or jungle with it. And when you look at their picks here, they could go Lee Sin top, Elise jungle, or the other way around. So we'll be able to see whether Psycho, I guess, Squid is his name for this tournament, and Nintendo Dex decide where they want to go with that, but they've locked in the Elise. I know personally that Elise's ganks from the jungle are amazing.
Yeah, because he can come from quite a distance.
You have the repel up there.
Boom, straight
like
up. Sure.
950 range blink, I think, from the jungle. Will apply red buff right afterwards. It's pretty sick.
Pretty crazy. So what are we expecting, Jan? Team Tower Dive, last pick.
Let's take a look here. The Shen and the Xin Zhao probably lock this in. They're going to go for a mid here. I'd almost expect them, if they're going to go crazy, to try to pick an AD mid of some type, if it could be like a Talon or a Jarvan, and just try to go all in onto them here, because the mid laner that Fear has picked in Rise isn't that mobile, and if you really try to attack it, especially coming in as Tower Dive TV, as the underdogs in this one, they got to try to go with something a little bit unconventional and a little bit crazy.
So let's see what they're going to pick in there. Just a couple of seconds remaining. You can just see the youthfulness in these players. The baby faces almost to me.
So many of these guys have come from living with their parents, first year university, just graduated high school. It's crazy how young the League of Legends scene was when we had, you know, all of them up in a group for dinner last night. I was like, man, there's a lot of youth in this room.
Yeah.
And that's coming from me.
Yeah,
so.
Just imagine how I feel. I was like, damn, I'm old enough to be your father, man. But Lux has been picked in. Lux in the mid versus Rise, choosing to stay the distance away.
So, as these teams go, that's actually a very standard setup for Team Tower Dive. They're not really taking any risks. They decided to counterpick a little bit. So, Team Tower Dive is going to be all about the Sona Ezreal lane. Has to work. Otherwise, they're pretty much done for it. They let Nunu Cog get going, they're going to be messed up. As for Fear, they got what they wanted, really. The people that have scouted them, as in Dan Din, know not to let them have Elise. Not to let them have Elise in the top lane. But all those things were able to get through. So, Fear's sitting pretty right here.
Okay, all your eggs in one basket, ladies and gentlemen, because remember, this is... I mean, how to explain this? It's like the IPL stage. It's a Korean-style group stage. Basically, you win this game, you get one win, and the loser plays the loser, the winner plays the loser. So Meanwhile, on Stream 2, there is a Stream 2 streams all day long. It's going to be Good Game University versus Epic Gaming. So the winner of that will play the winner of this, and the loser of this will play the loser of that. And that will be how we decide things. You're going to get a 2-0, a 0-2. That team is going to be out. So 2 games time, one of these teams
2 games and you're out of the tournament.
is out of the tournament. I mean, that's brutal, but that's how it's going to be. I mean, there's a lot of teams to get through, and just look at the pressure. You can see their faces, see how they are set up. They are in the new studio here. Of course, the red team on your screen, and the blue team of Team Fear as they prepare themselves. What would you go through, Jat? These are the last motions.
Honestly, you got to make sure your hands are warm. That's the thing that happens right before these games in the picks and bans. Your hands just get freezing. Sometimes I just sit on my hands right before or use hand warmers just to get the blood flowing, because
get the adrenaline flowing.
That's your only instrument to get into your character and go on the game. Is if your hands aren't warmed up, you're not going to play well.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. If you've just joined us, it is Season 3. You can see it right there on your screen. It is underway. It is the qualifiers. It's Fear as the blue team, Team Tower Dive as the red team. Jat, are we going to see a level 1 fight?
From the looks of it, these guys have very defensive formations. You can see all of them spreading out completely wide, just blocking off all the jungle entrances. We might see a little bit of poking back and forth. You can see the ward has been spotted out by Team Tower Dive for Team Fear, and they're just pinging everywhere, almost predicting the other team's going to invade, but it doesn't look like we're going to see much.
And surely this, I mean, the nerves have got to play such a huge part right now. This is so tense the first minute of the game. You do not want to give away that big level 1 fight. You don't want to go 0-3 at the start.
And especially in a group stage like this where you just said 2 games and you're gone.
Yeah.
You don't want to make mistakes, and even Team Tower Dive isn't willing to take the big risk right at the start to potentially get a 3-0 level 1 fight, and Fear definitely not coming in as a strong favorites, so you'd expect Fear to be playing this conservatively early.
And it doesn't look like they're setting up for any late engages either. Sometimes you'd often see them sort of become more of a commonplace in Korea, I guess, as the 1 minute 40 invades, but it doesn't look like anything like that's going to happen. So, Jat, looking like the lanes are going to lay themselves out. It is going to be an Elise top, judging by this, against, I'm going to say Xin Zhao. I'm just waiting to see whether he's going to head north or not.
And that's actually a really clever play that Squid was doing with Elise Spiderlings there. He has one of them on each side of the wall, so he's actually scouting the river without putting himself in any trouble. As you can see, he was preventing against the invade. And yeah, that top lane, Elise versus Shen, he's really going to try to bully Elise, one of the strongest laners in the game.
Yeah, and Xin Zhao sticking around here. Is he going to be taking the red buff? Yes, he is. So it's going to be a red buff Xin Zhao top.
Wow, they're really going for the lane, and we need to pay more attention to this top lane because they're just going to try that delayed gank almost immediately onto Squid. But he's playing it very safe. He kind of senses something's up. This will be interesting. Scouts the wrong brush with that Spiderling. As soon as he goes up, they're going to go.
He's gone a little bit too far. There's the taunt. There's the knockup's going to come out. And in a moment, he manages to get a flash.
Wow.
There is first blood straight away. Yurek Mazzino on there, and that's a red buff. And that is a big, big difference because that top lane can snowball hard.
And we thought that Team Tower Dive wasn't doing anything crazy at the start with no jungle invade, but that was their crazy strat. All in, really. Shen giving up his red buff to Xin Zhao to allow him to snowball that lane is a huge investment. So really, it's on Yurek Mazzino to try to make something happen up top.
And now, unless I'm seeing things differently, they didn't clear out the red cam.
They didn't finish it off, but something we have to notice in the bottom lane, they also gave blue buff to Ezreal.
Oh,
so
yes.
Shen is supporting his lanes by giving up his own jungle from the start. We'll have to see
Snoopy
if that
style.
works out. That's more than Snoopy style. Both buffs to both of your lanes is a crazy investment.
So, and you can see the poke in this bottom lane. This is where the pressure is also going to get laid out. The fact that Ezreal now has that blue buff, you expect him to just really try and bully Cosmo.
They have to try to bully here, and it's the poke composition with Sona and Ezreal. It's just adding to that. They're really trying to supplement their lanes, knowing that they may not have the technical skill to beat some of these guys from here. They're trying to get the edge.
Smithy going very low. You can see Shen back up the top there. Didn't manage to get onto Elise. He was waiting for Psycho Squid to try and push forward, but well, Team Tower Dive TV is starting off really well. Let's have a look at the mid lane, and that's going to be Lux versus Rise. What are we thinking here?
This one, at least since all the attention has been top and bottom, should be all right for Mandatory Cloud. If Rise can farm against Lux, who is much higher range than him, he should be all right. Mandatory Cloud is known for really taking over that mid lane sometimes, but XZev, level 2 Shen, really trying to camp that lane and get something happening. But with the way the lane's pushing, I think ManCloud's safe farming.
So at the moment, the farm looking across the board, of course, top lane definitely out farming. He got that kill already, has gone back, and now he's got a Brutalizer.
So Xin Zhao coming in with that Brutalizer is going to be so scary. XZev will try to support with ganks, and they might look to tower dive Psycho Squid up there, but of course in the bottom lane, how is that poke actually going? The blue buff resulting in only about a 7 minion kill lead. We'll see if they can get more of that.
And that's not a great deal when you consider they're poking so much, but we can see up the top lane, sneaking into that bush completely unseen. XZev is sat there ready and waiting, and Psycho Squid, if he steps that little bit forward, he is going to find that Brutalizer going directly up his posterior, and there is no way he's going to be able to avoid the damage. Meanwhile, down the bottom, though, we can see he's coming in. He's going for the support player. Can they manage to catch on towards Sona? Muffin Cutie tries to slow him down with a nice blast. It's not going to be enough, and they escape the victory.
So they managed to burn the flash in the bottom lane, and a great scout with that spider. That's where he threw it at the start of the game. That didn't save his life. The only problem here, though, is his lane is pushing up in the top lane, so he will get denied if Shen decides to keep presence in that brush.
He is keeping there, putting a poison down on towards him, but he's just sticking around in there. How much is this going to delay the jungler? Because he is actually technically picking up the experience. He's leeching the experience off Yurek Mazzino here.
The only thing we have to look at to see how far behind he is the minion kills. He's got 4 minion kills. He has just been a roamer right now. And Lee Sin again with the gank bot. No flash this time for Koso.
Koso in all sorts of trouble, and he will get taken down. It's Zuna that picked him up as well, and a great gank. They worked hard for that one.
That was the second time they went back. Really, persistence and experience paying off for them there, because they knew the flash was down. They knew that Team Tower Dive was pushing up so hard to try to keep the poke up, and they were just able to punish with a Nunu Snowball and an extended Lee Sin gank.
Meanwhile, Lee Sin been sitting down in that bottom there. You say, in fact, the minions, oh, XZev's just stood on top of a ward there. Psycho Squid's not falling for these tricks. His lane, though, is pushed heavily, so he's got to go up to try and keep the experience off. And you can see XZev now heading back down the river. So, let's take us through the lanes. As they are, 6 minutes into this game, Jad, how are we seeing this one lay out? We had a great first blood, but that was a good comeback on the bottom lane.
And all the attention has been paid up top here. You can see Squid still getting out minion killed, but he's keeping the levels up. They're trying to persistently gank him, but he is able to stay away. And even though his CS is getting doubled and then some by Xin Zhao, it's paying off because X-Smithy in the jungle is up 31-6 on Shen.
Absolutely destroying at the moment. Let's see how things play out. And we can start talking about the items maybe. The new items everybody's picking up as Lux gets a burst from Mandatory Cloud. He hits level 6. Expect Cybolic to probably reply with a laser of his own in a moment. But we see the items. Very different starts from both teams.
And the thing was, at the start of the game, 3 members went for Crystalline Flask on Fear, but only 1 member went for it on Team Tower Dive. So you can really see the extended lane sustain. That's almost an investment when you buy that item early. So they didn't quite get the edge right at the start, but now it's going to start paying some dividends. Surprisingly, though, just the overall gold spread is still even on here. So Team Tower Dive doing a lot early on.
How much of a disadvantage is this? XZev has just been living in that top lane. He's not even touched his jungle. You can see everything is up.
Right now, it's not that big of a disadvantage. If he continues to never get farmed, it's going to be a big deal, but the fact that the team itself is staying fine, and if he's given Yurek Mazzino enough of an edge in that top lane, it'll be worth it. Because if he can press that, it won't matter that Shen's been losing.
And they've realized that Shen is still in that top there. They're coming in to steal away the blue. Smith is there. Mandatory Cloud comes across, takes it away, no problem.
That's the reaction you have to put when you essentially have a 2-1 lane up top. You don't have an actual jungler for Team Tower Dive right now. So that's experience coming in again from X-Smithy. Great blue steal.
Oh, I think he just scouted. Thought he got away with it. A flash engage there. They're going to get on towards X-Squid. They do finally make it count. Yurek Mazzino gets the second kill.
And immediately X-Smithy tries to come down and get the dragon. They really need to make something happen because Squid is just getting destroyed up there in the top lane. It's because they have a 2v1 lane and they're not supporting him. This is I'd almost say new strategy for Team Tower Dive. I have not seen a jungler spend that much time up top lane, and we'll see if it pays off because the gold, with the dragon being taken by Fear, is still even.
It's looking like, oh, they could go for the blue. They could go for this blue steal, but they're not going to do it. They're both backing off. They haven't pushed the tower, so that's a dragon switch. So gold is actually still in Fear's favor, despite the fact they're 2-0 down in that top lane. 57-16 CS in that top lane. How much of a disadvantage will this be? Because surely Psycho Squid can just farm it up later. He's being sat on right now, but surely he can gain it back.
That's the plan for him, but that was an interesting choice by Team Tower Dive, not taking the turret. Because if they would have taken the turret, he could have frozen it on his side and kept farming. But with the turret staying up there in the top lane, Yurek Mazzino and XZev are going to continue to try to punish.
And how much is it going to punish Cybolic? The fact that he hasn't been able to pick up that blue buff yet.
For Cybolic, I don't think it's going to hurt him that much. I mean, you can just look at the minion kills right now. It's 81 to 69, which is a little bit off, but if you compare that for the advantages they're gaining in the top lane, it's probably worth it. He's getting his experience, he's not falling too far behind in gold, and as long as ManCloud doesn't start punishing with shoving and roaming, which Ryze kind of has a tough time doing, it's going to be okay for Team Tower Dive.
And I believe I just saw the red buff being given across to Shinzao in that top lane. Yep, Yurik Mizzino, there it is. So he's got that red buff once again, so he's just going to be looking to bully Squid out there. Blue buff's still up on Team Fear.
And this is actually going to be, this is where it's going to come into play, because if ManCloud gets the back-to-back blue buff, the window for Cybolic to recover in mid lane against a blue buff Ryze is gone. Because if they can just cycle both blue buffs, he's going to have it all the time.
And here comes XF. He's going to get spotted by that ward. Actually, no, I think he just... Oh, now he is going to walk straight into that ward. Just warding out the river, and Squid's like, yep, not falling for that one. Straight away back. But they haven't looked once. They've not even attempted to try and counter that jungle yet.
No, and it's essentially been Xmithy farming the jungle and ganking bottom once, versus XEV not farming and just living top. And the trade-off between that has actually not been as bad as I thought it would be. Team Tower Dive really stayed in this one a little bit.
I'm intrigued to see what sort of runes he might be using. This is one of the moments that I'd really like to look and see if there's something he's specifically picked up in his runes of masteries that would basically benefit him. The fact that he is just going to live in that top lane.
The only thing he'd want to do at some point is a bit of gold per 10, but as a jungle Shen, you know, it doesn't really come in top, and you can just see Shen is living up there with Xin Zhao. Elise actually doing a smart thing here. Squid leaving the lane, going to jungle, because they've explicitly said, Team Tower Dive has, they're not pushing that tower, and they're trying to deny Squid as long as possible. This is the counter to that. He should have went to his jungle earlier.
We are seeing some damage from Mandatory Cloud, trying to get on towards that mid lane. XZev does come around and finally forces him away. Plays a little bit of a babysitting role, finally coming down. And actually that's given a heck of a lot of free farm. 77 CS to 29 in that top lane. So the big difference starting to gauge its gap. But meanwhile down the bottom, it's still only 89 to 79. Still just a 10 CS difference between that. And that surely benefits Kog'Maw.
And when you look at that...
Oh, mid lane, they're going to go to XF.
Whoa!
He's going to get taken down low, and that's what you talked about. Psycho Squid, the damage, the distance he can just close, and they even may push down the mid turret here. Massive play from Fear.
That must have felt really good for Squid, getting revenge on the Shen who's just been annoying him by camping his lane the entire game. Jumps in, gets a kill, and at this point, that's the great play they make. Support Muffin Cutie coming up. They're going for this turret.
Koso comes up to try and keep them away from that turret, but Mandatory Cloud keeps beating on it. Muffin Cutie, you know, like you said, had put the Blood Boil across, but that's going to be the crescendo across. Doesn't manage to catch him. Mandatory Cloud just got the flash in time.
And Yurik Mizzino actually trying to catch out Squid going into that top lane. Got Elise down to about half health. He's got a 2-level edge, and to prevent against the tower dive, Xmithy's going to roam up and support that, but he was seen by the ward. I don't think much is going to happen with this 2v1.
But while this is all happening, the bottom lane has started to balance out. Kog'Maw now 92 to 94, gained that 10 CS difference and starting to pull it back, and he's going to become a danger.
Especially with the Blood Boil from Nunu. That's what everyone has been complaining about, in all honesty, is just the power that Nunu adds to these 80 carries. You can see Nunu's actually put 4 points in his Blood Boil, so permanently he's adding 55% attack speed to Zuna. That's like 1,500 gold worth of attack speed, so when they're actually dueling each other, it's a huge edge for Zuna and Muffin Cutie in that lane.
Oh,
There's the
meanwhile,
dive.
top lane, they're going on towards Smithy, but Lee Sin can be a slippery character. Psycho Squid's up there as well, and they're taking Yurik Mizzino down very low. Here comes the Stand United from point blank on towards him. Smithy's still taking down very low. Yurik Mizzino, they have to avoid this one.
ManCloud's coming.
ManCloud is coming around the side there. They try and get the taunt, and there goes Psycho Squid. This is going to feel so good for him. And Zebes goes down as well, and wow, Fear just showing their experience and turning it around.
And I'm really surprised the Team Tower Dive decided to go for that Tower Dive, because they knew it was a 2v2. They saw the wards. They planned. Shen came up after he saw Xmithy go up there. They willingly went into a 2v2 Tower Dive, and then Cybolic knew that was going to happen and still got beaten roaming top by ManCloud. That was an outplay by Fear, but mainly just, I feel like, a lapse of judgment by Team Tower Dive.
And you also need to question the fact that why did Cybolic not follow?
He knew exactly what was going to happen, and Lux has the longer range than Ryze. I think the biggest reason he wouldn't have followed is he knows he would have lost to Mandatory Cloud in a 1v1. If at any point, since he got a slight jump, Mandatory Cloud did, there would have been no way for him to follow exactly behind.
As you can see down this bottom now, Zuna really is starting to turn this into his lane. He's bullying, he's pushing that tower, and
that
he's
turret's
going to
going
take it down. Zuna is shredding the difference. So, first turret of the game will go to Fear, despite the fact now they're going to turn on towards Case. No, Kisuke just backs away. And well, he avoids the damage, but 4-2 Jat, 1-0 in turrets. The gold very much in Fear's favor, 3k difference. Despite that awesome start they had, it's kind of backfiring.
It's starting to backfire. I mean, some of the laning sustain with those crystalline flasks does have to do with it. A few of the small mistakes they made. I think also the fact that XEV has fallen so far behind in farm is hurting them. At this point, they really have to kind of start to panic and try to make something happen. The big item pickup I want to mention here is the Sword of the Divine plus the Brutalizer on Xin Zhao. When he pops that for his 3 talent strike, that's 3 crits in a row, and he's going to pop somebody. They have to make something happen fast with that item, otherwise it's going to lose its effectiveness.
Well, he has picked up red buff, so we'll see if he tries to make any moves on Psycho Squid at the top, but of course he has managed to pick up quite a bit of damage, and that's straight away Cybolic getting caught out again, and that's just the burst, that's just the one we've on you were talking about.
He's got to be able to stay away from range of that time. Ryze has a very, very short range. Cybolic has an incredibly long range with Lux. And if he gets caught out by those rune prisons, he's going to be in trouble for the rest of the game.
Wow, just sitting off Smithy. He knows he's not visible. He was waiting for the blue buff to spawn, actually. Of course, they'll have the timer on it. They picked it up in the last instance. And they are 3-man in the middle, 4-man in the middle. Oh, they've caught onto one, and he's going to have to taunt away, but that means they're going to push pressure on towards the mid. Of course, Zuna has come up there with Nunu, so they're just going to hammer that turret down.
If they need to go, this is the time for Team Tower Dive to come in. You can see all 5 members of both teams collapsing in. The turret's very low. They know they're going to try to push it. They've got to try maybe a flash crescendo or something to make something happen, because if they don't, they're going to get bled out by Fear.
True Shot Barrage flashes past, but doesn't really manage to find a home. And you can see that turret, well, it's got nothing left. Zuna just needs to have 1 or 2 shots on it, but they do back away from this one. Dragon is up. Nobody's really making a move for that, Jan. What is the sort of situation here? What a Tower Dive got to do to turn this into their favor?
Either go for a dragon or repel a push from Fear, in all honesty, because they're losing the laning phase. They have some immediate help items with that Sword of the Divine and the Bloodthirster being completed onto Kisuke, whereas you see Kog'Maw just has the BF Sword and the pickaxe, so they might corner themselves into the dragon here. Even though they might not win this fight, this is the chance they have to take. They need a fight right here if they want to come back.
They're trying to get the burst damage down. They're going to turn it around. They do manage to catch on. Muffin Cutie taking out very low. There's the taunt. Xin Zhao going in. He's going to go towards Psycho Squid, but there comes Zuna around the backside. Zuna cleaning up now. And K2K is going to get dropped as well. Muffin Cutie on absolutely nothing, but it does not matter because Zuna is cleaning house. He picks up the triple kill, and that was a great turnaround for Fear. All they had to do was wait for Zuna.
And that was just a matter of the initiation not happening together. They got the start on Yurik Mizuno. He took a lot of damage early, and the crescendo didn't quite lock up Fear like they needed it to during that fight. And since they didn't get the right initiation, Fear's superior gold advantage at this point, and also just team synergy because they've been together for so much longer, they just fought more crisply. They had better focus on targets, and now they're extremely far ahead.
And I thought for a moment Zuna was out of position, but he just came down. They, like you say, they tanked up the damage. They could take it, and it's just the targeting, the priorities maybe a little bit off that. As you can see, the gold differences across the lanes. It's fairly even, and the fact that Psycho Squid is now ahead, despite the fact he's 69 to 116, he's now ahead in the gold.
Oh no, so with the entire first 12 minutes of the game being a 2v1, they still haven't gotten the lead on Elise. And at that point, you've lost your Gambit. Their Gambit was the 2v1 up top, and it hasn't worked so far. You look at the rest of the items onto Fear right now, and that last fight where they tanked everything up, it's only going to get worse for them because the Sunfire Cape rush for Squid has been there, but the Aegis has been completed onto X-Smithy, and just Ryze in himself as an AP mid is a tank right there. So it's too much right now for Team Tower Dive to take down in fights. They'd have to find a way to stall it out or something.
Wow, 18.5 minutes. Team Fear are going for Baron.
They just saw that Ezreal and Sona were in the bottom lane. This is mainly a ploy to stop them from farming and pull them together again as a team. They had to run up. They're going to try to get a pick somewhere, but mainly they weren't trying to get that Baron.
They're going for the X7 and now they catch him. They do manage to get the burst down. Lee Sin's in there. Mandatory Cloud finishes it off.
Just great bait there from Baron. They knew they were going to collapse in, and they just didn't. They underestimated, Team Tower Dive did, the engagement range of Fear right there. Great pick.
They're collapsing on the top lane, and Yurik Mizuno in trouble now as Smithy continues his reign. He has got his ulti up. There it is. Kicks straight in towards Squid. Thank you very much. Webs him there. Nothing he can do.
That's one of the most classic plays by Lee Sin, as Squid just kind of bails and gets the
You're
tower.
going to take the tower damage, not me, thanks.
It's the ward jump to kick backwards. A lot of times when people were first playing Lee Sin, they burn flash to do that. Then they said, wait a minute, I can just build a Sightstone and do that for free at this point. So really good execution there by xSmithy, and the snowball is almost continuing here. Team Tower Dive holding on by a thread at their second tier top turret here.
10-2, it looked all fine in the start, but honestly, Team Fear have just turned the engage around. True Shot Barrage flashing past, only catching Psycho Squid. And again, the damage, the poke from Zuna from range is strong.
And xSmithy just going in underneath the turret. They're just trying to bleed them out here. Look at how low they're getting. They have to do something.
Absolutely smack damage right there. Crescendo was not enough, and they're going to turn it around towards XF. XF is just not tanky enough to fight 5 members of the team. Zuna is ripping apart the tower meanwhile, and KCK needs to stay away as well. And he's just going to have to back off. And Fear are going where they please right now.
And you say XZeb wasn't tanky enough, and that's exactly what happens when your Gambit doesn't pull off in top lane. He's a support shed. That's honestly what he is. They had a support bottom in Koso and support top in an XF Shen. They didn't have a jungler this game, and you really saw the fact he just hasn't gotten to his items there. He can't frontline at all against Fear.
Mandatory Cloud cleaning up. Looking like they was going to try and get some picks there, but they didn't really want to go too deep in towards that visible bush. Cybol is going to pick himself up the blue buff, the first blue buff of the game. He's been able to get away from Fear, despite the fact he has been in his own jungle. Smithy picking up the red. So, Jack, items across the board. What are we seeing? Anything fancy, anything new?
The fanciest thing I'd have to say would be the double Ruby Sightstone on Fear. Lee Sin picking it up is going to help him just make a jungle gym of the enemy map and just kind of hop around wherever he wants. And Muffin Cutie, just Ruby Sightstone is fine for him. You look across to the other side, and Team Tower Dive just hasn't been able to keep up. You couldn't get the Ruby Sightstone on your jungler because he didn't have gold, and the support AD lane didn't get any kills or objectives, so they haven't been able to complete their Ruby Sightstone either. They haven't even gotten boots yet on a couple members, which is okay for the most part, but just overall, the gold lead is really showing in the items as the auras have been completed on Fear, and no auras for Team Tower Dive. Rosenheart and Aegis both coming in for Fear as they siege down yet another turret.
And that's it, they actually have the poke range. The fact that they can just get in there. Oh wow, KCK just getting completely burst down there. And ManCloud putting a heck of a lot of damage, completely forcing the AD carry away. Just simply caught out of position there, and Zuna just sieging it, as you mentioned.
And I don't see what Team Tower Dive is going to be able to do against this. A lot of times when sieges happen like this is kind of why you pick Lux. When Lux is level 16 with cooldown reduction, she can laser every creep wave. But they're doing it before that point, so her laser's just not up frequently enough. She doesn't want to burn it, and they're just getting destroyed down.
Slowly taking the turrets. That's the second inner turret down, and it's the middle one. It's a big, important goal, and you can see immediately, Fear just dispersed. They take over the entire jungle of Team Tower Dive.
And this isn't the first time they've been in their entire jungle. I mean, they invaded the blue buff right at the start. xSmithy did when XZeb was trying to farm top. They're just making sure that all their side lanes are staying pushed. Right now, Team Tower Dive is trying to get something happening in the bot lane, but look at the damage!
They tried to do something, but Mandatory Cloud turned it into a kill of their own. He flashes away, he may get taken down. No! The Prism came out, and now here comes Lee Sin. Smithy gets in, ulti kicks, Koso's gonna go down. He gets shredded by Zuna. Zuna just doing all the damage at range. He's just picking up as he pleases. Yurik Mazzino tries to come in there. He gets dropped by Muffin Cutie Pie. Meanwhile, Psycho Sin also gets in there. Zevez now just desperately trying to avoid the damage. He gets an Ice Blast. Zuna's going to come around the side. There's the lead. There's the range. Just pouncing straight in there. He's going to get the one more poison dot. The Ignite's there. And, well, Zuna tried to kill Secure, I think, with the ulti.
Well, you can't really blame Kog'Maw for trying to get more kills. You can't blame Squid for wanting even more revenge. I'd say he's gotten enough of it now. 6-2 at least after getting completely camped from there with the ace. Instead of trying to push up an inhibitor, it looks like they're going for a Baron to take even more control of that game. Oracles by Muffin Cutie to clear out that Baron buff. They're going to rush this down. Huge amounts of damage coming out from Zuna and Muffin Cutie's consumed. King's coming down from Team Tower Dive. They're going to try to steal with the Lux Laser, but that's going to be a tough task for Symbolic.
Yeah, they have no vision of it, so it's going to be pure prediction. It's too early, and it is going to be the Baron buff picked up by Team Fear.
Now, at this point, it's a question of how quickly can Fear finish this one, because they are very far ahead from Team Tower Dive. They may already be thinking of their next match, but for this one, they have some pretty big goal totals, I'd imagine. Actually, no, a lot of them have went back and shopped. That's the smart thing to do. Kog'Maw getting that static shiv. That's one of the new Season 3 items. It's almost a replacement for Phantom Dancer. Frozen Hearts being completed, having the Aegis on Lee Sin. Warmog's getting completed for Squid, so the tower diving shouldn't be an issue. They have multiple people who can go in there and finish. I'd expect them to go either straight up mid or take the bot lane since there's still an outer turret there for Fear, and then do the same kind of poke Arsenal harass that they've been doing against Team Tower Dive, but this time with even more of a lead. It's incredibly difficult for Team Tower Dive to come back at this point.
Well, Smithy catches the Q straight and Kosa, but he's going to back away, but they have managed to completely catch out Zeves. The ulti kick, of course, from Smithy. There it is, straight in there, but the rest of his team weren't quite close enough, so kind of wasted a little bit there. Does manage to get the Q down. The rest of the team are going to collapse around, but it doesn't look like they're going to do anything other than sitting back. Looking like we're going to go across to second stream as well and see what is going on. It's going to be Epic. They're joining us. It is Epic. Whoa. Wow, so okay.
That was a fast game.
That was a fast game. Good Game University versus Epic. That game is already over. You guys joining us here on the stream. And well, this one is looking very one-sided. It started off so well for Team Tower Dive, but Fear right now just sieging through the turrets.
At the very start of this game, you can see Xzev only has 59 minion kills on Shen. He tried camping Squid the entire match. It hasn't quite worked out. The objectives were forced on Fear, and with all the objective control, now a Baron buff as they see Jin going for this inhib and looking to end.
Here we go, you can see the tower. This is going to be the first inhibitor turret going down, and honestly there's not a great deal Team Tower Dive can do about this, because Fear are tower diving them. They are just ripping the inhibitor apart. You can see Zuna's just so strong right now. He's just going to pick this one off and just whack away again.
And if you're going to let your inhibitors and inhibitor turrets fall from full to zero without putting up a fight, you're basically saying it's over. So at the next inhibitor, they have to fight. Even if they think there's a 2% chance of them winning it, you can't let a team crush through your base without putting up an opposition. Otherwise, what are you playing for? Because, oh no, Yurik, you got to get out of there, man.
Well, the Q came through from Smithy, but Smithy didn't manage to catch on to it. The question is, can the jungler now take down the top lane? Has he got enough damage? He certainly has. Just punts him around the map there. And well, Yurik Mazina doesn't want anything to do with this one, because here comes Psycho Squid and Muffy Cutie. They put the blood boil down out towards Squid, and that is a clean kill for Zuna once again. Zuna now 6-0-7, and well, now they just can't fight for that top turret.
Yeah, now it's a 4v5, so they have to give away their second inhibitor. And at this point, they might just try to push in for the rest of it if they can get the super minions in. Look at the damage coming out from Mandatory Cloud. This game is getting ugly.
Yeah, you may have seen Zubu Blaze coming back from a triple inhibitor down, but honestly, they had a lot more closer game than this one. It is currently a 15,000 gold difference. And well, you can see Fear, they're using fully their experience to just follow wave after wave and take down the inhibitors.
And they're playing the smart finish for this game. They haven't made any huge risks. The Barons were very controlled. They had an Oracles before that. And Man Cloud is on a rampage.
On a rampage. There goes Smithy diving a little bit deep on towards the turret there. Does manage to get poked up, but still not going to go down. Except finally takes him down, but it's going to be the detriment of his own life. And Man Cloud cleans that one up. 6-0-5 for Mandatory Cloud. And Fear are just continuing to push in. There's the blood boil on Zuna. They're going to take the inhibitor turrets and the Nexus turrets down. It is going to be Team Fear. Well, who are they going to be facing? That is the question. Because Epic versus Good Game, that finished even quicker than this match. That surprises me. But they are going to go up 1-0 in this group stage.
Yeah, so these guys play the winner of that Fear versus Good, or of the Epic versus Good Game University, and that'll be up next on our stream for this one. And this was just, all honesty, Team Tower Dive had a good opening. They just didn't have the finish there. Fear taking the experience.
And there is big smiles, cheers across Team Fear. You know, they came into this one as obviously the favorites for the match, but they still had to play it out, and it was looking a little risky for them at the start there. But, well, Team Tower Dive, they put all their eggs in one basket.
They definitely tried the all-in gimmick at that point. Hopefully they have another one, because one more loss, and they're eliminated from the tournament. For Fear, they win the next game, they move on to the next day and are 2 wins away. So you can really see just how much swings on these quick group stage games. Really, though, Fear looked pretty strong there.
Fear did look pretty strong, and you know, Psycho Sid, in that top lane, he was quite fine with the pressure. You didn't see Smithy going up there and helping him at all. He's just like, no, I'm fine. I've got this covered.
That was the biggest thing. Fear didn't panic when that happened, because a lot of times, especially if you're playing in solo queue or other situations and your top laner's getting camped, you'll be screaming. You'll say, help me, I need all the people coming over, because you don't like losing your lane. You think that's going to make people think you're bad or something. But for them, they realized how many advantages they could take off of XZEV camping that lane. You saw Xsmithy invading the blue buff at certain points during that game. They took dragons as they were camping up there. They made sure Lee Sin got extremely farmed. They made sure that Mandatory Cloud mid lane got multiple blue buffs. They got Kog'Maw fed because the few Xsmithy ganks that happened in the bottom lane. And all the other 4-1 because of that 2v1 up top. So it was really good composure by Team Fear overall.
And do you feel the bottom lane, the fact that they gave the blue to Ezreal, could have done a little bit more with it down that bottom lane?
I think that blue buff was just, they knew that Shen was going to be spending all of his time in the top lane. So they just said, you know, why not? Level 1 blues on lanes, I mean, there's a reason the junglers usually take them. You don't have enough spells to spam to take advantage of the mana regen or the cooldown reduction. So they took as much advantage of that as they could. And other than that, you know, it was a nice gambit. I don't think it ever meant to win the lane that hard.
It didn't work out too well for them. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is game 1 out the way. And coming up next, it's going to be Good Game University taking on Fear. So, Good Game University taking a very quick win over the favorites, Epic Gamer, or I should say crowd favorites, fan favorites maybe. We'll be back in just a few minutes as Season 3 North America qualifiers continue. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American qualifiers. Earning a spot in Season 3 is guaranteed to be a life-changing experience. We spoke to the teams from Group A to find out exactly what it meant to them.
This is the most important tournament of our lives right now.
We definitely put on ourselves. We expect to get a spot here.
I feel it's like something I've been doing for a long time, and I think I deserve it.
Ever since I was a kid, I've always grew up and I just never knew what I wanted to do in my life, but now just playing video games, there's this big opportunity. It definitely would mean the world to me.
If they're putting off other important things like school or work to do this and they want to make this happen, they have to make it right now.
A lot of us attend college, and it's really hard to balance both of them.
Hopefully, I'll make Season 3.
Even if I don't make it, I don't think I'd be happy in school right now. So if I don't make it, maybe I'll hit up the Challenger circuit, whatever.
Everything's at stake. This is like you basically become pro.
If you want it to happen, you have to grab it right now.
Yeah, and you just see exactly what it means to those guys. I mean, life-changing, like we mentioned. It means you basically got a job secured for a year.
And we were sitting in on some of those interviews, too, just to see how much those guys really care about it. I mean, all of them were super excited to be here. Everyone seemed to have their own kind of similar story of taking time off school, or this is what they wanted to do their entire life, or they couldn't believe that this is now an opportunity. And it was really awesome to just see all of them come in because there's so many of these guys.
Yeah, and you're all talking about taking semesters out. Some were talking about, oh, they might be able to keep doing school if they qualified. I'm not sure about that.
It's a little tough.
That would be some hard work. And some of these guys are pretty damn brainy for sure, but I'm not too sure how that would work out for them. But coming into this, I mean, Jan, you obviously took the decision at one point to, okay, I'm going to do this. This is going to be my thing. You obviously joined Dignitas, and you became effectively a pro for about 7 months.
Yeah, the thing about that was, though, I wasn't doing school at the time.
Right.
I was actually working, and it was in a job that I didn't really like, so I'd left that. And the problem with that was I was one of the only people on the team that did that, right?
Yeah.
Because at the time, Voidboy was still in school, Scar was still in school, Locust and Cutie Pie were all in still school. Voidboy was in high school.
Yeah.
And it was just, you could tell the team didn't have enough oomph to practice, because during the summer, they were very strong because no one had the school. That's when we won, like, we had the practice carryover, we won IPL 3. And then after that, it started to fall off because the teams like CLG and like TSM, who had the gaming houses and who had taken the time off and had their revenue from streaming, were all surpassing all the other teams. And you can see even now with Dignitas being in Season 3, all those guys have taken the time off school because it's really necessary to put in that extra time.
And do you think that's going to benefit the teams? Obviously, we've got a lot of teams similar to that position in this. Do you think we're going to see one of those big upsets come through where, God forbid, a curse maybe doesn't make it through? And they're the ones with the most on the line in this tournament.
Yeah, we actually saw the Curse all on the line or something, lots on the line video that came out yesterday, and it's tough for them because Curse is a major sponsor, and if Curse wants a team in Season 3.
Everybody's seen the Curse mentioned photos. I mean,
they said that in the video, and if Curse doesn't make it, then those guys are probably not on Curse anymore.
Well, they're living
That's
the
just
dream right now.
cutthroat.
But how would that affect their lives? And honestly, how would it affect the lives of maybe a team that, I don't know, like eHonda's boys that are coming into this from normals, which we're going to see later on in the day.
At the salad bar.
Yeah, I mean, that is a complete contrast to the life that Curse have right now.
Because you have guys like St. Vicious, who were on CLG, have been in it since beta, went to the first League of Legends almost LAN event, to all of them now, been in it for 3 years. And then eHonda, as you mentioned, 3,330 normal game wins, doesn't play ranked, made a ranked team. They went 16-1, qualified for the online tournament, made it here. And yeah, those two guys could be in the same league.
And they are worlds apart right now.
Yeah.
Completely worlds apart. We don't know how on earth they're going to manage to find themselves into the Season 3, and how would they deal with the Season 3? How would you deal with it? How would you, knowing for a fact that you're going to come into this with just one weekend of your life, is going to change you, and basically you're going to get a paid salary as a player to play the game that you play anyway, because let's be frank, everybody plays this game that's here right now. They play it pretty much excessively, some might say. But yeah, I mean, how would that change you?
I'd love to hear the conversation for a lot of these guys who just kind of game in secret, especially like the late high schoolers or people still living at home, who are just like, even the first conversation, yeah, I'm going to LA. Who's paying for this? Like, do you know these people? That's actually something that I believe it was Yuzuki's parents were like, who's paying for this? Where are you going? Can you trust these people? And add on top of that, so I want to drop out of school because I have a salary job with a professional sponsor and I want to live in LA and travel around. I'll be like, what the are you talking about?
You gone mad? Yeah, I can see some parents out there right now going, what? And actually to the point that even some of the interviews that we got to sit in on, the fact that some of them were like, yeah, kind of not mentioned it just yet to either my professors or my parents. We just snuck away, and if it happens, it's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
now I've got a legitimate thing that I can tell the parents, yeah.
Yeah. So the teams that are going to be up next, though, Fear and Good Game University, both just had incredibly stompy games. We will have to talk to Freaking Copy later, but those were under 25 minutes for both of them, and they must look really confident. You can see Fear right here. They're just talking about strategy. This is the team that they would have prepared for, though. These are the two strong teams in this group, Fear and Good Game University, who used to be Team Dynamic, and it's going to be tough for them. There's actually an interesting story about the Good Game University support.
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah, the support. Obviously, they had that problem with Q8.
Right, so the thing with Team Dynamic is they were the youngest team in League of Legends. They had 15-year-olds, they had 16-year-olds. Zig used to be their mid laner. He left the team for other reasons, but Pixel, almost the youngest looking guy that used to be on Team Dynamic, was 15, right? He couldn't play support. They had to pick up a new person for Season 3 because you have to be 17 to compete in the League Championship Series. And they're looking for a support. They're trying out 2-8 and ranked 5s as a support. It's not his main role, so they weren't necessarily expecting too much, but they wanted to see if he could do it. They're just playing ranked 5s, and they just play against this other guy who destroys them in lane. He just beats on Chu, crushes him in support, and they're just like, well, I guess Chu won't work out. What about that other guy?
What about that guy that just kicked their ass?
And that's the guy who's on their team now. I Am Anjo is on the team because he beat them when they were trying out a support. And then Mashmi was just like, yeah, let's try him.
And that also shows that even the best AP mids, you know, 2-8 is a very good player, very good top lane, very good AP mid, can't make it in support roles. You know, some people, people like to belittle the support role, but it is a really tough position because you've got to be watching everything, you've got to be covering your lane, you've got to basically take the hit for the team because when things are going down, you're the one that wants to die and not the AD carry.
You have to do everything a normal person would, but without items.
And sacrifice everything, yeah, without items as well. And it's interesting because obviously we've got Team Fear here, that Afromu has also gone to be the support in CLG. So an AD carry moving to the support role. So you could say that obviously he probably understands the role better than most.
That's been where most of the transitions to support have happened. If you transition to support, you normally transition from AD carry. But that doesn't always work out because you can think back to even a couple months ago, Loco Doko, who was one of the premier AD carries in Korea, went to CLG. Some people are going to crash on that, but he was a premier AD carry in Korea.
He was at the time.
He was at the top, and he went to support for CLG, and he just, you could see he did the sacrifice himself a little too often. He died a few too many times during those games, and it didn't work out. You can't just pick up support from any role. It's been proven that it's just as tough as all the other positions.
It is. It's certainly a tough position. And let's talk about the other positions across the teams. Obviously, we've had Epic. They've gone into the loser bracket. So I say loser bracket. It's the loser match, which is Tower Dive TV versus Epic Gaming. What are you expecting from that one?
The loser bracket game, I still got to hopefully give that to Epic, in all honesty. We didn't get to see how much Good Game University beat on them there, but
it was quick.
Team Tower Dive is much less known, but look at this. We're ready to go into our championship game here. Winner moves on.
Team Fear versus Good Game University. Good Game University, formerly known as Team Dynamic. There is 2 members in there. You'll recognize some of these names. So Katarina banned by Team Fear straight away. Pretty common ban lately.
It's been sneaking up there as a ban. A lot of people have actually done the tank Katarina in the top lane, which is just a weird thing to think about, but it works out. They go Magic Pen and then a Warmogs. Other than that, though, there's a lot of almost power bans that are out here. The patch they're playing on is actually the same patch that's on live right now, but it's had a long time to run, and with how many changes there were in Season 3, there's a few things that have kind of pointed out to teams and just been accepted. So it's like the Evelyn bans, and mainly the Evelyn bans are going to be happening, I think, every game.
Kha'Zix. I was surprised that
very frequently
was not banned in the last game, yet wasn't picked by anyone.
That is actually quite surprising as well. Maybe Fear, maybe Mandatory Cloud hasn't quite played as much Kha'Zix because it is a transition for some of those mid lane players switching to the ADs in mid. And look at how fast this is coming out. We're talking about Kha'Zix and they're halfway through.
They are going flying through the pick, so it's going to be Zyra and Ezreal. We're guessing there's going to be Zyra support down that bottom lane. Lulu, and you can see Elise being picked up there. This is what Dan Din talked about. I'm going to ban Elise against Nintendo Dex.
And it hasn't happened. And I don't know if Dan Din's going to get a chance to ban Elise against Nintendo Dex because if they...
Well, they lost.
Yeah,
so
well, they lost.
Maybe they did ban
Good Game University makes it through here.
Wow.
They're completely
I would love to see a Ziggs, but... Oh my god, we are going to see a Ziggs. Yes!
Ha! So this is something that has made... He's creeping back into competitive play, in all honesty, because I think 5 teams picked him in the OGN League, which was like the first big tournament that was played on the Season 3 patch. And here we go again. Good Game University going in with this. That's an interesting thing, though. That Jace is probably going mid. They play them as a mage. They play him as a mage now.
Yes, and I can see what they're going to go with, yes, because there's going to be Rumble in the top lane. Rumble versus, who will it be? Who will be the final top laner?
They're fast. Nidalee is something that Zion Spartan plays a bunch of, and just with the absolute speed that these picks and bans went through, these guys really prepped for each other, and there were no questions about that. That was the fastest pick bans I've seen in almost a year.
I mean, you mentioned it. This is the game that you expected these guys to prepare for. So what are you seeing in these picks and bans that they've prepared so heavily for?
I think the biggest thing here is the fact that they're running the Lulu just in their composition and all. It's something that the American teams hadn't picked up on a lot of before they started practicing a lot. And then Iamanjo is a Lulu main. That's one of the big reasons they would have picked him up here. Across the board on Fear, I think the probable mid lane Jace is another big preparation thing. That's a new thing that they would have had to practice a lot of and get ready for. Comboing that with Rumble is an amazing poke composition, like outside of range.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the big one. Who is going to be the first team to qualify through to the best of 3 stage, which will happen tomorrow? That's going to be really it. So really, these teams, they're just 3 matches of their lives away from qualifying for Season 3. CLG, TSM, Dignitas. Big names, everybody knows them. They're already there. They qualified through the Season 2 regional qualifiers. They went to the World Championships. All of these teams sat and watched those World Championships, envious. Team Fear were there at the Season 2 regionals.
They got motivated.
They would be the most motivated of anyone, but everybody that watched that tournament would be thinking, seeing that huge stage, seeing that orchestra, seeing Taipei Assassins face Zubu Frost, and they'll be thinking, that could be us.
It could be. They just got to win 3 more games, right?
They just got to win 3 more games. There's a little bit more involved to get to that final world stage. Kind of like a lot of matches involved.
Maybe about 100
in Season
so.
3, yeah. So there's a lot involved in that. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get underway. It is Team Fear versus the Good Game University. And here on your screens, as the blue team, it is Team Fear and GGU, also known as Team Dynamic. You recognize Zion Spartan, Nintendo Dex. You probably recognize Nintendo Dex's parents from events, maybe even. But here we go, chat. What are we thinking? Level 1 fights. Are they going to go for it this time?
Just the fact that Zion Spartan is running out top lane by himself for Good Game University tells me that they're probably not going for any kind of aggressive invade. But on the other hand, Fear, with 3 members running up top already, makes me think they're looking for something kind of tricky. They might run straight into that Nidalee trap, though. That was a good placement.
Very good placement. Straight away spotted, and they ping it immediately in the eye. Yep, everybody's here because that trap would have given eyes on Zuna, which does mean that the possible invade on red is going to back away. Also means that Iamanjo's been given free reign to just stroll on in there and put a great ward on that bush.
He did get spotted, though, so they know he warded that spot. There was a preemptive ward placed by Team Fear on that. And really, with all these openers now, no one's starting with boots anymore, in all honesty. That gives people a lot more room to buy wards, to buy more health potions, to get more sustain in lane, and it makes level 1s... I don't know if I've reached my conclusion whether it makes them more safe or more aggressive, because everyone's putting in deep warding positions. It really just creates a lot more knowledge on the map.
It also means it's going to be a slow motion escape. It's everyone just moving in slow motion, trying to escape the damage. But as it stands, there is nothing coming out from level 1 fights, and it is going to be Nintendo Dex starting off at the Wolves, as will Smithy. And, well, what are we going to see then? We're going to start to see the lanes balance themselves out. Both teams going to be picking up the blue buff, guessing for their jungler. I don't think they're going to do anything insane here. We have seen the golems, though, being picked up at the bottom. That is interesting for Season 3.
And right off the bat, it takes a bit more damage. You can already see that you glanced up top at Lulu and Graves. They were pretty low. Zyra and Ezreal did it with a bit less. Biggest story, though, is already 2v1 lanes for both of them. I think Nidalee for GGU, Zion Spartan has a much better chance of holding a 1v2 since he has the ranged auto attacks, compared with Squid up top, who will have a lot more trouble against Lulu and Graves.
Yeah, and the fact that he'd already pushed the lane a little bit as well before they got there, because they were on the golems, he'd obviously expected, because, of course, remember, the traps were being laid at the start. He thought it was going to be a top lane Nidalee.
That's honestly a pretty good mind game, the fact that he rushed up top, placed that trap, and then zipped back bottom. This is not a matchup that Fear is going to be happy with. Lulu and Graves extremely good at pushing. They're going to look to take a turret extremely early up top.
And you can see also Zuna and Muffin Cutie completely zoning out here at Zion Spartan. But Zion Spartan, he's played a lot of Nidalee.
He has played almost more Nidalee than anyone, maybe even Hotshot at this point, because Hotshot's quit Nidalee long ago. Zion really, he either goes crazy on Nidalee or he seems a little bit ineffective. A lot of times going with that bruiser Nidalee will look to split push and create pressure all day.
So let's take a look at the middle lane. It is a pretty interesting one. It is Jace versus Ziggs. It's not something we've seen too often in tournaments.
I think this is mainly a shove lane. The big thing about this is Jace getting the Brutalizer, and then they'll play him like a range caster. Really, the entire reason to have Jace mid, attacks creeps from range, clears waves with Shock Blast. Then you poke. think that's the whole shebang for him. Pretty good gank support, but Ziggs is pretty long range. I think that's mainly going to be a farm fest.
You can see it is a farm fest. We do see Nintendo X, and what a great route there, straight on towards Muffin Cutie. He's going to leap in. He's got deep. He gets the first blood. Actually, it was down the bottom. It was Zion Spartan that managed to catch it with a spear, I think, just towards the end. But that was a great gank.
The stun that he threw from behind the wall out of vision, and then the jump afterwards post flash. That was just very well executed by Nintendo.
Yeah, Smithy's not really going to be able to try and follow up. They kind of knew that it was coming. Tried to predict it to do a return gank on top. Didn't work for them. Backed away too often, and you can also see Nintendo X just lingering in the distance in that mid lane, but I don't think he's going to go for it.
He was hoping that X-Smithy would arrive for a gank, but they just saw X-Smithy walk through a ward. This is potentially dangerous because Nintendo X will be there for a counter. If that stun would have landed, that would have meant trouble, but because it didn't, Smithy's going to walk away.
Didn't manage to land the route. The bombs just rattle on through, and they return to the bottom. So how is this going to convert the bottom lane? The fact that Zion Spartan just got that one kill.
So with all of that, I don't think it's going to give him much yet. He didn't get a big level advantage. I still feel like he's going to be a slave to the 1v2. He's going to have to wait until he's level 6 before he can really make anything big happen. As it is now, the kill made it so his turret didn't take as much damage, but he's still in trouble.
And just taking a lot of damage as the Zion Spartan down the bottom lane. Kazizuna coming in. Just one more hit. Will it be enough? Yes, it will. But it's Muffin Cutie that picked up the kill. That's disastrous.
Well, he had to take the kill. Look at all the damage Zuna was taking. One more attack from Zion Spartan, and that would have been a trade. So getting the kill, I think, is great overall. Having it fall to Zyra, not ideal, but I think it's still alright.
He's still got the assist gold, so it still counts. We see a little bit of back and forth between Shiptra and ManCloud. How is this going to balance through the levels here? I mean, we see Smithy down the bottom as well. He's pushing on. They're both trying to really shove the tower, but actually, Psycho Squid's really holding that top tower very well.
He's done a pretty good job up top, just keeping that Flame Spitter up and clearing away the waves. Turrets being even is a real surprise, in all honesty. I thought that turret would be much lower, and especially once Squid hits level 6, he's going to be able to ult to clear the waves, and he might just shut down this GGU push quite early.
So as we can see, a couple of teams and players going back to bite. Boots for the middle, Longsword for the middle actually, and the Dawn's Blade for Jace.
Yeah, Jace is not going to be needing boots anytime soon. He gets enough move speed from his acceleration gate, and he'll be able to just live off of Brutalizers, Black Cleavers, and Bloodthirsters for almost the entire game.
Okay, so what are we looking at? We're seeing it pretty much even, 1-1. The gold is very much level. Across the board, who has benefited the most from these lane swaps?
I'd say 6 minutes in, it's a draw. I don't think they benefited from it at all. The fact that Nidalee was able to get a kill in a stronger lane, mainly due to a great Nintendo X gank, but then he went and flubbed his advantage. He pushed up too far and he gave it right back to the lane. So that was a pretty even trade, and the big amount of credit needs to go to Squid once again. His 2v1, he had to do this last game. He's used to it. He's fine with the pressure. This time it's an actual dedicated support, but he's doing better than he did last game.
He's had a jungler, he's had Shen and Xin Zhao. I mean, that's a pretty scary combo right there, sitting in his lane.
Might be scarier than Graves and Lulu, to be fair.
I think it would be, because if you get caught, you're pretty much in trouble. We're just sorting the key bindings of one of the players. That's all that was just being corrected. So we are back into the game. So not too sure which one it was, but I'm sure someone was using an excuse.
Got to keep the speed up in these games. Players have all saved and preloaded key bindings for these computers. It's a pretty cool system they have set up here. But small glitch. Now it's fixed. Everything's good to go.
Yeah, it just means they probably didn't preload their own settings. I don't know. They can see Psycho Squid again, and just as you mentioned, that Flame Squid. Actually, that is a pretty low one in the middle there, but Mandatory Cloud getting caught a little bit, but not enough damage. Actually, we did just get a glimpse of that top lane, and that turret has been taken down pretty heavily.
About at a third, but now that Squid has level 6, he's going to be able to hold that turret for at least another couple minutes, I'd have to say, as long as he doesn't get too much gank pressure. Look at the damage he's able to kind of trade back onto a no-sustain lane with Lulu and Graves. He's going to be able to hold that for a while.
Nintendo Dex going around his business in the jungle. How do you compare these two junglers? As a jungler yourself, wow, a lot of damage going out towards Zion Spartan there, but Elise compared to Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath's kind of been a staple favorite for a while, but Elise we're starting to see come into it.
Cho'Gath is absolutely the staple. He brings, I'd say, more team fight utility. Cho'Gath would with his 3-second AoE silence, whereas Elise brings more aggressive ganks and potentially more just it's mainly all about the ganks as far as Nintendo Dex jungle would go. And we have potential jungle ganks in both lanes, top and bottom here. It's just a matter of landing the right stun to get in.
Well, Jace just picks up the blue. He's backed away. Great route there from Muffin Cutie, just completely preventing any damage. And honestly, we're seeing the Shifter down here, and he's just wasting his time now because they're completely aware of the situation.
And we were talking with GGU's manager the other day, actually, and he was really surprised when Zig left. Oh, there's a gank top.
The ultimate down used up the top there. Does manage to get the slow, the route down on towards Anjo. Dodges the rumble nicely. Puts the exhaust down on Smithy, but isn't going to be enough. He's trying to turn it around. Anjo is definitely going to go down. Psycho Squid picking up the kill there. And Don't Match Me just avoiding the damage. And that's exactly what we talked about with the supports earlier on. That's the sacrifice he had to make.
And it's the turn that Squid was able to create there. They tried too hard to finish off that turret, and they got punished for it. Squid, exquisite skill there in the top lane. Rumble's not a good 1v2 laner, but he is making the most of this lane. Eventually that turret's going to fall, but he's really made it last with that Rumble ult.
And he's actually out CSing Zion Spartan down the bottom as well on Nidalee. He's got 10 CS extra, obviously benefiting from that. Picking up the gold, you can see the gold advantage, just 100 difference between the two. Actually, it's about a 50 there. Nintendo Dex just had a little sniff there. Smithy thought about going for it, but ended up backing away.
And just to get back to the mid lane here, Shifter is someone who was not on a team for a really long time. And when we were talking to his manager, and even everyone else on the team just said, how is this guy not on a team yet? He is a really good mechanical player, and he plays everything. So really new to the competitive scene, even though it's a known team. Let's see how he does in this game up against the just bombing Ziggs.
Yeah, ManCloud, a man of experience that's been around many tournaments. Oh, and they're doing dive towards Muffy Cutie. He's going to use his ultimate. He's going to turn around, but I think the Ignite is enough. Really nicely played.
So this is just kind of counterintuitive to what we see normally. The 1v2 lane should be the one getting killed, but in both instances, it's been the team with the one in the 1v2 lanes that gets the aggression.
So 2-1-0 for Zion Spartan, playing it very nicely. Has fell behind in the CS compared to his compatriot at the top there, Psycho Squid. But we are seeing a potential move for Dragon here.
With the kill that they were just able to get onto Zyra, if they go fast, they'll be able to get it. The great thing about Jungle Elise, though, is if he does it right, you can see he's not taking damage from the Dragon. It's hitting his Spiderlings. Great Dragon tank, can do this extremely safely. No one is wise to this. It looks like GGU is going to be able to pick up this Dragon.
He's going to pick it up. You can see Smithy's just coming around, but it's going to be too little too late. And there is GGU picking up the first Dragon of the game. And that is going to give them that gold advantage of around about 1,000.
With that, it's time for them to call the full lane swap. It looks like they'd been able to push the turret in the top lane, so Squid has lost it. At this point, they say, let's try to push the turret in the bottom lane. Let's get those guys out of there. Let's keep farming bot lane. See how that works out for them.
So they did just about manage to keep it. And here we are, Smithy. There is no ward placement. They've only just joined the lane. Surely could catch him out. Anjo's going to be the one that gets caught. There goes the silence. The Rupture gets on him. They want to try and turn it into a 2. Lulu ultimate is not going to be enough. And that is I Am Anjo getting dropped again.
Just unfortunate timing. Anjo, I believe, had some wards there, but they didn't expect the gank to arrive so perfectly, in a sense. They thought they'd surprise him with a lane swap. They didn't expect a gank to be planned for a Nidalee to be in that lane, because the Nidalee wouldn't be pushing. It was just a huge combination of things happening at the wrong time. And you know, Fear did a great job capitalizing on it.
They're trying to turn the pressure on towards the turret. Have they stuck around a little bit too long? Nintendo Dex is going to come in. He does manage to catch down on towards Zuna, but it just backs away. And it's more just keeping the pressure, keeping the turret safe. We do also see in the top lane, actually, Zion Spartan's getting a bit creative here with Psycho Squid. Starting to push that lane pretty heavily.
He's going to try, but he has to make sure to stay extremely safe. He's behind on items, if you look at this. He's got the Kindle Gem on Nidalee versus the Haunting Guise and the Cloth Armor from Rumble. Even in the gold, because of the kills, he's up about 300.
Does he want to fight this?
He does want to fight. I don't think he'd win if he tried to brawl Squid right now.
Because he's already got the Haunting Guise, like you mentioned. He's got that power, that potential to go 1v1, especially in Cougar form. Yeah, he's just going to back away. I'm not too sure. I think he was thinking about it, maybe a surprise gank, and he just thought, no, I'm not too sure. Just looking at his items, don't fancy this one.
Sign of that. Kind of that faint aggression you jump in on someone with. You hop on them, they think there's more people there, and you might get some free trading. I think that's all that was good for.
Trying to get the surprise, and well, they will get a surprise because Nintendo Dex is creeping in towards that top.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to bait him in a little bit here. Remember, like you mentioned, yeah, that's exactly what Zion Spartan's doing.
He's just going to wait for that one creep to die so he can go to the next upper brush. He's going to hope that Squid gets a little confident here and pushes the minions. then he's going to decide to pounce for a gank. They lost the bottom turret. He's actually just running straight out.
Yeah, he's not having any of this. He's not going to catch it. Dodges out of the web. And he will back away. So very much cleverly avoiding the damage. So 3-2. And kills currently 1 turret apiece. That's the top turret and the bottom turret taken down by both duo lanes. 17.2k to 16.8k. Very close in gold. And we are seeing Shifter now making a move for the blue buff.
This could be the first big engagement we see of the game. ManCloud actually jumping over to realize that there's 3 members there getting poked back. Everyone trying to run up now. If Ezreal and Zyra can get here, they'll protect the blue, but it's been... where'd it go? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, they had to back away from this one. You do see Elise sticking around, but they realize there's 5 members of Team Fear up here because they are down the bottom. And you can see Zuna actually trying to catch out Zion Spartan, gets us a beautiful root on him, and Zuna putting a lot more damage on. That's going to force Zion Spartan away. Meanwhile, Nintendo Dex getting forced away. He tried to sneak in and smite that blue, but they're just beating him away. Don't mash me though. They are working this turret down. Is it going to be enough? You can see that True Shot Barrage just whispering past, and they are going to keep on it. Still, the blue buff looks like it's finally gone across the mandatory cloud.
Really got to see how this develops, because even with the Dragon, Good Game University is still down in overall gold. That really shows how much they've been getting just totally out-farmed in lanes. The fact that the 750 gold, sorry, not 750, the large amount of gold you get from the Dragon isn't paying off for them quite yet because they're still down.
So let's take a look across the items, Jack. What are we seeing developing here? You can see that Brutalizer that you mentioned. Oh, that's going to be the ultimate used, and when Ziggs just has to use the explosion, is it going to be enough? Flashes away as well. The Ignite's on him, but he will escape hit. Oh, ManCloud nearly got him there.
Bit of mobility from Shifter there. The big item build thing I'd have to say is the Tear of the Goddess on ManCloud's Jace, really showing he's not your regular top lane Jace that jumps on people off, and he's really just about that range nuke. They're comboing that with Rumble's ultimate, like you just saw there, to try to create pressure throughout the map. That's going to be in contrast to Zion Spartan's just straight up Nidalee split push. He's going all annoyance. Kindle Gem, Negatron Cloak, and a Doran Shield. It's just, he's not looking to kill anyone with that. He's just looking to distract, trying to keep Rumble and Jace away from each other.
A great turnaround there by Fear as well, realizing that they just put the pressure. Zion Spartan had to go back. And they just thought, we've just pressured the mid lane, let's steal that blue. And they were straight on it. Considering they just had so much pressure on their own blue, they just reacted very well. Almost like a fighter just countering each other's moves. And as it stands, Jat, we're just approaching 20k across the board, both teams. How are you leveling these teams out if we were to go into a 5v5 team fight right now?
It would all depend on the pre-fight, because if they could land a few shock blasts before they went in, Fear would have a huge advantage. The Rumble ult could come in and finish everyone out. The Zyra ult would have good zone control. But if the fight happens just straight up, Ziggs ults in as Lulu ults probably an Elise that would be in there to pop things up. I think GGU would have it. So it's all about the pre-fight. Straight up brawling goes to GGU. Long poke fest, go to Fear.
Let's see how that poke fest continues. You can see the water bombs of Ziggs. Pool party Ziggs, of course, in the mid lane. Continuing to put the pressure down. Ziggs definitely one of my favorites. I like Ziggs. He's good. He's a good poker, and he's continuing to poke. Zion Spartan, meanwhile, continues to keep the pressure down. They realize he's just trapped up the blue. They pinged down on there. Elise was lingering off in the mid lane, but Mandatory Cloud's not falling for this one. And they may get a bit of pressure on towards that mid turret. As you can see, red buff going to go to Zuna. They're going to work it way back down towards that bottom as well. And all the lanes, slowly but surely, grinding them down. They're happy to keep this turret up down the bottom.
I think they were mainly worried about the double buff Zuna that would come in and potentially truck them down. What GGU is trying to do here is you could see the whole map pressure was on their side. They were pushing every lane at the same time, and Fear was unable to punish. If they could continue to do things like that, eventually the pressure would boil over and they'd be able to take the game. But they've now fallen back. They went to shop, and at a terrible time, because it looks like Fear is going to be able to take this Dragon away, tying the Dragons up 1-1.
Yeah, very well timed by Fear. Fear there, they do pick it up. Nom 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 nom. Gentleman Cho'Gath noms it away. Actually, I don't think he's on Gentleman.
Regular Cho'Gath.
He's on regular Cho'Gath. Disappointing. But the blue buff is up. It's looking like Nintendo Dex is just lingering there. Actually, I don't think it is up. No, it isn't. He just happened to be there and teleporting away. Thought about trying to go for the Dragon instead. So, 23,000 to 22. Still very much even between these teams. How are we going to split this one, Jack? This is going to come down to surely a big fight.
It's really going to be a lot of poke that's going to come down at one point with Fear, and then it'll be about GGU's ability to get on that. The other thing is, poke teams want to be together as 5. Nidalee teams, which GGU has with Zion Spartan, don't want to be together as 5. So it's going to be a lot of kind of split pushing, poking at turrets, and then attempts at hard engages by GGU. Looking at the compositions, though, and the way this is shaking out, it's going to be difficult for GGU to get onto something. They're going to try to win something here because they have to get a bit of an edge to prevent those things from happening. Nintendo's gank bottom fails.
Yeah, ping straight away. That was clever play there from Muffin Cutie. Just quickly pinging, getting a vision onto there, trying to pop out the web, but it's not going to be enough. Nintendo Dex has to back away from the gank at that bottom lane. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you can see Smithy also trying to come around. Will he be able to catch on towards Shifter? Shifter launches himself, but there's the silence. The Rupture is going to land. They might have enough damage here. He's going to pop his ultimate out. He's trying his best to get away from this one with the Ignite, and there is Mandatory Cloud picking up the kill. At least tried to come in to help out, but was not enough. Great game.
The biggest thing that happened there is Ziggs burned his escape before Cho'Gath got to use his crowd control. Once the Rupture landed, it was just lights out for Ziggs. They're going to get that turret right off that.
Straight away, Nintendo Dex can't manage to keep them back, so that is a turret advantage for Fear right now. And that was the turnaround possibly they needed. Can they snowball it from here? It's giving them around about a 3k gold lead. The top lane just keep going back and forward between the two. You can see Squid, he's actually started to force him out a little bit here. He's got that Giant Spot, he's got a lot more health and the Sorcerer's Boots.
It's interesting that Squid just hasn't been able to push up that much. Silent Spartan keeping it on, despite just being an entirely full tank, trying to get ready to be able to brawl him, but just the overall pressure they're trading farm there. Not much happening.
So as it stands, it's very close between these two, and honestly, 2.5k or 3k gold difference is not that big a deal. It's around about 10% between the two teams, but it's not that great big of a deal. It is going to mean a couple of major items starting to get completed, certainly the AD carries.
It's going to be a lot of that item going into auras too. You can see a Runic Forward being completed on an X-Smithy, whereas Nintendo Dex is going for a Magic Pen build. So even though it's 3,000 gold, the effectiveness of the auras in teamfights is going to be huge. As they stole it.
ManCloud got it, and then you can see Smithy with his own one as well.
Yeah.
So they don't know which one actually managed to get the steal. One of them did.
It was a smite from Cho'Gath that got the steal. And that's going to be actually pretty big for them, having the double blue buffs with the extended poke. This is what they're going to try to do. Here's the moment we've been waiting for. This could be a very long poking engagement as they just shock blast from behind this wall and try to poke people down.
Oh, and they do manage to catch it, along with a Rupture and a Silence, and immediately having to E away from that one, trying to avoid the damage. Bottom turret went down just a moment ago. That's even turrets up 2-2. But as you mentioned, this is the siege that's going to continue. How are they going to break this sort of siege mentality? Ziggs is going to have to keep throwing the bombs out, but that's really all they've got.
And this is one of the reasons that blue steal was so big, because almost indefinitely Ziggs would be able to clear the waves back as they get poked down and they wouldn't get damage on the turret. But without the blue buff, he's eventually going to run out of mana, and they will have to fall back and give this turret up because the minions are giving them extended time on that tower. They're going to get it right now.
Straight away, got straight down there. Can they turn anything from this one? The ultimate comes out, but doesn't really do a great deal of damage. And you can see Nintendo Dex, he wants to get a pick of something. He hasn't quite got his weapon available at the moment. You can see ManCloud puts that acceleration gate, and everybody just zips away from the danger.
And look at the AD carry builds, as you pointed out earlier. They're pretty much identical. They're both going for Bloodthirst or Static Shiv, and they're both going to be able to dash around a bit and kind of duel each other, so there's not much difference there. The difference is in the jungle choice and the aura items as they get poked down a bit mid.
Zuna got caught out there, had to cleanse away from that one, so that's not going to be available for a while. Meanwhile, the top laners continue to juke it out. They've been there the entire time, just back and forward, back and forward. So if this is going to continue, how do you measure these two as a 4v4?
As a 4v4, I do give the edge to Fear, actually. Zyra's going to be able to give the disengage. ManCloud's going to be able to give the acceleration gate disengage. It's just, I don't see a way that GGU can actually get in and fight Fear. I feel like Fear's just going to be able to walk away almost whenever they want. This is what happened with the poke comps we saw during even the World Championships, is that Jace gate, especially with blue buff, was enough to just get out of there in almost all situations. And you add to that the pass-through route from Muffin Cutie Zyra, the rupture that people are going to be walking in through from X-Smithy's Cho'Gath. It's going to be very difficult for GGU to get anything happening.
Okay, something just happened there. Don't Match Me gave the red buff across the Zion Spartan. So the red buff is, how is that going to help push into Squid? Is that going to be enough?
That's them saying they're definitely losing the 4v4, and you need to help us, Zion Spartan. You need to distract 2 people so we don't have to 4v4. They're going to try to make that red buff count. They're going to try to let that kill Squid in that split push. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. Squid with the Rylai Scepter might be able to disengage Zion Spartan as well. They got that dragon timed just right, too.
Yeah, they are not anywhere near it at the moment, so Game University going to let this one slide, and Fear will pick up the second dragon for themselves, which is going to extend that gold lead to around about 4,000. See, as it stands, are they going to catch out there? They're pushing in towards the mid. Are they going to come across the side? Will they collapse around them? They realize that Ezreal is not there. Psycho Squid has to use his ultimate there. Catches a lot of damage on towards Nintendo Dex. Flashes for it, in fact. He's going to drop down onto them. He does flash through. And that's... Oh, Smithy's gone deep. Smithy's gone very deep, and he catches 3 people with a Rupture. Beautiful Rupture. The Zyra ultimate's going to catch 3 members as well. I am Andrew, who's going to be get called out as well. Nintendo Dex already gone down, but the damage coming out from Don't Match Me. Is he going to turn it around? No. Soon as joined the fight. Ziggs is trying to put as much down as he can. He did manage to get Mandatory Cloud. They're going to flash through, and Smithy will avoid the damage. All members very, very low.
And Zion Spartan is behind them, trying to poke down with spears. He might go in.
The spear lands on Smithy, not quite enough. He dives through. He's going to get caught out. He's going to have to jump away from this one, but he may pay for him with his life. He went too aggressive, and the rest of the team couldn't get around to help out.
This was just the explosion of split pushing coming in with engagement. They forced them into some action because Zuna was up top trying to push when Zion Spartan on Nidalee was down bottom trying to push the opposite side for Good Game University, and everyone just converged behind each other. They landed the right skill shots, created chaos, and when all that's over, it happened so long people have respawned. I think that was a 2 for 2? Something?
I don't know.
Looking at the goal, it looks like GGU came out of that slightly on top.
Smithy went down. Mandatory Cloud definitely went down. Nobody else for them. Zion Spartan definitely went down. Nintendo Dex definitely went down. Did Anjo go down? No, Anjo survived.
No.
So it was a 2 for 2.
Perfect.
Very close stuff there. Mandatory Cloud's going to pick up his blue buff. And well, it just showed that actually over an extended fight, it's still pretty close between these two.
The damage and spam that came out from Shifter Ziggs was huge. Like when ManCloud jumped in to follow up off of the Rupture and the Zyra ulti, he did not expect to get blown up that fast. That was really what turned it around. Don't Match Me comboing with Ziggs' damage was what turned that fight. They have to be very careful of that when they go in.
Okay, so we're looking across. Zion Spartan now completed the Iceborne Gauntlet's Void Staff, Ryla's Staff, sorry, completed also by Squid. And Squid has actually joined the team now. So he's like, we don't care about your split push. Zion Spartan is completely down the bottom lane, continuing to push. Will they be able to get this inhibitor?
It's 5v4. This is going to be a very tough hold. You can see Zion Spartan's thinking twice about going in, trying to hold his vision. He's going to keep this split push up, so they have to be able to hold this turret 5v4. They have a very limited window for this if they want to go back and stop Nidalee's split push.
Nidalee's split push continuing down the bottom. Anjo did get caught out by the True Shot Barrage there, but he has back to base now. Shifter taking a bit of damage as well. They're continuing to poke back and forward. And you see I Am Anjo now returning back. Is it enough? Let's have a look at that bottom turret. You can see it's still... Oh, that's going to go down. But the question is, will they lose this inhibitor? They are keeping the poke down. Is it going to be enough? Zion Spartan's trying to get in there. They're trying to do the damage. They're trying to put the plants down, but still can't manage to get it. They've got a Siege Minion and they're going to go in. Is it going to be enough?
That Siege Minion disappeared almost immediately. They now have the 4v4 that they still have a bit of an advantage in. You can see Squid getting poked down a lot by Zion Spartan. That build for him is enough kind of slightly poke damage to keep him going. This is going to be really telling whether GGU decides to go in or the Rumble ult. Squid's in trouble. They might have to send a second back to help him.
Oh, we just saw also the Ziggs ult coming out there. That just hit down the backside. They didn't quite catch it. They thought they managed to flash some away there. Didn't manage to catch the root either. And they're just going to back off. Oh, wow. You just see how strong Mandatory Cloud is. Everyone zipping around with that acceleration gate. Mandatory Cloud keeping the poke down, keeping them back. But is it enough? I don't know if they can sustain this.
And also down bottom, Zion Spartan finally ran out of mana, so he's going to have to go back, and they will have repelled this push. The sustained damage from ManCloud with that Mirror Mana and the blue buff is keeping the poke going crazy. Looks like the tides have finally turned a bit for Fear's poke. You know, their 4v4 is beating out Rumble and Nidalee's. They might try to persist this and get that turret down.
Well, they managed to lose that top turret to minions, so that does make it 4-5 in terms of turrets. Still very even between these two. Just 3,000 gold splitting the team, 7-4 in kills, 27 minutes gone in the game.
And there'll be a slight window here. They don't know exactly when Zion Spartan went back to base, so there will be 5 members of GGU before there's 5 members of Fear. If they decide to push up and poke that turret again, they might risk getting engaged upon. We'll see if they proceed with more caution since they do not have eyes on Zion Spartan.
We've just seen Psycho Squid actually He's been laying out a little bit of a trap. Now, Keep Story's got it clear. We have a big wave up the top here. They may be able to get this one down in time. We can see Muffin Cutie's coming around. He's also got, oh no, he won't, because there's the Ziggs ultimate completely wiping out the wave. It's like, you want this turret, you're going to have to tank it.
And it looks like they're pretty happy tanking it, in all honesty. They got most of that turret, and they finish it off straight away. Again, though, Zion Spartan back in the bottom with full mana. It's like a reset of what we just saw. They traded second-tier turrets almost within the last 2 engagements. Here we go again.
Squid's heading back. He's going to just instead go back. In fact, they've all backed off now, so he's realized it. Zion Spartan's instead going, fine, I'll take away the red buff. So, how is this split buff mechanic working out? Is GGU gaining an advantage from this?
It doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like Zion Spartan is making enough headway. It took him too long to harass down Squid. It ran out his entire mana pool, and then he didn't get much damage on that bottom turret. Still at about 2/3. The bottom inhibitor turret for Fear is not quite there. Now the Baron buff is up. Maybe they're going to start doing that, because even the base turrets for GGU aren't going down that fast. Fear's probably going to continue their 4-man assault because it has been working out for him, but just barely.
Don't Match Me nearly getting caught out in that mid lane. And well, look at the bottom lane. Look at that. Zion Spartan and Psycho Squid once again going at it. Baron buff is available. Baron buff? I suppose the buff is technically available.
Buff's available.
You kind of have to kill the Baron to get that buff, though. It's a small issue. As it stands, the dragon is now up, which is where you can see Fear are heading. And this would be their 3rd dragon of the game. And really, GGU have not contested this at all. Would this be the one?
Aside from the first dragon they got, they've been giving them all up. And when you go in with Nidalee, like, the team fighting difference between Rumble and Nidalee is vast. If there's any kind of 5v5 that Fear can handle, they're going to go for it. And they're trying to get engaged, trying to poke back off each other. Every 5v5 is advantage of Fear right now.
They're going for it. They're going to try and catch them out, but you can see the bombs coming down. Is it enough? They've tried to catch them out. They've separated them. Is it going to be enough to get them towards the turret? No. The Zyra ultimate just keeping them at bay. They tried to keep them away from the turret, but again, down the bottom, Zion Spartan is back on that turret. They're trading back and forth, but finally they get the inhibitor down. They were completely caught out of position.
They couldn't make it back to their base. They got cut out just right by Fear, but still, they're holding them back from getting that inhibitor. It is the slow burn to get through all of these turrets. They're now taking a bit of harass. You can see everyone on Fear a little bit low as they try to steal this blue buff. GGU might want to fight them here because they're not really in the best of positions if they can get in the gauge.
Oh, MadCloud actually thumping the blue buff through the tree line there. Didn't manage to catch it. And there's Nintendo X. He's got it. He's trying to tank the damage up. Zion Spartan's heading them off as well. Down the bottom, the pings are coming down furiously. It's got 4v5. It's a 5v5 now, but they can't catch up with him. As you said, the acceleration getting too strong.
Even with Zion Spartan flanking around the back with the persistent slows from his Iceborne gauntlets, couldn't do it. They just managed to get away. They could not close the gap. It might be time for a bit of panic here. They know a couple people on Fear are shopping back. They're going to try to steal a blue buff of their own and continue this engagement.
Well, they're heading round to the blue. We can see Zuna's round there. Smithy comes in, Squid and MadCloud. It's only support down there, and that True Shot barrage catching them all combined with the Rumble ultimate could be enough. The Lulu ultimate, Nintendo Dex is low. Zuna just wants to get it. He's flashed in there. Can he catch up to Sword Shifter? Shifter's surely low. One goes down. That's going to be Shifter. There goes Don't Match Me. And wow, that is the 280 carries. Surely can turn and burn onto Baron.
That was an amazing rumble off by Squid as Zion Spartan chasing around the back trying to get Muffin Cutie. They're going straight for this Baron. They don't really care about Muffin Cutie fighting with Zion Spartan, aside from the fact that he's given him that free Baron.
He's absolutely keeping him away as well. He's bullying Muffin Cutie. He realizes obviously because he had no mana. Nintendo Dex wants to try and get in a steal, but instead pays for it with life. He gets shouted down by Smithy, and that is going to be the Baron for Team Fear.
That all was after the rumble ult. You knew the GGU recognized the split push wasn't quite working. As Zion Spartan goes and split pushes
again. This will work.
We'll get it eventually. But it might not, he's not going to get the inhib. He got the turret. They're going to have to continue to try to do this, but that was their moment of trying to make something bigger happen. And they got caught in the jungle in the perfect corridor for Squid's rumble ult. And it was just over from that ult. It was incredibly placed. Taking the Baron buff after that. Now it's on Fear to try to push up the mid.
Yeah, they just simply got caught out nicely in a line. I mean, it was a brilliant ult. Brilliant combined 2 ults, in fact. The whole team sat on top of each other. So, 10-4 in kills, 6-6 even in turrets. Both got an exposed inhibitor. The question is, can they get pushing? with this Baron buff. You can see they're going to try and go for the bottom inner turret by the looks of it. That's the one they want to work on.
Get some pretty big items coming through as well. Last Whisper being completed on both AD carries. That now 6,500 gold advantage, about to become 7,500 as they take this dragon. Gotta say, Jace's items are looking very scary. ManCloud 423 attack damage with the Baron buff and Red Elixir going on top of that. That means his Shock Blast is going to be doing about 1 million damage, if my math is correct.
1 million damage, that's exactly how much it is. Zuno, well, you can see, just cleaning out that Static Shift. Static Shift, like you said, mentioned, it is sort of being picked more than Phantom Dancer these days.
It seems like it's growing that way. It has roughly to slightly less damage in straight up fights, but the fact that it can help AoE clear waves with that static proc really helps champions like Ezreal. Don't really know if it's the best choice on Graves, but definitely on something like Ezreal.
Zig's taking a full blast to the face there. Shifter will not be too good about that one. And they are going to continue to try. This time it's a 5v5 straight up standoff with the Baron. Zuno taking a lot of damage there. You see that spear just flashing past the screen. Didn't quite manage to catch on though. Don't mash me. Also taking damage. The spears are going to come out, but it's not an AP Nidalee. It's not going to be crazy hit spears, but it's still enough.
They're little bits of poke. I'm really amazed at how much lifesteal Ghost has already gotten back. He's taken a lot of poke, but with the Baron regen and his gratuitous amounts of lifesteal he has from that Bloodthirster, it's a lot of poke. I don't see GGU being able to hold this. They might get dove pretty soon. Not quite enough.
Not quite enough. Can they turn it around? Nintendo's had to back away. He got taken down very low. They're still slowly but surely chipping away on that turret, and they are taking it down. 35 minutes into this game, chat. Is there a great deal that GGU can do to come back from this one?
They gotta land the right stun on the right person. If Nintendo Dex could somehow get something onto Ezreal, but he's getting feasted by Cho'Gath. And
oh, bam! There you go. Hits it. Actually, it was the Rumble ult that stole it. They both went for it. True Shot Barrage as well. That's going to be the second inhibitor. The first inhibitor of the game, sorry. Second one is exposed. Will they continue on? No. They're going to play it safe. They're going to back away. Wise choice.
That's one thing people don't realize about the Rumble ult. It feels like it's damage over time, like it has to fall down. If you click it on a guy, it hits right away. Like, that damage comes immediately. That was nothing Nintendo could do to react to that Rumble ult getting placed right on his face from about 2,000 units away. They're going for that second inhib. There's nothing to stop this because that Baron buff is keeping them all healthy.
Yeah, Don't Match Me is a long way away. He's actually trying to get red buff instead, while the rest of the fear, he thought they'd all gone back, but instead they delayed, came around, still with the Baron buff, the regen on, the damage on. They are going to pick it up. No, well, you can see the Zig's ultimate. Is it going to be enough? Oh, collateral damage straight off across Muffin Cutie. But that doesn't matter. The rest of the team, well, Zion Spartan's trying to catch the Iceborne Gauntlet, trying to get a spear, but he's landing on Smithy, the last target you want to slow.
You're not going to be able to catch that giant monster with a Frozen Fist, especially when he gets assistance from the acceleration gate. They lost Muffin Cutie, but they got the second inhibitor. At this point, they still, how much time do they have left on this Baron buff? They got, it's gone. All right, Baron buff is over, but they got a lot with it. I feel like they're fully in the driver's seat at this point.
Yeah, double inhibs down, 8-6 in turrets, but more importantly, those inhibs. There's not a great deal done. The gamble has backfired. Zion Spartan's split push in Nidalee has not worked out too well for them. And now you can see slowly but surely, just look at the items that Psycho Squid has got. It's his second game running. He's been pushed up against it and came back.
You look at the gold, he's outpacing Zion Spartan by about 200. They weren't really laning against each other at the start, but for the past 20 minutes, they've been laning right against each other. The Twin Shadows is an interesting choice. They might use that to kind of get an extended initiation out. If they Twin Shadows, it'll slow 2 targets, which will allow ManCloud to land that 1 million damage Shock Blast on people, and they're going right for that third turret. GGU is going to have a member clearing super minions at their base, so it's going to be a 5v4 for them, and there's no way Zion Spartan can effectively split push with this much pressure on their base. They're pretty much in a lot of trouble right now.
Yeah, you can see actually, I am Anjo picking up an Oracle's Elixir here. Does surprise me considering they're pretty much compressed in their base.
I don't see, I mean, they have to pretty much go for elixirs right now. GGU needs to go all out. They have to fight here, in all honesty. They have to find a fight because the way the poke happens, they're just done for. And look at the poke!
Anjo just getting absolutely shredded there, and well, they realize Nintendo Dex taking down very low. He gets dropped by Squid. and they are just pushing straight through, but Squid may go down himself, he will, but it's to the detriment of Don't Mash Min. He goes down. That's going to be the inhibitor turret dropped, and now there's just the last inhibitor completely exposed, and Fear just pushing home to try and take home the win here. This would be a 2-0 victory for Fear. They would go straight through into a great position to try and make their way into Season 3. It was expected, Jat, but you're never too sure.
They might not be able to finish it on this push alone. It's gonna maybe.
Nope.
Maybe Don't Mash Me will die.
Don't Mash Me getting caught out. I Am Anjo also dropped as well. There's going to be Shifter bouncing around the map, trying to escape it. Well, a flash from Smithy. He wants to finish it here and now. One more hit. Muffin Cutie Pie is just going to say, whoop. Oh, no, he dodged it. He dodged it. And why? Sorry, Muffin Cutie, that I do keep on calling you Muffin Cutie Pie. You do not have the... Actually, he does have long hair as well, doesn't he, to be fair? Oh, there's going to be a jump. Muffin Cutie is going to go down. That's an Oracle burn. Can he get on towards Smithy? The passive's going to come around, tries to snipe out someone. But they do hold on.
Just by barely.
I don't think they're going to do it in a Super Blaze here.
3 inhibitors down. They're down 9,000 gold, but the thing is they've been losing the most of their team fights. And actually, they're hoping on a Zubu Blaze right now. That's what Nintendo Dex is going for. Everyone trying to hold. They got the home guard boots. They're trying to do it. I don't see it happening, though. 3 waves of Super Minions and a Baron buff just spawned. This is where Fear, we saw last game, they took it real slow. They're probably going to get this Baron buff. Everyone's going to be having the elixirs, all the extra items. Look at Jace. I just want to see 461 AD for the Baron buff. Maybe they're going to get this Baron for sure.
So what do you think of that build then?
I like it. I like that build a lot. The Mer mana is huge amounts of damage when he gets the triple hits in with Hypercharge. He's going straight AD, now with 500 of it. He has incredibly generous AD ratios. I think it's a 1.7 when he puts his Q through his Shock Blast. Amazing poke. The only thing you might want to do instead of that second Bloodthirster would be an Infinity Edge, because if you ever get a chance to triple hit a Hypercharge, you can crit for like 1,400 because it amplifies twice. Other than that, though, it's pretty much the perfect mid-Jace build.
You're pretty sure you're going to kill the target, that's for sure. There's
Yeah.
not many people that can take that sort of damage sustain. And here we go, you can see the waves. This is where Azubu Frost messed up. They didn't wait for the 3 waves of Super Minions to all pile in, but Fear are doing just that. They are completely relaxed. They are taking their time. This is their second win of the day, and honestly, it's got to feel good for them. And you can see Nintendo Dex goes in, but he goes too deep. Muffin Cutie did get taken down by Don't Mash Me, though, off at the side there. But as it stands, Jat, I don't think there's a lot they can do about this.
They traded the support for a jungler. Here come a whole heap of Super Minions. They take down the third inhib once again to make sure it's cycled. The poke's coming down, and look at that inhib. Here it goes.
The Rumble comes through. That's going to be the Nexus down. And Team Fear take victory. And that has got to feel good. They are just one step away. One best of 3. That's all it is now. And they are in Season 3. They are secured. And honestly, second favorites, I guess, from this tournament. Certainly favorites for this group. And it has played out exactly as we expected. So, Good Game University, they have one more match to go. Can they win it? Team Tower Dive TV versus Epic is also going on. Still going on. But Jat, take us through just this game, what we've just seen. What do we break down from that? What do we see from GGU and what do we see from Fear?
I think mainly for Fear, their experience shown through. And surprisingly, Psycho Sid, or Squid, which his name is in this tournament is, he was Psycho Sid before he changed his name. I think he was the star of those games. He was 1v2 up against it both times and then made huge impacts in team fights. I think that's really what swung it in both games. The experience, and also Gosuzuna going to AD after Aphromu leaves. He used to be their top laner. Really adapting well to that lane. He did amazingly well. I gotta say, Fear showed their experience, and GGU showed a little bit of nerves and didn't quite have the team comp set down.
So we have a replay for you guys. It's going to be towards the end of the game as Fear start to drive home their advantage. Let's take a look at it on the screen. Oh, or not.
Maybe not.
I was baited into that one.
Oh,
I was baited into that one. But nevertheless,
Yeah.
Team Fear.
Team Fear through, you can see those guys, they were relieved after that one. It's so much pressure coming in here. They were a top seed. Like, them and Curse are the 2 teams that qualified from the North American regionals. They're head of the bunch. They're the ones that should, by all intents and purposes, make it through.
And more importantly, they've had a really vital change just in the last couple of weeks with Aphromu. I mean, they've had to adjust so well to this one. Zuna coming down to AD, and you know it's worked out fine for them.
Yeah, it's a theory from another sport. You're going to lose this one.
Okay, it's just going to
lose
it's
one.
American reference coming
It's
up.
American reference. It's called the Ewing theory from the New York Knicks. When a team loses a star player, sometimes it allows all the other players to
shine.
rise up and shine. And that could be what happens with Fear here, because all the attention for everyone on Fear is like, Aframu, Aframu, Aframu. He took the spotlight away from everyone else. He didn't allow the other players to even feel, I mean, it wasn't him. It was the community doing it to them, but they didn't allow the other players to feel like stars. Now that it's gone, it's like, holy crap, Mandatory Cloud, holy crap, Psycho Squid did amazing things in that top lane. And even though you had Zuna going 4-1-8, it was the whole team. So...
Yeah, I mean, fantastic stuff there, but we do have a close match going on right now on stream too. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's check it out. It is going to be Epic Gaming versus Team Tower Dive. Let's take it over to Freak and Kobe24.
Purchase with your money. After you make a bunch of wins like that, go buy your items so that you can actually win the next fight.
Yeah, it's about 1,000 gold per person on Epic Gamer here. A lot of global gold picked up recently, but it does give that brief chance for a counterattack here. Team TDT is doing a good job. All right, so I've just been notified that the winner bracket game there has just finished here from the group stage. For those of you just joining us, we are 33 minutes in to a very epic game between Team Tower Dive TV and Epic Gamer. Once again, this is the elimination match. The team that loses here is completely out of the tournament. TDT started out with about an 8,000 gold, and they are now trying to keep themselves into this one and close it out. A fight breaking up now. There's initiation, so much damage, and there is the Misfortune ultimate. There's health bars getting eviscerated. 1, 2, and 3 kills picked up. Urk Mazzino cutting back, Salty very low, and here comes Westrice, picks up 1, but he's gonna fall right afterwards. Salty dropping down as well. Everybody low on health, but it's a 5 for 2. And TDT now looking very, very good. A win here puts them up against GGU for the last spot in the group.
Great presence of mind there by TDT, engaging while Salty is in the jungle, nowhere to be found during that. You can see how close that team fight was with Salty not even being there. And then he came in at the very end to try and pick up some kills. If he had been there from the very beginning, that could have turned out completely differently. Great job by TDT. They're going to take advantage. They don't want to push it, though, because Zyra's going to come back up pretty soon. Dan's going to come up right after that, and those are two very good champions at picking you off. They don't want to take any chances. They'll grab a dragon. They'll take their inhibitor turret and just leave with that.
Yeah, so they've sent back Cybolic. He's looking at a Guardian Angel up next. He's just being full tank Vladimir. Yes. Meanwhile, the Double Bruiser are getting Dragon for themselves.
He's full tank Vladimir with a death cap, so he's still got a lot of bite to him. And because of his passive, health and AP, they work off each other. He gets a lot more of each with both of those huge items. So he's spent his money in very, very high potency items, going both a little bit of offense and a little bit of defense here. And it's very good for them because he is like the secondary tank for them.
Yeah, and he's also the secondary carry in a way. I feel like he's... Yeah. Actually, I guess I should probably take that back. Aurelia is probably going to do more damage than
Aurelia
he
is doing a huge amount of damage with that combo Triforce, your favorite item, as well as the Brother of the Wind.
So much damage coming out from that guy. So we're seeing more builds getting completed. The Runic Bulwark we mentioned earlier. Shirelli has finally popped up here for Pure Golden Boy, though. So that will help them at least a little bit in initiation and running away from things. But does anything stand out to you here at this point?
Yeah, I mean, the Shirelli's was something that I was going to say that initiation is huge. Both of these team fights have been determined by who's the initiation. We saw Epic make a huge play when Salse actually kited the whole team through the rest of his team, and they were able to get a lot of free damage off. So really the extra speed is going to determine the next speed. Oh no, they are going to have a team fight right now. Everyone's going, oh no, Westrice.
It's close. Westrice is now a little bit surrounded. He's got Salsi nearby. Kisuke, so much pain onto him. They're going for the punishment. They will punish Salsi there. It's a 1-for-1 though. Misfortune is gone. Westrice stealthing. He's going to run right up to Kosa. They'll look at the burst damage, and they're going to pick that one up. 2 for nothing, but uh-oh. X-Zevs, he is in a bad situation, has to jump over the wall. Smites away the Wraith. Might as well take that one.
Little counter jungling on the run for him, and if he can get out of this, that will be huge for them because they have taken out both of the solo lanes for Epic Gamer, but now he's going straight into the base, get a little free damage on this inhibitor, and the rest of his team is joining him. They aren't going to get another free kill here. It's going to be a 3-on-4.
The lack of an AD carry is going to make this a little bit scary there. It's a good ranged advantage for Epic Gamer, but the inhibitor's going to fall too fast. Cat 8, he is on chase duty, but instead of that typical Trinity Force or even Iceborne Gauntlet build, no slows from him. They will not chase anything out here.
He's going pure damage, and he really needs to be that pure damage source because there's not a lot of sustained damage. Kha'Zix is very bursty, and if they have the damage from Ezreal get someone low, Kha'Zix can finish him off and get a reset, then doing a huge amount. But they've been in these sporadic fights. Like we saw right here, it was 2 different 3-on-2s. It just happened that Tower Dive TV was able to get both of the kills, and Epic was only able to grab 1 of the kills.
Well, I think part of the difficulty was who exactly they were chasing, because Ezreal being in a fight, he doesn't crowd control much. He doesn't make people really get stuck in place, and so when Aurelia jumps on you and Tarek jumps on you, it's a really bad situation. But meanwhile, Jarvan, you know, again, that jump over the wall, the drive-by smite, you know, the people that you catch is very, very important when you catch them.
Yeah, no, not only is he slippery, but he's also extremely tanky. He's got 2 Giant's Belts built into those items right now. He's got the Ancient Golems as well as the Sunfire Cape. Plenty of armor with the Ninja Tabbies and Doran's Blade, but he's also got a Black Cleaver right now. A lot of people think of it as an offensive item. It gives a decent amount of health as well.
Yeah, 250 health per Black Cleaver there, so both Jarvan and Misfortune carrying that. And
Another Giant's Belt, there we go.
Yeah, just, you gotta get tanky. I mean, you're fighting an assassin-based lineup, or specifically a reset-based lineup here with Westrice onto Kha'Zix, and if you deny those resets later and later, you're just denying all the damage output that's available. And actually, I want to point out something real quick on how Black Cleaver works on Jarvan. Both his passive and his basic attack deal physical damage, so his first auto attack against a champion is actually 2 stacks of the Black Cleaver passive.
Yeah, any source of physical damage is going to proc that. I like that there's 2 home guard upgrades already for Epic, because they've got an inhibitor down, so they're going to be fighting inside of their base. Most of the members should be looking for those home guard upgrades. They've got 2 people with only level 1 boots though. PGB and Westrice are not going to be able to upgrade that for a while. Ezreal has his level 2 boots. He could easily get a home guard, and they are going to be forced into defending this top turret. Dan's going in from the back.
This could be a very scary situation. They don't quite have anywhere to run. Make It Rain going out. Nope, they're going to clear this one out. A bit of poke from Westrice.
They're going to get caught outside their base now.
Oh my gosh, they're going to go in. Dandon in the front. There's the Vengeful Maelstrom. A great Ezra ultimate. It's Zev's up in front. Cat 8 kiting him so well. That's going to be a dead Jarvan. Now Kisake getting kited around Westrice. And it's Salsi getting away from that one. PGB getting chased out. Cat 8 picks up that kill. And he's still in the mix, actually surviving right now. Symbolic caught a beautiful charm. Means he's going to be in a really, really bad place. But can he pick up PGB? He gets 1. And there's the Guardian Angel revive. Now who is next? Taylor gets out. Symbolic not going to go anywhere. 3 for 1. A reset for Westrice. He's now found Kisake. That's not a great place for it to be. Dan Din's up in the mix. Cat 8 picks up 1. And Dan picks up the other. But Misfortune does manage to trade 1 back. So
Westrice dies to a super creep right there in the back. He can't take it. I have to say, Salsa in that fight just made that entire fight. He kited both Vladimir and MF, who had Guardian Angels, so you didn't want to focus those targets. They have huge damage. He was able to kite them in the back, making great use of his ultimate, while the rest of his team took out the targets that didn't have Guardian Angels. And then they were able to come back after they were in a numbers advantage and kill off the Guardian Angels and the second cycle of the live of both of those champions. So not only did they win the team fight, they got Baron, they also killed off both of those Guardian Angels. Amazing.
That is absolutely huge. There's just such a power difference now. You know, the entire game, TDT had been ahead. They started out like 5-1 in kills. The pressure was on the entire time. You're still seeing them with a 7-kill lead. You're still seeing a 1,600 gold lead. Now actually jumped to about 2,000 with that turret going down. And yet it just seems like when the fights go Epic's way, it just looks the complete opposite.
Yeah, their backs are against the wall, and they are not going to let this one go. I would expect nothing less from our first elimination game. Both teams really want to stay in this, and it has come back to an extremely close game, 40 minutes, and it started out with a huge deficit. We saw that 19-9 kills. Yeah, Epic's doing a good job coming back, though. Tower Dive TV picks up the extra gold from Dragon, so although they did get Baron on Epic, and they got that global gold, Tower Dive answers back.
Yeah, Tower Dive TV really keeping themselves in this one, partially from kills, but partially because of the 7-3 turret lead. Such a huge amount of gold coming out from that. Also getting almost every single dragon. I think a couple, Dan didn't pick one up right before a 0-for-3 team fight. But TDT, despite the Baron buff, are actually playing the aggressive. This is actually very scary.
Yeah, and actually they've got the GA advantage on Epic right now because both of TDs are cycling. Dan almost going to fake this.
He's going to find Pure Golden Boy. There's Misfortune catching 2. Pure Golden Boy dying so very fast, but still gets the Strangle Thorns out. That is 1 traded. Westrice flashing over the wall. He is safe. Cat 8 on a killing spree. This looks like the momentum here for Epic Gamer. The damage is coming out. Cybolic in the mix. Will Cat fall down? Ezreal's getting low. Misfortune in the front. She's going to fall, actually. And there comes Westrise. Picks up 1, 2, 3. And there is only now the Jarvan left alive. He is running away up here. And that is the second teamfight in a row that has gone entirely in Epic's favor.
Yeah, that was almost entirely in Epic's favor. Westrise actually cut himself off. I mean, he flashed over early to try and avoid all that damage, but then he couldn't get back over. Tried to chase Jarvan for a little bit. Jarvan, we've seen him get away from just everything this game. He is a slippery little man there. But yeah, they'll take a 1-for-4 any day. Shoving up middle right now. They need to equalize the downed inhibitor turret.
They're going to go for this right now. Dan Din will happily base tank that turret. Now, Vengeful Maelstrom does actually not block turret damage, but it does block minion damage at the very least, so he's going to take a little bit better there. Pushing on. The inhibitor's going to be there, as that will be the equalize.
Awesome. And their inhibitor is back up. Now Tower Dive TV, they need to focus. They're going to have to answer back. They were ahead really early in this game. For the first half of this game, actually. And they've just kind of lost a little bit of their bite. Like you said, they're not a veteran team. They're not quite accustomed to how to finish off these high-stakes games.
Yeah, and Epic just doing such a phenomenal job of defending. And technically, TDT is still ahead. They have a 300 gold lead.
They're up, not. There we go.
All right, there we go. For the first time in the game, really, for more, Epic Gamer has an actual gold lead.
Yes, they're finally ahead. Actually, the first time in 2 games, I think.
Yes, sorry. For the first time in the tournament, Epic Gamer has a gold lead.
There we go. First time of the entire tournament. Westrise getting his level 2 boots finally. We got 43 minutes in. He upgrades to those Mercury treads so that he won't get locked down by the Taric so hard.
Yep.
The Taric stun just completely destroys him there. He has also actually, the Mura mana has come out. It's been upgraded now. He's used up all the charges from that tier, and now he's going to be hitting like a beast. He's got plenty of penetration, flat cleaver, comboed with that last whisper. So we finally get to see the late game Kha'Zix. Everyone's been talking about it. Will he be able to murder in the next team fight? I think it's going to come down to that. They've got this Baron buff. They want to make use of it.
Well, I think there's a good chance of this at this point.
It just ran out. No more Baron buff.
Well, even without the Baron buff, in 3 minutes we'll see that respawn. So 4650, the respawn there on Baron. But Epic, they're still in the situation where they've got the gold lead. They've got actually the Guardian Angels
and the inhibitor
about
lead.
to come up. Yeah, the inhibitor
That's
lead.
Key.
They've got great items there. The Mana Mune completed and upgraded to Muramana here for Kha'Zix. But the Guardian Angels just came up here for 2 of the main carries for Cybolic and Kisake. And that could be a very important thing here for Tower Dive TV.
Yeah, so technically, I guess you could say they've got 7 lives on their team. It's not exactly that way because you don't come back with too much health, though. And Westrise, he can just easily reset off of a person who's downed by a Guardian Angel. 600 life is nothing. That's 1 Q for Westrise.
Yep. Just on the Westrise. They are pushing right up against this turret here. Cat 8, a lot of punishment. Koso getting a bit low. Salty's shots missed. There's a little bit of pain coming out. The poke on both sides. Dan's still up in the front. But this is definitely Epic being the aggressor here.
Yeah, he's soaking up plenty of damage with that ultimate and his extremely tanky build. He has not even gotten a Shirelia's. He just went pure tank mode with that Maokai, and they really need it because they need that meat shield up front.
All right, there we go. Pink ward up there, trying to spot out any wards that could be nearby. Cybolic taking a lot of punishment down to half health. Just look at the poke they get against him. That is a brutal situation to be in. Those charms bring him to half health.
Yeah, this picking team comp that they have is also doubles as a decent poke comp. Salty able to snipe like an expert with that charm. Anytime he lands that, it's going to be a huge amount of free damage because Ezreal's great at following that up with free Mystic shots.
Okay, again, back and forth. Dandin going in once more. And there's the initiation. They're going to try to find Ezreal. Cat 8 gets out. And here the fight has begun. It's Cybolic in the front, dropped extremely low. Has Guardian Angel Salty. Going to try to make that one an assassination, but instead it's all about Koso. He's going to fall down. XZ's getting dropped quite low as well. Westrise gets found. He's going to fall down. Cat 8, no Guardian Angel, but he's still safe right here. And Kisake, he's going to have a bad situation as well. Guardian Angel is on. They've traded 2 for 1 so far. He's not going to make it back up. 3 for 1. Epic Gamer still pushing forward.
Yeah, that's the drawback of those Guardian Angels. You come back with 30%, but like, that's going to be nothing if there's 4 people around you. Now Cybolic in the same situation.
Nice. Cat 8 does jump out of range. Cybolic tries to go for the damage. He does get the ult down. Cat 8 might just be falling from this one. Dandin's so low. Cybolic, can he get the punishment? Salty's so low. Can he get it? Yes, he will. It's PGB alive, and now a 1 versus 1, and Jungler seems to beat support. They've kept their base alive.
Yeah, it's a valiant effort. And not only did they get the bottom inhibitor turret, but the minion wave up top took that top inhibitor turret as well. So they got the entire outer row of turrets down. Only thing they have left are Nexus turrets and inhibitors. This is really starting to look dire for Team Tower Dive.
Tower Dive TV there. Still with a 5-kill lead, to be fair, but they're now down 2 turrets and 2 Barons at this point, as well as the inhibitor. This is finally turning. I mean, I wouldn't say starting to look around. It was looking like it was turning around for a while here for Epic Gamer, but this is the first time we could really say they are definitely ahead.
Yeah, and because they were ahead early, a lot of them already upgraded their level 3 boots. They didn't get Home Guard, which is huge in defending your base when your inhibitor turrets are down. Team Epic, they got their Home Guard because they were on the back foot early. But now, Team Tower Dive are really going to be hurting without those. And it's going to be said, the Guardian Angels, once again, that fight, they also lost both their Guardian Angels, so those are going to be on cycle for next team fight. Meanwhile, Ezreal's was not up, so he's got a fresh one ready to go, and Epic is feeling really good about this. They can force something at Baron, they can go for free inhibitors, they have plenty of options with all the turrets down. The entire map is open to them right now.
Yep, well, neither team with ward coverage on Baron. They're making a beeline over towards it, trying to spot out. And now I think at this point, both teams know that they're like, yeah, Baron respawn, guys, let's sit here. There we go, finally a ward over the wall for Tower Dive TV.
I don't think that Epic should force this Baron. They should at least not start the Baron, because anytime you force yourself into that little cove, you open yourself up to the MF ultimate. An MF ultimate on your entire team could be devastating. There's exposed inhibitors right now that could easily force a team fight without taking any damage by pushing a lane. This way, if they're in Baron, not only is it a bad position, but also Baron is hurting them.
Well, Baron is hurting them, but so are they hurting Baron down to half health. X's puts the Jarvan flag down, he spots it, and immediately Epic is going to pull back. You're right, though, they could have gone for a lane. He's going to find Kisake, though, down about a quarter of his health, and there's the mix in the front. There we go, Salsi, so much pain. Kosa, Urkwazino not in a great shape. He's going to fall down first. MF ult not getting too much punishment. Dandin still in front, finding more people to hit. He's going to flash right back out of range. Ezra ult, Cybolic not in a good place. He's going to fall as well. They've killed off Kha'Zix, but it's a 2-for-1 so far. Flashing over the wall, they're trying to get away. Kisake locked up. He's going to pick up 1, he's going to pick up 2. We should look at that, they're still in a pretty good shape. He's got a triple kill on himself, but Cat 8 and Pure Golden Boy, they are not to be trifled with right now.
Oh, the MF does so much damage, and Jarvan is the tank of all tanks right now. They're actually able to turn that one around. After losing the first member of those team fights, I have to say that the forcing at Baron, not quite the best decision. Dan went in to try and catch out MF, which is a good pick, as long as the rest of your team is there to follow up. The team wasn't there to follow up. They also ended up burning that Zyra ultimate on top of it, and that is 2 huge cooldowns. You don't want to be wasting the knockup from that Zyra ultimate. It is really huge. And then Dan's 20% damage reduction from his ultimate was also in the wrong place for that team fight. Again, this is anyone's game. This is the most intense game I've cast in a very long time. Whichever team loses, again, they're out of it forever, so nobody's going to let up anytime soon.
And the winner will be facing Good Game University, and that match, which will be really on both streams right after this, determines the second quarterfinalist from this group. I mean, either of these teams are 2 games away from being one of the last 8 teams. I mean, one of the last 8 teams in this tournament. We're
Season 3, basically.
5 teams from this tournament are making it into Season 3. If you're a quarterfinalist, you have a 5 of 8 chance of making it from there. That's better than 50%. Is pretty good odds at that point.
Yeah, that is great. This time it's Tower Dive, though. They're going to start up on Baron, forcing it themselves.
All right, there we go. It's getting down lower and lower. There's the Ezra ultimate. They're going to go in. Baron buff is now theirs. Dandin caught a bit alone. Ezra's nowhere to be seen in this fight. He's taken a bunch of punishment. Kisake getting dropped quite low himself. Dan down to half. Rampage. PGB is dead. Dandin still tanking everything. Finally goes down there. Double kill for Misfortune. They're chasing down Cat 8. Now they're chasing Salsi. Salsi's going to flash forward, but he will not find Kisake. And now only Cat 8 is alive.
Again, a disjointed engage for Epic right there. The rest of the team not able to follow up. They were just out of place. And it was a great, actually, Baron force by Tower Dive TV, and that might give them the game.
Oh, he's going to be on his way back. The flash in. There's Urkwazino. True damage. The cleanse won't matter. There's the Guardian Angel. Okay, and Uruk re-engages when Tarek flashes across the wall, he finds him, and you are a dead AD carry, and they've got 35 seconds to take down this base. Tower Dive TV, are they going to be the team? It looks like they will. They will knock Epic Gamer out, dash their Season 3 hopes for now, and move on to face Good Game University up next. Congratulations, TDT. 51.5 minutes, the game is yours.
Wow, what an upset right there. A lot of people were favoring Epic to make it all the way through this tournament.
Yep.
They're one of the first teams out.
They are.
They're the first team out.
They're literally the first team
They are
out.
literally the first team out.
Wow, so there we go. Their hopes dashed. We do have another game coming up. It's going to be Tower Dive TV. We saw them drop to Fear with an early good start, but faltered in the end. Good Game University, they dropped to Fear as well. So both these teams have the exact same record. They both beat Epic. They both lost to Fear. Now it's going to be them heads up. Who's going to make it into the quarterfinal?
Hey, if you can do that to Epic, then hats off. I have just been reignited as a Tower Dive TV fan.
Yeah, this is really good. You know, it's good to see the teams coming through sort of the underdog story, right? They knew they're the underdog. They embraced that. You know, they're one of the online qualifier teams, but they did amazingly. They've had good openings both games. They've closed out this one. Guys, we got a commercial break, but after that, coming up next, we're going to be joining Jat and D-Man, who will be calling the action for the final game of the first group of the day, Tower Dive TV versus Good Game University. The Season 3 North American Qualifier continues live from Los Angeles in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time to get down to business. We've seen one team eliminated already, and well, would you have called it? That's the question with your predictions earlier on. Epic Gaming are out.
They're gone. 0-2. That last game was honestly pretty amazingly crazy, though.
A game of throws, I believe.
They're playing catch.
They are
throwing
playing
it back
catch,
and forth.
Yeah, we saw them Reddit threads, but very well put by those guys. But so, that's it. Team Tower Dive now versus Good Game University. One of these is going to get through to tomorrow, but one is going to go home and join Epic Gaming.
I think
Who will it be?
The favorite coming in, Good Game University. Their game against Fear was pretty close. Fear beat them on it fairly handily by the end of it.
Yeah.
Team Tower Dive would have the momentum coming in from the last game, but at the same time, you could see in that last match against Epic, they do have problems closing games.
Yeah.
So even if they get the lead on GGU, I don't know if they're going to be able to drive it home.
And remember,
Quite an experienced
GGU
team.
managed to beat Epic really within 23 minutes, I think it was, something like that. They were joining us.
Yeah.
About 23 minutes
Because our game was
in.
25 minutes.
It could have been a crazy level 1 fight. We don't know how that snowballed, how that came about. But that was a long game by Team Tower Dive.
Over 50 minutes, yeah.
And that really, they could have lost it, and then they could have won. They could have lost it, they could have won it. Wow, crazy match.
Any of those moments could have just ended their dream right there. Right? They could have been just out of it. I know a lot of the fans are probably disappointed Epic Gamer's gone. Dandin,
There's a lot of fan
Salsi,
favorites.
West Rice, just, it's too bad. I mean, even Pure Golden Boy gets to finish pharmacy school now because he hadn't been playing that much due to that, but doesn't have to worry about splitting time between that anymore.
Gets to keep his school going, but
yeah.
So I mean, it's not over for these guys. Let's be clear.
Challenger circuit, yeah.
All of the teams that are here, they're all good players. Let's be frank.
Yep.
There's going to be 8 teams looking for substitutes. As far as I'm aware, there's Link as one, which is at CLG.
Yeah.
Curse have got
Rux.
Rux.
But they're not even in the league yet,
They're
technically.
not even there yet. We'll see later on. But other than that, TSM don't have a sub yet, as far as I'm aware, that I know about.
Correct. Dignitas doesn't have one.
Could be Dandin.
Would be.
Would they go in the same team again, though? They never went in the same team before. Dan and Andy, obviously Reginald and Dandin brothers. They get on well, but not as a game.
Yeah, they get along well, but their personalities are not. They're both strong personalities, to say the least, so they may disagree with each other a bit in games.
And you may be wondering, we're talking about substitutes, of course. All the teams need subs. We're going to be playing every single week. Thursday, Friday in North America, Saturday, Sunday in Europe. So all of these 16 teams that will eventually qualify, 8 in America, 8 in Europe, will need substitutes. Because, frankly, things happen. People get ill. People need to go and do something else that week. Something crops up. I mean, to commit to an entire year, and it is 56 games overall, I believe. 28 games in the first section, 28 games in the second section.
That is something I cannot confirm.
I'm pretty sure that's how much it is. It's
Okay.
a lot of games.
Confirmed.
Confirmed straight away. So, yeah, I mean, that is a lot of games for these guys to commit to. That is a heck of a lot of League of Legends.
Regular season.
It is a regular
Sport
season.
league.
Yeah. So the
Could be
problem is, you need someone that can fill in. If your top laner goes ill, mid laner, jungler, support, AD. If one of those guys goes ill, you need 2 supports. I'm not saying supports, but 2 subs to basically get in there. So there's a lot of spots available for these guys.
Even Nijaki from Curse isn't going to the next LAN for them. I am Katowice. Rux is going in mid because they couldn't get his visa in time.
They couldn't get his visa in time, so immediately they've got a sub for next weekend.
Yep.
So, GGU, they look good, they look calm, they look confident. Right there on your screens.
They look a little worried, in all honesty. I can see that. I can see a little bit of worry in their face.
Damie's not playing for Team Tower Dive.
No.
She's standing in, she's sorting all the computers out, making sure everybody's got the settings right. And we've got a little fancy gizmo here that these guys can just do a little drop-down select and get their settings ready, speeding things up.
They were all in yesterday so they could set their key bindings, mouse sensitivities, absolutely everything, and it got saved in a setting for them. They show up, log in, pow. They should be ready to go on the computers. But still takes the matter of getting them from the other set to this one. They were just on the second stage, no break for them. GGU, having that defeat, had a bit of time to think about it, regroup, whereas Team Tower Dive hasn't really had time to plan.
And we can see that GGU have chosen to go blue side at the moment. We can see it in the select screen. We've had some discussions over this lately, Jat, off air, of really the sides, the benefits of the blue and the red right now. Used to be that the blue was always picked because you had the golems down the bottom, gave you a bit of an advantage, helped you get level 2 earlier on.
Yep.
But it seems lately that certainly in Korea, certainly in a lot of tournaments, that it's starting to become the red side for the counters.
It's starting to get that way. It's definitely not there yet.
Yeah.
Because in Season 2, you're right, it was like 95.5% of the time. Blue side is the side you always wanted. But now that there's like so many, another thing that's contributing to the swap, it's probably about 60-40, 66-33 blue side to red side now. A couple things contributing to that. It could just be so many champions that can go both top lane or jungle or mid lane, right? Just the absolute swapping, making your teams more versatile. And then there's also the fact that double golems aren't necessarily as easy to take. The rising prevalence of the 2-man laners being better up top. And that last counter pick being more and more valuable for these guys as they try to complete team comps.
And there you go. That's the hand warmer that you were talking about earlier on in the day. That's one of the things you've got to do. You've got to keep your hands warm. And it's a big important part because at the end of the day, these 2 hands, That is your game right there.
My hands are cold right now.
My hands are cold.
I know. We need
hand warmers. No, we're not quite at that level. Well, I'm not anymore. You may be, but I'm
not even close.
Not even close anymore. But yeah, so what are they going to discuss? They're coming up to the match here. You can see them on the screen. They were sat there. Last-minute preparations. Obviously, these guys are prepared heavily. They've not faced Team Tower Dive, but they will have researched them. They will have known exactly what's going against them. Team Tower Dive as well against Good Gamers University. They would have expected to win this one. Both teams expect to win. Everybody's coming into this tournament. Nobody's going, we're going to come up here and we're going to suck. Nobody's said that. Everybody's coming here saying, 100% we're going to qualify.
I'd say Team Tower Dive would have done more scouting on GGU than GGU would have done back for them. Because if they're shooting to be the upset team, you had fairly clear first and second seeds in Fear and in GGU, and they should have their plan for them. Whereas GGU might not know that Team Tower Dive team because they were probably expecting Epic Gamer to be the ones they would have to play in this match if they were to get through again.
Well, we are into Champion Select, and let's see what bans they're going to come up with here, Chad. What are you expecting from these two teams? We've seen some fairly standard ones, but a Rumble ban to start with.
I think Imanjo's going to try to play Lulu again for sure, but as far as bans, Evelyn has got to be banned.
Absolutely.
Blitzcrank most likely banned. From there, we might see a Shen because it does seem like Team Tower Dive like that a lot, but they're really taking their time with that last ban, letting the clock go down all the way to 0. Aurelia and Eve.
Wow.
So GGU knows what they want.
They want.
They're just spamming the click button right the entire time as they're trying to get their bans back.
So Aurelia being taken away. So Zion Spartan top lane, keeping that away from him. Do you think they're going to go for Nidalee?
They could go for anything, in all honesty. They could go Elise, right? They have the dual class
We've
Elise.
seen Elise in pretty much most of the games so far, yeah.
Elise is going to be seen in a lot of the games. Even last night in the OGN, we saw Elise supporting as well. So
Support
Elise was twice in that 5-game set.
I have never seen that, that's for sure.
Pretty
but that
aggressive
just shows
in the
the
1v2
versatility
lanes.
of the game. The fact that these teams can pull things out. Most teams, if you're just selected down a solo queue, they'll be like, that's it, I'm leaving.
It's probably what's still happening, to be fair.
But these top teams, well, there you go. Kha'Zix being banned out and Blitzcrank. We kind of expected it. GGU just watched TDT playing against Epic. We saw Westrise on Kha'Zix. Didn't quite work out for him. And Rise, the final ban. Wow, insta-lock, Shen.
That was one of those things that we thought would be banned. GGU obviously sees a lot of strength for it.
We've just seen Misfortune for TDT. Do we get a Mumu Misfortune?
That would be the combo, right? That's what so many people have been running towards. MF by herself doesn't seem to be quite as potent, but the bullet time, especially with how much AD is available now. If you get 300 attack damage on Misfortune, your ultimate does 2,000 damage over 2 seconds. Mumu's ultimate locks people in place for 2 seconds.
Put an assassin on top of that, you're in trouble. And speaking of assassins, we haven't really seen an assassin mid yet. Despite the fact that in all the games, all the solo queue, everything we've been seeing, everything that's built up towards it, we're expecting to see all these top assassins now in mid, still been the AP champions.
One of those things, you know, like I feel like it's on the way of moving in, but that's a lot of it in solo queue and a lot of perception. So many of these guys, though, like especially for the teams that have been together for a while, have their practice set of champions, and you can't just pick up a whole new roster of 5 or 6 assassins and bruisers just like that. A lot of them picked up Kha'Zix, to be fair, but Kha'Zix is getting banned all the time, so that's not really added to their repertoire yet.
It's because he's OP.
A little bit.
A little bit. I can tell you now, if this was Alex Itch, he'd be playing it.
Yeah, he will be.
Only plays OP champs. But you can see a couple more champs getting selected. It was Vlad they went for, which means Katarina and Nunu have now been picked up. Katarina, that's a champion that's been banned in the last 2 games we've covered. Strong champ.
And Team Tower Dive had Draven banned from them in the previous game, and if they pick Lulu as well, they'd be stealing it away from Imanjo, who just mains the crap out of Lulu. So those would be really smart picks for Team Tower Dive, and we get to see Draven.
Question is that going to be a Vladimir in mid or top? Oh, Twitch. Wow, Twitch locked in. Wow.
No messing
GGU
around.
know exactly what they want.
And that almost had nothing to do with the picks. Like,
that's a top lane Katarina, Science Spartan.
Yep, that's got to be it. So Karthus mid, Nunu support, obviously. They had that locked in for a while. Thinking back, the Lulu pick wouldn't have been a counter pick because they'd already had Shen and Nunu. So they decided that they were going support Nunu, not support Lulu. And for the last pick here, this is when we're going to find out whether Vladimir goes top lane or mid lane. And this would give them a window, especially if they want something locked up. Like a mid Jarvan or something, but no. Double AP, if TF's mid, they're just going with the old standard.
The old standard. Will it be TF being locked in? TF versus... Oh, Lee Sin being switched across. It could be Lee Sin mid. That is very viable.
Could be
In fact,
Lee
to the
Sin.
point that I've seen a lot of Amumu's top lately.
You've seen a lot of Amumu's top.
Yeah.
What
AP
elo are you
Amumu's.
playing in?
Lower than yours, that's for sure.
I haven't seen that. I don't think we're going to see that in competitive.
I don't think we're going to see that in competitive. But Singed was the final pick, so it's going to be Singed in top versus Katarina.
So, all right, let's see how this ends up going. That's a tough matchup for Singed, I think. Katarina's going to be able to get a lot of farm, Singed, and she'll be able to clear waves. Maybe it won't be as tough now that I think about it. But overall team comps, I'd have to say I like the initiative that Team Tower Dive is putting in there. Amumu comboed with Lulu is quite strong. They got their comfort 80 carry for Kisuke on Draven. Across the board for GGU. Don't Mash Me tried to play Twitch in the North American Regionals. He tried to play Twitch a lot frequently. When they combo that with Karthus' AoE, it should be good. They lack a bit in CC though, so they're really going to have to fight almost when Team Tower Dive wants to fight, which could be a bit tricky.
It does surprise me they didn't go for anything assassin either. The fact that they have Twitch, they have the Karthus, these are two very quick, easy poppable champions.
It's going to be tough for them. In all honesty, the assassin should have happened, but maybe, maybe Cybolic hasn't practiced in as many assassins, right? These guys have not been together for very long.
True.
They didn't even know until a week ago if they'd qualify for this tournament. It's a tough thing to pick up all those assassins and play them at a competitive level, and especially when the pressure's on the line. You fall back so much onto what you know, and it's been such a new evolution in the game to have the assassins and the bruisers mid. These guys might just not be ready to pull it out yet.
And there is a heck of a lot of pressure on the line, ladies and gentlemen, because this is the final group game. This is North American Season 3 qualifiers. If this team get through, they'll make it through to day 2, but one of these will be going home in around about an hour's time, and that will be all over for those guys, and you do not want to be that team. That is for damn sure, Jat. So we are going to get underway, ladies and gentlemen. We are live here in Los Angeles. Everything will be covered today. Do not fear, you have not missed a single game. We're going to have 2 streams running throughout the day, but today it is all about Stream 1 right now. It is Good Game University, formerly as Team Dynamic. They are the blue team, and Team Tower Dive TV as the red team, Jat. Team comp set aside, will we see any level 1 fight?
So Team Tower Dive has not decided to do any level 1s, and GGU as the favorites, really, of this game, looking to be very conservative so far.
So here we go. You can see Zevez sat around the side there, or Xev, I should say. Xev.
Had to ask all these guys last night, how do you want your name said? Because they got Z's and X's before
He didn't
everything.
even know.
And he's like, I haven't decided yet. You better decide right now.
You're going to make us look foolish. You better get your name right now. But as it stands, the ward goes down in that river. So that's not a standard level 1 ward.
Nope, that is definitely not. It's almost like they thought an invade might be coming through from that brush, so they warded it just to be sure. And, to be even more sure, Team Tower Dive puts one in the exact same brush. I'd almost say those are 2 fairly wasted wards.
But is that a scouted? Is that a simple case of they scouted the opposition, they knew something was probably going to come if they're going to come across, that's the route they take?
That's got to be the reasoning behind that, right? Like, they never place a ward without thinking about it. It's got to be because they were thinking of an invade, or if they warded the brush, they thought, well, maybe they warded that brush so they could all go into it, so they had to counter ward.
Well, we are seeing sets up here. It is going to be a lane switch as well, so how is that going to work out in favor of whoever?
Well, we'll see Nunu and Twitch against Singed. It's going to be really tough for Yurik up top, I'd have to say. Twitch and Nunu can go very all in, and you don't have to worry about going all in if you're only against 1 member, so that could be very strong for GGU. Katarina, actually not that bad in 1v2. You'd be surprised, considering she's a melee champion. She has a lot of wave clear and ability to farm from range with her Q, so I'd say deciding to do a lane swap is good for GGU.
So we're seeing a definite difference from game 1 here. Xev did take the blue buff. He is planning on taking the rest of his jungle by the looks of it. He's not going to be completely babysit that top lane because obviously the 2 members up there, they've just walked straight past that ward. They're going for the red buff here, chat.
And this is one of the things they can do against Amumu, who's very vulnerable in the jungle. They're going right for it, but even though they have 4 members on this side of the map, Team Tower Dive collapsing faster.
Collapsing round because that ward, they completely knew what was happening, forced the flash away from Ayamanjo, and they do completely beat them away. They got the ward in the red bush though.
We'll see if they can continue to harass onto Xev here. They have 4 members on this side of the map. If they want to shove up lanes and go, they can go. He's got to smite it.
Oh,
he doesn't.
He got it. No, couldn't quite see it, but XF does manage to keep it, and that was pretty much basic attack versus basic attack.
That was really strange because Nintendo has his smite. XF used smite before the red buff was down, but he must have lost the model somewhere, or the ward was around a corner and he couldn't see it.
Did he?
Really good by XF to get that red.
Did he smite the small minion?
Yeah, I think he did.
I think he did. I'm not going to go out on a limb here, but I think maybe that's something we're checking a replay, but I think he smited the small minion. I think that's what he went in and went, whoop. Ah. Maybe.
I think he got it.
Nevertheless, XF is up this top lane, and well, it's exactly what we saw in game 1, isn't it? We saw him babysitting that top lane. Urek is going to need a little bit of hand-holding here, and you can see they're trying to catch on towards Don't Mash Me, but not going to be able to do a lot about it this one. Have a look down the bottom here. You can see the damage coming on towards the turret. Draven is going to get a lot of poke on towards Zion Spartan here.
It's going to be really tough. Draven, an extremely aggressive laner. They might be able to punish a little bit with Shen here if they continue to push up. So often you see teams trying to help their 1v2 laner more and more, but there's no crowd control follow-up from Zion Spartan in this lane. And I actually went back and checked. The Amumu XF did wait until the right moment to smite, and he just beat out Nintendo Dex with it.
Ah, so a battle of smites. I thought there must be something in there. Oh, they're going to dive on towards Keisuke. Keisuke in all sorts of trouble. He ignites down. Then, well, you can see Zion Spun. They bought. Oh, perfect long range taunt from Nintendo Dex there. And now they may turn it onto Koso as well. Is it enough to tower dive? I don't think it isn't. They're going to back away, but he's got to be careful. Nintendo Dex's taunt will be back up in a moment. Meanwhile, at the top here, they're just clearing wave after wave. And, well, first blood.
Could have been a nerve reaction thing a lot of times. That was a flash taunt by Nintendo Dex. And then
diving.
Keisuke died with his flash still up. So because of that, they're able to push the pressure back through, completely deny Koso off the turret, and really give Zion Spartan an edge in that 1v2 lane.
And it was perfect timing because it was just the right time that Koso went to place that ward in the tri-bush.
They had just good, I'd almost say senses, because they had no wards around there and they just ganked at the right moment.
So what sort of pressure does that put you in? The fact you've just lost that first blood, you're 1-0 down against a team that is perceived by the whole community, as well as us, as to be a better team.
Even after coming off the game against Epic, it makes it really tough. They didn't come into this game with any kind of gimmicks or anything. They think, you know, they used that first gimmick on the game against Fear with a 2-man top lane. And it really means they just have to take a step back and refocus, because so many times you start tilting after something like that, it's going to be really tough for them.
Okay, we can see the item difference between the two junglers as well. So you can see Amumu just gone back. He's bought, while Shen's just been back. He's bought. He's going up towards the Wriggles, I guess. Which way would you normally go? Bearing in mind you are a jungler.
As Shen?
Yeah.
All the Shens go.
Shen or Amumu.
All the Shens go Madrid's Razors. Amumus generally go Spirit Stone. These are the standard builds. Amumu needs the health and mana regeneration from that Spirit Stone to go, whereas Shen doesn't clear the jungle that fast. Single targets, going right for the Razor. And see Amumu going up top to hold, but Shen going bottom to probably gank.
This top lane is taking a hell of a lot of damage. You can see Don't Mash Me just burning it down there. XF does return, tries to clear that wave as quick as he can. Got to make sure he gets the 40 gold off that siege minion. Meanwhile, down the bottom, you can also see that Nintendo Dex back with his old team buddy. New team buddy as well. They've been together a long time, these two team players. So it's expecting for him to sit and hold that lane. But honestly, Zion Spartan is pushing this lane.
Nintendo Dex with this team, kind of the on and off and on again relationship. He was once removed from Team Dynamic. Then they did poorly without him. Then they brought him back. Then they had a few other roster changes with Sig and Pixel having to leave. But Zion Spartan and Nintendo Dex are the two here kind of from the start now in Good Game University.
Continuing to just keep the CS up, no problem whatsoever. You mentioned it at the start, but 34-18 up that top lane turret very low already. Meanwhile in this bottom, we haven't had a chance to talk about these two guys. It is going to be Shifter on Karthus versus Cybolic on Vladimir.
We'll see how Shifter does here, because GGU's manager and the entire team was so enthusiastic about how good he would be. They could not believe he wasn't on a team when they were looking for a mid player, because he plays everything and they say he plays it very, very well. Whereas Cybolic, he was the one name I definitely recognized from the Team Tower Dive roster, but at the same time, he also hasn't been on that many teams before. And this matchup already being a little bit out-farmed by Karthus, he should be able to aggress a bit on Karthus early, and he hasn't been able to do that thus far.
And I've got a bone to pick to them, because all the team were calling him Shifter yesterday, and yeah, it's clearly Shifter, because that's a PH.
We'll have to...
But that's what the team called him as well, Shifter.
Shifter.
Shifter. They were calling him in the interview, so I guess that's the name they've been going with. As it is, Don't Match Me continues to pressure this turret, and there it goes. First turret down, 8 minutes into the game. The question is, how are they going to turn? Are they going to push down towards the bottom? Are they going to pressure on? Can they get in by this red buff before XF going to take it away just in time? And then Bandage tosses, and I think Amjo was just going, whoop, hey, there he goes.
Yeah, well, I guess his blue is gone, and they're just going to roam straight towards mid lane. Now that they took that early turret so quickly, should be able to just take him down.
And we just caught a flash there from Keisuke down in that bottom lane. Nintendo X didn't quite catch his man this time around, but as you see, Zion Spartan continuing to pick up all of the gold down there. Once he gets that Haunted Guys out, and he's like, yep, my item build's complete.
And if you have bones to pick about name pronunciation, Keisuke, Team Tower Dives Draven, ZXK, it's just, you know, you just gotta say Keisuke, and that's about all you can do.
It's a mess of a name, but it is Keisuke, and he is on Draven. Unfortunately, at the moment, he is struggling up. We are seeing the teams grouping up here, so potential for Dragon Jet.
And there is the potential for that, but it's pretty early. They don't want to team fight against Amumu and let them get back into this. They're winning. GGU is winning the lanes so hard right now. They're not going to go for any Dragon. If someone's going to have to initiate the Dragon, it's going to be Team Tower Dive. But they're going to be gun shy from that because the first game against Fear, they also had to do that, and that was pretty much the moment they lost.
Interesting choice from GGU there. They pushed the lane on a little bit, but they've actually chose to go back up the top lane. So they're thinking, okay, Zion Spartan, you're actually doing fine down the bottom in this 2v1. You're actually doing okay, so we may as well just go up and completely pressure Yurik.
That's exactly what they're doing there. They're probably going to lose this turret down bottom, though, with Zion Spartan thinking about going back. Keisuke and Zion Spartan. Here comes the Shenel. They're actually going big.
Stan United comes in, as does the Requiem. They're going to catch up towards Keisuke. Keisuke just popped where he stands. Zion Spartan was there. And, well, again, the exact same moment Kosu went up towards the top there to place that one in the tri-bush was simply a spectator.
And that's exactly what they had planned. They said, because they could have swapped that for Twitch and Nunu to go bottom, but they knew that Nintendo had his ult up, and that's something they probably planned minutes in advance before that gank. They saw the window, they went for it, because we knew Keisuke wanted to finish off that bottom turret, and they completely punished him for that line of thinking.
Wow, so that is the second turret of the game going down. Good Game University in full control of this match now. And now we can see the mid lane. Oh, Shifter just avoiding the damage. He did a fantastic job of catching the wall of pain there. He's going to try and keep pressure on towards Cybolic. Zevez, X-Zev, get his name right eventually. He's keeping up the pressure, but that mid turret is actually taking a lot of damage.
So across the board, bottom and top, their turrets are a little bit low. They flash to go in. They're trying to get Zion Spartan. They just don't have the closing potential. Amumu and Vlad are coming around, though.
Amumu and Vlad are closing in from the top there. XF has to land a perfect bandage toss, though. Good taunt there, and well, actually, he's just going to bait them back. Oh, look at him go! The question is, can he catch up? You can see, meanwhile, in the mid, they're losing the turret. There's a three-man push in the mid. They're just piling through. They've managed to get the Ignite down. Yurik should be able to take Zion Spartan down, but they've delayed them long enough that they may lose the mid turret. One kill for a mid turret, definitely not worth it.
Yeah, this is where everyone on GGU types worth in chat and then runs away because the amount of distraction, all 5 members of Team Tower Dive were down there just to get Zion Spartan. One kill, you know, not much. If they can turn a dragon off of this, it'll be at least a little bit more respectable. And the mid turret, interesting, was left with 100 health, so until that turret falls, it was actually okay.
It was actually okay, and it is going to be Team Tower Dive picking up the first dragon of the game. 12 minutes gone. There we go, first one down. So let's have a look across the board, have a look across the lanes. You can see Draven 82 to 88 CS, so pretty much even between the two AD carries, despite the fact he's 0-0 though. And you can see the gold advantage, 200 gold slightly to GGU. Across the board though, GGU definitely with the advantages.
Gotta say though, if you pick Draven and you don't roll over your lane, you didn't get the maximum potential out of Draven. He is so strong in that early laning phase. And to trade essentially with Don't Match Me's Twitch is going to be trouble once the team fight phase breaks out, because Draven in team fights isn't chop meat, but Twitch in team fights is amazing with that spray and pray ultimate.
Yeah, and he's going to have the defensive cover, of course. Iron Manju's just going to sit on his backside. Anyone goes near him, absolute zero. Goes off, Nintendo Deck's going to get the taunt out. Now they're going to try and steal the blue buff away. See, Twitch was pushing the lane just off the side. XF is going to come in. He wants to try and smite this away. They both have it. Actually, no. XF doesn't have it yet. He's just delayed it. Nice tactic.
There's a pink ward in the brush that GGU would be able to clean out, giving them a little bit more supremacy over this spot. All 5 members of both teams starting to close in. Karthus getting pinged down. We could very well see a fight here because the positioning is just awkward.
Yeah, they are all split a little bit. Don't Mash Me catching on towards I Am Andrew. Now you can see Urek actually going in towards Don't Mash Me. He's popped his ultimate. He's going to go in, put the glue down, going to get the flip off. You can see the rest of the team coming in, but Don't Mash Me and Zion Spartan also there. Here comes the Karthus Requiem. Is it going to be enough? Coaster back taken down very low. Nintendo Dex now going to get on towards them. I Am Andrew, absolute zero out of the bush there. The Vladimir ultimate's not going to be enough as well. XF taking very low. Nintendo trying to finish them off. Meanwhile, at the top of the lane, you can see XF just going to get dropped down the bottom there. Zion Spartan trying his best. Is it enough? The Ignite running on Draven. No, he's going to get away. Zion Spartan, one more hit from Cybolic would have been enough now. Nintendo Dex, could he get a full length taunt on towards Cybolic? A flash taunt! That's what it is. And Zion Spartan very careful, making sure he doesn't get caught out. The blood pool comes out. Zion Spartan picks up the kill. Nicely done. And wow, an extended map fight there, but it came out in GGU's favor.
3-4-1, really. Don't Mash Me presenting himself as a target, and the rest of GGU just damage everywhere on their team. You think of Karthus and Katarina, you think damage, and then you add on Twitch, he's also just kind of a damage AD carry. So even though Team Tower Dive got Don't Mash Me out of the fight early, it didn't matter because everyone else from GGU rolled up and took advantage of the awkward positioning Tower Dive had put themselves in.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates and a lot of summoner spells burnt there fairly early on in the fight. GGU just took full advantage, and well, Don't Mash Me now with that Bloodthirster, he's just going to clean out a huge wave at the top, which honestly is just as good as getting the kill.
That's got to feel good for Twitch, especially since he's picked up that Bloodthirster, getting the early stacks on it. Already got 15 stacks coming in on that Bloodthirster, so well on his way to doing huge amounts of damage on Twitch. You can also see Kisuke getting that red buff, but even with that, 0-2 versus 1-1, Draven looking a little weak.
Man, that Draven is a lot of work in that micro when you're fighting the red there instead of just standing there fighting. You're running around
chasing
your
It's a mini game in
blades.
itself.
So, GGU, they have the advantage. It's a 3k gold lead, but is it going to be enough to secure victory here? Of course, this is Season 3. This is the qualifiers. And one of these teams, whoever loses, is going to be out of the tournament, going home, packing with very much sad faces. And honestly, it's a ton of pressure for both these teams.
More pressure, I'd say, is on GGU. People don't expect Team Tower Dive to make it through, but most people, especially GGU, expect themselves to make it through. And just out of the group stage is only going to narrow it down to 8, where tomorrow they'd play for their spot to get in. But looking good thus far, 4,000 gold lead, just sweeping the outer ring of turrets, controlling the dragons. We'll really see if they can continue to hold this lead.
Zion Spartan cleaning out the waves. Of course, Dragon not available for another few moments, which is why they're pinging at the mid. And they seem really just happy to delay the game out a little bit here. They don't want to go pushing. Looks like they don't want to push the lanes too far. They don't want to go too aggressive. It's just a case of farming out what's available.
It's a matter of them taking it slow, in all honesty. They think they have it. Nunu Twitch, Katarina Karthus, they just feel like that scales better than the wombo combo AoE that Team Tower Dive has. They can just keep their team fights spread out. If Shifter can stay ahead of the rest of the team in team fights, they should be okay. So they've been winning lanes really this entire time. They just got to continue to win lanes, and the team fight wins will come to them.
So we do see Zion Spartan continue to push on the top lane. He has got a good ward coverage, so if they do try and collapse across, you can see Urek trying to get the poison trail near him, but he's not having any of it. He's catching out nicely. Meanwhile, the mid lane, there's pressure coming up there. The top lane, Nintendo continuing to push as well. And there's Don't Mash Me and Anjo following through. He's got Shifter just following through. And they are surely going to slowly but surely collapse on this. Zion Spartan's kept 2 members busy on the bottom.
And even Nintendo Dex is soloing up as a jungler because of the early kills he was able to get, keeping the pressure there. This is incredibly difficult for Team Tower Dive to keep track of. something's got to give pretty soon here because this pressure's going through.
There it is. It could be Kosamak. Kosamak trying to get away from there. Has to use the Lulum ultimate to back away. So that's one ulti burnt already. They're backing away. Meanwhile, you can see the combo going up towards the top. Yurek gets the flip on towards Zion Spartan. He takes a couple of tower hits as well. The ignite could be enough damage. One more poison trail. The flash through, and he just survives. Meanwhile, at the top lane, they're burning that turret down. They've got the combine. Zion Spartan trying to dodge. XF has to use his ultimate, but that's 3 ultimates I feel burnt there just to keep it away, and they're going to pick up this top turret. Is it enough? Can they keep it off? They're tanking it up. Don't Mash Me picks it up.
And they won't be able to chase this down. I don't think they get the Vladimir out, but Mash Me should be all right. And that was just a matter of their pressure taking over across the map. Something had to give, and it turned out it was the second tier top turret.
So definitely not worth it. 1 kill of Zion Spartan, who kept 3 members of the team busy while they took the top turret. They are going to get the bottom turret. The Siege Minions should take care of that one. They are maybe going to turn this into a dragon as well.
XF trying to get this down, and this is a dragon for sure for them, and a turret in all honesty. So get the gold from the turret, you get the gold from the dragon. They're pretty much just going to have to avoid it until they have their ultimates up before they fight again. But you look at the gold, and even though we've been talking like GGU's been in total control, gold speaks otherwise.
The gold does speak otherwise. It's still very close, just 2,000 between the two, but it is 4-1 in turrets, and turrets win games. Gold count helps, but turrets going down helps even more. We've seen it so often from the Korean teams. They've led the charge with simply dropping turrets left, right, and center. Within 10 minutes of the game, they can be across the board, and that gives them a huge map control. The top inner turret being down already is huge.
And you look even at the red jungle of Team Tower Dive, there's already a couple GGU wards in there. The blue buff just spawned for TDT, but that's probably good games blue buff for themselves. They see that Draven's stuck up top. They're just going to go ahead and take this for themselves. So because they have the turret advantage, there's no way that Team Tower Dive can get a hold of any of their objectives. So even if you're close in gold, it doesn't matter if you don't have access to fights.
And Nintendo just working damage on towards that bottom turret. The bottom turret already down to half. XF now getting pressured as well. Anjo pushing on. Don't Mash Me taking the turret damage. It's less than ideal, so they're not going to get too much damage. XF's got to be careful. Doesn't want to come back into this one. Meanwhile, the battle continues on the bottom lane as well. They're going back and forward. It's Nintendo next now, acting almost like a top laner, basically. He's just got, like you say, so strong early on. That Sunfire Cape in there, he's just keeping them busy. And again, it's down to Twitch with the Blood Boil just ripping through this turret.
And he's really, Nintendo has transitioned himself into a top lane build. He has 500 more gold than Yurek Mizuno on Singe. So he is stronger than Team Tower Dive's top laner, allowing him to do that, which means as well that Zion Spartan just gets to be like a farming AP mid Katarina. You don't need to worry about your top lane duties, and they get even more presence when they're with 4.
Don't Mash Me also taking away the red buff there, so it's just taking everything away from Team Tower Dive right now. They have to really pull something special off. And look at that, Nintendo just taunting him there, Yurek. It's just like, I am not going anywhere, I'm going to stay in this lane. And like you mentioned, it's effectively like they've got a new top laner and a double AP strat.
He's got an extra level on Yurek Mizuno. He actually popped his ultimate, cinched it in the bottom lane, and it was for no good. He's just uselessly chasing Nintendo down there. In mid, they might try to fight off here. There's the bandage.
Here comes Gus to the Sad Mommy. They do catch onto a shift to the ultimate. Come Draven does catch onto him, and that will be shifted going down very early on. But we're going to see the Requiem. That's going to be Cybolic dropping. Is he going to come out of the pool just at the right time? Zebez now going to get down as well. XF Koso's going to get taken down very low. Don't Mash Me should finish him off. It was indeed. And meanwhile, down there, here comes the Stand United. He got the kill, and it should be KCK. KCK just the last man standing. Now we see Yurek coming in. Yurek, you're going to be 4v1. What are you doing, man? Back away. KCK is going to avoid the damage from Zion Spartan here, but they just turn back to the mid turret.
And this is, again, them just relentless pressure. The 5th turret of the game coming down. Sure, Kisuke was able to avoid, but he's going to execute himself, meaning that push is going to continue. The death timer is just coming up now for Team Tower Dive. They're probably going to get this inhibitor turret.
They are. They're going to get it down, and you can see it's just burning down. Don't Mash Me. No problem setting that on. They're just going to turn it towards Yurek. Bad timing there as Nintendo just simply taunts him out. Don't Mash Me will go down here, I believe. Cybolic manages to take him down. He could clean up here. I am Anjo taking down very low. One more hit will be enough. Flashes for it. Does manage to catch it. So a double kill for Cybolic, but honestly, not worth it for an inhibitor turret going down.
Have to say, Yurek, even though he came in at that moment, it was probably the right call. He did manage to get them the 2 extra kills, and getting the damage and gold into Cybolic's hands for that Warmog's armor Vladimir is going to be very important it's really key that he gets damage on Vladimir at this point since he started with the very tanky route.
So, 9-6 in kills, 6-1 though in turrets. Still only a 4k gold difference, not that huge of a gap, still just over 10%, but honestly, the fact that that inhibitor turret is down is a huge, huge deal for GGU right now.
And I want to point out here, the Sword of the Divine being completed onto Don't Mash Me. So he's went with a full AD build, and the new unique active for Sword of the Divine is your next 3 attacks crit. The thing is, his ultimate applies critical strikes as well. So in a team fight, if they open up, you'll get 3 crits essentially on the entire team, which could be very, very important.
That would be a lot of damage if hit in the right place at the right time. And again, Nintendo continues to farm off. They're going to try and collapse on towards that top turret. Of course, Nintendo will have his Stand United available in around 30 seconds time, but I think Team Tower Dive may pick themselves up a tower here. I don't think they're going to contest this one.
Yeah, this is going to be a very open field once this turret goes down, because that's 9 turrets over. But wow, Zion Spartan getting caught out. They might have to fall back.
They may have to fall back because the Sad Mommy comes out, and there is the Twitch ultimate. It has caught all the members. They're all in a perfect line. There's going to be the absolute zero. That gets dropped out. Urik's getting caught out, but there's a lot of damage to GGU members here. The Shifter does get in time, and wow, they are just cleaning house. XZev comes in, but it's not going to be enough, and Zion Spartan baited out all of the damage and survived.
It ended up working out for him pretty generously at that point. I thought they would get caught out. Team Tower Dive seemed like they had the edge, but they spent everything going in to get their AoEs off, that they had nothing to escape Good Game University's huge amounts of damage. And even before the game, we said GGU would need Team Tower Dive to kind of decide to fight before GGU would be able to go in, because they don't have crowd control themselves, and they did it perfectly right there.
And yeah, and Don't Mash Me was just sat there with his ulti just running the whole time in the bush. No problem. They were in perfectly lined up position. And that often is actually the case when you have an Amumu, because everybody kind of follows in onto the Amumu.
They have to.
Yeah.
That's the
It's
strategy.
like, you're going to get the... Okay, let everyone get it. Oh, wait a minute. We're all grouped up perfectly for this Twitch ulti that's just hitting us and critting us across the board. So, as it stands, 14-7 now. And that gold lead has just stretched itself immeasurably. And it is just shy of 6,000 gold. Shifter, of course, also in there with Defile running as well. Let's not underestimate that. He was catching them all out. I don't even think he didn't die in there either.
He died right at the end, I thought.
Yes, he did. Yes,
yeah.
Nimumu caught him off very much at the end. But it's going to be another dragon for Team Tower Dive. I think there's a ping on Baron from GGU.
Not going to be able to get any of them. Team Dynamic, whoops, Team Tower Dive was able to get that dragon again. Too many TDs and Ts coming in right here. But everyone on GGU really spread out right now. Just happy with that last team fight victory. And again, it's the huge amount of pressure and whether that's going to boil over, because the gold, since they're giving up all the dragons to Team Tower Dive, is staying pretty close.
So Stand United is available should they require it. Zion Spartan's getting kind of caught out there. Nicely uses the ward to just shift across. Shunpo's over and just avoids all of the damage, baiting effectively the whole team. Look at that. If that's not bait, I don't know what is. I'm just going to blue pill right in front of you. Don't worry, there's nothing here, honest. But yeah, they just keep continuing on. While this is all happening, they're keeping Nintendo Dex taking this turret. He's going to get it.
And Nintendo Dex is becoming a huge problem. He's 8,500 gold, which is actually more than every member of Team Tower Dive would have individually. And that's just... They're going to have to send at least one member, maybe 2 to stop him, allowing GGU to do whatever they want.
And he is. Nintendo Dex is just doing whatever he wants against XZev here. And he is just going to have to force away. Meanwhile, the top lane has a huge push coming up from GGU. And well, Don't Mash Me with that Blood Boil. He's going to put a lot of damage onto his turret. And you can see Nintendo Dex continue on there. The ulti from Draven is not going to be enough. Everybody just baiting it out. The damage continuing between the two teams, and they're just going to keep farming out this wave. And you can see the Bloodthirster just getting everything back.
Now with the Last Whisper as well, really, his sustained damage isn't going to be too high. It's all about the Twitch ultimate when Don't Mash Me presses that Sword of the Divine active button. That's really when the team fight is going to be decided for GGU, and whether those ultimate bullets hit on the right people.
Well, Yurik trying to force Nintendo away. Don't Mash Me and Co. switch to the middle and going to put pressure on towards the middle Nexus turrets. Get that super minion wave to push in there. And yeah, you can see they're rotating down towards the bottom now. Nintendo's like, well, I've got a wave coming. let's deal with this. Let's see if we can try and push something out of it. They want to say you're either going to be a 4v4 or you're going to be a 4v5. Either way, you're going to lose an inhibitor turret. You can see Nintendo, he's got a big wave in there, and Cybolics had to deal with it along with XM.
I almost feel like this hasn't been getting them much, so GGU's going to go for Baron at this point. They have prep wards. You can see the pathway to Baron has been fairly well warded. They invested on the Oracles from I Am Angela. They're going to see that ward right in the middle and get rid of that. And they're just going to take this down as low as they can, and Team Tower Dive probably won't get there in time.
Yeah, you can see they're going to work it down, and well, that's going to be the ulti running from Don't Mash Me. Actually, was it the ulti? No, he didn't have the ulti going. It was just the standard Mafia gun noise coming out there. Meanwhile, in the top lane, they're still going back and forward, and they've just hit and run. The question is, can they collapse on towards Nintendo Dex? You can see he realizes what's going to happen, and well, the older team of Yurik Mazzino is not enough. He can't pin down a Shen.
It's just not his day right now on Singed. He was stuck in a 1v2. That is not what Singed specializes in. They were never able to get him into an advantageous position. As soon as he was out of the lane, there was a super giant fed Shen from the jungle that he had to deal with, and he's been popping his ultimate, never really able to do anything. He comes in at the end of fights when it's 4v1 and has to kind of walk away. It's just not his day.
So 6k gold lead, Baron buff on towards Good Game University, formerly Team Dynamic, which is why we keep saying TD. Despite the fact that it is a TDT, it is 14-7 and 7-3 in turrets. Those turrets really have paid dividends. The fact they got them down early has just given the whole map advantage, and now this effective split pushing between either Zion Spartan or Nintendo Dex, either one can just do the split push. Seems to be working out very well for them. The inhibitor is about to respawn though, so I guess the mid lane will be the target.
And for the most part, Good Game University can't pick their own fights, so the way they've been able to win this game is they keep the pressure up everywhere, saying, if you're going to let us do this, we're going to slowly take all your turrets and your inhibitors. We're forcing you to fight us right now. So anytime Team Tower Dive has had a window to try and punish GGU, that's where they get their fights. And they've been able to execute in the team fights, as you can see, with 14 to 7 kills. And of course, their split pushing strategy is working great. 7 turrets down already.
Okay, so everyone's just went back to buy for GGU, so let's go over the items they've picked up so far.
The big giant fed man for them is Karthus, in all honesty. He's got 255 minion kills. I believe he is top gold. Yes, he is. He's almost at 11k. Next thing's going to be a Void Staff for him, but he's just sitting in the middle of any fight with a Defile. Then the interesting build is Don't Mash Me's, because he's got that Sword of the Divine. He's not building any crit, because when you activate it, you'll get the 3 crit, and then lose it pretty much there. So it's a one-shot 80 carry as opposed to your sustained 80 carry. And hopefully the Twitch and Karthus get everything low enough so that the Magic Pen-focused Zion Spartan's Katarina will be able to go in and clean up.
Okay, here's a debate that I think they're probably trying to do. If Stan United is running in and Yurik gets the flip on him, how would that work out in a 4v4?
Still feel like GGU would be able to take it over, in all honesty. I think the Stan United would still be enough shield, and I think the damage from Karthus, Katarina, and Twitch would be more than enough.
As it is, you can see that inhibitor going down. Here goes Yurik. He wants to get in there. He does get a flip. He flips on towards Zion Spartan. The last person you really want to flip is actually going to get Karthus down, but you can see there's just too much damage across the board, and everybody gets dropped there, and the cleanup crew of Twitch and Katarina completely obliterating now. And well, that is it. That's the ace. That is going to be the game. Good Game University are going to be going through to day 2, and Team Tower Dive, despite a resilient performance against Epic Gaming, are going to be going out of the Season 3 qualifiers, chat. What a great performance by GGU, though.
GGU, they have to be relieved right now. After losing that game to Fear, do or die for them. Win, you move on. Lose, you go home. You can see that Nintendo Dex just saying, Zion Spartan, thank you, we made it through. They're nervous after this, but they're through. Don't Match Me standing up, giving the high five to Nintendo. Good work by them. I have to say, they executed that team comp pretty perfectly, considering they got team fights without much initiation.
And not wild celebrations yet, because they realize that day 2 is when it really counts.
More work's coming, and even if they don't make it day 2, they'll still have to be there for day 3, so that's a long marathon-type qualification for these guys. They have to keep focused throughout the entire weekend.
And of course, their focus will be on the next group, because that's who they're going to be facing. They're finishing second in the group. They're going to be facing the first place from Group C, or Group B as we're going to call it today.
Right.
Second group of the day. who would they really want from that group? You know, now that they've seen Fear have gone through 2-0, no problem, nice clean group. And honestly, this was a pretty tough group, but they went through confidently. GGU went 1-1, a little bit shaky, blitzed through Epic Gaming, kind of blitzed through Tower Dive there, I guess. Struggled against Fear. Who are they really looking at in Group C?
So this is the group with Meat Playground, just so we're all clear.
Yes.
I'd have to say Meat Playground would be the favorite in that group, and they wouldn't be too sad about playing them. They've played a lot of scrims against them in the past, in most recent history.
Yep.
Because Meat Playground, that's coming up our next group, has lost 2 of their most famous members. They lost Pobelter and Light Sledge because they're under 17 and they're not able to play in the League Championship Series. But their draw, they're pretty happy with it, I'd have to say. They're looking pretty confident after that win.
So, what do we take from that game? What do we see from GGU? Anything spectacular, anything special, anything new with the builds, the way they played it? Don't Mash Me, of course, on Twitch.
I'd say the newest thing would be the Don't Mash Me's Twitch build. It's a nice gambit that they were able to pull off there, and they got the quick team fights going well. Showing a lot of versatility in the mid lane. Just playing Karthus and Ziggs isn't something that's happened that much in this new season. Looks like he's going to be able to do well. And just Shen, Nintendo X's presence, able to turn himself into a carry of his own, will be really big when they fight their next opponent.
Yeah, and of course it all started off with that kill on the bottom lane, but we do have a replay coming up from that last match. Of course, really, it was GGU's dominant position.
Yeah, and this was the last fight of the game. The Zonya's Hourglass right there. After Karthus got flung back, cleaned everything up, he was sitting in there long enough. He was actually requieming, but it didn't hit anyone because everybody was dead.
Everybody was already dead before it managed to land, and that was it. That was where they cleaned up. Ace came through, absolutely good for the team. So, GGU, they are through to day 2. Team Fear, if you missed it earlier on, through to day 2. So we have our first 2 teams through to day 2, but we have our second 2 teams out of the competition. Epic Gaming, big upset for the community maybe, out of the tournament, and Team Tower Dive TV also out of the tournament. What do we think? Who do we think else could join them on day 2?
Curse is a huge favorite.
Of course, yep.
I think, especially with how well Fear came out, being the team that was seated slightly behind Curse, it's looking really good for them. I think there's a couple almost not dark horse teams, but teams with some really good players. Dirtnap Gaming and the Brunch Club both have players from Team Legion, who was one of the top teams that was thinking to come in before they disbanded. Like, after the North American Regionals, everybody was saying Team Legion, they're going to be into Season 3. They're really good. They had some epic games against CLG. I think like the 70-minute teleport fest that they had. Lauda Mortis is on the Brunch Club now. Prawley is on Dirtnap Gaming. The team is split around everywhere. Demon Lull is also on
He's just come back
as well.
Yeah,
he's just come back. That team
back.
is spread everywhere. Everyone that has a member of Team Legion actually has a pretty good chance because those players were good.
They were good, and they had a good performance on LAN as well. That's the main thing. They performed on LAN, which effectively this is what it is. We call it on LAN. It just means offline tournaments. The pressure of the cameras, the lights, the sound guys around you, everything, basically. Every little bit of pressure, knowing that your opponents are just the other side, facing you. There's so much pressure on these guys, and they're all so young.
It's a lot of pressure to deal with as a 17 or 18-year-old. I think it does and it doesn't.
You got the arrogance of
it's
youth,
like
maybe?
blissful ignorance almost. It's like you don't realize the significance of what you're doing sometimes. You're just, there's 200,000 people watching me. I'm a superstar in my small community of League of Legends fans, or now huge community of League of Legends fans. Yeah, I'm just going to deal with it. Whatever.
They're going to deal with it. Well, let's see how they do deal with it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go take a quick break, but when we're back, it will be breakdown from Group A, which we've just seen. Also, we're going to have an interview with Zion Spartan and a preview of the next group, starting up with Meat Playground and Falafel Gaming. Don't go in there, guys.
Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This first day of Season 3 qualifying rounds has been complete. Well, not the first day, the first group has. But of course, joining me is DJ Wee.
Hello, sir. How are you?
We heard your voice at the start of the day, and everybody were like, was that DJ
I'm here.
Wee?
I'm actually
He's
here.
here.
And watching games from A, obviously some good things to start off. And I just have to say, before we hop in our first interview, like, it's real now, D-Man. You know, our first 2 teams are moving on to day 2. The first 2 teams are eliminated. For all of the remaining 12 teams, this just got really real. I mean, it is serious now. So we'll talk more about that. Joining us right now is Zion Spartan from Good Game University, who obviously showed us, well, they went through on 2-1, moving on to day number 1. Zion Spartan, how are you doing? Thanks for joining us.
I'm doing pretty good. I'm actually really glad that we beat him that 3rd game. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. We can't really, you're right, but we were talking a little bit before, Zion, and I had asked, I thought it was a pretty crucial question. You know, you're either going to advance through the group with a 2-0 or a 2-1. And so, you know, if you do go through 2-1, you're having to play that extra game. And one of the things I'd ask Zion is, you know, do you feel like that was maybe something that was going to show more of your comps, or if it would be something that you prefer as another game of practice? And we've got you live now, so.
Yeah, okay. I actually like the 3rd game because we were able to practice more and get ready. The 3rd game was actually better for us because even though we lost to Fear, we won't have to face them again. So we can just focus on beating Group C now.
Okay, and I mean, going into the day 2 now, you obviously go through step 1. Step 2 means you qualify tomorrow. And earlier I'd asked you, you know, are you excited? You ready to go? He says, well, I'll be more excited when we actually qualify. And you're pretty confident going into day 2.
Yeah, we're definitely going to qualify. I'm sure we can do it. We just got to make sure we study our teams better. I think we're going to be playing Dirt Nap Gaming or Meat Playground possibly.
So you'll be obviously keeping a very close eye on what is happening there in the next group.
So, what do you make of Group C? I mean, everybody's been calling it, this is the group that kind of everyone wanted to be in. What do you make of it? You just said you think Dirt Nap Gaming maybe or Meat Playground.
Yeah, the 2 other teams haven't really been playing that much in the pro scene, so it's basically Meat Playground and Dirt Nap. And Dirt Nap has been scrimming a lot the past couple weeks, been playing every day, so I'm pretty sure they're going to make it out of the group. And Meat Playground's a pretty solid team as well.
So do you think the pressure of being here in a TV studio setup is going to get to these guys, these new guys that haven't had the experience of LAN?
Yeah, it's definitely something to get used to. But once you get used to it, you get in the zone, then you're just ready to win. But if you're not used to the pressure, then it can really get to you and make you play worse.
Do you, I mean, going into it, the environment, obviously having to play the 3 games, other than studying, anything that you feel like you wish the team would have done a little bit better today going into day 2 that you're going to focus on?
Besides studying, we didn't really study Fear that well, but besides that, maybe getting more sleep would have been better. You know, just the regular things that you do for any competition. Maybe you could have done that a little better. But besides that, I feel like we all have the drive to win.
Sometime, of course, that night before the event is kind of like the night before a vacation,
yeah.
Right? It's like you can't really go to sleep. You're probably talking a lot and organizing as a team, but you've got plenty of rest going into the next day. Any other teams out there that you think you're for sure going to make it through or think might be on the cusp of potentially elimination? I mean, obviously, are you surprised that Epic Gamer didn't make it?
Actually, no. They hadn't really practiced that much. They just formed a week and a half before, and I feel like if they maybe put more time into it, they would have had a chance, but they didn't really practice that much from what I saw.
All right. Well, sir, thank you for your time, and good luck in the next round. Congratulations to your team. Let's talk a little bit about what made these 2 teams break out of Group A. I mean, our first seed is going to be Team Fear, walking through the group with a 2-0, and then, of course, we've got Good Game University coming through 2-1. We did mention that if you're going to be the 2nd seed, it typically means that you lost the game and then won the comeback game, but let's talk a little bit about Fear to start out.
Well, Fear were just looking dominant. They were so strong throughout the day. And they were expected, you know, it was on them, but it also adds pressure to you. Once you know you are one of the favorites, or certainly the favorite for the group, without a doubt, and actually second favorite, 2nd seed for the entire tournament. So the pressure is on these guys because effectively they are already pro gamers. So they have to make it. Because if they don't make it, what are they going to do?
I got to tell you, Dean, I mean, just seeing them walk out of the room after the first game, you didn't see that pressure. The air of confidence was there rather than like, oh, gosh, we got one more game. It was like, let's get this done. We can start watching the other games, and we can prepare for day 2, right? And it is really interesting because, of course, a lot of teams come in, and they're focused so hard on day 1, and then they just have to switch it up right away and focus on ultimately what could get them a contract tomorrow.
Indeed, and it was interesting to hear from Zion Spartan the fact that the teams that have lost the game, we often see it in tournaments. The longer the tournaments that have the loser brackets that go on throughout the day, the team that gets into the loser bracket plays more games, and they just get better. And maybe that's what they needed. That kick up the backside to say, hey, we're up against this tough team, and suddenly we've got to win or we are out this tournament. And that pressure, that fire under the backsides throughout the whole day is enough.
Yep. So, of course, Good Game University making it through 2-1. Also looking great. Excited about having that third game. And let's send it over to Freak for a closer look at some of the key plays that we saw here during Group A.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm here in front of a beautiful telestrator, and I wanted to go through some of the games that happened and eliminated and passed through these teams. So first off, it's a match between Team Fear and, of course, actually, sorry, I didn't watch the game. Good Game University. And this was the match that gave Fear the berth into the entire tournament. So let's start the game off, and we're going to see Zion Spartan start off with a push towards the golem. The problem is they're against a team full of crowd control. Let's pause it right here. You can see exactly how crazy this team is. They're all stuck in a big circle, and you just see Equalizer on top of them. Zuna's up from the side. He just put down the True Shot barrage. The amount of damage here is immense. Let's see it play out because this team is about to get eviscerated. Shifter trying to jump away. Zion Spartan and 10 Dude all running away. But the problem is they're just going to get caught up. The Flash Manclef picks up the kill on Shifter. You're going to see everyone else getting chopped down. That's the game. That's just exactly what it took for Fear to take this game out, and they won the very first one. Next up, we're going to have another clip coming through here. Oh, sorry about that, guys. We've got the game-winning fight here between Team Tower Dive TV. I am hitting the wrong buttons all day today. Sorry about that. Tower Dive TV and Epic Gamer. And the difficulty is, this was back and forth. 50 minutes into the game, 80,000 gold on both sides. But what it took was that one final team fight. Tower Dive TV got positioned on Baron. Let's see how this fight starts. We'll see it play out. It's a great initiation from Dan Din on Maokai, but you'll see suddenly the damage output is too much from everyone else. So as Baron goes down, we can pause it and we'll see what the big elements are. Suddenly you've got Zevix pushing on down. Pure Golden Boy, actually, he's in the worst shape of all. He's down to half health, and he's going to get dropped by Sabalik, the Vladimir, right here. Dan Din, the Maokai, he's actually going to be stuck here for a little bit, but the real big thing for Tower Dive is they need to not focus him and instead kill everyone else out. We're going to see how this fight plays out. It's going to be pretty brutal here. You're going to see everyone kind of falling over. The jump in from Salsi, and also from Westrace just doesn't quite work. X-Zevs, he pushes out the Ezreal. He's going to get chased down, but the real important thing is there's Salsi stuck alone. A beautiful stun from Tarek. He cannot turn anything else back out, and it is basically a 4-for-0. Cat 8 eventually gets out, but there's a beautiful fight right there. The final fight we're going to get into is the elimination match. The final elimination and birth through. It's a beautiful fight between, not Fear, but Good Game University and Team Tower Dive TV. 9-6, a very close match, but you'll see what becomes a very brutal ace. We can roll the clip, and we're going to see just how great GGU's team fighting is. I mean, ult from X-Zevs, it's a nice amount of damage. Vladimir shows up as well, but they don't quite have the follow-through. Everyone gets super low, but the fight completely turns back around. Koso gets crushed down, and everyone is just kind of picking up back and forth, kill after kill after kill. Shifter goes down, but Zion Spartan is just cleanup crew all by himself. A full-on ace that is a 5-for-0, great fight, or 5-for-1, I should say, great fight for GGU. Well, that's going to do it for the clips. You can see, of course, that Fear and GGU did come through on the group. That's going to do it for me over here. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Freak, and taking us through the games of Group A. Earlier today, we asked you to tweet your questions. Which 5 teams do you think will qualify? It's a big question on itself.
Yeah.
And well, let's see what some of their thoughts were. I mean, honestly, it's even between us casters, we can't decide.
Well, I mean, everyone's got their opinion, right? Everyone's got their favorites as well. And, depending, so here we won. Kobe Kazar says GGU, their execution when it matters. That's actually true, even falling down a game, coming back in game 2 and having some great initiations, good team fights to ultimately take that one. I think overall, I went back because, like, Epic dropping, a lot of the teams here said not really thinking that they were going to advance. I think that some of the community out there, some of the vocal local individuals are definitely disappointed. They didn't necessarily make it, but obviously people must fall today.
Yeah, and indeed, and you know, the fact that, like you say, the community, it's kind of like just going with the fan favorites. You always have a fan favorite. Your Dan Din's in there, of course. He's a big popular character in the crowd. Hell, he even commentates. He's done the weatherman bit as well with the board that Freak just excellently did. He's been everywhere, so immediately the community want him to get through. But the reality of it all is, all the teams knew. They'd all practiced with him and said, not going to happen.
Yeah.
So let's have another look at some more questions as well.
Yeah, time for another. Oh, here we go. So Tibbers Hadley
I agree with
says
that one.
Team Marn, because Mega Zero and Quakey D are really good and experienced. They've also got some great personality. Would add a lot of fire to the season as well. They did do really well in the online qualifiers to make it here. Actually, 2-0ing both of the teams here.
Yeah.
But they've got that fan favorite behind that. I feel like maybe even a little
they're certainly a favorite with
TSM
yours, aren't they, DJ Wheaton? I mean,
Well,
Marn is your team.
I've known Marn for a long time, coming from the fighting game community. Cool to see another group get introduced to League of Legends as well. Totally,
and
totally
great
awesome.
respect to him to stepping out to say, look, I am not the limelight here. My team is, my players. And Marn is definitely a chance. They have a good chance of the teams that have come through the online qualifiers. There's only been a few from the online qualifiers that I think legitimately have a chance, and they are one of them.
They're the Bad News Bears for sure.
It
could happen. How about one more? See what we got. And David's 118 curse, because they are fighting hardest for the careers. I mean, has there been a truer statement, D-Man? They are fighting. They have a lot to lose.
They've had, they've lived this lifestyle for the last, I guess, 2 years, I think, some of them guys. I mean, obviously, going back to St. Vincent's from COG. Actually, if I'm going to mention COG, I might as well mention the whole team. Boy. St. Vicious, and, of course, Elements from way back on COG. Better bench Elements was the key phrase. But honestly, these guys, despite the fact they were benched a long time ago, they've gone through adversity. They've picked themselves up, got themselves an awesome team together. And honestly, they are true challengers, not just for this tournament, but if they get to season
overall
3, they could challenge overall. They are a very good team, and they, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to mention Curse as one of the teams that are going to get through.
They obviously expressed their disappointment about falling and what happened in Season 2. They put a lot of dedication forth, as we've already seen. And some of the videos about Curse is that they want this bad. And I have to agree, there is a lot to lose. But they are a very experienced team. And if anyone could do it, they definitely are set out to do it. So a lot to lose, but we'll have to find out what happens. When that's the third group that we'll see today. So we're going to have another question coming up soon. What is your favorite new items so far in Season 3? I'm sure we're going to get a lot of opinions on this one as well. Just tweet us at LOL Esports using the hashtag LCS and share your thoughts. Of course, later on the show, we'll respond to the best of the bunch. And I don't think there's necessarily a right answer here, but, give your explanation why.
Well, they pulled 14 new items in, so there's a hell of a lot to choose from.
Yes, there is. So it's been great so far, the response that you guys given us, and we hope to get plenty more. But we've seen a lot from Group A so far today. What can we expect from Group B? Of course, a lot of people talking about the group you want to be in. Here we go. Meat Playground, Falafel Gaming, Dirtnap Gaming, and One Trick Ponies.
And One Trick Ponies with their community chosen emblem there as well. The community of Reddit, I think, they put that together for them. They asked for them to get themselves a badge. They qualified, of course, and One Trick Ponies coming into this one. Their one trick is, I'm not going to say it. I don't want to give it away for the teams.
Don't give it away.
They have one trick, though. But that's where the name came from. It's kind of a joke with themselves. But this is the group that everybody kind of wanted to be in because it's pretty even. None of the teams are top tier teams, but all of them are pretty even. So we could get to see some really fantastic games here because once you have 4 teams that are all really have everything to fight for, you could get some craziness going on.
I think we're going to see some craziness within. And, a lot of folks that we just broadcast, Team Fear, Good Game University, we're looking really closely at who comes out of here. They feel like that's going to give them at least an easier day 2 on what could be seen on the other 2 groups. I can't disagree with that, D-Man. But tomorrow they're fighting for their lives or the contract, and that's a big deal. So they'll be keeping a very close eye on these games. Now, I believe that we're going to have Meat Playground and Meat Playground and Falafel Gaming on Stream 1. Over on Stream 2, we'll have Dirtnap Gaming and One Trick Ponies. We are going to take a short break, guys. Coming up, more from the Season 3 North American qualifiers. Stay with us.
We're Meat Playground. As far as us five together goes, we're pretty new.
They used to be really good, but then they lost a couple of good players.
We're Falafel Gaming.
I can't really say that we're worried about them, but we're also not going to underestimate them.
They're beatable, and the bracket's really, it's up for grabs.
I think we can beat them pretty easily.
We're going to take it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the League of Legends Season 3 North American Qualifiers. I'm Riv, along with Freak. We're here to bring you the Gank by Gank live action here from Los Angeles. And I hope you guys are ready for more action, because right now on Twitter, they're kind of naming this matchup the matchup to watch to not watch if you're hungry. Falafel Gaming versus Meat Playground.
It is a flavorful matchup.
Twitter. Yeah,
it's a flavorful matchup in front of us, guys. It's gonna be pretty awesome. Now, you heard it in the pregame interview briefly. Two of the star players from Meat Playground are missing. Pobelter, Light Sludge, both of them too young to join the championship series. You got two new
hasn't
players
aged in like 5 years.
No, he's remained 16 forever.
Yeah. I don't think we realize his birthday's on a leap year or something.
But yeah, they're missing two of their star players, and the thing is, It's interesting, though, because I actually apparently have met Arthlon before. I didn't know this, but he messaged me before the game. And he's like, I played with you, actually. I carried you twice with Jungle Heimerdinger. So this guy has a wide variety of champions, the new AP
Thanks,
mid.
bro.
Yeah, and thanks for the free elo. I appreciate it. But yeah, they're two new players. We've seen them in scrimmages so far. They've been really good, but it's still a bit of a question mark.
Yeah, it's going to hurt having those two guys be out. The new one's coming in. Also, they're saying Arthlon forgot his mouse, so he's playing with a new mouse, and that concerns the team a bit. But next up, we have to focus on where Meat is on LAN.
That's true. We've seen a lot of these really, really sort of high-caliber online American teams. Fear at least proved that they can win on LAN finally. Meet Playground's another one of these guys who has a great online presence, and when it comes to in-person events, they don't step up to the plate quite as well. And some of that can be inexperience, some of that can just be nerves, who knows what. But it's always something to keep in the back of your minds. And they're coming in here as the highest seed in their group. They're certainly a favorite here, one that many teams are expecting to move on. But you've always got to be a little bit concerned about what your LAN nerves are like.
And another funny part to watch about this match is always, if you know the LoL community, the high solo queue, that Admiral Azingi, his rivalry with General Odd1 always being a little bit ahead of him in queue and causing Odd1 to have to play a different position. But nonetheless, it's about these two teams, Meat Playground and Falafel Gaming, and we're into Champion Select.
All right, so right off the bat, I did talk with Meat Playground very briefly, and they're like, we're going to rush that ban on Rumble. The only thing they really cared about, and their thought process going in was, we're confident, but we're not going to underestimate you guys too much.
For sure.
They know they should win, even with the new roster. They still are in pretty good shape, but yeah, this is a very, very important match, so you do want to be concerned about that.
So let's talk about a few more new players that they've brought in. We do have Balls coming in, but we've seen lately that teams are looking for those players that have played multiple roles. They are, advantageous in the jungle, going top. And then Balls saying within his interviews that I feel with my position as AD carry, I can be more vocal, I can cover the map more with my vision, and I can help my team more as well.
And that's good. And he was actually one of the initial members of the old MTW North America roster that became Fear. So, these players having a bit of a reunion, even if on different teams, it's just kind of fun to see these guys kind of come back together, get picked up. Balls back on the AD carry role, doing well for himself. And the insta-lock there on Amumu, this is something that, again, talking with Meat Playground, they said there's basically 4 main champions to look for: Evelyn, Kha'Zix, Nunu, and Amumu. And those are the ones you're going to see get picked or banned in every single game. And the 4th one left, there, Amumu, that was theirs, insta-lock.
And you could have that MF combo coming in well. The Taster's Choice right now, everybody just loving that matchup. You have the Cho'Gath and the Ezreal coming in on their side. Safe picks for the AD carry, a little bit of beef for the team.
Yeah, and it's a really, really good situation here as well. I just realized that the Amumu is also stolen away from Azingi. I think that's kind of important to note. That's kind of his most known champion. Azingi really pioneered buying ability power on Amumu. He kind of played him in the jungle over and over and over again, but actually would go for a Hextech Revolver, Sorcerer's Shoes, and go for extra magic damage output. They stole Amumu away. In fact, there's the misfortune. There's the Sona. Elements was saying that Sona MF is like the lineup they would pick in like a blind pick game 5. Sona MF is like the lane that Chris would love to get.
It's great early. You have a team fight late game with Crescendo. The poke early game is going to assure you a heavily aggressive lane if you require it, but Falafel Gaming is pulling out with this pick now somewhat. They kind of have that poke comp. A great initiation from Cho'Gath, great initiation from Pantheon, and they can just keep poking those fights to start them and get in there when they want.
That Pantheon pick is going to be awesome. Now, he's picking it blind. You have no idea what he's up against in lane, but it's just full confidence here from Falafel Gaming. The cool thing about this, actually, is we watched their online qualifier matches last weekend, and he got a straight-up full pentakill, like in a
Pantheon.
3v5 as
He
Pantheon.
was like, oh, my team died. I think I should still go in.
I think it's time to man drop.
Yeah.
And then
still
just
go in.
The Mulan music was playing in the background, and you just killed everything in a row. It was a glorious sight, and Pantheon players everywhere just rejoiced. But actually, I really like this Falafel Gaming team so far. It is a lot of basically dunking and all-in damage output. Leona, Cho'Gath, and Pantheon all want to kind of get in your face and burst you down really fast. And Ezreal, from way far in the back, serves 2 purposes. One, the True Shot Barrage gets to go in there and supplement his team's damage, but also, he is the most self-sufficient AD carry.
Right.
He is the hardest guy to catch and actually pin down. So even if the rest of his team dives in, he can jump out toward the back and be fine.
Yeah, and actually you're saying diving in, that's exactly what Falafel Gaming has banned out with their selection and choice. Ortholon's Kha'Zix in those online just scrims we were watching actually just the other day and commentating, he was ridiculous. He got by the line every time, just jumping over, killing the AD carry, and the team, you can't do much after that, You can't get it. So right now, by taking those out, Ezreal's even safer, and now they're out of their comfort zone. We'll have to see what Meat Playground can do.
Well, Meat Playground, I mean, you look at these picks, and it's a very obvious trend of we're an area of effect team. I mean, you look at all these champions, they all want to press R and then watch everyone die in the team fight in the next 3 seconds. I mean, that is the clearest example of an R button team I have like literally ever seen it. Like this is like the who's who of I want to press R to win the game team. Like maybe Rumble instead of Cat, but like that's it. Like
this is almost like what Good Game University ran a little bit. You leave, the AD carry on the outside to poke, lesson, Cat reset, and the AoE ults.
Yeah, this is a very, very brutal lineup here. You're seeing the last pick finally come in here. Believed to be the top laner here. The Cho'Gath could top lane or jungle.
Right.
But they're looking at Elise right now. And I actually like Elise a lot for a couple of different reasons, especially
Super
against
strong
this team.
right
Yeah,
now,
she's super strong overall. Her laning phase is ridiculously good because she has very, very high base damages. But even on top of that, she scales off of her opponent's health. And if you put her heads up against Vladimir, that's perfect. He's going to have an unnaturally high health pool due to his passive, his ability power granting him bonus health, and that is going to be a lock-in onto Elise. I mean, this is a jive hardcore kill one guy team without resets, to be fair, but still super hardcore dive versus press R and watch the field melt away.
Yeah, so let's take a little bit of recap of these teams. You have a lot of beef with an Ezreal on the back line. We've seen that before. We saw it in the qualifiers, and it works well. I forgot who ran it, but they came out with a victory, so we'll have to see if they can keep that Ezreal safe. The other team, Meat Playground, says, I want to fight.
Yeah.
So coming into this, having that, you were just saying the Elise, her laning is amazing, but that fighting seems to be lackluster. Where is that going to come up for that team?
It's difficult. We actually have seen her played a little bit in Korea in the recent months, and the build was like Russia Warmogs grab Shirelias, and you became this initiator. You became this tank initiator with Spiderlings. You try to get levels, so you get more Spiderlings out.
Right.
And she ended up transitioning into this tank role because, again, the base damages are good, the volatile Spiderling helping to wave clear and all that. It was a very, very strong champion overall, and you basically, because all you want to do as Elise is kill one guy,
right.
you wanted to
Get
pick
that
fights.
execute. Yeah.
Exactly. You want to pick fights and start them. And so getting Shirelias and jumping in with the rest of the team, you've got a global ultimate from Ezreal, a global ultimate from Pantheon, a very long-range stun from Leona. Honestly, this Falafel Gaming team, it looks a little bit ragtag. You don't see all these champions all the time, but the actual synergy is there. They can reach a guy and kill him almost whenever they want. And the thing is, it actually works really, really well here because normally you're like, well, Meat Playground has this like who's who lineup. The 5-on-5 is amazing, but they won't get 5-on-5s all the time. They're going to get someone picked off if it goes Falafel's way very frequently, and they'll never get one. They'll get a 3-on-5 or a 4-on-5, and you can actually win those.
It's really completely what we've seen from Cat teams lately. And the Cat's supposed to roam, but they're just doing it tenfold like we saw last time. That GGU, the Shen Cat, like, ridiculous. Every time Cat would initiate, Shen was there. They got the kills. And this could happen for these guys this game. If they can get those early, you know, two-man gank runs where you push the lane and get out of it, that's how they started it, and they carried it on. It seemed like they just gave the other team no chance because they were like, killed that lane, top lane may be losing, but let's keep focusing on that bottom lane. That's going to be their fighting group, and they won't have it.
Exactly. You can really focus on kind of shutting down key elements of any one of these teams and making it happen. So on the one side, if you shut down Meat Playground's main, you know, physical damage dealer Misfortune, you can stack magic resist and survive it. If you shut down the main crowd control sources such as a Mumu, they can't initiate on you. I mean, Flash Ult Sona maybe, but that's it. Right? You remove one of the key elements of the team fight, and suddenly you're in much better shape. That's an absolute possibility here. On the flip side, you eliminate, you know, the AD carry damage output. You get rid of not Valkyrie, but you get rid of Mr. Wish, and suddenly there's just no follow-up. Even if you get into a team fight, even if someone does get picked off, you can just kind of walk into them. There's no persistent damage output available. You'll still get it no problem. That's not going to be a huge difficulty. So, you know, you're exactly right. Both these teams can focus on you know, eliminating one or two members every time and snowballing that lane out of control, and it breaks the team fight.
So we have Meek Playground coming in super AP heavy. Amumu's ultimate, or Amumu's passive, really kind of disregarded in league play. You know, he comes up to you and he'll just start reducing magic resistance on hit. So that team has Vladimir now with Hemo Plague, 12% more damage. You also have the ultis coming in from MF to shred on top of that, especially once she gets the Black Cleaver. And we'll have to see how many times that comes up in our Twitter question of the day. What's your favorite item for Season 3? People are like, I can't hold enough. Guess what it is, you know? So we'll have to see. Yeah, some fire capes. I can't stack them anymore, man. What's up? Come on, right, please.
But yeah, Black Cleaver really is like the Sunfire cape of Season 1.
It is.
Where Garen buys 5 of them and wins the game.
Or Rammus, and you just roll around. But yeah, they're going to have that AP. So does that make mitigation easier? You know, you're really only, like you said, you take out MF, you stack that armor, and the fight's going to be a little bit easier.
I think that kind of should be the goal here because you remove Vlad or Cat, and there's still another sort of magic damage backup there. Whereas, I mean, Misfortune Sona is a very aggressive lane, but they're not very safe. Right? Neither has a kind of a blink or a move block. Neither have a stun. If you actually get rid of Misfortune's strut, she's got no tools to get away from you. She has like a slow, but that's not all that good at escaping. Meanwhile, you've got a very gank-heavy team. Leona makes kills happen. That is basically her role in the game, is to make things die. And especially with Sona losing some base health and base armor in a recent nerf, you can actually all in the Sona. It's one of the very, I think it's probably the only support you could reliably say, well, all in the support and then hit the AD carry. Normally in a 2-on-2 lane, you've got to kill the carry first because they'll just take you out once you finally have killed the Taric or whatever. Sony, you can actually just burst and then turn over. And so this is a lane they can absolutely shut down against Meat Playground.
And we'll have to see how they play it. If you're a fan of watching Crepo's stream, he plays a lot of Leona, and he'll discuss how it's played, and he'll say, what we really want to do is levels 1 and 2. You want to get that kill. You want to use the power of Leona. You want to use that shutdown. And like you just said, Sona is one of those supports you can take that factor on.
Yeah.
Usually you're like, we don't want to go on the support. AD's just going to take both of us out. Double kill. Not worth it, right? So they could really factor in that and get that bottom lane going right off the bat.
Exactly. I'd actually queued up with Crepo a couple of times when he was in LA still. And we had like a level 1 fight, and both the bottom lanes Flash got burned. And he was like, okay, great. We're just going to like instantly kill them at level 2.
Yeah, exactly.
And I wasn't ready for that because I had not played with like a high caliber, like a support of that caliber before.
Like,
and he's
boom,
like,
we leveled.
On top of them on the turret. And I'm like, oh, right, that's what you meant. Oh, they should be dead right now, and like I like lost the game hardcore. I could Crepo couldn't even carry me.
Oh, no.
But yeah, it was like, and in retrospect, it was like right. They had literally had no flash. They had no way of getting away from you. Of course, we should all in that. Oh, right, that makes so much sense. So yeah, being the aggressor, even when it's surprisingly so, is really the right move here. Leona makes people die. That's her role, and yeah, I mean, you sort of consider Meat Playground the favorite, but you've got some matchups that can really go the other way.
And it's going to be big. Really, neither team has a super duper level 1. Plus, we're going on single eliminations, that Korean style play of the brackets of the 2-win, 2-loss. The next day, tomorrow, we will have the first place of each group playing against the second place of another group. So it's going to switch back and forth, and then down to the 4 for that final contract. But right now, stripping them down to 8, Freak. We're going to have to see now. Meat Playground versus Falafel Gaming. These guys are getting back in. And we're going to have to see how this head-to-head goes for your second group.
All right, well, the game underway, and again, Meat Playground up on the blue side here. Falafel Gaming in red, rather. Sorry, I was going to say purple, but that's incorrect. And yeah, they're milling the way out, and let's see what these initial postures look like.
You do have some of the flasks, as Jat was mentioning earlier, that may be a little hurtful towards the first early part of that lane, but you will be able to sustain the level 3, 4, 5, and you have a little bit better of chance of fighting. Looks like they are spreading out, so it won't be too much of a hard invasion, just looking to possibly get those early wards down and really prevent that map vision, something in Season 3 that we've seen the supports come into with those new items, new masteries, and really the level 1s have become a lot more cautious and not as just aggressive and careless.
Yeah, exactly. These guys are really being very defensive, and that kind of reads to me as that both these teams feel confident. It's typically the underdog team that sort of builds out this strategy that says, look, we're going to get ahead early on because we kind of need to. And instead, this is kind of a group where, Dr. Trevor, a little bit of harassment there onto X Hazard. And again, I think that's a good matchup here for Elise. But, they're kind of squaring off, and it looks like no one's going for any trickery. AD carries in the bottom lane. Solo top there's going to actually be in the top lane, and we'll just have, straight up just 1-on-1s and 2-on-2s the whole way through.
So jungle Cho'Gath versus jungle Amumu, something we see quite often lately. Cho'Gath a little bit faster in the jungle, so we'll have to see when he comes to lane how that will affect and if there will be a counter. Looks like Amumu actually may be starting a different spot.
Yeah, he's going to be starting up on his own Wraith camp, and that is a little bit atypical, though. It might show a level 2 gank bottom. Actually, no, with him starting just, I don't know. I can't really see a Despair Bandage Toss level 2 gank bottom, but you're seeing actually Arthlon stealing away some of the experience there. That's going to allow him to hit level 2 first in lane. It's actually a new common practice for mid laners to soak up XP there. And it gives them a bit of an advantage here.
So they're kind of happy to share that XP. I know we saw just previously in the game, I think it was Team Tower Dive, they did Xin Zhao to take red with a Shen top, and he didn't even take their lizards, they just ran out of it. So these guys are trying all new different things. I'm sure this game is a little bit more orthodox within the playstyles of these members. But Meat Playground now versus Falafel Gaming. If you're just joining us here, we are into Group 2 of your North American Season 3 qualifiers.
Oh, wow. He is looking for a gank.
Yeah, that is going to be quite quick. If you look down, he does have Bandage Toss and that Despair.
Yeah, so he is looking for the level 2 gank here. The one thing about Pantheon is he is kind of all in. Arthlon's going to try to bait him and try to get him to initiate so that he can turn on the Bandage Toss. The lane is pushing toward Arthlon's turret, and there's the move.
And here we go. The Bandage Toss is in range to hit here. He's going to dash onto him, so anything they do is going to be under the turret after here. There's one shot going on to Ink. He gets out in a 50% trade there for his health, and he should be able to stay in lane.
Yeah, he does have a lot of potions early on. This is really what happens when you go for a flask potion start is as long as the gank doesn't kill you or burn a summoner, you're pretty much safe from then on. You're going to see Valkyrie heal back up, and it kind of gave Cho'Gath a bit of free reign there to actually farm up.
Yeah, Cho'Gath knows what's going on. He saw the Ink did not have blue yet. He feels comfortable going top. No, he's going to be doing that. And here, Freak, he's going for the lane. Does he? Oh, he has not seen that little part of bush that's showing. He actually may as he goes in here. He has not made the move yet. As you can see, the Fog of War coming back. He does have the move now. X Hazard close up. He is level 3. He goes out. He pulls under. He pulled very early there. The stun not going to be able to come out as that was thrown. Good play by both.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't quite like that move. Actually,
going down onto Balls. Balls could go down here, looking for the first blood. They actually turn. Sona is going to try to block them both in the bush. Very great job there.
Wow, that was actually, there's the early aggression you look for. Arthlon there in a fight with Valkyrin as well. Geez, Valkyrin, yeah, I guess his stun is already down. He's going to let that one go by. But an early vision ward actually down here in this bottom brush is actually pretty relevant. It's going to make sure that Meat Playground can never wrest brush control there.
Have Ink coming back into mid again. They want to shut down this Pantheon. They know he's going to give Arthlon problems. Cat cannot do what she wants with a lane pushing like that. There can't be the roam coming in here, but it's going to be a Zingy on the counter gank. Rupture just misses. Arthlon forced out by the Heartseeker, and it looks like they both live once again. Great attempts from both teams so far, Freak. One of these is soon to hit.
And they're just getting lower and lower, honestly. There's Elise actually moving in a Hazard.
X-Hazard, there's the execution on. She does not have any mana left though. Pools, the Ignite is on, but the tick will not be enough.
Nah, he came in the lane with like 9 health potions. Yeah. That is not a Vladimir who's going to die.
Still has 7.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's going to keep taking poke. You can actually pretty much out-sustain the mana regen from Dr. Trevor. So, you know that early lane, it's always the bane of Vladimir here. Oh my gosh, Ezreal chunk so low. He's going to make his way out of that one. But yeah, the early, first 4 to 5 levels are Vladimir's weakest point. Right. So spending 400 gold on consumables to survive that phase, honestly, it's worth it.
And I really like what Balls and Lemon God are doing. They realize they've passed that level 2 scary moment against the Leona lane, and they're pushing. They've seen Cho'Gath top for quite some time, and they're using that advantage to just push this lane in, and they're really giving themselves the upper hand there. They got 39 to 26 on CS for the AD.
Yeah, and that's going to be Meat Playground heading back to base right there. They knew Ezreal got forced out. Him down to 12 health means that was him definitely backing. They shoved to the turret, recalled back. They won't even miss minion kills doing this.
It looks like really nobody has gone back to buy too many items yet. And if it has been, they're not boots. They're items to mitigate and sustain in lane.
The Vamp Scepter on both sides, and here's Arthlon looking in mid.
He could be hit. Arthlon going in. Beautiful flash on the bandage toss. He looks like he's going to go full on in for it. The turret going to hit one more time. It's not going to be enough, and he will make it out alive. First blood going to Arthlon.
Now that's a really nice move, and he actually opened up with the Elixir of Fortitude, 250 bonus health when you chug it early on, and he kind of chugged that to make sure he wouldn't die to the turret damage, but it's a cool move to see. Katarina already had been back once for items, got a bunch of armor early on to survive that lane, and that Elixir just to make those dives work.
A little old school red pot.
Yeah, it's a really good opener. We've seen that occasionally. There's one of the Korean top laners does that every single game as well. I forget which one though.
And now there is finally the push that Arthlon was looking for in his mid lane. He'll be able to get the roam on here. Lemon God. Bottom lane level 4, so no crescendo here, but they do draw the attack. A perfect job there. They bait in, nose it in, and they could get the kill. A flash out is required. The Death Lotus to finalize. Could she capitalize? One more getting in, and it is going to go down to MF, but Mr. Wish picks up 1 in the 2-for-1.
Yeah, that's a very, very aggressive move there by Katarina. Honestly, it's still worth it to trade 2 for 1, but Ezreal at least getting some gold is a really big impact.
Ink now trying to make something happen top as the gank was bottom, so they're going to put pressure onto this now. They are just making sure each lane has no chance to do anything. Staying right in the middle, Elise is going to have to fall back down. The damage to come out, one last transfusion. They're not in range, and great job. Trevor gets himself out alive.
Well, that was a very, very nice move there. Actually, here comes the man drop. They're going to go for this.
Ink could be hit by this one. They just not in range. He is looking just for Axe Hazard. That pool is not up yet. He will go down to Ignite, and it is going to be the focus on Ink as he just walks away.
Well, there is the power of Pantheon. Really nice evasion there. You saw specifically Dr. Trevor saved Repel until he saw the Bandage Toss go out. And then he waited as long as he could, tried to buy time for Valkyrie, and baited them to the turret. It was a really, really good escape. Very narrow, but it worked.
Pantheon going for the fast brutalizer into that Black Cleaver. Didn't choose to go for the HP first. He's kind of getting taken down by Arthlon in lane now. There's been a lot of focus from Ink. You think he would kind of go for a little bit of sustain?
Well, the thing is really he's going to rely on the flash for it more or less. Just that's kind of his main goal, because what he needs to do is not lane forever. Pantheon's not like there for the laning phase. He's there to gank and use that man drop and kill people off. And so his goal is, okay, I'll have Flask every time I get back, I'll heal back up, that's fine, but he needs that fast brutalizer as he has now. He needs to go and make people fall over, so he's going to keep going for that kind of play.
So we're now 8 minutes into this game. Looks like everybody's kind of setting up here. Lemon God is 6. They are both 6. They could throw down the crescendo. There is the ultimate to follow from MF, and they will pop off onto Leona, leaving Ezreal to flash away, and the aggression is one after the other.
But here comes Arthalon.
Here comes Arthalon to the bottom lane. The flash on Poe if he wants to. Mr. Wish just knows right off the bat. A Zingy probably won't be able to get the kill here, but he will throw out some harass.
All right, so he's going to slow Arthalon down, but he's going to get an easy wave clear here. And honestly, because, yeah, I mean, his bottom lane is already leaving to go back to base, so I think the back Misfortune's going to farm that a little bit here. But already you're seeing a 5-2 early lead, Meet Playground, and it's really Arthalon, right? We talked about him in the early game. He was the guy to look out for. I'd seen him do very, very well in scrims, but you're still the new player. You're replacing Pobelter. Pobelter, one of the best players in North America, and he's still showing up and saying, yep, so, you know, new player or not, I definitely deserve to be here.
So we come in here. Zingy has quite a task for himself now to come back and help these lanes that obviously have to play careful. He's saying, I'm top, you guys bottom have to be careful, but Katarina comes in. What can Falafel Gaming start to do to counter this?
They just need to get the roams going. They need the ward coverage to spot Katarina, because she's the one who's making all the huge plays. Actually has to take the back, taking a lot of punishment.
Oh, the Ignite is on, the Repel is up, and there, the final execute. Yes, no, the Ignite doesn't let it go. He finally gets the last hit on. Trevor almost missing that one, had to do a double take.
All right, so yeah, those are the two really ways that Falafel Gaming will take this one back. They're winning top lane. They need to rely on Dr. Trevor to keep assassinating. And they need to get to the point where it's mid-game, where they can roam and it's not just the jungler making all the moves. The Valkyrie can keep dropping. I mean, everyone so far, if he's dropped it, he's gotten a kill for it. He needs to keep that going. If they can get the mid-game pressure, that's what they need for Falafel.
So we see the lane kind of even now until this push. That Vladimir Elise, you said that Elise would have a pretty good time there because Vlad has to synergize with that health, which makes Elise do more damage.
Yeah, and so she's rusted Chalice of Harmony, so a lot of mana regen to keep throwing out that harass. Of Vladimir, you've seen right here, rushing a Negatron Cloak, Null Magic Mantle, and unless he's really going Mercury Treads, there's not an item he's looking for that builds off of that.
Oh, there's an Initiate down bottom. The True Shot Barrage hits perfectly. Balls could find himself going down here. The first time to Mr. Wish. The Ignite will go down. He will finalize that kill, whether he goes down or not. Lemon God looking for that last cast on the power chord. If he can get the shot off, he actually may come up with a kill here. He's going to take down Ozidin, and it looks like they go 1 for 1. Here comes the man drop, though. Lemon God trying to just get out of range, looking to kill Ezreal. He is safe for the time being, but that flash jump over does not get the last kill. Valkyrie coming up to save Wish.
All right, there we go. Those drops once again making the fights happen. Those are the kills that they need. And getting Valkyrie fed, you know, that was how they actually won. You know, some of those online bracket matches was just him being a huge terror as this sort of attack damage assassin. And that's going to be a really important point for them. And the good thing about this is that Dr. Trevor on Elise scales with health and does not care about your armor. So if you itemize to stop Valkyrie, you are not stopping Dr. Trevor.
Good push in here. Hemo Plague into Curse of the Sad Mummy. Ult on top of ult on top. That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was just an amazing group right there. That's just, I mean, blowing ults is fine, honestly. Getting a kill is worth it always.
So coming in here, the mid lane now, let's discuss a little bit, you know, why we see Pantheons, why we see Zeds, you know, why we see Kazakhs in mid. What is this up and coming?
So this is basically the big, actually take the back
Valkyrie taking a lot of damage, tries to jump in for one last Aegis. Arthalon going on to Ozidin. Doesn't look like they'll continue here. They will get the turret. Hazard trying to find his way out of the aggro of the turret. His Ink right on the other side to help him. There's the ultimate coming down. Xena's Blade just missing to the troll pool. There's the Ezreal ulti to miss as well. Ozidin by himself, probably going to come up with at least one here.
I don't know.
Looking for that Zenith Blade to finalize this one. He's taking a little bit of damage. He's forced off, but here comes Elise from the top side. It could be all about him coming in. Can Trevor do? No, he cannot get the repel on to find Hazard in time. So close, though.
That was a very, very nice troll pool there by Vladimir, getting himself out of that battle, because that would have been a scary situation.
That was a great True Shot Rush.
Another sort of battle under the turret, though. Balls gets caught by the Rupture.
There it is. He's slowed just for a little bit. They're going to try to get as much damage here as possible. There's no red buff involved. So back up to that speed, and the aura from Sona. Zingy's still on the tails. He's going to have Rupture just a few seconds. Dodged by Balls as they continue to run. They have Pantheon just on the right side, and they walk into Pantheon. Oh, how unfortunate for Balls. He takes the escape that causes his death. They focus onto Lemon God, and he flashes out of the Rupture, so they do get a flash and a kill for that one.
All right, that's a really good fight. And again, you're seeing these cleanup battles over and over. It's Valkyrin showing up. His ultimate, it's back up. It's there to show up for another kill. He just walked to that one, used his own 2 legs to make it work. But that is the sort of gameplay you're going to keep seeing from Falafel Gaming. They are going to keep making these moves. They're going to keep roaming around. They don't want to fight a 5-on-5. They want to fight a 3-on-3. If they can keep forcing them, it's good.
They're slowly getting those 1-and-1-and-1s back, and it's really helping them now. 8-6, they're down by 1,000. They've kind of held that deficit, so that is quite good. They haven't really had to go for objectives quite yet. If they do freak, where are your odds for that team fight capability at this point in the game?
A full 5-on-5, really, it's going to come down to the cooldowns. You know, in an ice-fed situation, I say Meat Playgrounds generally got the better 5-on-5 because that's how it's going to be. But the thing is, their really important spells have very, very large cooldowns, especially with supports often grabbing Ruby Sightstone early on. Cooldown reduction is very late in the build. For support. You're actually seeing the build here from Sona, actually including a Ninja Tabby. She is delaying her cooldown reduction items and support items so long in order to survive fights that Crescendo has a long cooldown. And here comes another fight.
And the engagement, Arthlon doing so much damage right off the bat. He hasn't even used his ultimate yet, and they are forced out of that fight. That's on to Leona. That's somebody that's all in the initiation, and that is scary to see her taking that much damage. Azingi will throw some poke out into this fight, and that's where that poke's going to come in handy. They do not have Solar Flare, but here comes the man drop. A nice Drew Shot barrage, and they initiate onto Ink. Sad Mummy keeps himself alive for a little bit, and a beautiful ultimate from Balls just clearing the entire team over, and the help from the rest of them will begin to clean up. Wish goes down. We see Hazard picking up 2, and Trevor is going to be the final one, tailing off to the top side of mid here as he is chased down. Lemon God may be able to give that aura for speed to get back into this one. It looks like Trevor will be able to get himself out alive in a 5-for-1. 4-for-1, sorry.
Yeah, 4-to-1. That was a very interesting gambit there by Falafel. They came in and they tried to all-in a Mumu. They were so close to killing off NK Inc. He was down to about 150 health, but then he got Curse the Sad Mummy off.
That was so clutch. He had so little health.
He had very, very little health left. He got the ultimate off, though, and that set up everything. You saw Sona follow it with Crescendo, Misfortune followed up with Bullet Time, and it was 2 or 3 dead without anyone else making any moves. And Meat Playground just cleaned that fight up. All right, we're going to see a replay of that last battle, in fact, and see just how close that came. You come on through. There we go. We got everyone kind of in the group. The man drop's going to come off. It's going to be a beautiful fight, but watch NK Inc. Here comes Azingi. Puts the silence down. Goes in. There's the man drop. The stun. Nope. They landed it too soon. MF ult hits everybody, and then it just doesn't even matter at that point. There's not enough damage to turn that fight around. It's just theirs.
You know, that is almost one of the hardest fights to win, and is the reason people pull Dragon out of the den. To be stuck in that area is 10 times harder to win that fight because you have no movement. They were able to pull it out beautifully.
The ironic thing is they'd almost prefer that. They'd prefer to be trapped in a little cone because that is
circle.
Exactly. It's like, please come be in our area of effect spells. They don't actually want the spread out everyone on all sides battle. They want the come into the funnel, go dive our mummy.
Scary, scary team right now. That Mummy on MF, like I said, Taster's choice, man. It's got 5 stars on it right now. 12-7, 16 minutes into the game, we finally saw our first Dragon attempt, a little bit later than usual, probably one of the later ones so far in the tournament. These teams have been at each other's necks in lane so far, and they finally got the chance to go for it. So that 1,000 gold lead is kind of now 6,000.
Yeah, it's grown a whole heck of a lot. When you win a fight by 3 kills and get a Dragon afterwards, yeah, that'll kind of do it for you. All right, so
a little aggression there onto Hazard. They're just kind of poking now. And it seems like, you know, the one-on-ones, Trevor has the upper hand there, but that team fight for Elise isn't coming through yet.
It's not quite. He doesn't have any of the big supportive items. He's building for it now. You know, he's got part of Mercury Treads. He's going towards Warmogs. He's getting there. He absolutely is going to get to the point where he can just be this all-in, face-checking initiator, and that's good. And they can always back that up with Ezreal at the very end of it. But, I mean, this is really a team, this Falafel Gaming lineup, that needs to find these oddball kills in various locations. They need the ward coverage, and they need the Grand Skyfalls coming out from Pantheon, and they can turn those into really good situations. But if they're not initiating the fights themselves, I don't think they'll ever turn one good.
You know, great mind play by X-Hazard here, going down bottom. He's just trying to stay in the face of the other team, not letting him grab any turrets, get any of that advantage back. Man drop up top, so they missed that as well. The ult is down. In the next few minutes, Meat Playground happy to engage in another fight, most likely. And here it is. We have a Mumu and Katarina coming from the top. They try to go into X-Hazard. A beautiful flash out of both ultimates. And there's the quick cleanup double kill. Reset for Katarina.
Wow, a nice play by Hazard on that one. He actually baited that one out so very well. He saved Sanguine Pool forever. He went in and said, I'll chase Leona. I know it's 1 versus 2, but it's okay. I'm going to make you stick around. Guys, they're stuck here. There's no turret. And they finally collapsed on it.
You know, I got to give Meat Playground, you know, a hand here. They are just doing everything to avoid the damage and the ultimates and everything. They saw Pantheon jump top. They said, we're on our way bottom. Easy double kill here. They're just in the right spot at the right time right now. And Falafel Gaming, they aren't playing bad. It's just Meat Playground is always that one step outside the ultimate, not getting stunned, not getting this, or getting away with a sliver of health. And it's so hard to win those games.
That's true. We've seen twice now the Grand Skyfall not quite capitalize here from Valkyrie. The one on the Dragon, you know, again, they almost all into move, but they couldn't quite land it. The one at the top lane, we only saw a little glimpse of it, but it just simply was not enough. He wasn't quite in range, couldn't get them. I mean, he got them off the turret, and that's fine, but again, they need to turn those into kills. It's a very long cooldown ultimate.
Looks like we got about 20-20 on the Dragon to come back up. It's still anybody's right now. Like we said, we haven't seen too much of the team fight phase with everyone. Dr. Trevor was really put on the outside of that last Baron attempt, or last Dragon attempt. 19 minutes into the game now. The gold lead creeping a little bit. It's actually kind of still sitting around 7,000, 6,000, or 6,000 to 7,000 gold. 14-7, and we've seen kills really not matter too much. You know, that can happen all the time, but that one fight, whether it be mid-game or late game to switch it around, can always happen. And they have the team to do that. That long-range initiation we talked about before, but they're all in right now. As we said, they don't have those items to be tanky in the fights. Elise doesn't yet, and their initiations are super all in.
Exactly. They're very squishy, all in. They're pretty much melee range when they deal damage, which makes it even easier to land these area of effect spells. Honestly, you do have to admit, Meat Playground has the advantage here. Their team fights have been stronger. They're winning up into the mid game so far. Their late game was kind of always projected to be a bit better here overall, but that doesn't talk about the chance for mistakes. Anyone who gets caught out is going to get punished much more by Falafel than they would be by Meat Playground. Meat Playground's only real crowd control is almost always based on an ultimate. And so to catch someone out, you've got to burn a major cooldown to do it.
And as we see them poking around for Dragon here, they are going to set up. It looks like Leona may come to ward. This could be bad news bears. I think they may have seen that go down there. We see this Katarina, and actually, hang on, there could be a fight here. They're going to find Ozid, and I think they're going to quickly use this one. No ultimate required there. They look for the reset. Katarina does not get it, so they're going to go into this fight with a little bit less damage, and they're going to say one is good for us. But as I was saying, we see a lot of Katarinas lately going for this pen build. What's that all about?
Basically, it just kind of comes down to math. So when you pick ability power versus magic penetration, you're really deciding, are my base damages or are my AP scalings better?
Oh, coming in here onto Trevor. He wants to stop this. I like what he did there. Knowing his team was there, they don't want to engage the Dragon just yet. Curse of the Sad Mummy goes out. Arthlon trying to get a little bit of movement in, finalizes the kill there. The reset comes up, gets himself another one, and he continues to go on. Can he find it? He goes down, actually non-down by a Zingy. A Zingy could be cried on here. That last tier will do it, and we just see how much that AoE and pen composition can do.
That was brutal, and the sad thing was you actually saw balls on Misfortune get caught. Elise had jumped up, went down with Repel, but it was just a point-blank crescendo into bullet time. Basically dropped Dr. Trevor from Fold the Dead, despite the Warmogs. There's such a farm disadvantage there against Bloodthirster and Black Cleaver Misfortune.
Right.
Too much damage there, he got chunked down.
Yeah, we were seeing Misfortune's ult before the Black Cleaver really take it on. Ozidin just on the other side. It's going to be very hard for the support to be taken. And actually, she's going to go over. She does hit Hazard, trying to get the kill down. Mandrop coming in. They could finalize a few kills here and take Baron off of them. That would help with the next initiation, but a quick turnaround. Ink is just too tanky right now.
Oh, and the damage output from the double up was brutal as well. So you extend that fight out, and it becomes like a 7-for-0 plus Baron on top of it. I mean, Meat Playground now, they're really holding all the cards. They're playing this one so very well. Hazard's going to get his own golden buff. Going to grab that one. Cooldown reduction. Always nice on Vladimir. But I actually can't stress enough just how powerful now some of these champions are. Katarina with 9 kills, Misfortune with 6. They are destroying things almost by themselves.
And you know, Freak, I think we got to take a chance to take a look at this board here. 9,300 gold is the highest, and that is going to be on balls. The closest to him on the opposing team is 6,700 gold.
That is a really, really brutal difference. When you're 50% up on the opposing AD carry, you just know your damage output is higher. You're seeing a completed Black Cleaver versus just a Zeal, all other items being pretty similar. Going for Static Shiv is going to be nice, but I mean, realistically, Falafel cannot fight a 5-on-5. They need to ward up, and they need to spot things. If Meat Playground never splits up, then okay, right? They can never win a team fight here. Right. But they have global ultimates. They have 2 global ultimates. If they can pick up like oddball kills and split push, that's what they need.
Arthlon here. Arthlon getting hit up just a little bit. Ink goes in, and here we go. Arthlon finds himself a kill there. The reset comes up. Sona picking up onto Leona. The repel on, and they will focus Trevor now as he is the last one in range. X-Hazard trying to push Wish into the base, and they will finalize that kill once again. 3 for 0 there. And these guys just have it down with the AoE composition.
Absolutely. You know, even if you only get 1 or 2 kills at this point, they're also individually powerful because of their farm. That without ultimates, they can win a 5-on-4. They can win a 5-on-3, no problem. So sure, you know, go banish toss and maybe ult pick up 2. That's worth it completely. These team fights are theirs.
You know, Freak, there's really something to point out, and how much more Meat Playground is team-oriented in the fight than it is solo fighting for Falafel Gaming. An Aegis is plus and is Abyssal. There is no aura item yet finished for Falafel.
And that is a really big thing to be, you know, to kind of keep in mind that the lanes were a little bit back and forth. It was pretty close, but Meat Playground really took the fight to the opposition. They said, we're going to start team fights. Let's go for stuff. We'll grab Baron. We'll grab Dragons. We'll make these fights go. And they won every single one of them. It's what their team is sort of focused around. And as soon as they all hit level 6 to 11, they said, team fights, team fights, team fights. Find an objective, start a team fight.
I mean, you got double magic resist reduction on the team from Moo's passive plus the Abyssal Scepter, and you're not seeing any magic resistance yet coming from Falafel Gaming because they're still trying to buy damage to win the fights.
Exactly. They're buying up Mercury Treads, which is, you know, it's a right choice, of course. You're getting locked down.
It's the quickest way to get it there.
Well, yeah, I mean, they obviously need the tenacity. They're getting locked down by a Moo. If they can get out of Curse the Sad Mummy and maybe flash away from his Fortune ult, that's something. But it just seems to not really be mattering, of course. They do not have the tankiness. You know, I unfortunately kind of ran into the fight the last time, but their goal here needs to be to get a split push going. 5-on-5s will not work at this point. There's not a way they can turn them around without major mistakes from Meat Playground. But a split push with a global ultimate, you know, split the enemy team up, make them react to you. Nope, guess they don't even want to do it. The surrender, that's going to be Meat Playground taking them out.
Yeah, they thought about it, and sometimes you got to get that game out of your head and just say, you know what? It's not the game we played. They did really well in the beginning. And, you know, sometimes this may hurt. Maybe they're arguing with each other and they know to stop here. Come on to the next game.
Yeah, and that's going to be the case here.
Right.
So, you know, facing elimination now is Falafel Gaming. You know, they came in here with pretty high hopes. There's a lot of good name players. Everyone kind of called this group the closest packed together group. You know, some groups were groups of death and whatnot. Kind of this is a group of death as well because everyone has a chance to make it through. Everyone would have... you know, all these matches are going to tend to be pretty brutal. Meat Playground was kind of a big question mark. None of the really big teams there came in. You know, we asked all the teams, you know, what are your top 5s? We asked the internet, what are your top 5s? You know, a couple of votes for Meat Playground there, a lot of votes for Curse, obviously. But outside of Meat Playground, you know, there's not a huge heavy favorite in this group anymore. And so you're going to see all these battles sort of be back and forth.
Right. There still are great games going on. We had Meat Playground there coming out with quite a strong composition. It said fight from minute 1. You know, they said we want to get into this fight. That Leona lane they were against as well. They said, you know, we need to be a little bit slow in the beginning. But let's take it to him after level 3-4. Katarina was down there right away, and they were just able to capitalize on the lane, seeing Cho and Panth top every time. They really played the map awareness beautifully that game.
Yeah, so perfect play, guys. I mean, this was really, really good. Meat Playground making their mark, just like Team Fear was in the previous group. They are 1 game away from being top 8. We've got Falafel Gaming in a kind of a rough spot. They've got to turn that one back over. We're going to see who their opponents are going to be. Let's toss it over to the other stage. Stay tuned. We've got another game coming for you.
2 teams. Welcome very much to everyone that's just joined in from Stream A as well. This is a pretty tight game so far, 3-3 in kills. You can see just around about 800 gold between the 2 teams. 2-1 currently in terms of turrets to 1 Trick Pony, but Dirtnap Gaming are looking very strong. So a strong win from Meat Playground. You predicted that.
They just a decisive victory over Falafel Gaming from what we hear. Looks impressive, and I mean, that would have been a fast game. That must have been 20 minutes. There's a bandage.
They've caught on towards Profit, but they are going to back away. Scuba Chris will not be able to fight that one. You see, as soon as that acceleration came out, they were like, yep, Trolley's in the bush. But Pawn Gypsy is continuing to put pressure on this top lane. We've already seen him taking GGU down once. As it is, the rest of the team are heading straight south. They are looking to see if they can collapse in anyone. We do see Scuba Chris taking down that ward. Dragon, I'm not
Not too sure the time
Up top,
on that.
actually.
Back up towards the top. Let's get straight up there. You can see JD Wu is going to go down. But will Pawn Jumpsy get away from the turret? Yes, he will. Let's go back down towards the bottom lane. You can see Scuba Chris getting caught out. He's had to flash out of the way and avoid the damage.
And the fight is going to continue here. Prawley initiates in.
And Oshi is straight into a... Immediately, Raging Kenny does manage to get his ulti off, but well, you can see Regiron getting taken down, and that's a triple straight in there, 3-4-0. And well, that engage just backfired on them horribly once again.
Perfect timing by Prophet with his Lulu ultimate. I was actually talking with DirtNap Gaming yesterday. They say Prophet calls all their strategies. He's like the mistake for these guys. He's the support who calls the team strats in picks and bans. Aside from that, him and Prawley combined on the overall strategy. But that Lulu ultimate kept Prawley alive that split second longer so he could land another shock blast and really turn the tides of that fight.
So Chris going to chase out Pawn Gypsy. And if you have missed the start lane in this, we had some interesting lane phases. We had Katarina, who's the mid player Katarina, Lil Kevin, on the top lane against Chris. We had AD, well, duo lane, I guess you could say, of duo Raging Kenny of Regiron versus a Jace in the mid. And down the bottom, we also had Echo and Prophet straight away versus a blank lane at the moment because no one's there.
And considering that it was a 2v1 mid lane against Prawley, he's done a fantastic job as getting his minion kills back up. Now with the Dragon here, clicking through, Pink Ward going down. Gonna kill another Ward if there's still a Pink Ward, but Noah's out of vision just barely of that Pink. Deciding to go away from the Dragon, not really committing into a 5v5 fight here. They're a little scared of DirtNap.
Yeah, and not surprisingly so, they didn't have Olaf in there. Stan United already used. He's going to just home guard boots already still used because he's used the Stan United from the base. And that's going to be Scuba Chris going in. The ultimate comes across. Raging Kenny doesn't have, he has bullet time available. Is he going to go for it? He realizes they're all in the line. That would be the perfect time, but instead he can't manage to line and find a point that he can land in. Pawn Gypsy's just going to get chased away here. And well, DirtNap Gaming turning it on when they had the benefit.
So, home guard boot teleport like Stand United Shen. Awesome, by the way. It almost looked like he went in a little too far, kind of forgetting that the rest of his team didn't have home guard, and he went a little deep, but they managed to get the kill, get the pressure back, and probably get a Dragon off this, although probably gets caught by Banish.
Probably does get caught. Scuba Chris is taken so low, though. Chris is going to finish that one off. Echo picks up the kill, and everybody has to back out, and they are just chasing shadows right now. One Trick Pony can't seem to pull anything off.
The knockback there by Prawley was excellent. I felt like he was in the wrong spot, and One Trick Ponies obviously felt the same way, but that was clearly premeditated, and another pick kill picked up for DirtNap.
So Dragon goes down, and gold extends. DirtNap Gaming, as we kind of predicted, well actually to be fair, as the players predicted, would be one of the likely ones to come through from this one. And if they do, they're going to face a very quick Meat Playground. Interested to see how Meat Playground do without their two members. They're two sustained members that they've had for such a long time as well.
Well, for Meat Playground, it's just one of those things. Arthalon and Balls are very experienced players, right? Like Arthalon, not on the tournament scene, but in the solo queue scene, very versatile. They're still quite a dangerous team in this tournament.
So Pawn Gypsy, you can see, sticking to this top lane. He has had a good go at it. It's taken a good half health off the inner turret. No inner turrets down anywhere else on the map, as it is. Just 2-1 still in turret, so outer turret still remaining in this mid, and really remaining untouched, I guess you could say, for One Trick Pony. That's the one big thing they have going for them right now.
And one of the reasons that that mid turret is so healthy is because they've had the AD carrying support there almost the entire time, so their push through was incredibly strong, and it's never been able to come back. In the fights, though, they have to find a way to set up Raging Kenny's Misfortune ultimate. Because right now, they're getting dove on so hard with the Shock Blast acceleration gates coming through from Prawley, from the home guard Stand United Shen that flies in, to just Maokai diving on, that Raging Kenny can never just set up and fire off that ultimate. They're always putting pressure on him, and that's what you do against Misfortune. They need to find a way to get that pressure off so they can pull off their combo.
See JD Wu with an Oracle. That's a pretty early Oracle, 20 minutes in. Starting to clear out those wards, trying to clear out, pick some advantages. They have sent Echo down the bottom. He's going to clear out the waves. He's picked up the Stanic Shift, you can see already. Kind of almost becoming the standard item, the second build item now. And JD Wu, they're going to push forward here. They know that Echo's down the bottom there. They're going to try and drive some sort of advantage here. You can see Scuba Chris charging on through. The rest of the team are going to have to react to this one. Stand United is available, so if Chris wants to join in, they're going to fight this. They can't fight in the tower.
And the thing is, all that Dirtnap Gaming has to do is keep the minions back, because Chris will slowly take that top turret if they can keep the push from happening. This is a really good situation for Dirtnap Gaming. Almost certainly One Trick Ponies is going to have to fall back.
And here you go, Chris, going to go on towards that turret like you mentioned. He will take the turret. That's going to even things out to 2-2 in turrets and push the gold once again a little further. In Dirtnap Gaming's advantages, they now have close, well, just bang on 5,000 gold advantage, which is quite a chunk at 21 minutes in. One Trick Pony need to really pick up the synergy of one of their top team fights. They have the ultis, they have the Amumu Curse to Sad Mommy, they have the Crescendo from Red Run, they have Bullet Time from Raging Kenny. They've just got to land them at the right time, and then Lil Kevin, of course, who really we haven't seen start snowballing whatsoever yet.
And you can see it happening though. Like, there's so much about getting that one singular combo off of. Like, the Sona has to land on top of the Amumu ultimate, otherwise it doesn't seem to work. But the counter to that, which Dirtnap Gaming is executing fairly well, is to just attack in waves. They send in 1 or 2. So at very best, they get it on the tanks. If they don't blow it on the tanks pressure Raging Kenny out of it, so that if they do land the Amumu ult on the backline, they can't follow it up with damage, right? So it's very tricky to land so much AoE on a team that is as mobile as Dirtnap Gaming.
Chris already very strong here as Shen. He's going to become a bit of a immovable object, I guess, very soon, because he's got the Sunfire Cape already. Warmogs is almost certainly next, I guess.
It's got to be. The Kindle Gem is there. He's just going to let that sit for quite a while, I'd imagine. He's most likely going for Warmogs next.
And surely at this point, and despite the fact Pawn Gypsy has got that Warmogs, I don't think he can stand toe-to-toe with Chris right now.
That's one of the things that happens with Shen once he gets a whole bunch of health and kind of hits late game. He's a passive laner early, but because he's such a strong split pusher, his 1v1, this is what makes him such a strong split pusher, is his just dueling potential against almost everyone is immense.
And there you go, the taunt goes on towards Pawn Gypsy, puts a bunch of damage down, lets the Sunfire Cape do the 40 tick damage, and probably thought about going down there. You can see the saplings sat around, it means they've already cleared out the wraiths, poking on the turret, but still, not really touching this big turret.
They haven't been able to get anything through. Lil Kevin and Raging Kenny doing quite a good job keeping it back. At some point though, probably when Prawley gets his next blue buff, they might try to set up one of those extended sieges that we see so often from Jace teams, but they just can't do it yet because they know that if they tried to do it now with no blue buff on Jace, they'd run out of mana and then they'd be vulnerable. So they're waiting for the right moment. They can stall quite easily because of Chris's strength and his ability to split push with that Stand United off of cooldown. At this point, they're just biding their time.
Yep, Chris is happily continuing to farm. Highest farmer almost on the map. I mean, just looking across the board, you can see the farm. Where the gold advantages are, they are far superior in terms of farm. Raging Kenny, in the meantime, while he's been in the mid-time, he's always had someone sat with him, so he's still only at level 12. Level 9 for Ridgeron, he's died a couple of times. Meanwhile, level 15 for Chris. Long, long way ahead, just getting all of the farm, all of the free farm as it happens. And Prawley, Echo, they're quite happy to just sit around. They're happy to let Shen get fed.
And if we take a look at the gold here, you can see 7,700 gold on Shen. It's actually 8,500 on Echo, but that's another story. And when you add on to that he has 2 levels on pretty much everyone from One Trick Ponies, that kind of 1,000 to 1,500 gold advantage he has on people is just multiplied by his level advantage. The stats you gain from a level is about like 700 to 1,000 gold per level, depending on what champion you're on. So level advantage is massive.
And the fact that, you know, 5-0-1 Graves, he doesn't really need that much farm right now. He's quite happy to let Chris get it. You can see Pawn Gypsy trying to put the damage down on Chris, but really, that is hard work to just get any damage until he's just going to taunt across. Yeah.
He's just been spamming that Feint Shield. He maxed it before his taunt on Shen, so it's 250 damage he can reduce every 4.35 seconds. Yeah. How are you dueling that as an Olaf? It's not working that well.
It is not working very well at all. And meanwhile, the rest of the team seem a little lost as to how to deal with this. You can see they're desperately trying to farm out any advantages they can. So, Jan, looking at this, if we were to go into a straight-up 5v5.
We might see a 5v5 right now because they're going towards Dragon. This is how they're trying to deal with it. They might not know how to deal with it, but if we get a 5v5, this is all going to be about who the Amumu ult lands on and if they can combo a Misfortune ult in with it. There's going to be a home-guarded Chris coming into this fight as well. Shen ult coming in.
There he goes. There's the Shen ult coming in. Is it going to be enough, though? Chris is waiting for his time. He's waiting for his moment. He's waited a little too long. And Raging Kenny was taken out of the fight. Lil Kevin was taken out of the fight, so they're not getting the right people. The damage dealers were just wrecked, taken out of that fight. And you can see this is just the two tanks trying to do damage at the back there. Well, Scuba Chris picks up one, but it doesn't matter. Raging Kenny was taken out of that fight before he began.
He couldn't get it off. They just can't get the combo. Chris came in with JD Wu, and you can't stop Shen and Maokai from getting to Misfortune, especially when you consider the home guard boots are in there. No combination with the Amumu ult means no damage for their team, in all honesty. And that was a brilliant fight by Dirtnap Gaming. Even then, he has to cancel it after half a second because Chris taunts in.
Straight in. He's going to try and get the double up, tried to get on Profit there. But Profit just backs away. And that is the mid turret down. So, turret advantage for the first time with Dirtnap Gaming in this game. 32,000 to 39,000 advantage continues on for Dirtnap Gaming here. And One Trick Ponies, they've still not managed to land the perfect combo just yet.
And I don't know if they're going to get to that point just because of the dive potential of Dirtnap Gaming. Prawley as well, getting very strong on that mid lane Jace. Bloodthirster, Last Whisper, and a Brutalizer. So there's not much armor coming down from the squishies on One Trick Ponies. If they ever get hit by those shock blasts, it's going to be close to half of their health. Raging Kenny just trying desperately to get farmed up, but until he finds a way to channel an ultimate into a taunt, which is going to be never, they're going to have trouble in fights.
Well, that's the way it is. And sadly for Lil Kevin, he's yet to be able to really. I don't think I've seen one single Death Lotus really go off at all.
Nope, it just, they're getting dove too hard. They put all their eggs in the AoE basket, and it's getting shattered right now.
The basket is indeed tipped to one side, and everything is rolling out, including Scuba Chris's little Amumu. And they're going to try and put a bit of pressure on the turret, and really, they're going to try and force the fight here, it seems.
They got to go fast. Once again, Chris has his ultimate up, and he's split pushing that side. It's going to be on Dirtnap Gaming. They don't need to initiate. They can continue to clear the waves, and One Trick Ponies will have to fall back at some point. Otherwise, they are conceding turrets to the split push.
And Regiron is taking that shock blast every time. Before the fight begins, he's always below half health.
It doesn't help when he needs to get into the fray, really, to land those crescendos if he's starting at half health. That just means Echo is going to one-shot him when he goes in instead of two-shot him.
And here we can see Chris just working down that bottom turret. The split push continuing to work successfully. Porn Gypsy realizes he just has to take the minions. Can't fight him really 1v1. He's just got too strong. He's got that Spirit Visage now. He's just building ever so more items. And honestly, he's got that much gold building up. He's up to what? 9,300 gold compared to 7,400 of Porn Gypsy. He can't compete.
And this is what happens when you get that kind of mid-game medium to large size gold event. Everyone just feels so fed on the other team. You can never 1v1 the opponent that you were laning against. It just becomes such a struggle, and especially if Echo is able to complete his last Whisper on Graves, which will be very shortly as he's sitting on 1,200 gold. Team fights from One Trick Ponies are going to be really, really difficult.
So the game's stalling out a little bit, but slowly but surely you can see that Dirtnap Gaming's advantage is grinding them through this game. 6,000 gold advantage, 6 kill advantage, 1 tower advantage, and a place potentially against Meat Playground coming up for them. How would you see that one? How would you see if they were to get through to Meat Playground? And that's an if right now. Yep. One Trick Pony are not out of this just yet. One good solid combo could turn things for them.
With the way Dirtnap Gaming's playing right now, I'd say they'd have a great chance because they're not seeming to make many mistakes. They seem to have very well thought out compositions. They counterpick the crap out of our minds during Champion Select. Having the Shen with the Smite in Champion Select and then going with the Maokai late. But considering Meat Playground won in 20 minutes, makes you think twice about that too.
Considering they won in 20 minutes, it must mean they are ready for this one. But they have managed to successfully get a blue invade here. And that's been given across to Chris, I believe. It did, but the rest of the team are closing in. Oh, have they chose to go the wrong direction there? They're all going to be in the tri-bush, and I got a feeling we're going to see Chris coming straight across. They should be able to back away from this one, given right time. The acceleration gate has gone out there. Shock Blast comes through. Shock Blast actually missed this time. Porn Gypsy was the one that took the brunt of it, and I think the rest of One Trick Ponies are going to back away from this one. Yeah, wisely so. They've got the speed from Regiron.
It's actually interesting. You can see if Dirtnap Gaming wants to initiate to their fullest potential, Chris actually has to start in base because he wants to get those home guard boots going so that he can fly in on the back of Maokai's Twisted Advance. They might be looking to do something like this around the red buff area of One Trick Ponies. But Chris actually just going back to clear out that top lane a bit. Could just see a bit more split pushing.
So let's see if they continue on their poke. They have the Jace to poke it through. They have Graves, who's pretty well fed, 505. Got a lot of gold. And you get to see they're just using the acceleration gear to keep poking back and forward. Ghost has been used by Pawn Gypsy. Let's see if he's going to go on towards... He goes for JD Wu. There's Stun United coming straight in, and immediately they turn their attention to Scuba Chris. Raging Kenny is actually okay at the back at the moment. Meanwhile, you can see Pawn Gypsy went deep in there. There's the bullet time. Has it hit enough targets? No, Lil Kevin's been taken so low by Chris. Chris just getting through the team. JD Wu goes Twisted Advance straight onto Regiron. And probably just picking him off from the side there. Raging Kenny, he's going to get taunted. He gets dunked on. It's a triple kill so far for Prolly. Now they're going to chase on towards Pawn Gypsy. Pawn Gypsy already used his ultimate. This could actually be potentially an ace. They're going to get Pawn Gypsy down, and I think the shot blast will finish it off. Technically a quadra kill, but a little bit too delayed, and that is going to be another turret down the bottom.
The mid lane Jace picking up the 4 kills in that fight, and that was a desperation engagement by One Trick Ponies. That was the first time they were actually able to get a good MF ult down with the Amumu, and you can see it almost turned it. Everyone on Dirtnap Gaming calling right now is pretty damn low. If they didn't have that huge gold lead and that huge item advantage going into that fight, they probably would have lost. You really have to hand it to them to know when they're strong enough to brute force and fight and engage like that, because previously they may have tried to disengage that one.
Yeah, it'd be good to see whose calls that was to say, no, we can fight. I'm guessing it would have been Profits. You know, secret's in his name. He would have spotted it. He would have known it was coming. It's 16-6. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is looking like it's going to be Dirtnap Gaming facing... Whoa, someone is low. It is going to be Regiron getting caught out there. Well, this is surely going to be brute forcing their way into a Baron.
Yeah, so they have picked up an Oracles. At this point, now people picking the Oracles up really only in the end game when they're trying to clean out and Baron dance these areas. They got to be a little bit careful putting themselves in this tight corridor. This is just the sweet spot for Mumu ults, comboed with Misfortune, but they're starting that Baron straight away. They're scouting with wards and Maokai saplings, and boy, they are looking to peel.
Here they go. That's going to be the acceleration gate. They dash on towards Pawn Gypsy. Pawn Gypsy pops the Ragnarok. He's not going to get caught out. Oh, that combo was horrible. They did manage to catch it because the Sad Mommy came out. They are going to get a good crescendo. Oh. Very nice crescendo. They catch down 1. They get 2. Can they get out towards Profit? They're going to take down Echo as well. And this is turned very well for One Trick Pony as Olaf comes rampaging through. But Chris is still in there. He is so tanky, so much damage. He can clean up here. Regiron goes down. And you can see Raging Kenny trying to do as much to him, but he just can't dent Chris. He's got so much damage. He dodges. He actually turns back around. He's going to go on Pawn Gypsy. Pawn Gypsy's just 1 hit away. He takes down Pawn Gypsy. Now Raging Kenny, can he have enough? The shield gets popped. He should be able to take him down, but he can't catch up.
He can't catch. He ran out of steam. Holy crap, Chris is strong right now, because that is a raid boss if I've ever seen one in this game. And that was just, you know, you realize that One Trick Ponies has 2 tricks in their team comp. They have the Amumu comboed with the Misfortune ultimate, or Crescendo comboed with Katarina's ultimate, and the second trick paid off during that combo. They thought they disrupted it when Shen landed the perfect taunt onto Misfortune's bullet time, but they got wrecked by Katarina's ultimate in that corridor going up to Baron, and despite that large lead, if it wasn't for Chris's incredibly huge Shen, they would have lost that horribly and probably given up a Baron.
So, is it the armor stacking? Everybody says armor doesn't count. It's all about the hit points, but they've got 2 Randy and Zomans. That big tanky front line, Pawn Gypsy, Scuba Chris getting in there. Did they take enough brute force front from Prolly to send this one off? They're going straight back into it, chat. They're going straight round, and Scuba Chris completely caught out of position. They were not ready for that.
That was a lot of pain. There was the home guard Shen ult coming in once again, just chasing down Scuba Chris. All the armor in the world will not help you from 5. And this is really tricky for One Trick Ponies. They know they're giving up the Baron. They can't even push the mid turret. And right off the back of a huge team fight, almost trade, they lose the Baron. And that's a mistake.
goes Baron Nashor down 35-42. And they are going to just trade and say, okay, we'll have the dragon. We'll try to keep ourselves in it, despite the fact they are a long way behind in gold. 8,000 gold behind. That's going to switch to 7K as soon as this dragon goes down. So that's a lot of big items.
The biggest thing they have on their edge as this game stretches later and later is Dirtnap Gaming really only has one damage source, whereas One Trick Ponies has multiple damage sources. It's almost all physical damage coming out from Dirtnap Gaming, so they can get more efficient defenses than Dirtnap Gaming can. They can go all armor and health, whereas Dirtnap Gaming, health, MR, and armor, obviously, to say something incredibly obvious, but it's just a matter of the 7,000 gold advantage isn't nearly as bad as it may seem.
As it may seem. And the fact that they've only lost one inner turret so far, and
they're up in turrets. No, they're down in turrets.
They're down in turrets. Dirtnap Gaming haven't lost an inner turret yet, but actually, you know, the middle and the top one are very low. And the bottom one is at half health. So they've had a good go at them, whereas you look at the middle completely full, top completely full. So if they were to turn one good team fight, they could pick up a couple of turrets.
The trickiest thing about this, though, is right at the moment where they're kind of ready to turn it around, Dirtnap Gaming has Baron. So you don't really want to fight this team while they have this buff, and it's a matter of how many advantages Crawley and Prophet can pull out of this tactically before that Baron is up.
They're trying their best to keep Pawn Gypsy out of this one. They want to keep him farming at the top, but wow. Like I mentioned, that was at full hit points a moment ago. Look back at it, 299 hit points. That's how quick they shredded that down. Bottom turret is already gone. And you can see Chris is pushing in there. There is the mid turret down. Chris continues to pressure on Pawn Gypsy, trying to push it out there. And now they are going to continue poking through. Not catching on towards anyone. Regeron looking maybe to try and get a crescendo, sneaking across there. They're going for the inhib turret. Here we go. It's going to be the... Are they going to go for Gusta Sabami? He has to pop it, but he gets obliterated. Bullet time lands quite well. They do manage to get one down. You can see Echo also taking down very low. The Lulu Ultimate, he does finally get dropped there, but he's a little bit too late. Kevin Ghost does manage to... Guardian was popped as well. Raging Kenny now in trouble. Chris is all over him, and the damage is just too much for him to deal with. He was trying to kite him as much as he can. Pawn Gypsy now on Chris. He can't do enough damage to prevent Chris just walking away. You called him a raid boss. He is absolutely dominant.
It's like trying to hit an incredibly mobile brick wall. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. It's just not breaking every time he goes into those fights. That was a pretty good initiation by One Trick Pony, but they just didn't have enough to break through everything that Dirtnap Gaming had. The Baron buff is so potent when they're tanking this. And look, even without the minions coming through, tanking up these turrets, they might look to end on this push. There's a couple seconds death timers left on One Trick Ponies, but they're going for the end.
They're going for the end, and they could well get it. You can see just a couple more hits. Here comes Gusta Sabami. He hasn't got it available. It is the game. It's 26-12, and Dirtnap Gaming finally take it home. But you saw just how close. One Trick Ponies, if they'd have just landed them combos a little bit earlier, they could have turned it earlier on. But by the time they finally landed it, it was a little too late.
It makes me really excited for the rest of this group, because that game was quite close. It seemed like Dirtnap Gaming had control for the most of it, but then there was that one fight in the Baron area where it seemed like they might turn it. Then you realize they only had the physical damage coming out, and it was maybe going to turn around. But with the Baron buff, they pushed through. They got that last team fight, and I feel like they closed it right when they needed to.
So, it is going to be One Trick Ponies versus, I gotta think, Falafel Gaming. Gaming. Gotta remember their name.
On this stream.
On this stream, Meat Playground versus Dirtnap Gaming. That is going to be the winner's match, and of course, the loser's match. So, the group is starting to lay out as we kind of expected it. Group C. The question is, who will get first place in the group? We'll find out, because next match will be coming up, ladies and gentlemen. So, coming up right here, it will be Falafel Gaming versus One Trick Ponies. The winners will move on, and the losers will be going home. It will be our third team that goes out. We're going to find out. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. Now the teams in the second group think they have what it takes to win. Let's see what earning a spot in the League of Legends Season 3 Championship Series means to them.
Qualifying for Season 3, to me personally, it would mean everything.
We get a future. Everybody loves the game, you know, and just being able to like get paid to play it. That's pretty cool, you know. I think anybody would want that.
What little kid doesn't want to be paid to play video games?
Ever since I was a kid, I used to dream about being able to play successfully as a professional gamer.
I've never really been in an opportunity like this before.
I took 2 years off of college, try and go pro. Told my parents. They think I'm still doing college stuff right now, so it's a nice little surprise for them.
It would just feel really good, like to just be able to make it to Season 3.
I mean, that's going to determine what I do for the rest of my life, possibly. If I make it in esports, who knows?
Right now, this is the closest I'll be to being an actual professional gamer.
I can't say that I ever thought I would actually get to this point. You know, being one of the people to get invited to Riot Studios to play League of Legends competitively, to me that's amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Meet Playground versus Dirtnap Gaming here for your League of Legends North American qualifiers, where this week 5 teams will make themselves legends in this league.
I didn't even expect that. I'm sorry. I'm like taken aback by the amazing puns. We had it with our cheesy food puns the first time. Now they're legends in the league.
Yeah.
Riv, you slay me. I love you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, we've got 2 great teams here. Both these guys have won their first round matches in their groups. This game means a quarterfinal spot. This game means you're gonna be one of those top 8. You're going for that top 5 from there. And the thing is, I can't really predict it here, right? Both these teams have done very well for themselves. Dirtnap Gaming came in and said they felt very confident. Meet Playground the exact same.
Well, it's true, you said it before the break. This is that group that's so close that nobody can call, that nobody's really said anything about because we just don't know. It's a lot of players that have come, as we said, from Legion, from other teams that have had LAN experience, but a lot of these teams were created in the past few weeks.
Yeah.
So they're
Epic.
pulling out all the stops. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's interesting, of course, as well because you said these guys have LAN experience. Some of them are new.
Right.
It is really most of these teams' first time doing something huge and major, right? Probably he just said in the interview, this is the closest I've ever been to like being an actual pro gamer. Like I'm going to be in the same league as dudes like CLG and TSM and that whole crew. I mean, this is really, really big for these guys. And they've got to come prepared with all kinds of different strategies. As an anecdote, Meet Playground, they won their first match with an area of effect, sort of press R composition.
Yeah.
But that's what Dirtnap Gaming just beat.
Yes.
They got to bring out something else.
Yeah, the slight change in the composition, and Olaf for a Vladimir, and we were kind of thinking, that extra AoE from Vladimir, the 12% damage of Female Plague, was the factor to the Olaf, but we all know Olaf is such a formidable champion right now in the game, so we'll have to see if these champions again come into the fruition of these AoE compositions and which one grabs the upper hand. So after these games, we are going to see two wins, 2 losses. 2 losses send you home, but the winner of this moves on to day 2 to face off to the second place of another group.
Exactly. You can see the Dirtnap Gaming squad on your screen getting set up. They're here at the Riot Studio here in LA, and I'm wondering what their nerves are like. During the first series, I was up with Kobe and I asked him, what his experience was like, playing for CLG, a bunch of LANs, bunch of online stuff. It's sort of, you get more accustomed to it over time as you do more and more of these events. And the first time I started casting, the very first thing I did online, I sat there for like 10 minutes waiting to hit record because I'm just like, I don't know if I'm ready for this. I don't know if I'm ready to start like actually commentating things. And the exact same thing here as well, where it's the most important tournament in these guys' lives. And honestly, like each individual game progressively becomes even more the most important game they've yet played, right? A win here for Meet Playground or Dirtnap Gaming, they're in the top 8.
Right.
They're in the quarterfinals. 5 of 8 of those are making it onto Season 3. Like, those are good odds. Like, you really want to be in those quarterfinals. If you lose, okay, you got one more chance, but, like, this is, like, you're on the cusp right here. This is the most important game you've literally ever played of League of Legends.
Yeah, so much of your life has been put on hold for right now, for the entire game to come down to this. College careers are being put on the line. Parents don't even know that people are here and probably figure their children in their dorm. It's that poster. It's like what I'm doing, what my parents think I'm doing,
What I think I'm doing, what my parents think.
And they're here right now, Riot Studio. We're making it happen. League of Legends Season 3 is a real thing, and these kids are trying to make a name for themselves. And the best part about it is it's going to cycle. It's going to keep going. We have more teams to come in 10 weeks later possibly, and these guys have to fight for their spot again. So it's just not sugar and candy canes once you get in.
No, you've got to fight for your spots completely. And these teams, they have to grab substitutes as well, so that they can make sure they field a team for competition every week. And these teams, it's up to them to be able to say, hey, I think our sub's actually outperforming our other players. Curse, for example, they had picked up Rux and they ran him in IPL 5, but they're back here with Elements here, saying, Rux is back to sub, Elements, you're back on. And these teams have to be able to realize who's playing, who's not. Epic, they brought West Rice up instead of Wings of Death. And unfortunately, I think West Rice had a very good tournament, but it didn't quite work out for them.
Yeah.
Again, the teams are getting set up. We'll have the game going on underway very soon. But the Curse video got put up just yesterday.
Yeah.
And Liquid 112, the manager, he said, if we don't make it, we might have to make some roster changes.
Yeah, if Curse doesn't qualify themselves, the roster they have now, that video states there will be a Season 3 Curse. So that's how it's going to happen. That's why everybody in the video, you saw their responses, their answers to losing were, it's not something we thought about.
No, you can't.
It's not going to happen.
And it's not even worth putting in your mind. As a competitor, you can't. Well, you're preparing for a tournament.
Right. You
don't think about the contingency plan. You think, you dream big. You think confidently. You can't go into this being emo. You can't think about it being down on yourself. The Good Game University players, especially Nintendo X, he was talking to me about what that team was like when they first formed. Again, a lot of those members really, really young people in general, and of course a young team. And he said, one of our biggest enemies was ourselves, where if we lost a game, we got really down on ourselves. We harped on the mistakes, and it made us just worse from then on every single time. And he said, he got kicked off the team for like 2 weeks and then rejoined. And he said over those 2 weeks, he's like, I matured. Like, I'm a more mature person. I'm a more mature player. Like, I can compete on the stage again. And we saw that from GGU. They lost to Fear, and they just regrouped, and they had a very dominating final game against Team Tower Dive TV. And you're seeing these guys, be able to come back from defeats. And so right here, one of these teams is going to have to lose this game. Either Meat Playground or Dirt Nap is going to have to lose here. Yes, it's going to happen. Even if it's a 7-hour game, even if it
That's never
continues next
before.
Wednesday,
It's never
and
happened.
we're here filling time for half the day.
I don't know what you mean.
Someone has to lose at the end. And whichever team that is needs to bounce back and say, nuh-uh, we're going to push on forward.
Well, it's something what we've seen coming up in a lot of tournaments. It's a lot of tournaments. It's a little bit nicer in the way that it's not a pure single elimination that we've seen from the North American regional or the qualifiers and whatnot, But they have 2 games.
Yeah.
And GGU lost the first one, but then we saw the awesome composition, Shed Katarina, AoE stop. Once Katarina gets in there, it's locked down, it's dead. It's they just went on it full time, and they brought that out the second game. They said, you know what, it's hairy. We're 1-1. We need to make that to 2 wins instead of 2 losses. So that second game is giving them time to, kind of go through the first one and watch the first few pitches. Strike, whatever we lost, we'll get the second one, and that's really how they played it. And that's almost what we saw Falafel do. That was there was still another engagement to happen there, maybe a few more engagements, maybe a 15-minute comeback, but they just said, you know what, we saw the first few strikes, we'll get it at next bat.
Yeah, of course, and that is nice just to have that extra little safety net that, yes, they did lose to one of the teams. And again, when you pick 2 teams out of a group of 4, you do want to at least play more than one of the other teams to get through that one. So certainly Meat Playground looked the strongest of their first round victories. I think they had the most dominating performance. But that that could go a couple different ways. That could be because Meat Playground is so above everyone else that you can say, look, as Falafel game to the favorites of the group, but we can always come.
What just happened? It was intense. So yeah, you get louder. There's way more intensity, and you're just your jitters are there. So you just shake them off. You're trying to shake them off. You're trying to get pumped.
And whatever you can do to make that happen, whether it's just like focusing, whether it's like putting your favorite song on and just like jamming to it, like I got some metal going on, let's do this, like whatever it is, you got to find a way to do it. Kobe24, again, in my cast with him, he talked about his leg just like shaking on the table the entire time. Actually, my leg is behind the table. You can't see it, but it's jumping up and down. And shouts were like smacking him, saying, "Stop it! You're messing with my keyboard."
They say that Froggen does that at the playoff finals, the spinning stages. They're like, don't walk on these too hard. And then Crepo and Snoopy would both be like, "Froggen, you need to chill, man. The whole stage is shaking. That's what we're playing on right now. Calm down. We know you're doing good in mid."
Yeah. So. And it's a thing you like really have to get used to because if your hands are cold, if your keyboard's not in the right spot, like I don't know if people don't believe it the first time or it's just hard to get used to, but like you do not play the same on LAN as you do at home. It is a different experience.
Yeah, and people are going to realize that, especially these teams. One thing that I remember in their interviews, the interviewer kept being, almost amazed about is that Curse was so damn calm throughout everything they did. Any question, calm, cool, collected. The answer came out. There was a little bit after to bolster it, and they knew exactly what they wanted to say. And things like that, teams know will be used against them. Definitively, that experience, that calmness is going to just take them out of their comfort zone. So people like Curse are going to use that to an advantage big time.
I'm wondering actually if there are teams whose game plan is to psych people out in person.
For sure, Marn.
Yeah, just Marn runs around. And
Marn will do it on any social media and then meet you in person and then do it.
Yeah, but I'm curious, right? Right. Curse coming in so calm, I can get that is disconcerting.
For sure.
Right? You come in and they're just like, yeah, it's just business. We're just gonna win, whatever, right? And they don't show emotion. You're like, wait, what?
Summoner's code, bro.
Summoner's code, just win with grace, all that fun stuff. But I want to see a team whose main gimmick is that they're the best smack talkers and they just psych people out. I want to see that. I want to see what that looks like because I want to take lessons. Actually, I was at WCG USA 2008 or something, and I got eliminated. It's unfortunate. I didn't sleep enough. My roommate's fault. But
good scapegoat.
We had a smack talk competition.
Ooh.
We had a smack talk competition, and it was all the guys playing Gears of War, so they were practiced.
Of course. I was actually going to mention Gears of War when you were saying smack talk because of what I used to broadcast back in the day. But yeah, cool, you did.
Yeah, and so I didn't win. I thought mine was really
good. Against Gears of War dudes, that's diamond smack talking.
Yeah, right. It shockingly not radio friendly, but we'll leave it there. But smack talking competitions, they were fun to me. I want to see a team who's good at that.
Yeah, they were. You had a show on HBO for, remember that? The smack talking show who can go back and forth better. But to digress of randomness, back to these matches, we do have Dirtnap Gaming versus Meat Playground to come. Both teams qualifying through an IPL situation. IPL 5 for Meat Playground, Dirtnap Gaming, IPL 5 IPL Qualifier.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
They find their ways through there.
Right, and so these guys have already shown that they have come through tournament brackets to get here.
Right.
Certainly everyone who's at this tournament now has done so by competing against other highly ranked teams in great series. But the specific story here, right? Meat Playground. And they had a tough freaking road to get here.
Yeah.
Their final qualifier match to get into IPL 5, 2-0 Invictus Gaming, who was the #2 spot from China in the World Finals. That's a tough opponent. 2-0, no problem. And, people said, well, that was with Pobot, that was with Light Sludge. Well, they replaced them. They're still looking strong. But they got their spot overall because they're the highest placing North American team from IPL 5 that wasn't already in this tournament or in Season 3 itself. So, with Curse and CLG and whatnot out there, not a big deal. But on the other side, though, you had IPL and MLG both running online qualifiers. Just, play the tournament bracket, top spots, get it. And that's where these guys came from, Dirtnap.
So we see on the screen now, I believe this is Dirtnap, and he is wearing his hat. I can't tell specifically who that is right away. So many new faces. But he wears his spirit hoodie. I believe it's a bear to make him feel comfortable. So Freak.
I think it's a wolf.
Is it? It could be either. I like bears. I'm going to go with bear.
That's fine. You're entitled
to the bear. And he's got a turtle. He's got everything there. So he's got a little bit of protection.
I'm a fan.
They know they can CLG their way through this if they need to. And they also have a little bit of bear, so they can TSM it and go aggressive.
Nice.
So really, they have both sides of the factor there, and his spirit hoodie keeps them safe.
I want one that has that's 4 different corners, and it's actually an Udyr spirit hoodie. I want an Udyr spirit hoodie. I want a turtle, tiger, phoenix, bear hoodie, hat thing.
And then if you're flying in a plane, you have a Triforce on top, and you can only see it.
Yes, that sounds great. I want that actually.
Coming soon in the Riot store.
Apparently, we're doing 4-color spirit hoodie. I think that's a good thing. So yes, these guys, and we talked about it, right? What can you do to bring yourself good luck or good fortune or calm your nerves when you get to a big LAN like this? When you get to a very important tournament, how can you make this as calm as possible? I know guys who actually do keyboard on lap.
Yeah.
Because no matter what, keyboard on lap, it's always in the exact same spot. It's impossible to screw up keyboard on lap.
During one of the MLGs, I think one of the teams that was playing or somebody that was subbing for someone, they're like, whoa, I usually play like this. My keyboard's on my lap, and this is up here. So yeah, that movement overall, you have a smaller mouse pad. It's a smaller area. Maybe you used to play FPS, and you're used to doing this. Everything changes. The atmosphere, you can hear. You know, just so much noise around you at these events that the crowd is yelling and whatnot, and you have to get through that. Remember the Thundersticks at IPL. Some of the people loved it. Some of the people were like, "Whoa, this wasn't an experience that we've ever been in, you know, but they happen, and you got to be ready for it.
I think that happened. I almost want to say it was 2 Meat Playground, because I'm like trying to remember the game, and I want to say it was like Meat Playground Curse at IPL 4.
That sounds like right.
Like, and they were like ahead by a gigantic margin, like 10 kills and 12,000 gold, but couldn't close it out. Like, I'm pretty sure I remember that was actually IPL 4 Meat Playground versus Curse, and now you got both these teams here again.
Yes.
They will not meet unless they both lose in the quarterfinals. Those groups will not match each other.
That's true.
But I don't know. There'd be like a potential rematch at some point if
Let's
that
break
was
out the
possible.
Thundersticks.
Yes, break out the Thundersticks. Have all the riders show
They've
up.
evolved them since now, so they won't be as loud.
No, we'll just actually
they just throw lights everywhere now.
We'll just pump an audio mix of Thundersticks into their headphones.
That's perfect.
And then it'll feel like home.
I like it.
Yeah.
God, it's everywhere. Why don't they put us on the idea team too?
This is a great. In fact, we should actually switch one of the music tracks on League of Legends to just Thundersticks. So like randomly, you'll be like playing mid lane and just the track ends and just gigantic, just loudness all the time, and you'll just feel so pumped up, man.
I'm already pumped up.
Thundersticks.
Yeah. So Dirtnap Gaming coming in. A lot of people know a bit about their team. A lot of people know a little bit. But a lot of people know a lot of it. Probably you have JD Wu probably joining the team because he liked JD Wu's jungling. So there's another one of those kind of we know each other a little bit, but more the play style. So we're going to come in and make it work. We'll make it happen. You also have Chris. Everybody knows Chris for his Riven as well. Just overall powerful play. We just saw him on Shen also being a beast as well. So these guys have a lot to bring to the table, and they've played different positions as well.
Well, I want to actually point out the AD carry Echo, the Dolphin, because we talked about the Spirit Hoodie and animals. I just keep going off topic. I don't know. I can't help but be trolling it all the time.
It's okay.
Elements actually refuses now to talk to me seriously because every time I see him, I troll him in some way, and he's like, "I'm done. I'm done talking with you seriously." But yeah, and then the support Prophet there on that roster. It's a good lineup. Honestly, these guys are very, very good. You're seeing the players again mill back and forth. They're getting ready for this game. We shouldn't be too far from it. And actually, I gotta feel like this almost amps your nerves even more at this point. You're like, you're ready to go. You just got out of the game. Both these teams a little bit colder.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of the pause, that break that somebody puts in. And sometimes that happens in sports, you know? You can even pull it in this when it has to kind of be, you have to be, okay, something broke, but if it didn't, that's a problem. So you might want to make sure something's broke first. You can't really just be like, hey, you know, we're not near each other. Let's call a timeout here and totally stop the Baron that they have, like kind of the mentality they have on. So you can see them kind of standing, talking behind each other. Right now, they're still discussing the match, using every second that they have, trying to keep warm there. You always know the players try to keep the area cool, and the computer's never heated up enough, so they're like, hand warmers, please.
But it's good to have those on hand.
Exactly.
Right? Just like, you gotta, like, I think like the key physical talent here for gaming is your finger dexterity in the first place. You know, for football, it's how fast you can run, catch a ball, etc. Or for the Europeans, football is how fast you can run, kick a ball, etc.
I actually just made a tweet recently that one of my favorite or best gaming peripherals is the pet sleeping under your computer. So you
just
can
keep you
warm
warmer?
your feet. Yep.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh my gosh.
The pet peripheral. You got to get one.
Get a dog.
Best late night gaming peripheral ever, especially on a cold day.
Live animal sleeping underneath. I have not had that experience, guys. For what it's worth, though, if you are tired of us talking about Spirit Hoodies and dolphins and pets, Stream B, the other stream, whatever you want to call it, that's got Jat and D-Man on it. They are currently live with the other match, so if you do want to see League of Legends going on, feel free to check that one out. We'll be going live as soon as possible. Yeah, we're not redirecting the stream here ourselves. If you want to open up another tab, go for it. Of course, Rivington's manly beard kind of implores you to just laser focus in.
I should just troll you by the end of the week and
just chin strap it.
Chin strap it.
Okay. Meanwhile, I'm just gonna like suddenly explode a real beard and I'll just fake you out. It'd be like the blind pick beardathon, and I'll just counter.
That's not good. I've never played that game before.
The blind pick beardathon.
Yeah.
I'm like 2200 elo at that.
Yep.
I'm really good at blind pick beardathon.
Just gold. Sorry.
This wins like every time. That's why my elo is so high.
So coming up with this game, this means somebody is 2. The brackets work 2 win, 2 loss. Somebody gets the win out of this. Somebody's 1-1. It's up in the air, really. We also have the lower bracket playing, or the loser's bracket, the guys that are going for that elimination match, if you will. That's a big match. That's the one where if you haven't pulled out all the stops we were saying before, you need to. These are single elimination, but we've said you get that little bit of room to breathe if you lose the first game. Falafel's using that to the fullest extent. They went quick surrender, and they're saying, we'll just go into that loser bracket match. We'll try to pull back out, and sometimes that could be the easier road that they find. They may face another team that they would rather face than if they went through the upper bracket, because sometimes you make a hard road for yourself, but you get the momentum. There's always something there that to plus or minus.
Exactly. And the thing is, we've actually seen upsets anyway, right? Like, you look at some of these matches and you realize, okay, you know, the heavy favorite, Meat Playground, you know, seeds 1, 2, 3, and 4, and you kind of get an idea of how you think the group might play out. But we've already seen an upset in our first group of the day. Epic Gamer, again, that heavy crowd favorite, came through 2-0ing everybody in the online qualifier, where they couldn't stack up against, honestly, a team that everyone thought was going to be a walkover, which was Team Tower Dive TV. They're like, wow, Group B, that's like, or, you know, the group that had fear in it. You know, that's the group of death. You got 3 teams that are like, oh, really deserving of it. And you're like, well, make that 4 because, dude, these guys showed up. And so even the teams that are down there in the lower bracket, you cannot count them out whatsoever. They've put on a great showing. They're obviously phenomenal players. And, you know, it just kind of happens that in best of 1, anything can happen.
Yeah, it really can, especially in that group 3, that Curse group, that Brunch, Pulse, Complexity. It's scary. It really is scary. There are known favorites that people are like 110% they're passing through. So it's got to be ridiculous to be in that group with those favorites, knowing that everybody's just like, good luck, dude.
Of course, but it's also cool because the underdogs do get a bit of an advantage. Everyone is coming in confident.
Yep.
Every sort of team that we've talked to and, you know, said, what are your chances here? I haven't heard anyone say any number lower than like 60%.
Right.
Like, some understand they're underdogs and like, yeah, it's going to be a rough road, but they're like, none of them are like, yeah, we're out. Like, we shouldn't have even shown up today. It's like, no. They all know that they have what it takes to win this. And I do believe that all these teams are phenomenally skilled. And the advantage of being an underdog is it is much harder to research you. Like, you look at a favorited team like Curse, like Fear, it is very easy to look up their matches, right? Yeah. They have even if you don't get from their match history from online or on League of Legends, you go to YouTube or anything like that, you will see them play the best of the best over and over and over again. You can see what kind of invades they run, what kind of comps they look for, what they pick and ban normally, and there's not that for you, right? If you're Dirt Nap Gaming, if you're Falafel Gaming, there's not nearly that level of material there. You know, they might know, oh, yes, we know a Zingy is really good at Amumu. We know Dr. Trevor is really good at Rumble. And you got a couple of things like that. But outside of a couple of very favorited champions, you've pretty much got carte blanche to run whatever you want.
Yeah, you know, one example that mirrors that perfectly is the Southeast Asian qualifiers, the regionals there. Singapore Sentinels were a team that was practically unbeat throughout the season, and Saigon Jokers came and swept the tournament because they were somewhat of an unknown. Nobody knew anything. You can't do your homework, and they just pulled out all the stops. And that is a factor that can lead you to the victory, especially of a region.
Absolutely. When you can just kind of bring up these new things, practice with you know, other players, teams in secret, and these guys, you know, it's very easy for them to practice with each other. It's very easy for them to say, oh, you're not in my group. We've got about a week. Let's go. Let's play some games, right? You already know other teams that are on your skill level. It's pretty easy to contact them. They're all online. Say, hey, we want some scrims. And you know these guys have been practicing as hard as possible for this event. I mean, this is a huge deal for these guys. The Season 3 qualifier spot is gigantic, right? We've got, 14 teams left so far in this tournament. 5 of them are getting a spot in Season 3. And they're like, those are pretty good numbers. Those are good odds. And they would just dedicate their time to doing that. You know, these guys can bring up something new, and, you know, I'm expecting a bunch of new stuff coming out from these.
You know, Freak, I know the idea is there for them, but you have to wonder how much it's really set in, what they're really playing for. They know it's going to change their lives, but once something like that happens, it kind of takes a while to set in. So still, I think it's a lot of enjoyment for these players here. And you almost saw in Epic, you know, sorry to see them go, but it was, they came in and they were like, you know, it's win or lose nothing. You know, we just made the team. We're coming back. It'll be fun. It'll be great if we get it. But they were really crushed when they had to, you know, kind of step aside. And these teams are going to have to realize that soon, and that pressure is bearing down very hard for these final 5 teams.
And it'll be interesting to see because some of them have focused on it so very hard, right? Some of them, this is their job. Again, you want to look at Curse, who's really the really big standout team coming into this tournament as the big favorite. But, you know, that video came out about them yesterday where they're like, this is our job. This is what we do. Like, we can't even think about not winning.
No.
You know, and you contrast that to a team like Epic, who, you know, even though they kind of threw the team together, we're still crushed to lose it because this is such a gigantic opportunity. And some of these guys are in this sort of middle ground where they're prepared to give up their current trajectory in life and pursue this new one. Again, like Mega Zero from Marn, he's like, yeah, I'm going to school right now, and that's fine. But like, if I can do the pro gaming thing, I'll do it, right? And that's kind of the situation that I kind of like the most from the players, where they're not unemployed. Right, if this doesn't go through for them, they're still okay, right? I want these guys to succeed, right? You know, to the best of my knowledge from hanging out with them, they're all really great people. I like talking to them. They're really good dudes.
Very smart.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Carnegie Mellon, comp sci.
Yeah,
come on.
Of course. these are really, really bright people. And then they're like, yeah, you know, I'm really, really smart. You know, Voyboy's trying to go and you know, do pre-med, go be a doctor. And he's like, yeah, if this gaming doesn't work, then I'll go be a doctor. Oh no, right? Like, it's not the worst future in the world. Jeez. But yeah, it's nice to see them, you know, at least be able to fall back on something if it doesn't work out. But they're all like, I don't think I've heard a single guy be like, well, if we make it, I'll probably just still go to school. I don't think anyone's done that. Guys, though, the wait is over. Champion Select is here. It is time to get this underway. Dirtnap Gaming on blue, Meat Playground on red.
All right, let's see what we got, Freak. We do know those picks to come out. The Kazakhs ban most likely. Rumble's been a good one. Shen's going out. We have Chris going to play again, so we'll probably see the Riven on the ban list too. These guys, that's the little part of the known people on the team. It's really going to come down to what compositions they create as an unknown team. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, there's a top 4 of champions to kind of look at. Again, talking with X Hazard from Meat Playground, he said there's 4 big guys. It's Mumu, Kazakhs, Evelyn, and Nunu. Those are the 4 big champions that he expects to see in every single game this tournament, whether they're picked or banned. And you've got a couple of additions here because Twisted Fate just got brought down, and you've got to worry about Chris's Riven. So, and actually the Malphite ban there, being an armor-based champion, that actually might be helping to enable the Riven pick there.
Yeah, that's definitely going to knock out a lot of initiation as well. We'll have to see what kind of comp they put, but I like that call on that for the Riven. We'll have to see what they do. There's the Kazakhs as well. The Nidalee goes out.
But Evelyn is up, right?
Evelyn
so like
is
you've
up,
got,
right, as you pointed.
You've got a couple of really important picks there because you've got Riven, which is a really big important one. They're actually just going to go with the Olaf and not even care. So I don't know, Hazard with his kind of surprise there in the first place. I mean, Nunu and Evelyn are both up, and Arthlon, to my knowledge, plays everything. He just plays everything. We've seen him crush on Kazakhs before. I can assume pretty well that he's going to be able to play Evelyn quite well himself. And there it is, Nunu and Evelyn. Those are going to be the options here. I'm expecting the lock-in, and there it is.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. I've really only seen Arthlon go for those AD casters in mid. That Nocturne, Zed coming in with also Kazakhs, but banned out on that Kazakh. So they are going to still go for a burst assassination mid. We'll see what the comp comes out after that. That Olaf is going to help for a bit of initiation and fight control for DNG. We'll have to see what they can bring as well to a possible poke composition.
Well, they've got Sona at Misfortune available there. We saw them fight against such a composition. You know, last time Meat Playground actually ran one themselves, an area of effect focused composition. You know, seeing that twice now in the tournament, it is a very good sort of team lineup. It's something we've seen actually quite a lot in Korea. They've run Kale a lot to actually make Misfortune not die in the team fight while channeling, or you'll see guys like Sona or Zyra set those up with the area of effect lockdown. You know, but actually this is looking much more like their previous lineup here. They actually had the mid Jace there from probably last time.
Yeah, that was really effective, especially for lane movement as well. Jace can push that lane with a shock blast and just change forms for free and head top or bottom so quickly, and it's really can catch a lane off guard.
It's going to be pretty good. You know, in poke comps, they are very, very good. Najin's Sword, I believe, runs a similar sort of poke comp where they run that mid Jace. It's a very good setup. It gives you a lot of options. I mean, it could be top Jace as well. You can run Olaf in the jungle.
All right, and a possible SAT question. MF is to Amumu as Caitlyn is to Nunu.
Yes, indeed, and the Caitlyn immediately locked in. It's a very, very good setup. And right off the bat, this says 2 things. One, your lane's going to be really, really hard to deal with. Dirtnap Gaming is going to have a bit of a rough time dealing with such a long-ranged AD carry, but it also means the game is on a bit of a clock. Nothing really out-damages Nunu Caitlyn late game.
Right.
And, you know, with guys like Nidalee dropped off the map as well, there's no other, like, attack speed buffs, major buffs for an AD carry. So outside of something like Jana Kog'Maw, you know, and of course they've got Sona here, so sure, like Sona Kog'Maw, I don't think they'd have a very good time in lane. They'd be similarly good late game, but it's still not the best thing.
So far, Dirtnap Gaming Freak has a bit of that poke comp. Evelyn's required to go in, Nunu, Cho'Gath required to go in, so they're kind of negating the fact that they're going to use that Caitlyn right now. They're able to keep their distance. We'll have to see what else they come up with.
Well, you know, honestly, I would kind of expect to see the poke still going through. Olaf's got the undertow. You've got sustain with Sona. I like the idea of going poke-based. Ezreal makes a lot of sense here. You know, you can either go counter initiation or hardcore initiation. Both kind of work out. Actually, Ian Graves, they did play him last time. I'm just kind of curious to see what they go for here. They're waiting for the last possible second to pick that last champion, and it's a Nocturne. The thing is, I paused for a second because it's normally jungle Nocturne, but
it could be
I've
Nocturne
seen
jungle.
Nocturne.
It could be it could be Nocturne jungle. That is one of Prowly's mids.
Yeah. Okay. So
as well as Arthalon, so he may be trying to play it against.
They're pretty much not even swapping champions at this point. Then that whole 5-on-5 team. And it's a weird mix of champions. I'm not quite sure what to make of it. It's very physical damage heavy, which is fine. Black Cleaver is just great in general. But you're pretty much all in. You're poking until you go all in. That's pretty much what that's about. So, okay, last pick here for Meat Playground. They need a top laner or a jungler at this point. I don't know. It could really be either one. If they want a lane swap, which, I mean, they really could do here. Cho'Gath's a good 1v2, and they could just grab a jungler.
This is super AD. I'm really surprised they didn't go with a somewhat Katarina composition or a reset. I mean, the Kha'Zix is out, which would have been perfect for this. But like you said, they're all in. But once they're all in and they kill one person, it's slow focus to the next. They're all in to wait for the rest of the team to come. They have poke, right? So then they have to dive in. It seems like this composition is almost kind of kicking itself.
It's interesting because so there is no sustain here on this Meat Playground lineup. They get the long range damage out there. You can kind of long range damage from Graves. They're mostly relying on Prowly. And honestly, to be fair, the Jace versus Evelyn matchup is really good for Jace. It's not
the
going to be
matchup
easy.
itself. Yeah, I was looking at team fight.
Of course,
right.
no, of course. As far as team fight goes, you're kind of kicking yourself a little bit there. That's absolutely true. But any kind of a poke comp is a mid game comp, right? Which is like the biggest window they have before Caitlyn completes more than one big item. You know, Blood Boil's nice, but basically, you know, what I see this here for the blue team, for Dirtnap Gaming, is mid-game power. You've got really good gank pressure. You've got a lot of burst from everyone on this lineup.
Explosion
Chris
at
on
6.
Olaf. Exactly. You have an explosion on 6, an explosion on 11. Olaf, Nocturne, Jace, Graves, Sona. They're all really good at taking someone down in like 2 seconds. And so anyone that they go for, that guy's probably going to drop unless it's like a farmed Cho'Gath. Meat Playground, they're like, okay, we're pretty good early on. Some of our lanes are a little bit weak, but late game, we're going to say Caitlyn. And just the word Caitlyn is enough. Like, that just kind of dictates what they're going to be able to do late game. Evelyn's going to scale pretty much infinitely. You know, percent of your max health area of effect damage on an ultimate is going to always be relevant no matter what happens at all times. And that's a very good place for them to be in. You've got quite a bit of early game pressure. Lee Sin, Cho'Gath. Lee Sin in the jungle. Cho'Gath is going to be the top laner here for X Hazard. And, you know, again, a new Caitlyn lane is just very, very strong. It's the mid game here where 20% of your health isn't different from any other ultimate in the game. And that's where the kind of spike comes in from the other side.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in to Game 3 of Group 2 is the other game going on as well. Both are being played back-to-back, so make sure you get those on both of your screens if you're watching. Dirtnap Gaming versus Meat Playground. Meat Playground coming through 1-0, as well as Dirtnap Gaming as they face off here to get actually that 2-1. It's going to be big for Dirtnap Gaming if they can grab it. The 2-0 will be great momentum into the second day for Meat Playground.
Okay, let's see what these guys can do. Yeah, these teams looking for their second win of the day, man. This game, I mean, again, it just means the quarterfinal matchup. For those of you who didn't watch the extended pregame show, a win here means a spot in the top 8. This is huge for these guys. Dirtnap Gaming looking aggressive early on.
Cho forced out. Yeah, this is the first time we've really seen it. But like we said, the second game, teams feel a bit more comfortable, and they're going to do a little bit more. So instead of that Wraith Ward that we usually see, they're going to be putting it down at blue. This is early aggression here. It looks like they know they're going towards blue, so they're going to wait for the comeback.
This is really, really tricky by DNG. This is a good gambit here. They obviously, like, and the word here is obviously. They obviously invade blue to make the team know they're going, and they turn back around to try to catch the other team doing this. This is the kind of thing that actually Epic Gamer said they wanted to do against GGU, which was, you know, let the invade come in and counteract based off of it. The Spear Hoodie's on both sides, by the way. Just look at the player cams. You got the wolf, or the bear, if you say, and the chicken on the other. That's OP.
It's a certain kind of hat. It's not a chicken. But
What?
we'll say it's a chicken for now.
Oh, what is it?
I forgot what he called it.
Oh, it's okay. Meanwhile, though, Meat Playground, though, like full on, they're getting the free invade on blue, and Chris is about to spot them.
He is not going to be happy here. I don't think the Undertow actually saw it. He goes to grab his axe and finds the snowball from Lemon God. He'll walk away from this one, yep. And it looks like he will lose a little bit more of his jungle, though. They will not have positioning to pull everybody out of lane to get this.
Yeah, looks like no one's really around. Probably is coming by, but they're still outnumbered completely.
So a slow push here, X-Hazard waiting for his, and you can see they're kind of trying to bait that into a fight here. Graves going in with Nocturne. They are going to get the blue onto DNG's side, but here comes the invade. Cho'Gath, X-Hazard does not see them coming up, and they go for the steal as well, so they kind of even each other out there.
Yeah, okay, so trading 1-for-1 is nice. Actually, Probably had a very, very close attempt there. You know, Lee Sin thought he could outlast hit there with Resonating Strike. He was correct there, but, I mean, he very nearly got that stolen away by Probably, and it would have been, like, the best opening ever for these guys.
So NK Inc. a little bit faster ahead now, has that red buff. Looks like he is actually going to go back for Wolves for the quicker attack on 3, and we may see him in lane quite fast. The swap coming in, Freak. We'll start with that. It's going to be Olaf versus Caitlyn Nunu, very strong on the poke. And it's going to be Cho'Gath versus Sona Graves.
So I actually really like this for Dirtnap Gaming overall. Now, both Olaf and Cho'Gath are good 1 vs 2 champions, but you're seeing Olaf completely not get pushed. He's last hitting okay with Undertow, but he's almost never going to lose his turret. You're seeing no pushing coming out at all from Meat Playground. Meanwhile, Graves Sona is all about the aggression. It's buckshot, it's, you know, chugging potions and just going for damage output. In fact, 4 crystalline flasks on that team. There's a lot of sustain there. They're going to keep shoving here, Dirtnap Gaming. They could get a pretty quick turret kill against X-Hazard.
They have great pressure on this bottom lane, so the rest of the map may be thinking that's where Lee Sin's focus is going to be. We may see Nocturne head towards the top after this to help out Olaf. We just saw him, Chris, throwing his axes, laughing in the air. He's having fun time in the lane. They're going to finally pick this up to reset on that blue. It's going to come up a little bit later than usual, but yep, we see now Nocturne heading towards that top.
Okay, there we go. So the first sort of gank coming in here. This is normally the time where you expect to see a 3-on-1 sort of tower dive. And in fact, you're seeing both junglers play the defensive role on that side. And in fact, they're going to go on Lemon God.
Here it is. Lemon God getting taken down. The bottom is not ganked yet, and it's going to be a quick one. There goes a reckless swing, and it's going to be enough damage to take him out. First blood to Chris. Balls for the flash, the Peacemaker to answer. The second kill could come down for them as we flash down to bottom here. Balls does go down. Hazard now trying to help NK and get this kill. The Resident, or the Q, missing, and they're able to pick up the kill. The turn now, and this is going to turn around perfectly for Dirtnap Gaming. They put themselves in the lead, a possible 4-1, and there it is.
Wow, would you look at that one. Beautiful play. Dirtnap Gaming buying just enough time. The Sonic Wave just missed from NK Inc. That would have been a kill and turned the fight around completely, but because Echo was alive, you look at his health bar practically full again. Profit the heals all
got
day.
That double buff too. That is going to be so hard for that bottom lane, especially for the 2v1 switch.
And meanwhile, you can see this mid lane, despite me calling it as a better lane for Jace, it's pretty much equal actually, 27 to 25 in minions. Arthalon, you know, right now I'm calling him the MVP of Meat Playground. He seems to be just on fire this whole time. He is keeping up in what I thought was going to be a really brutal lane.
And there we are, the 5-minute turret going down. We'll probably see the lane swap back to normal now. Caitlyn and Nunu will find themselves against Sona and Graves in just a few minutes, depending on how comfortable they feel in that lane. If they can keep pushing Cho'Gath out, I'm sure they'll stay.
Exactly. They want to go ahead and actually, at this point, if you're the double lane, you almost want to swap back and say, we got a turret kill. Yeah, switch that one right back on over. Go for the 2-on-2 there. The thing is, normally Nunu Kate's a kind of a brutal lane to deal with, but Graves is up 15 minions and extra assists, so he's actually ahead of Caitlyn. They hit 2-on-2 and win straight up.
They did a really great job with the ganks and also making that top one happen faster, especially with the counter gank. Nocturne was a little behind on his red as well, so to come out first, that's big for DNG, and they really set up that bottom gank to happen well, knowing where the jungler was. 4-1 now at 6 minutes into the game. That gold lead is actually quite significant already. It was a 1,000 gold lead for quite some time between Meat Playground and Falafel in that first game, but it's already about 2.3k ahead in favor of DNG. And we all know in these games that first 10 minutes can actually go in anybody's favor. After Balls taking a bit of damage there, looking for more harass, and we can see the poke coming in as he's called it, Freak. Lanes are back to normal up top.
And there we go. Well, it's back to normal, and except that it's, you know,
up top.
The 2-on-2 lane is actually in the top lane this time, so no team has much dragon pressure. Nice dodge there Chris, though, he's still getting jumped on.
Oh, trying to be a bro. Chris trying to get out of this one. Undertoes backwards, but he leaves himself in the rupture for just enough time. They have a lot of stick, but it looks like he's going to... Oh, nope, never mind. Here comes Arthalon. Arthalon, if he has anything to say about it, helps, gets the assist, and they are able to take him down.
He comes right back out. That is X-Hazard being tanky enough to just survive the turret damage. You know, it's something you have to really think about there. Do you have enough health to tank a turret?
They're trying to go aggressive here and draw balls, and Lemon got in a little bit more. Nocturne right behind, coming in with the paranoia. He's going to throw down the terror as well, and it looks like he may be able to pick up a double kill. The collateral damage and the double kill for JD Wu.
That was beautiful. Dirtnap Gaming, I was like so sure Sona was in like the worst shape of her life, getting poked by Caitlyn, but it was a bait for Nocturne.
Yeah, they're really playing the mentality of this game so well right now. Going ahead 2 minutes and 14 seconds later, they are looking to take down top turret.
This is just all-out aggressive pushing. This is exactly what they wanted to do. Early to mid-game pressure. Well, I didn't say early game pressure, but it turns out their lanes won really hard. But getting a lot of early turret pressure, making all the mid-game moves, and I want to point out really good communication right there. They had the turret to half, they had minion waves, and they backed off because, guys, jungler mid's MIA.
Yeah, no vision.
Exactly.
Super no vision. Everybody was coming out of base. Great call on that. Prolly returning to his lane. Let's go across the board here. 54 to 40. He's up by 14. Like you said, it's going to help him out a little bit, but the lane's still even. Eve does have that, the assist on her kill, so that's going to pick up a few more CS in numbers, if you will.
Yeah, it probably is up in gold a little bit. We had that on your screen just a second ago. You know, you really got to say, Dirtnap Gaming has the early game lead. You can't, you know, say anything else about it. But the late game scaling is eventually going to be there here for Meat Playground.
X-Hazard again forced back, just trying to use his abilities to really farm right now. 62 in this game. Very aggressive play by DNG here. As they switch the lanes back, they're not going as hard on that turret. They did prep it a little bit, Freak, if they ever want to take it down, take a dragon, or lose a fight. So they're kind of giving themselves a lot of options and openings to do things here.
That's absolutely true, and you're seeing actually the jungles go back to their respective teams as well. Arthlon just getting the golem buff, running himself back to lane. Probably actually making his own roam move here. He might just go for the Wraith Steal, but he actually might go for a gank. They did set up that top lane to start pushing down. If you look at the minions, it's actually going to start going down toward Dirtnap's turret, which will leave Caitlyn available. And there we go, they're going for the push.
Crescendo comes in. Oh my god, absolutely obliterated. Lemon God, the second to go. Do they have what it takes? His blood boils on. It could get him out just in time. The power cord leaves him with about 50 HP, and they are going to have to back off. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, 7-2 here, Dirtnap Gaming versus Meat Playground. Freak, a great game so far.
All right, and we just got word that One Trick Ponies came through on that one, so whether you were on stream A the whole time, the winner here, once again, the winner of this game is moving through. Actually, Arthlon taking some punishment in mid, just making sure that's all okay. So once again, the winner here is coming out of the group, joining Fear and everyone else.
Oh, Chris getting taken down bottom. This will be the second time he was dove. If he can make it out of this one alive, it's going to be a lot better of a situation, and that does not suck. He gets a kill for himself. X-Hazard, however, picks up the retribution.
There we go, but you can just see how fearsome Chris is, and imagine him on Riven, his best champion.
Oh my gosh.
You already see him, you know, only 19 minions, had like the worst 1v2 of his life, and is still coming out, turning up kills in these battles.
He's having a pool party down there by himself. Probably just trying to push out this mid and continue to roam. That, like we said, that change of phase for him, just give him that movement speed, and he can go from lane to lane. Another turret being taken down here. They have wiped all 3 outer turrets in 10 minutes.
That is a beautiful situation there. This is just everything Dirtnap Gaming wants, and this is really where their composition comes into full swing. They've all got their ultimates now. The cooldowns, except for, I mean, you've got a little bit of time left on Prophet, but for the most part, their cooldowns are about to come all back up in their ultimates. This could be theirs pretty cleanly. The rest of this mid-game push is pretty much theirs, I think.
That was great, a great read there. They backed off of the dragon. They didn't have time to pull out enough, and they have quite low mana bars here. JD Wu does have smite up, so if they try to get a quick attempt on anything that goes down here, he'll be able to help, but it looks like they will both back off. Freak, these teams now know that the fighting phase is coming into fruition. People are going to be taking each other out quite quickly. We just saw Graves take someone out in 0.5 seconds, and here's the dive right here onto JD Wu. They get him down to half health, taking advantage of that low mana bar, and you can just see what is driving their bloodthirst.
Yeah, well, they need to do something here, Meat Playground, to kind of stabilize this game. If they can kind of draw attention different places on the map, and kind of, especially if they do these battles where like Nocturne doesn't have mana and some of the spells are down, they had a little bit of window without Crescendo up, you know, they have to do Meat Playground can't just be passive here in the mid game, basically. That they are aware that they're behind a little bit, that they want to get, you know, Evelyn to a situation where she can roam or get to the point where Caitlyn has real items. But right now, 11 minutes in, you know, with only a Vamp Scepter on Caitlyn, they need to distract. They need to get the enemy team away from their turrets.
And we need to see more wards from Meat Playground right now. After the laning phase, Nocturne becomes even scarier. You see him even less, so you do not know where he is. Right now, Meat Playground has 0 offensive wards, and there are 3 offensive wards from Dirtnap Gaming in their jungle. So the wards that do have to be placed are extra far away because of that Nocturne gank. And here it is, NK Inc. coming in, trying to get that aggression down with the Resonating Strike. Looks like he has to back off there. Very low here, the poke now to come out from Dirtnap Gaming. I don't know why they would try to go for that dragon. They throw down the Paranoia. They go right on the balls. They know they can't save the AD carry. They quickly drop Lee Sin, and it is going to be a quick turnaround here. Hazard doing quite a bit of damage. Balls left on the outside to just attack all away. Probably finds the kill at blue onto Eve, and it looks like they'll be able to clean this one up, Freak. Here comes Probably from the backside, and they repinch onto the fight. Should be a dragon.
Well, that was a really, really nice battle there. 4 for nothing completely. And you just saw the explosive damage. Lee Sin was already low. The Nocturne actually, despite stepping onto a trap, he paranoid to Caitlyn, and then from that location landed Dustbringer onto Lee Sin. That was how he got the kill off. That was a really, really nice play. And that was just a sort of a cleanup crew fight where no one was healthy enough to kind of deal with that situation. Again, Dirtnap up in gold quite a lot. It was a very good fight for them.
Yeah, super ultimate there, forcing Lee Sin with 100 health to safeguard in. You know, not something you want to make him do, but he had to, and almost came up with something. 12-3, 13 minutes into the game, and Dirtnap Gaming Freak is making this look quite definitive. They've come out very strong. The AD composition, just with that AD being cheaper, these guys are taking advantage.
Exactly. It's one of the big changes of Season 3 was basically refactoring what different stats cost in the game. Attack speed became more expensive, attack damage became cheaper, and armor and magic just became more expensive. So being a pure damage source improved you, and especially if you were attack damage ability based. AD carries, people like Caitlyn and Graves, they were kind of more or less left the same.
Yep.
Because yeah, attack speed got worse, but so did armor, and attack damage got better. It kind of washes out. But guys like Olaf, guys like Nocturne, guys like Jace, they got a better situation out of it.
We'll see the Bloodthirster being the favorite item right now for DNG. None of those Black Cleavers even being built towards, and we have the Phage being built onto Nocturne, so these guys are looking to keep the fights in their realm. They know they have a lot of chase to deal with here. There's a lot of fight disengage coming from Meat Playground and the Rupture, the Silence, the Caliber Net, and Lemon God doing whatever you can to slow the team. So I like the chase that DNG is putting on their team, or rather the slows.
Absolutely. This is a team that is very much about, yeah, we can do some initial damage, but you have to make sure you can follow up. That is very, very important. You know, since none of them are like Evelyn or Katarina or Kha'Zix, where they get a kill and they just get closer to you as a result because their cooldowns come back. They need a way to actually chase you down, and you know, making that happen is really, really important.
Great poke damage, and this is where, Freak, you said that mid-game, the poke damage comes into fruition for them. They're more than happy to fight. An explosion at 6, an explosion at 11, and they're actually, quite a few of them just about to hit that level 11 as well. We do have 94 CS to Caitlyn's 107, so we have seen balls kind of come back on top in that factor, and like you said, if they play the clock right, they get Caitlyn to late game, that's where it's going to help.
She's starting to crest there a little bit. Certainly she's behind Graves, but going for that Infinity Edge is a very important pickup. But they're onto the turret. This pressure will not give up.
The Undertow continuously thrown through the gate. The Shock Blast exploding onto Meat Playground. And then you can see that poke. Jace doesn't even have a Brutalizer on him yet. Looks like he is going for one, or possibly quickly for the last Whisper to leave someone else to buy the Cleaver and stack that Armor Pen. We'll have to see what the builds are. They feel fully in control. You see their play, it's calm, it's collected, and they're not trying to do anything that's going to put them in a dangerous spot. This could be one of those, though. JD Wu staying in. They're not tanking the turret quite yet. He missed that Dustbringer, which kind of helped them in that situation, but continuous pressure.
Exactly. This is the name of the game for this team. It's just pressure, and if they go in, they have very good counter engagement, right? If Meat Playground dives in, they have Sonus Crescendo. They have a face full of Buckshot from Graves, and honestly, they can always just run through that Jace gate as well. It is going to be very hard to pin down Dirtnap Gaming.
You see them still trying to turn and poke here. They see what the wards are giving them. There are 0 wards for Meat Playground in their own jungle right now. The 3 offensive wards have just grabbed Dirtnap. Another kill, a solo for the 5.
That was great. Overall, it's 13-3 now, and I mean, they could think about Baron. I mean, theoretically, it's up and they have map control, but they don't need to risk anything like that. They honestly are just going to play the same game over and over again. They've got a push team, and they are ahead, so they should keep pushing.
And they're even pink warding mid lane. They're giving themselves every advantage. Every door is open to move to the next step that is going to better their game right now. 27,000 to 18.6. Ink trying to put down a little bit of harass. He does find Echo alone. A beautiful split here on DNG. It looks like one may go down. Prophet throws out the crescendo, so he loses the ultimate. You're going to see Chris come in here, so the ultimate wasted. Nobody could go down. Prophet will not go down. Yes, he does. Back and forth. They're trying to save each other, and this could be scary. If DNG thinks that one can save after the other, they're going to continuously fall. That may happen. No, Chris keeps himself alive. There's way too much damage from collateral damage. It's Prowley. They come into the fight to start cleaning up, and MP has to turn tide here. X-Hazard says, we can do this as Balls gets taken down to about 10% HP. Ink is running with a sliver of health. JD Wu capitalizing on that kill, and these fights are all across the map right now. X-Hazard finding himself in a pretty sore position. He will be bursted down here, Freak, and Meat Playground looked very strong on that. Could get over this. No, he's going to try to get some Baron to do damage. Baron will take him out, unfortunately, and you can see the smile on his face there.
That was a nice attempted bait, though. Oh my gosh, Evelyn just shows up, gets 500 gold, does get the assist for it. Nice play, Arthalon. But that was actually a really smart move by Hazard, because 3 of the 4 remaining members of that team could not chase into the Baron pit. Graves, and I believe Olaf and Jace were all too low to walk into Baron and survive a counterattack from Baron Nashor himself. So it had to beat, okay, let Nocturne go for it. Okay, aggro Baron walk out. And that was very well orchestrated there by Dirtnap Gaming.
Sweet fight. I was really scared for a second. I thought it was going to be the I think I can mentality. I think I can save this person. Oh, shit,
yeah.
We lost him. I think I can save this person. Oh, we lost them. But Chris got out somehow. He was doing it with Shen last game. It's like watching Dyrus covered in oil. Just slips out of every situation.
Just what, lathered Crisco on him and just like, no, can't catch me.
I'm sure a lot of people would love to watch
Gingerbread
Dyrus
man
covered in oil.
Wow. So Chris being the gingerbread man, no one could catch him. The food puns are going to keep coming, man, I'm telling you. Meat Playground looking for a tasty treat, couldn't quite get it. But 16-5, man, Dirtnap Gaming, like, just over and over, they just need to keep pushing. That's all they need to do.
So the gold lead now 9,000 by Dirtnap Gaming. 5 turrets to 0. They are playing a true game of turret defense right now. 19 minutes into the game. We said it was 16-5. And that demanding lead is 7 kills to Graves right now. Echo doing such an amazing job for his team, with 5 going on to Nocturne as well, which helps even more because one of your biggest, tankiest initiators can take that fight to himself.
Absolutely, man. Like, this lineup is honestly tanky enough that they're pretty much able to deal with most situations. That, you know, this Dirtnap Gaming squad can come up and actually just take down X-Hazard as a group if they need to, and if someone gets jumped on, they have pretty good tools for getting away and not losing someone important.
There we go. Just complete control of the jungle, slowly biding their time, not fixing it if it isn't broken. Like we said, they're not putting themselves in the dangerous situation. They're not trying to dive past inhibitors. Clear-cut wins are the way that Dirtnap Gaming wants to go here. And it looks like we're going to have a quick clear mid, and if not a push down mid, a Baron focus.
Okay, well, here we go. Prowley leading the charge. This is going to be theirs. Once again, Baron just... I don't think it's on the plate here for Dirtnap Gaming. When you're ahead this far, you don't secure it by getting Baron. You secure it by pushing the base.
Exactly.
Prowley moving in. They see everyone else here. Hazard coming from the back.
Looks like they will get pushed out. The Rupture goes down, but Cho'Gath trying to make it in the base will take a good amount of poke. The Bloodthirst rises now for DNG. They see those low health bars. Eve just on the outside, trying to clear out the minions. Not the worst siege stopping capabilities from Meat Playground, but they do have to get themselves out there for poke, which is a disadvantage.
Exactly. The engagement range for Prowley here is much, much larger than any other ability outside of Caitlyn's ultimate on Meat Playground. So anytime they wave clear, Prowley has a chance at damage.
They're just milling on this front step right here. That one trap is there. The person to land in that could have a sorry day. It's going to be JD Wu. Will they focus it? No, he takes it and walks out. They know they can't even aggress onto a crowd control straight under their turret.
But I got to hand it to Dirtnap Gaming, though. Yeah, they do not want to dive on a turret here. Exactly what you just said. Like, the patience there and the... Not patience, but the word for
regimen, like being able to control yourself properly, fill in the blank, whatever the word you're looking for. But you know, being able to be reserved and say, no, we don't need to dive this. We know we're gonna win if we play it smart and don't get reckless. That's what happens here. Now, Meat Playground, they've got one ace in the hole. Well, they've got two. One of them literally has the ability ace in the hole, and that's Caitlyn, and the other one is Evelyn. Evelyn, no matter how bad the start, she's going to scale through this game. She's going to be a big asset here. Arthalon is always going to be relevant, no matter the situation. Balls is having a pretty good game as well.
Arthalon almost getting caught out. Balls forced to have to walk away from that situation. The Terra is down, and it only took a few hits once Prowley and Echo got there. And you will see these two continuously tearing through the fight. 7, 1, and 5, 5, 0, and 6. Jason Graves completely carrying this game for Dirtnap.
And that is an absolutely great situation to be in because they do scale so very, very well. Both of them can play ranged AD carry style. You've got Bloodthirster and a Phantom Dancer together on Graves. He's going to be putting out so much damage, and you do not yet have a completed item. Caitlyn is about 1,000, no, actually only about 300 gold away from Infinity Edge. It's very close to the time where she's really useful.
There's the turret down. Jace on blue buff, so he is continuously poking out, and they choose to back. They really don't even have that much of their jungle to grab or anything. This is kind of a stalemate until that next objective. Slow but sure is going to win the race for Dirtnap Gaming here. 22 minutes in, and we do see that gold on the screen. A lot of 8,000 gold for both Nocturne and Graves themselves. Jace just behind that at 7,000 gold as well. These guys, 6,000. 6,000 is the closest coming from Balls on the other team, so they are quite behind. 10,000 altogether, Freak. This is bad news bears.
It is bad news bears. That apparently bear shirt or hat you think he's wearing, I still think it's a Wolfman, but it is bad news. You know, it's a scary situation. Once again, you know, all I can say is it is Meat Playground's time to just get themselves to late game status. Evelyn and Caitlyn need to just put in the backpacks, throw everyone inside of them, and just trek uphill and make those games happen. We've seen late game comebacks happen. It is absolutely a possibility. A misstep would be nice, but if they can wait long enough for Caitlyn to be a superpower, that's what they need. She's got Infinity Edge. It's their first time.
Finally getting back to base. I don't see the upgrade for Home Guard anywhere, so it's going to make it even harder for them once this poke damage comes through to get themselves to the fountain and come back. That's one of those situations that can many times get yourself killed when you want to get that last shot in. Somebody is just watching you out of the corner of their eye. Balls very close up front. They can get poke onto Lee Sin. Once again, they'll probably paranoia onto Caitlyn. We see Balls having to back up here. They see that. They go straight for the inhibitor damage.
And it's going to be theirs. I mean, they're just using the AD carries to sit in the background. You're going to see both Jace, or all three really, Jace, Sona, and Graves. Their job is hitting structures every time there's a possibility for it. You tend to not want your melee champions in range there. You don't want to ever risk a bad engage, and you're kind of seeing them dance back and forth. JD Wu's kind of around there. Chris is poking a little bit, but they're mostly relying on the ranged champions just for damage output from a safer location. That's the right way to do it.
This is where it's coming in so hard, Freak. This is the thing I poked at in the beginning. Actually, they're going in quite hard on this onto Nunu. They're going to be able to back off, but what I was saying is that one push right before they took down the inhibitor there, it looked like Meat Playground was just going to rupture, go in, and start their ultis. But they all have to get close. Nunu would have to walk into the damage. They all have to get close to do what they want and just pretty much all in. It's making it very hard.
It is very, very difficult overall. There's just such great control here from Dirtnap Gaming. They're playing from the optimal range. They're not playing too aggro. And it's actually a fine line to tread because on one side, you want to make sure you can actually close the game out. We nearly saw that in Epic, in our second match of the day. It was Epic against Team Tower Dive TV, where Tower Dive TV had a huge advantage 25 minutes in and nearly threw the game away. And you have to make sure you don't do that either.
Oh man, there's the absolute zero going off. He threw it and got just actually turned it off. I think he thought they might have been coming in. A very good engage here. The crescendo goes down, but there's a lot of focus onto just Prowley and Sona. It looks like they're going to be able to back up here. They take down the AD carry. This is all between Chris and JD Wu here. There's going to be a lot of damage. Ink goes down trying to chase his team. A beautiful collapse from a Dirtnap Gaming. They stop the Baron as well as continue the chase, and this is why they have those abilities. Unfortunately, Olaf is down. They get the terror down that's necessary to drop X Hazard. They go 5 for 2, or 5 for 0, 1 for 3, I should say.
There we go.
But that was an amazing grab. There's numbers in there somewhere.
There are. I think if you added and subtracted together, you would get the numbers.
I was looking for it.
Yeah, you got it. It's fine.
Yeah. Just wow.
Perfect. But anyway, the fight went amazingly. Chris did sacrifice himself for that battle, but at this point, the jungler is down. There's no flash on Nunu, so I don't even see a chance at a steal here. Meat Playground not in a good place to get this Baron. Dirtnap Gaming for the first time
this is the right time to go for Baron. 4v2, it's a possibility here for Meat Playground, but I don't see this fight going well.
So here we see Meat Playground just trying to poke at them. With the poke they don't have, that short-range team is not going to be able to do anything to deter a Baron attempt. And Dirtnap Gaming just picks up a huge lead. They're going to be looking at 41,000 gold to 29,000. 20-6 here. 26 minutes into the game. We've had a kill a minute. Thanks for making it interesting, guys.
Absolutely, and these guys are just putting on such a wonderful show as well. At first glance, DNG's lineup looked a little bit ragtag, right? You know, no one's a really hardcore poke champion that isn't Jace.
Yeah.
You know, they banned Needly, and they're like, no, it's a poke comp, but it's a poke comp without Needly, and it's a poke comp without like Janna or like disengaged tools, right? But it was like, well, we're gonna rely on Undertow and Shock Blast. Okay. We're gonna run Graves. Huh? But it's working, right? They're getting the right battles. They've got a super fed AD carry, which works with any comp, to be fair, but they're getting just the right amount of poke. They're getting people off their turrets and then following up with good damage. You know, it looked a little bit sketchy in Champion Select, but they're making it work completely. Dirtnap Gaming, honestly, they are 2 minutes of perfect play away from making it into that quarterfinal.
Indeed they are. We've had a lot of amazing matches going on today, all with very high kills, just like the one we're looking at now. These teams have just formulated strats to understand where to place the aggression at the perfect time in the game. The lane swap, as we take it back and just figure out what happened to this, as Ink kind of takes some harassment here as he goes in. He may even be dove under the turret here. That Shock Blast missing, but they're not going to care. No. They decide to back off. But yeah, the beginning of this match, it was a swap, there was a steal, and the swap ultimately went in favor of Dirtnap Gaming. It really escalated it from that third, fourth minute in the game.
And the funny thing is, look at Chris. He's got 46 minion kills. He has probably got less gold than anyone else on his team, and it just does not matter.
He has 46. We actually saw this happen to Shen Zin lane in that first game that actually hurt Zin, but somehow Chris is making it through on this one. He's got himself the Glacial Shroud, and he went health to stop the burst that can come from this Meat Playground team, and he's mitigated it perfectly. You see them trying to go on this turret again, and Freak, as you said before, that peace of mind to not push yourself over the edge.
This is actually really important there, because right now, they just blew Arthalon's ultimate. Evelyn, you know, the big burst tool, it's down, and now it's time for the sustain. They've got Baron buff and Sona, and Dirtnap Gaming is pretty healthy again.
They're looking, JD Wu is just looking to get that terror on somebody. Tether him down with the fear. The rupture goes out. Chris takes that happily. Probably will be right there taking some damage. It looks like X Hazard wanted that, but the team called it back. So even Meat Playground communicating very quickly right now.
Oh man, the poke once again, its ball's getting dropped below half health, and that is not the best place for them. The inhibitor, they're going for it. A couple attacks to go, and that's now 2 inhibitors down.
There's the crescendo going out. Do they try to capitalize? No, it's just going to be to disengage on this one. They've been partying at the front door of Meat Playground's base for the last 9 minutes, besides the Baron that they had to go and grab, and they're going to continue to do it after pushing this bottom wave. Dirtnap Gaming using the AD carry composition to their full potential, really just piercing through any armor that Meat Playground's trying to build now. It's just a little too late.
Yeah, and now with that inhibitor in the middle respawning, they're just going to go for it right away. NK Inc is there, but he only tags Chris. He actually stands there in last in the face of Cho'Gath and refuses to give a single care this game.
No, there they go, continuously pushing. And Freak, I really like what Jason Graves did. Prolly and Echo both building Last Whispers on top of the Black Cleaver from Nocturne to Dustbringer the team, and then give those guys that stack of armor penetration. So they've chosen to itemize in that direction.
It's a really, really smart choice overall. They're dealing with a potential armor stack.
And there it is, the dive in coming from Nocturne. Prolly able to get a killing spree. Arthalon forced to flash out of the fight, and all of the summoners are used defensively for Meat Playground to save themselves. That is not going to win you the fight. Another kill coming up for Echo, trying to make it out alive. Blows the exhaust as well and makes it just out of the absolute zero. I think he flashed just for caution, but he was out. And they are going to take down the inhibitor for what looks like a definitive final push, Freak.
And here we go, the last of the minions falling down. 3 inhibitors are gone. It's just a Caitlyn alone. She has good damage, but at this point, I don't think it's going to be enough. Drop below half health, exhausted. This is going to be theirs. Dirtnap Gaming, beautiful play by them.
And there you go, Meat Playground does find themselves in that elimination position. The last Nexus turret goes down, an ace in the hole to solidify a kill for himself as the game comes to an end. They are focusing right down on the inhibitor, and there you see, it is going to be Dirtnap Gaming coming up with a win as they go 2-1.
That was absolutely
2-0.
2-0. 2-0 is the score.
Yes.
These guys with an immaculate record here. Very, very good job. One of the teams coming through, not the online ladder qualifiers, but the MLG IPL bracket qualifiers there, those sort of pre-qualified tournaments. They made it there. They took down one of the heavy favorites of Meat Playground. I don't think most people would have predicted the match to go this way.
I did not predict it to go that way. I thought it was going to be a quick, oh, they're just building armor. We can easily mitigate against this. But it was. They relied, you were right, on the late game team comp that they had to get to. Caitlyn didn't have enough damage. She had the Infinity Edge and the Blood Boil, but neither her and Nunu could stay alive long enough to take effect.
Exactly. What you saw in that last push where they went for the right-hand side turret and inhibitor, Nocturne dove in on Arthalon, and he got the kill on Evelynn, and then he did fall to Nunu Kate. That guy did die, but the problem is the rest of that team didn't have the tools to make anything else work. You saw them kind of just languishing around. Hazard got broken down. The jungler got killed, NK Inc., and there just wasn't anything left for them. They just had a Caitlyn who was alive and a Nunu blood boiling her, and absolute zero for defense, and that's great, but they had nothing left to do anything with that. And it was just a 4 versus 2. Right. The fight went so well. And the thing is, you mentioned the armor stack case. And that's a very, very true thing. You stack armor and health, and it becomes much more difficult to play a physical heavy team. Yeah. But because they were up in gold, you actually mentioned the builds, the 2 less Whispers, the Black Cleaver on Nocturne. Any armor you build is going to get shredded right off. It's going to be reduced by about half, maybe even a little bit more. And then, well, what's left for you? Right? What's left for you there when half your armor's shredded off, and then, well, they've still got attack damage?
So do you think these 80 compositions can continue to go on, or do you think it's kind of one of the things that a team didn't expect and doesn't have the counter to because of what they banned and picked themselves?
I think it's just it's just another composition that's available. Absolutely. Double AD can absolutely work. Double AP worked all the time in Season 2. Mass Bruisers have been done before. All these things kind of work. We've actually got a replay of one of those big team fights to show you, once again, what it took to be awesome like Dirt Nap Gaming. You can see here they're up in the Baron. The Absolute Zero was used for damage on Baron, but he sort of realized his mistake a little bit too late. There's probably getting caught up. This is a very good opener. There's the kind of engage you want there when you're Meat Playground. The problem is they don't have the gold. The dive from Nocturne, I mean, literally just like 1v5ing onto balls and makes it happen. Who cares if Chris goes down at this point? They're just ahead by so much, and now it's cleanup crew. Watch as Prolly finally gets enough mana for an acceleration gate. It's the only ability he has left, but he's like, oh, the only thing I need to do is make my team chase. That's fine. That's all we need. And they just dive right on in and pick up the last couple of kills.
Amazing play, and just like we kept saying, peace of mind by these guys to not do crazy stuff, know that they could just push that Baron. Things were down. They played very smart the entire game.
It was absolutely the amount of self-control was so important to that team. And, getting that balance between knowing how to end a game and knowing how to not throw a game is really, really important. It's something that new teams typically have a very hard time with, right? Again, we saw that with Team Tower Dive TV versus Epic, where they had that game at 20 minutes and they didn't know how to finish it. These guys, they kept the pressure on without being too aggressive. That's a really important thing to keep in mind.
It really was. At some point, I got to shake Chris's hand for somehow making it through an Olaf game with 50 CS in top. Yeah, and a 2v1.
And he still felt tanky.
Yeah.
I was like,
exactly.
Yeah, like he wasn't actually dying, and I was like, that's 50 minion kill Olaf.
Yeah, exactly. All right, guys, the most important game of these guys' lives is going to be coming up next, the final round of deciding match of Group B. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone. It's Riv here with Freak, and it's time for more epic matches deciding the Group B finals. Meat Playground versus One Trick Ponies now. We've had already just bloodbath games. We saw 26 kills in 26 minutes. These games were just not really back and forth for that first few moments.
Yeah.
And then it was just like DirtNap Gaming said, this was our composition, check it out.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's cool to see because we've seen now different strategies pretty much at every leg. Meat Playground winning their very first round with an area of effect-based composition. DirtNap Gaming actually beating a very similar comp in their first game. Then D&G saying, guys, it's time for a poke comp. Let's play the long-range game, make these ones happen. And that worked really, really well against Meat Playground. Once again, DirtNap securing their spot into Day 2. Speaking of Day 2, this game also means Day 2. Meat Playground, their final shot here. They could have had it last time, but they couldn't. They couldn't get the victory. This time here, they're up against One Trick Ponies, who had to face DirtNap Gaming in the first round. We've seen them go through the lower bracket. They took out Admiral Azingi and the rest of Falafel Gaming, and now they're here. Elimination or moving on?
We'll have to see what they can do. They are a one-trick pony, and they have not used it yet, so to speak, as they have told us what it was. If they do pick it, we'll be like, yep, that's the one-trick pony, and we'll see if it can ride. And if it cannot, that is going to be big. That will dash the dreams of DirtNap Game, or One Trick Pony, rather.
Exactly. And actually, I want to bring on a couple of the cool other stories here about this match. The large majority of the One Trick Pony squad is actually the UC Irvine collegiate team. 3 of the 5 are starters on that group, and UCI is like a 3-time national champion.
Yeah, in the collegiate league.
Exactly. So they're basically...
Not bad.
They're not bad.
They're not.
They're not bad.
Doesn't suck.
Exactly. But they're basically... They're the best college team in North America.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to see because, I mean, you always see college, like the best, college football players and baseball players go pro.
Right.
You've got kind of a similar situation here, which I think is actually really, really awesome. And I know at Riot, hearing, oh, yeah, we're trying to get a collegiate program running, We want to make it, League of Legends a college sport.
Yeah.
And at first, it didn't click for me because it's like, I mean, I gamed all throughout college, of course, but like, I never thought about competing on a college level, but with the teams being salaried players and playing truly professionally in Season 3, it's like, wait, that's a really obvious transition. Of course that makes sense, and you're seeing this basically firsthand right now. It's the best college, 3 of 5 of the best college team, the UCI team, and they're a game away from being quarterfinalists here.
Yeah, it's going to be ridiculous. This means the winners of these groups move on to play a second-place team of another group tomorrow. So that's how we'll divide those 4 teams down, and then the next 4, those teams down, and then on the final day, one of those teams will grab a spot and have the last contract for themselves.
And we actually know some of the first-round matches already because. So it's Fear and GGU took first and second from the first group of our day. The winner of this match in front of us, One Trick Ponies against Meat Playground, the winner of that has to play Fear first thing in the morning tomorrow, or first or second match tomorrow. Right. We already know DirtNap Gaming has to take on GGU University, so we already know one of our matches. We're about to find out the second one, and of course we still have 2 more full groups of action coming up throughout just today.
So if you're joining us here on Stream 1, Rivington the Third here along with Freak, we are looking to bring you one of the final elimination matches of Group 2. This is going to be big for either DirtNap Gaming or Meat Playground or One Trick Ponies. These teams both coming in with their nerves at the highest, the shakes at the highest. These guys know what this means. They've put everything on the line to come here today, and that realization that I was talking about before that may not have set in yet is kind of, it's starting to hit. They're starting to realize what everything they've worked for is going to mean now and coming up in this game.
Exactly. Once you win that first game, it's easy to go into a tournament on day 0 and being like, we got a whole tournament in front of us. Okay, right? There's a lot of games, a lot going on. Okay. But once you get there and you realize you can kind of break it down day by day. Okay, today's the group stage, right? And if we lose, we're out of the tournament. But today, both these teams, they are a single win away from we move on to tomorrow. And you just start thinking about day by day. You start thinking about it in smaller chunks, and it's like, okay, we have 1 game left to play today, and possibly in our Season 3 lives. But we win today and we go on to tomorrow. I want to make it to tomorrow. It's something it's 1 game.
Yeah.
There's just one game left. Like, we have to get this single match, and these guys are going to know each other. And at the very least, both these teams do have some LAN experience, right?
For sure.
You've got Meat Playground. They're at IPL 4. They're at IPL 5. You've seen them at a couple of these different tournaments. Yes, some of them are new faces, but even still, as a collective team, they've got experience here. And honestly, it's kind of nice for One Trick Ponies. The same thing there, right? 3 of them from UCI. They were at Lone Star Clash 2, winning the collegiate championship there. These guys do have some LAN experience.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do coming up into these matchups. A lot of the teams play similar things. There are the 80 casters as well in mid again. We'll talk about those as we get a champion select. But as you said, but just in the beginning, this is that group that everybody was kind of like, about. And not because they're not going to do anything. It's just who is going to come out of it, you know? And we've seen some stuff. We just saw the AD. We're talking about compositions. We saw the full AoE composition with just Twitch to kind of poke down and squish and let Katarina get all the resets off of a Mumu Nunu.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of people are coming up with some awesome things and just, pushing aside what we did see in matches, a Mumu Nunu, or Caitlyn
Nunu, a Mumu Misfortune.
MF, a Nunu Mumu Nunu.
Yeah, those are hard to say. I hate those, actually.
So,
Darn it,
this is really awesome. And this elimination match means we're going to see even more. All the stops are going to be pulled out.
Exactly. And if you've got a secret strategy, and I believe we did see that at least to some extent from Tower Dive TV, from what I heard from their very first game against Fear, they did some kind of a cool gambit early on. The One Trick Ponies, it's not so much a strategy as is a specific champion choice. And if the players did the research, they'll know that. Once we get in a champion select, we'll spill the beans, because at this point people would know. But yeah, it is all about those stops being pulled out for these guys. It is all about them. You can see them kind of looking down. I kind of see nerves on their faces a little bit. They know though, like this is the game to make, man. This is the game to win. They need this one.
They look like they are in good spirits. We'll have to see what they have when they get into game. Ladies and gentlemen, the North American Season 3 qualifier is underway. This is a very big weekend for these teams and for the lives of these players.
And One Trick Pony, they are finally joining into this game. And you're right, these games are really, really huge for them, right? The chance to move on and be a professional Season 3 team.
Salaried contract.
Exactly.
Change of a life.
Yeah, complete change in life. Whether you're a current pro gamer, sort of, like the Curse guys who are really doing this for a living, but they need to actually do this to kind of sustain themselves. But the other guys as well, they've got to sort of, give up what they're currently doing, or they're taking a break right now to try to practice and get in for this. I mean, these people are shaping their lives around these games right here.
So coming in, Meat Playground.
Yeah.
Doing well in their matches. They showed us a little bit, right? They showed us a few different things. How do you think they're going to fare against One Trick Ponies with the knowledge of how they've done in their games?
I still think that they're the favorite. I knew they were the crowd favorite coming in. People kind of believe them. I mean, generally speaking, if you were one of the 1 or 2 seeds in your group, you were considered the favorite. And so far, the 1 and 2 seeds have all gone through. The 3 teams who have gone through so far were 1 or 2 seeds in their group. And if that format holds, the Meat Playground is believed to be in the advantage here. The thing is, these guys haven't met before head-to-head. One Trick Ponies have done a very good job for themselves. They, again, took out Falafel Gaming, fairly convincingly from what I can understand. And they definitely have what it takes, right? These are very, very good individually skilled players. We talked with the UCI guys about what college level is like, and they said it's basically solo queue all-stars just being really good. Like, college teams don't practice as a team so much. They are just all very, very good, and they kind of go for it together. But these guys, they're all very, very good, but they're playing as a team. They are kind of being cohesive and playing strategies together.
We'll see what they have here as they strategize in Champion Select. Ladies and gentlemen, the game begins, an elimination match for one of these teams. Your Season 3 qualifiers.
All right, here we go. So the Zyra being dropped out, the Shen, the Katarina bans. These guys are kind of preparing for what comps are up. Now, One Trick Ponies would have the chance to watch Meat Playground's game and see what that composition was. Meat Playground, maybe they got to talk to someone to figure out what One Trick Ponies ran, but I haven't really gotten to see them run much of anything. I knew they ran the Area of Effect comp that very first game that faltered against DNG. Other than that, you don't know too much about these guys. Lil Kevin I know a little bit of. He's run a couple of very different champions. We'll save the famous one for a little bit later, but I know Meat Playground knows they want him to play Syndra. They know he plays it and they're like, yeah, go ahead and bring Syndra against us.
Right on. So they have the ban of Zyra, not Zyra was not one of the champions I remember seeing in any of the research we did coming out for, Meat Playground. It's not a champion that they like to use, not a champion that's really in their lineup, so that kind of a confusing ban for me, but nonetheless, Meat Playground playing a super safe
is up.
Katarina Amumu Misfortune. But yes, Kha'Zix is up, and we also have Nidalee up, the favorite of the top laners in the game.
Hell yeah. Actually, a lot of that who's who of lineups. I just think Meat Playground did a phenomenal job with bans, because again, you look at that top 4 that Hazard talked about, Kha'Zix, Eve, Amumu, Nunu, and they said, there's 3 left. You get 1, we get 2, let's do this. Evelynn got picked up right away. Lil Kevin's going to run that, but Arthalon on Kha'Zix is a very, very scary thing.
What we see here, it looks like they are going to take Caitlyn away from that Nunu. I'm expecting something like a Cho'Gath coming from Meat Playground. They're going for that jump-in initiation. The Rupture would be beautiful for Kha'Zix to start, Freak. But again, somewhat of a poke safe comp. And we see the Caitlyn coming in already.
Well, this tells me right away, One Trick Ponies wants an early mid-game win, right? The fact that they do not have that sort of crazy late-game carry power. I mean, Caitlyn in general just falls off a little bit, and then when you fight against a Nunu, you know that guy's going to accelerate.
Yep.
But they also know that Arthalon is going to run here with a Kha'Zix, and we talked about it in the earlier games with this champion. Kha'Zix is a late-game terror, a mid-game good ganker.
Yep.
Right? So if they bring the fights to Meat Playground, they know where Kha'Zix is coming from. They're grouped as 5. They're not going to get isolated. They won't get chunked down. They can just kind of push on. And with Lulu and Caitlyn in there, and then anytime an engagement happens, Evelynn just counter-engages with her ultimate. This is a really good setup for 1TP. I'm expecting a bit of a lane swap to take down a fast turret. I'm expecting by 10 minutes they are team fighting constantly.
Let's see if they can do it. Arthalon to choose as well as Balls. The AD carries pick, so they don't have to choose that. The support's there. They already got that as well. Looking for possibly the jungler here. No, they go for support mid, super pick, and lock in. So they're going for somewhat of a protect the Kha'Zix jumping composition.
I'm surprised by those because they looked like hard randoms in that I didn't see, unless I didn't see the same thing as you, I did not see any champion portraits until that got locked in. So I'm confused a little bit by what's going on right there, but Karma and Orianna, I mean, big shields, I mean, they are really good at delaying pushes, honestly, to be completely fair there.
Yep.
If you get in that kind of a situation where you're trying to keep your guys alive, you do have shields. Okay, so actually I'm hearing that someone had a bit of an issue with their mouse, and I don't think those are real picks, or they're going to redo those picks there. So those first 5, I think we can guarantee the Orianna Karma, I think, is going to get repicked there. We're going to see what that ends up being up to. Looks like NK Inc. reconnecting there. And we'll find out what the real issue is. But I think they had their heads turned back and were talking to the referees.
They were speaking to Tizza back there. Maybe some of you have talked to Tizza. He'll be handling a lot of your esports requests. But yeah, Arthalon saying he had to bring in a new mouse. He forgot his peripheral, and he was the one who locked in Karma. I think the Orianna pick may have been solidified as a regular pick. Kind of went with the composition. We'll have to see, but they will get that situated and fixed up. So we've seen an Eve and a Caitlyn as well. So you got, like you said, it's not going to be a super early game for them.
Yeah, it's going to be, so Evelynn's not the best early game. She's a good ganker, but like it's hard to sort of call it what Evelynn does best. Her laning is sketchy. She's a really good ganker with the ultimate. She dives really, really well. She's very good at mid-game aggression. And then as a super late-game mage, she can just turn team fights around. We see Rapid Star, especially from Azubu Frost, just grab Evelynn whenever possible and just kind of dominates games with that. Evelynn is a really, really good mage. It makes a lot of things happen overall. Kha'Zix, he's got, I would say, a little bit of a better laning phase, almost stronger mid-game ganks, and though he gets kind of damage reset with the ultimate, he doesn't like just lay the smackdown on entire teams. He's much more single target focused. And so they kind of work differently as sort of burst mages, where Evelynn wins you team fights and Kha'Zix just kind of singles people out and gets rid of them that way. And once again, kind of what I feel One Trick Ponies needs to do is group up. They need to group up hard and fast, and that's why I really like the picks they've done there with the Lulu, the Caitlyn, that whole thing, is they should be going for this early mid-game pressure and just taking down turrets and ignoring that whole benefit that Kha'Zix would have.
So they have the Lulu, the Caitlyn, and the Evelynn, correct?
Yes.
So Lee Sin is not banned as well, so that would actually help with the composition that needs shields and needs to jump in.
Yeah. And it gives them a lot of early pressure too. Lee Sin is probably the best like level 1 through 5 jungler in the game. He's very good at invading. He's very good at just making things happen. Lulu's very good at leaving her lane and supporting jungler mates. Exactly. You have the Whimsy, which will actually block smite. It's a silence, so if you want to like protect Dragon or Baron, you Whimsy the other jungler. He can't smite through it. There's a lot of really good situations there for these champions. Like I would like Lee Sin there. I think it makes a lot of sense.
have to see what they do. Already, it kind of seems like, you know, they take a Caitlyn without the Nunu, so it's not going to be as formidable. It may still be somewhat of a push lane to help the jungler come in and gank from the lane, something, but it's not going to be a pressure tower down lane. Let's go around and start to roam. So we'll have to see how they play that AD carry lane. We saw the support. It's still a push. Lulu comes into the poke lane, so they can still afford to be aggressive.
Yeah, poke and push is what that lane is all about. You have basically the longest range AD carry and the longest range support together in a group. Whoever you put that against is going to have a really bad time. Now, we've seen a lot of teams run 2v1 mid lane. That actually got popularized, I think, first in Korea, where they used it as a specific shutdown to Kassadin. It was specifically a Kassadin counter because they'd like pick Karthus and they'd like, oh sure, pick up Kassadin, 1v2 him, and then they would just lane swap and crush that champion's face down. And that kind of made people realize, like, well, we can do that all the time. And we've seen that sort of 2v1 mid actually expound even more. We saw Azubu Blaze run it 3 or 4 days ago against Frost, where they ran AD carry and Alistar support in mid, and Alistar went and roamed to just gank the other lanes alongside the jungler, and they kind of just sort of grew what you could kind of do with lane assignments. And here, I really expect to see a Kha'Zix shutdown of the 2v1.
Right.
I mean, okay, maybe they just kind of stick through it in the 1v1 there, but like, if Lulu Kate do not 2v1 something, I'll be surprised.
No, yeah, I like that prediction with the Kha'Zix picks right away. It's like they didn't even hesitate to take Caitlyn even though they didn't have Nunu. So they're going to be able to poke out that Kha'Zix.
It's just really wise, and even if they are 2-on-2, and I still don't think it's the best choice, but if you are, Caitlyn is so far out of range of any of Nunu's attacks that he has to walk pretty close to you to Ice Blast, and so Caitlyn can poke from out of range. And even on top of that, there's still a situation where any damage she deals, he's not going to heal back. You've got to chug through a lot of potions or get yourself a crystalline flask or something like that, or some really early lifesteal, and that damage is going to stick onto you otherwise.
And we have been seeing a few crystalline flasks here and there.
Yeah.
What's your preference when you're supporting? What do you like to roll out with? You use all the masteries? You kind of go regular season too?
So I actually do like the biscuit and the little explorer ward there, the 60-second ward. It's really good for like if you're on purple side, you drop that in the tri-brush. So if the enemy jungler starts red, you'll see him go for the level 2 gank because he'll go through tri-brush almost always. And so you can kind of put that ward down there and kind of make sure you know what's going on.
Right.
But guys, we are actually back in a champion select there. The same bands, the same first 5 picks. But we're going to go on from there. You can see that up on your screen in just a second. But let's see what they want to do against what right now I'm calling a pretty quick poke comp.
Yeah, right from the start, they say we're going to keep this safe. Lulu, Caitlyn, if that, doesn't tell you already.
Yeah. So, okay, here we go. The 2 picks, looks like it's not Orianna and Karma here. They are not Singapore Sentinels.
They're just kind of hanging.
Yeah. Singapore Sentinels do legitimately pick Karma as one of their compositions. It is basically based on shielding all the damage, weathering any storm, and having just a overtime teamfight composition. It's actually pretty good overall. It's really good at tower diving too, for what that's worth. But we're going to see Meat Playground's 2 picks here. Now, as an AD carry, there's 2 ways to go about this. There's actually a couple options here. So, for one, they kind of have to expect that it's a fast push lane, so you can go something like Graves, and then that way you have really good area of effect to deal with the push if you can get a heads up 2-on-2. Or you run something like we saw recently, Cho'Gath or Olaf, good 1-on-2 champions who can at least kind of go heads up and keep the turret alive a little bit longer.
I like these picks as well. They went with the AD carry instead of showing the jungle, of showing more. They went with what was already picked, and they kind of keep it a secret. But it's still Kog'Maw Sona. They go with a poke back.
Yeah, this is interesting because this kind of it's very focused on a specific win condition, which is, the one trick
is out.
Yeah, there we go. The one trick, it is not Evelyn. It is LeBlanc. LeBlanc is the one trick from the one trick ponies, and look at that instant locks. Oh man, these are very interesting teams because Meat Playground, despite fighting a fairly poke-based team, they have a lot of all-in. Sona, Malphite, it's a lot of all-in.
Very hard team to target as well. You have 2 blinking champions.
Yes. Yeah, you've got guys who are kind of going all over the place. You've got guys who are hitting from far away, and that's what One Trick Pony can do. I mean, Zed as well is a great poker. Looks like it's going to be there on Pawn Gypsy. But on the other side, I mean, Meat Playground, there's 2 ways to play poke. It's
that's an if you get caught team.
Yes.
There's no story after that. Like, you turn the page and it's blank.
Yes, because the game is ended.
If you get caught team.
Oh man,
Meat Playground is big and explosive.
This is going to be a skill matchup at this point.
Yeah.
Because so Hazard's going to have a decent time in lane, I think, against Pawn Gypsy. Malphite, he just likes to stack armor. He's going to be fine doing that and just being this big, beefy tank guy. and that's fine. You actually scale with armor. He's going to have to buy that to survive Pawn Gypsy in the first place on Zed. That's a good pickup overall, and it works very well in the comp. To beat Poke, you basically need hard engage. You either need, you know, that hard engage where you go in there and you force the fight, and that's why a lot of Poke comps run champions like Janna or Gragas or Alistar, because they can disengage the battle afterwards, right? If they go on you, put Explosive Cask out, put out Monsoon, turn the fight around.
It's something we don't see a lot in compositions is the disengage comp. It's like gone to the side, but it's still so effective.
It's hard to win with a disengage comp, unfortunately, because you can't easily force battles. You can't close the game out easily yourself, and so it kind of fell off a little bit.
Right.
But it's good if you have ways to actually end the game, such as a long-range carry who can take down turrets and things like that, or someone who can actually push from far away like Jace and actually kind of ruin your day.
Yeah, for sure.
And then if they get that, cool, then disengage. It kind of secures the fact that you don't get caught.
Right on, ladies and gentlemen. Rivington III and Freak bringing you an elimination match from Group B. Here we have One Trick Ponies using their one trick that LeBlanc is out and on the map versus Meat Playground, who, like we said, have an explosive team. It's an if you get caught, and that's gonna be it. We'll have to see what they can do. As we said, that bottom lane Freak going to have a little bit more aggression in the beginning. It doesn't look like they're going to go for any switches. Just actually, Kog'Maw's top side, so they actually may choose to switch here. Slow on the invasions.
Well, this is kind of the funny thing about the 2-on-1 lane, or the dual lane, I should say, that Meat Playground picked up. So I was thinking about them fighting heads up and making that 1-on-2 not suck on their side. But what I didn't think about was the fact that they could simply pick a 2-on-1 lane that's good for them.
Yeah.
So if you ignore a Kog'Maw, he is going to become brutal really, really, really fast. And you can typically tower dive in a 2-on-1 and pick up kills, so you accelerate your carry by being in a 2-on-1 compared to being in a 2-on-2. So while the early mid game is going to be rocky for them because Caitlyn, LeBlanc, all that, like there's a whole bunch of early game power there from 1TP. On the other side, if they don't lose by like 20 minutes, Kog'Maw will just win the game.
It looks like they are not pushing in. It's going to be scary. They're not going to have any vision on this, and that Kog'Maw is going to do just as you said. He's going to have so much fun in that top lane by himself. They're going to focus 3 here and possibly catch the river advance up to the top, or they're going for the late 140 invade, and that's what they are doing, Freak. Hiding in the... just trying to hide in the fog of war there. Pawn Gypsy moving himself out perfectly to see that. Now they still may not be able to stop this.
Oh, and he puts the Shadow Clone down as well, so he's just all about getting away from that one.
We are a great positioning. X-Hazard is left to fend for himself. And they're going to do golems down bottom here to give themselves a little bit of advantage. And we may see that level 2 hard aggression and kill. Here we see jungle invasion coming in 2 games in a row. These teams are definitely playing it to their favor to try and hack on the other team right in the beginning.
Okay, so we're going to see these lanes scoop up. And, you know, once again, it's 2 2-on-1s. I take that back, actually. There's a lot of lane swaps going. They're actually 2-on-1ing the mid lane to try to shut down what could be Evelynn. You're seeing Lulu kind of cross paths. There's all kinds of lane swaps going on early game.
And they're still moving. You can see Caitlyn trying to stay bottom and stick with the minions as much as she can before leaving. Switching lanes like this, Freak, can actually cause some problems.
Yeah, pretty much being the first team to lane swap, or sorry, the team that picks the lanes properly gets the advantage, because the other team has to waste time running around the map reacting to your moves, and you just simply get more minions while doing that, and it puts you in a much better situation. So Meat Playground right off the start in a better place.
So we got 2 going into the mid that LB is forced to go against. Oh, coming in, Scuba Chris just from the outside. The flash has been spent on balls, and it looks like they are forced back out. Back and forth, a lot of aggression here. These mid lanes are going to see a lot of action.
Yeah, and his cleanse is gone as well. So Regiron and Raging Kenny have a better opening here where they've just got more tools available. And the thing is, it'll be hard for him to deal with Scuba Chris. He gets through wards just by being Evelynn.
Yeah, that is very true. They're going to have to be very careful with their placements to be more on the entry of the jungle so they can catch Eve before hitting into that passive. She's going in. Here we are, Arthlon up top onto Pawn Gypsy. Not getting any damage in there. Thought he was going to go for a swipe. Nunu again once again back in mid. Chooses to back off. A lot of pings going down. There has to be so much communication going on between these 2 teams, because this is something they've really either never tried or have never had to counter before.
Well, Scuba Chris is definitely looking for some moves top lane. There's recalls from the brush, though. It looks like he doesn't want any piece of Arthlon right now.
Yeah, that's very low. Kha'Zix is one of those that can really turn a 2v1 fight into a double kill, so very smart choice there by Evelynn. Freak,
Yeah.
this lane in the middle here, does it change with the distance of the lane and the aggression that you can force on it? Does Caitlyn, you know, lose out here so Kog'Maw can get right back to his turret so quickly?
It makes pushing almost a little bit stronger just because you'll get it onto the turret more quickly.
Okay.
And the earlier you are in the game, the like slightly harder it is to actually last hit under a turret here. You're going to see actually one minion there. Actually, no, Ball's got that. I'm totally wrong at all times. I'm surprised he got that last hit there.
Yeah, he had to actually use his W, so wasting the mana just to get the gold.
Yeah, you are seeing a minion kill lead though. You're seeing 28 to 23. You do have a push advantage here for 1TP. Once again, you know, Sona can't heads up against a push all that well, but they won't probably die either.
So that jungle Nunu just on the outside to take down Pawn Gypsy. The energy is low, and now would be the perfect time. Actually, if they let that get up, he's just going to be able to dash away and reach to it. Arthlon engaging there, trying to draw a little bit out of Pawn Gypsy. Here comes Scuba Chris, and it's going to be the counter gank. Does he decide to back off here? And he does at the worst time. Pawn Gypsy now in a 2v1. He does have a flash up, but he goes ahead and he uses one, flashes, then he does get it. The Ignite will not tick all the way down, but that leaves Scuba Chris now in tension here to fend for this 2-kill possibly.
Yeah, he's just simply not able to get much of a gank going. He's going to get found by NK Inc. though. This is actually a bit risky. Actually, I think he used I guess it wouldn't really matter overall,
right.
but the W break slows when you use it on Evelynn. You kind of want to save that for Ice Blast.
He's trying to get out. See, is Nunu placing some wards? No, he's just making his way around. Looks like he's going to head back to Wraith. So the jungler is really not having too much effects on the lanes just yet. We've seen a lot of action from the lanes themselves. Top trying to get some help. Kazakh's still being pushed out by Scuba Chris. They're really just playing that as that offensive lane. Here's some aggression, get some farm in. We know you're having trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Raging Kenny and Redron getting pushed back to base. Actually, everyone really out of potions now in this lane. I gotta hand it to Balls and Lemon God. They turned out what I thought was a kind of an early disadvantaged lane into one that's actually quite good for them. They're about to equalize back out in minions, and they've really pushed Raging Kenny back.
Scuba Chris now soaking up some experience in middle. Balls and Lemon God very actually hurt here. They're trying to sustain on this as much as possible. Balls has found himself getting up in CS, but that's only 3, and he's been in lane for a good 10-12 seconds by himself, so he's got to mingle with one of those waves at least coming through. So you can see Caitlyn being out of lane, still almost the same CS.
Exactly. That, you know, they're both going to recall pretty much at close to equal time. So 40 to 43, the Vamp Scepter early on picked up. It was something that was really, really needed here for Caitlyn because she has no sustain in her lane. Lulu cannot heal her at all, so she needs some way to get her health bar back up. Very, very wise to back as soon as you could afford that Vamp Scepter.
And questionable to leave herself squishy. She did not want the Dorans with the same amount of CS and off purchase from Kog'Maw here. With that damage from Kog'Maw's W, can't they just shred this lane, or is she really relying on Redron?
Basically, she didn't have quite enough money to buy that because she bought one extra potion early on. So actually it spent more game early on.
One potion will get you.
Yep, so that's going to be... And the thing is, she'll probably be okay here. You can kind of see the fights coming from Lemon God, and that could get shielded pretty well.
Wow, so much damage going down right there. The shield a little too late, and if he had that W up once again, you could be sure they were going aggressive. Ink coming in for that. It looks like it will be stolen away. There's going to be quite a bit of damage from Consume. He did go for the smite as well.
Oh, he whipped Glitter Lance.
And he did. That 80% slow will not go on, but there's the LeBlanc hit. The ultimate coming down to 7-minute first blood. The fight continues with Arthlon as they get the Ethereal Chain, and they will not be able to capitalize that as they force a jump. They blow an Ignite.
And they blew that, but he still has his stealth available, that ultimate, so he can get himself into tricky situations once more. It was a nice attempted steal by NK Inc. The problem was the right people were just around and available to mess with him. So, you know, a really, really good pickup there. Lil Kevin, his one trick, so far it's working. That gave him first blood.
And that's exactly what needs to happen, and they need to shut down Meat Playground from getting any advances, because if LeBlanc doesn't do this, if she doesn't snowball, it even needs to be harder than Katarina, you're going to see HP just being her worst enemy in late game.
And this is going to be difficult because even despite the first blood, you're seeing the gold on both teams be basically equal.
Yeah,
9,700 on both sides. And look at the minion kills, only 32 on LeBlanc. She has not had the best early game. Needs to keep getting kills to make herself relevant.
So Little Kevin now up top as the lane is switched once again. They put Zed versus Malphite. That works out pretty well. You're going to be working on the AD caster, not really trying to swing. And there's the damage coming through. The HP not there for Raging Kenny. Redron is forced out of the lane as well. one more level to that living artillery, and he would have had a kill.
Yeah, that is going to be a pretty brutal situation there. Kenny trying to survive himself, chugs the rest of those potions, has a Vamp Scepter, but you're seeing Meat Playground actually winning that lane. I didn't think that was going to be the case, but it really is. You know, tribute to Balls and Lemon God. They are playing this lane absolutely great.
Yeah, they did a great job at just farming it up, Freak, and saying, you got poke? I'll give you some poke. Hit that level 6.
Their all-in damage is really, really good. And Scuba Chris actually making his way up there, picking up the steal on the blue buff, and you've got his own golem back, and then went for the steal on this. So the jungle lead is there for one-trick ponies.
I haven't seen if Nunu was seen top by a minion or he walked into that ward and backed off because of the positioning of LeBlanc at the time. But yeah, Scuba Chris just feeling like that jungle is his right now, and he leaves a wolf actually to hurt Nunu on the way back around. So great just mindset and overall map awareness from 1TP right now. They're controlling this game, but like you said, there's no gold lead yet. We're going to see where that comes in. The unstoppable force used there, the flash as well. They would love to get a kill after expending both of those, but they're not going to get it. A sliver of health to get away.
Oh, nice attempt there. Even still, they burn every summoner and the ultimate from X Hazard. A good initiation there from Pawn Gypsy. You know, puts on a lot of punishment. The ult from Evelyn, now that she's finally level 6, they make for great ganks. Pretty much only Malphite could have gotten out of that.
Yeah, the unstoppable force was super saving grace on that one. You are so true. Yep, Kha'Zix going in very low on LeBlanc up top, and it looks like she is absolutely going to be able to obliterate him. That is the % damage amplifier, and it hurts for a long time coming.
Yeah, that's a really, really nice fight right there, and that is, well, you know, you see a champion who doesn't get much play like LeBlanc, but when you know that champion, you tend to make really good things happen. And just look at the fight that came out there. Just dunking completely onto that Kha'Zix. And actually, she's now catching up in minions, so it's all good for him.
Great job so far. The aggression is being controlled in each lane. LB getting the snowball that she needs at 2 kills now. LeBlanc is at 3,000 gold, 200 gold above her team, and a great job by Scuba Chris in middle trying to lock down. There's no hard crowd control. They get turned back on. One last shot. There's the kill, the double buff transfer. He could get this. His red buff is now proccing onto Redoran. One last W as it wears off. He throws down the ultimate. There's the wild growth. Redoran trying to keep himself alive. The kill coming in for Nunu, and a possible extended double kill here for Balls if he can capitalize on this. The mana's running out. There's one shot there. Looking for the second one as the blue buff procs up, but it is not going to happen. Great fight, though.
X Hazard actually making his way through the jungle as well, but puts a ward down, and actually he's about to run right into Caitlyn on top of that turret. Raging Kenny, there's the Q, and that is going to be Hazard picking up that kill. Even still gives the assist to Kog'Maw.
There it is, the ultimate going down, a sliver of health on Balls. It's an auto attack from LeBlanc. Not even the strongest thing in the game, but still enough. A Cathian surprise. She stays alive. Arthlon thought it would be enough.
Oh, and there comes Evelyn. The ult is on as well. He's stealth out. He gets the slow, but it's not enough. Scuba Chris finds that one.
Walked right into an invisible Evelyn. How unfortunate.
That is a team of assassins being assassiny all day. 4-3 one-trick ponies. They're 500 gold, man.
That was such a quick, swift change, Freak. I said that gold lead was just neck and neck. When's it going to change? And it went from that unstoppable force break down bottom and then back to LeBlanc top and all over the map. One trick pony is making sure they get advantages in every lane right now.
Yeah, that's actually really, really important. The one thing I want to kind of point out as a lesson for people is when you have an ultimate up from cooldown, just use it and make it happen. Yeah. You know, they burned X Hazard's Flash and Ignite. That's still on cooldown from the prior gank. And then Evelyn got her ult back up, made the fight happen in the mid lane, you know, got that one there. Yeah, just using your abilities, making those fights happen, they're turning advantages.
It's like we were talking about watching Crepo's stream earlier. You watch Doublelit stream, and every time he has ace in the hole, he'll pretty much just shoot you in the face. Whether they're engaging, whether they're not, he uses it. It's about 60 seconds right off the bat, so you get it back.
Yeah, that cooldown is not too big, and the thing is, because it can get blocked in a team fight, the channel, it's generally a damage output loss if you channel your ult instead of auto-attacking, especially late game on Caitlyn, you know, critical chance and all that. So when you can get it for the poke and not lose anything for it, just press that button.
There's a good amount of damage there. The focus onto Redoran, though, leaving Raging Kenny to poke. And that's exactly what you do. Beautiful job by Redoran there to take a little bit of aggression and allow some pressure in the lane. But now the sustain from Sona kind of just cancels that back out, and you can see the damage trade continuously going in Meat Playground's favor. They got to be careful about this mid lane now. It's definitely not what it used to be. Little Kevin, however, is definitely going to bring that damage amplification back there.
Exactly. He's going to keep on going. And the good thing about this team comp is it's very easy for one-trick ponies to actually crush down and kill off balls. Now, they have to be very careful of Sona, but there they go, Lemon God.
Wow, not even a chance to breathe and let her team know she was being attacked. Unstoppable Force only hitting Redoran. Almost a waste there. X-Hazard is able to pick up a kill for himself. The Cathian surprise, leaving one-trick pony limping away as Raging Kenny draws the attention of X-Hazard. Arthalon on the other side, though, to stop the escape.
That was nice, though. Still a two for two, not the worst thing in the world, and they shut down balls over and over and over again. That is what they want to do. Nice escape by Scuba Chris, actually in the jungle, recalling on the Wolf Camp. And you know, I was about to talk about that lineup. Their ability to all in is so strong.
Yeah, right past the turret, they said, what? This is here? What does it do? We're just going to fight you. And they did. Quickly going down. It took 3 total abilities to make it happen.
Yep.
LeBlanc's W didn't hit. It was Alt, Q, and then one quick hit from a Q from Evelyn. Such a good play. 6-5, so Meat Playground kind of creeping back in. The gold perfectly even again, and there's a turret in favor of one-trick ponies. I don't know what kind of interest plan that Meat Playground has, but somehow it's working.
It is really, really good. Now, the thing to remember about Meat Playground is they just have the sort of late game team. That is what they are just about, is getting a crazy farmed Kog'Maw. Now, remember also that Nunu's been jungling instead of being a dedicated support.
Yes.
So he's actually not been around Kog'Maw most of the time. Once they get to late game status, once they actually get together and group up, you're suddenly going to see a blood build. We've been watching a regular Kog'Maw fight and actually do an amazing job in lane. Imagine that with 65% bonus attack speed.
There we are, getting out on the Dragon. This is going to be the first one down, 15 minutes in, so we'll see the next one there, 21-16. Who will have it? It's a good amount of gold for them, but still only puts them up about 800 gold, not that 1,000 mark yet. Pushed out of that fight, double buff on Arthalon, so they are looking to engage at least on that one. Little Kevin looking probably to throw back an Ethereal Chain. Quick second later, NK Inc. There's that Blood Boy we're talking about, now effective in the fight to help his team. They're kind of spread out though. They need to gather back together here in this mid. The fights could easily go into one-trick or Meat Playground's favor. Oh my gosh, that is what getting caught out means by Little Kevin. The one-trick pony is riding all the way home on this one.
That was awesome. And I actually want to point out Lil Kevin's build. This guy, again, he mains LeBlanc, is maxing Ethereal Chains over that W distortion. So it's max Q, max E on LeBlanc. If you want to learn to play like him, well, it looks like he's rushing a Deathfire Grasp with Sork Shoes and maxes Q, E, then W.
That's absolutely that explosive build. You're going to get the damage out of it by yourself anyways, so if you can start with that Deathfire Grasp, it's amazing for her. Like you said, we haven't seen her a lot, so people tend to forget the little nuances and when to play against her.
Yeah.
And especially when somebody levels like this, you know, you're not expecting an Ethereal Chain that often. You don't want to dodge it. You're not dodging as much.
Exactly, and one of the things to point out as well is the second tick of damage from the chain, right? You apply it, and then if you don't break it, it hits again. That second hit will proc Q, it will proc the silence from Q, so you can actually go E, hit confirm E, and then land Sigil of Silence, and you will get both procs of damage.
That's such a great composition, and like they said, I bet you a lot of people TIL just now.
Yeah, TIL, second part of E applies second part of Q.
Exactly.
So there you go, guys. A couple of LeBlanc tips there. 5, 1, and 2. I mean, I can't stress enough. He has been in every single kill for his team.
Yes.
One Trick Ponies is named after this champion, Lil Kevin's LeBlanc.
And I remember, you know, before, even Reginald played her as well. He was like, I have a secret one for this tournament. And you brought her out, and they did amazing because everybody was like, whoops, we forgot she did that. Might want to back off.
Yeah. You still have to be concerned. I mean, late game is a bit difficult there. The one actually saving grace, though, is Magic Resist is a bit of an inefficient buy here for Meat Playground. I mean, you've got Zed and Caitlyn, who are both going to be putting out gobs of physical damage. You do want to buy it because both LeBlanc and Evelyn are scary, but if you take a glance at the items, there are 2 MR items on this entire team. You've got a Hex Trigger and a Chalice of Harmony, and that's it.
Look at this. Every time X-Hazard just having to waste his mana to push out Pawn Gypsy. It's a pretty good matchup for Zed right there to just kind of trade back and forth. Neither of them are really doing damage. It's kind of one of those on your own island lanes right now.
Yeah, getting a lane. I mean, the thing is, Zed can bully some champions completely out.
Oh dear,
goodbye.
That's what happens when LeBlanc's in the game. The one-trick pony's coming out very big here. A huge damage from Absolute Zero. Scuba Kiss trying to do what he can in the fight. There's a Wild Growth and the shields coming into play. You can see how much they affect the fight. And it is going to be, oh, he's to the hole, he does find the kill. There it is, NK getting a little too close.
This is really, really good. Getting these gold leads mid-game, the thing is, they're not pushing super hard, but getting ahead like this is really all they need to do to win. Over and over, I'm going to say I'm afraid of the late game potential here from Meat Playground because the initiation is so good, and it's a blood-boiled Kog'Maw. You can't say blood-boiled Kog'Maw enough until you just drill into your head. That is a scary thing to deal with. But if you keep snowballing ahead, if you get to the point where LeBlanc can always one-shot Cog, then you're okay. But if you get to the point where Cog's ahead and has like a Banshee's Veiled Guardian Angel, you've just lost your ability to win the game.
And this is big. Arthlon on one of his favorite champions as well. At previous matches that we watched him play is doing exactly what LeBlanc is doing now. So they've got to stop that late game. They can't let them get to that spot because Arthlon will produce the same results if we get to this late game. And that's going to be scary with a Kog'Maw.
Exactly. Getting the entire sort of subtitle of Meat Playground is Meat Playground, comma, really scary late game.
Yeah.
and that's kind of the storyline to drive for this game because you're gonna see a blood build Kog'Maw. You're gonna see Scuba Chris actually getting found out by a Kog'Maw ultimate. Now he's gonna get out. But again, he's a scary guy. You see something come from Kog'Maw, and you've got to immediately turn your head and notice.
Alright, so let's just go around the board, see what everybody's picked up. We do have a Sunfire Cape up top, so it's a little bit more defense there coming into the fight. It looks like Meat Playground may as well just want to push this into a fighting phase right now, looking at these items.
Well, the cool thing is, exactly, Meat Playground doesn't want to get into fights right now because they're getting one-shotted. You see Hazard is completely self-sufficient. Sunfire Cape Chalice, nothing is touching him. He is just Hazard is just controlling the lane, making people go fight him, and then walking out pretty much safe actually I say that, but this could be a pretty risky fight.
Ponjips trying to do some damage there and initiate, but he does not have his team on him. Caitlyn bottom. But yeah, actually I meant to say that One Trick Pony wants to engage right now. Looking at the other team, we had 2 BF swords.
Absolutely.
But yeah, the Deathfire Grasp explosion, they've got to be super careful. Scuba Chris able to just hold a siege on his own tower in middle when it had a few shots left. These guys are playing very careful, but One Trick Pony knows they have a definitive lead right now, and they can dictate where they want Meat Playground to go. That's a scary thing.
Yeah, there is one downside here, which is that Caitlyn is about 80 gold away from finishing her Infinity Edge, compared to Balls, who just has that item, and of course Blood Boil as well. Now, I would generally think that their team fight is still better because they'll just kill Kog'Maw, but if you compare the AD carries heads up, there's a big lead here for Meat Playground.
So one of the first games we've really seen the AD carries rush that Infinity Edge. And I know we've talked about it before, Freak, but still doesn't stand in Season 3 if you're... Oh no, the Unstoppable Force coming in, and there's the Raging Kenny going down. This is what they were looking for. They are going to team fight. Arthlon jumping in, he was turned into a cupcake mid-air. Little Kevin goes down there. They're looking to get the finalizer, and what we thought would have been a win for One Trick Pony becomes a full 5 A's.
That was just brutal. The perfect Malphite ultimate came out there from X Hazard. He found Raging Kenny, and Raging Kenny immediately died. And from there just wasn't an answer left. Kog'Maw was safe. The Assassins, you actually saw Burst go off onto Hazard's Malphite. Nothing there for him.
That's really scary that the Cleanse Kate can't even get that. Baron being picked up, Meat Playground giving themselves a definitive lead in their favor now. They need to start getting some turrets with this Baron.
Yeah, well, they got 3,000 gold. They're going to go back for items pretty much immediately. Everyone about 1,500 gold. The purchase is coming on through. Nunu picking up a Catalyst. So, yeah, I'd expect to see NK Inc. going... I mean, I would guess it's a Banshee's Veil at that point, because... Thinking of what else. I think Catalyst was in 2 new items, or 1 new item now. Alright, we're going to check out that last fight, though, as these guys regroup for their new stuff. Let's see just what happens. So check out the amazing ultimate. Raging Kenny literally could not go anywhere. Died mid-flash, and now it's a full channeled absolute zero. Just the slow, it doesn't even matter what the damage is. The slow is enough that it's just cleanup crew style. You just see the chase, the slows, killing off everything.
So that was the items being super completed. They got completed and they said, we need to fight now. We just got an explosion of damage and they're not going to expect it.
Exactly. The Infinity Edge Kog'Maw is a huge deal. Hazard just had the ultimate, was ready to start that fight, and you just saw people blow up. That's absolutely what happened. People just blew up.
So, Freak, this has to be super scary for One Trick Ponies. They've had a definitive lead the whole game, and they just had it turned over on their head. What goes through your mind at this point, and your engagements change totally from here on out?
Well, it's different, right? But certainly the game has suddenly changed hands. You're behind in gold, but you can see they have to play confidently. You're seeing that push up top. They just got a turret. They traded their mid lane right here, but they're still playing push game. They are literally still 5 top, and I mean, is this really going to be a base race? Like, are they trying to risk it that way? They just blew Hazard's ultimate. You can see him barely take damage from that. It's the difficulties. They don't really have an answer to this. I don't think you can outrace Blood Boil, though, is the problem.
This is going to be quite a race. Don't see any of the backs coming back up top. It's going to be X Hazard trying to stop as many as he can. The ground slam just actually missing. But yeah, they lose a lot for this one. They were trying to go fast. I don't think they expected to see X Hazard there as soon as they did, and they lost a lot for it.
Yeah, that was actually a really, really bad call there, unfortunately, on One Trick Pony's side. It is unfortunate. You know, it could have made sense, but the thing is, the composition in general is not going to race as fast. You just have more damage on a Kog'Maw. And Pawn Gypsy, he's just been found. Goodbye. Mr. Arthalon, that is yours.
There it is, the One Trick Pony trying to get away. Little Kevin's not going to be effective in these fights. You just saw him get hit by that spike. He just almost taken down by full health there. The absolute zero keeping everybody in the fight. And just look at the chase that Meat Playground has. They are definitively winning these fights. Another ace back-to-back.
That is brutal. The double kill there, and they've got minions right on the front door. Meat Playground could end the game with this push.
Meat Playground, and they are looking to do that, going very strong in. They are not giving up. We see X Hazard is top, and he's probably going to walk by this turret. He doesn't even worry about it. He knows they need to get more damage onto these Nexus turrets that will heal, the only ones that do so. And it looks like they may be able to continue going. 11 seconds on Caitlyn, 1 on the other Pawn Gypsy here to try and deter the damage coming in. It looks like elimination for One Trick Ponies here. The half-health Nexus coming in. Meat Playground will eliminate them, and they find themselves moving on to day 2.
All right, they're going to be up, heads up against Fear. First or second match of the day. That is that. Congratulations there, Meat Playground. With one of the fastest turnarounds I think I've ever seen. They were down, what, 9-5, and then in the span of about 2 minutes, aced them twice, took Baron, and killed the base.
An absolutely amazing game. You thought it was going one way the whole time. The ganks, the lane swaps, they countered perfectly. One Trick Pony was like, yeah, this happened, we're out of lane, but we're doing fine. LeBlanc was down, she came back up. But it was that late game. It was, if you get caught by us, you're not going to live for more than a few seconds. And we saw that. Zed walked into that bush in the last fight in 0.5 seconds.
And it was just done. And the smart thing about that was, though I said it earlier, like, yeah, if it's going to main a kill, use your ultimates, but when you know they're dead, okay, save your ultimate for the team fight, right? And they just like get the free kill out of that one. It's a really, really good setup.
So coming out of that, very big game for them. They had a beautiful job just pushing everywhere and keeping their heads in the game. When your nerves are that high and you see a LeBlanc that's 5-1 and you guys can't put out 800 gold to quickly get a Negatron cloak, you're like, damn, this could suck pretty bad. But they stuck in there.
Yeah, it did suck pretty hard. We're going to see a replay of that very last fight because you're just going to see how explosive this team is. And there we go. So, and the explosion is just there. Everyone falling over so very, very fast. Again, the absolute zero just slowing them down a little bit. And there's just no real answer there. How much damage came through from Kha'Zix was just brutal. You just see Lil Kevin get chunked. And that was before he even bought his final items. You watch the very last push of the game. He gets hit from like 3/4 health, like instant dead from Void Spike.
Yeah.
There's just so much damage there available. It's an assassin-y team. They are very good at breaking down about 3 targets at once. You know, Malphite's area of effect based. Arthlon has a little bit there himself. And they're sitting back there with a Kog'Maw killing everything else.
It was Kha'Zix. It was only a good matter of 3 minutes later that I was like, Arthalon's going to replicate what LeBlanc's doing. Bam, happened. You know, they bought that final set of items and were like, hey guys, this is what we meant. This is the team.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, it was who got the drop as well. That's kind of one thing to point out as well, is the first 20 minutes of that game, really One Trick Ponies made all the moves. They initiated all the ganks. They were the ones to go and try to deal damage, and they all worked. Every single gank worked. It was either like, okay, we trade ultimates and you blue flash, or we'll just kill you. Those are basically the two situations that happened over and over and over again. The change there at 2 minutes in was Hazard left lane. Hazard sat there, you know, heads up 1v1 until level 11. That's my guess on what his sort of trigger was like, oh, now I'm 11, now it's time to go. And then he just like, okay, I'm going to roam mid. The second he did, the very first time he used the Malphite ultimate for a team fight, ace.
Yep. You know, and he used it to escape too, which really assisted them in preventing a ton of kills. That bottom lane kill got out with 10 health, did it a few other times. It's just been really great what these teams are just putting out for compositions. We've seen the AD, we saw the Xin and Shen top for a while with the red buff. You saw Olaf top with 49 CS in that last game, and the other game. It's been absolutely amazing so far here, Group 2 guys. We're going to take a quick break. But when we come back, don't go anywhere. Get your popcorn. Hurry up. Go to the bathroom. Come back. We'll be going to do a breakdown of Group B and then an interview with Prolly and preview the next group featuring Curse versus Complexity. We'll be right back after this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Riot Studio here for the North American Season 3 qualifiers. We're back. We're very excited to welcome Prolly to the desk.
Yes, Prolly, excellent work coming out of the group. You guys 2-0'd, and we were talking a little bit. I can sense the confidence in you. I said, were you expecting it? And you're pretty confident saying, yeah. And even the 2-0 victory. Can you comment on that at all?
Yeah, we definitely went into it a lot of confidence because it actually ended up being easier to go 2-0 than 2-1 in this group stage.
Right.
Like the second we lose a game, it's going to be way harder to come back than if we just roll through the first one and then stomp the second one. So
I mean, there's also the wild card. You don't know who might win or lose the other game, so it's kind of up in the air.
Yeah, it was basically less work to go 2-0, and looks a little sexier.
Right, absolutely. That also means that you're going in tomorrow versus Good Game University. Is that the team you wanted? And how do you think you're going to face off against them?
Yeah, actually, this tournament we were expecting to go against GGU once we looked at the brackets. And they're actually a team we've scrimmed a lot. And, we scrimmed them a lot, so we know them, but they've also seen our stuff. Luckily, though, we are holding back a lot of our stuff from them. So if you're watching this, you don't know all there is to know about our team.
So we've just seen the surface of what eventually will go down. There's several layers to unfold here with Dirtnap Gaming. So I want to talk a little bit about your gaming history. You've got a really robust history dating all the way back to just, kind of generally playing consoles, dabbled in some Halo. I know you played some Warcraft, World of Warcraft, but you're the one guy on the team that has not only prior team experience, but actually LAN experience. Was that a good thing going into it? Did you energize your team as a result of that, or was there some concern about maybe a lack of experience on LAN?
Yeah, it was actually pretty good because it was almost like I was like the Papa role for the LAN. It was like, like I had LAN stories and stuff, and they could listen to it, they could like it. And then they went into it, being a little nervous, and them being nervous about it made me more calm and confident. Like they would tell me like, oh no, this
because they care.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this is my first LAN, what do I do? And like it's really not a big deal. Like we got this, guys. So them being nervous helped me calm them down more.
So how's the mentality of the team now? What are you guys feeling as these upcoming days?
We're like, I don't know. I already said confidence a lot, so
yeah.
We're feeling strong, and that's pretty much it. Just more strong. After that 2-0 is something that we expected to happen, and now we're going against GGU, and I'm not the only one on my team who wanted to go against them for this game, so.
how does your mentality change shifting from day one, where you just kind of are trying to get past the cut, if you will, when only 8 teams make it, to now day 2, where tomorrow a game means, or a win rather, means a contract?
Well, for us, it's best of 1 today. Tomorrow is a best of 3. To us, that's way more calculated, way more. We can actually pull out a strategy. For this, it's playing safe. Like we can't drop a game during this group stage, and that's what we did. Tomorrow, we're able to actually pull out something maybe someone hasn't seen, because we have a little bit more leeway. If we lose, it's not it.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, Prawley from Dirtnap Gaming, they make it out of their group 2-0, confident, yes, and ready to go in tomorrow versus Good Game University. Prawley, fantastic work, great job. Tell the team, fantastic work, and thanks for joining us.
Thanks a lot. Oh, can I do a shout out?
Shout it out.
Shout out to Young Nobel.
And there you have it.
All right, guys, so Group B came to fight. We just saw some amazing matchups, but only 2 teams had what it takes to move forward. These were some amazing games.
Yeah, I mean, to take a look at it, Dirtnap Gaming with their 2-0. Again, so far we've gone through 2 groups, but the 2-0 teams look obviously very, very strong. From everything from their picks to their initiations, team fights, etc. Interestingly enough, Meat Playground, they did look a little rocky, but they still made it through. And honestly, that's kind of all that matters. You can fault throughout the day. You can make mistakes. You know what? We're here. Obviously, they want to make it into the season where mistakes can you can stretch them out, right? You can make mistakes, but here where one and done, that can be rough. So, I mean, I don't know. What do you think about Meat Playground? And they made it through 2-1, but like, what do you think about that overall?
I think they're a very solid team. They kind of went in with a strategy where, and you even ask most teams, they'll say, hey, we kind of picked what we wanted to, but they did it in style. Throughout that entire first part of the game, they were thrown around. There was mad chaos, and they were getting ganked everywhere. And there was a pretty good gold lead at first, but the mentality of their team, they knew they just had that late game. They knew they had an even more explosive composition, and they didn't let it get in their head. They weren't like, oh, this isn't going the way we want it right now. Damn it, it's not going to work.
They almost gave a false sense of confidence to One Trick Pony, because I think they felt like they could snowball it, but then it was just
they were cool. They were totally collected the whole time, and I think that is something that can carry a team that's been together for a few weeks very far.
All right. Well, let's send it over to Jat to take a look back at some of the big plays that we saw during Group B.
Thanks, guys. And I just want to highlight the first game of the day, Meat Playground versus Falafel Gaming. This game was pretty close up to this point at 14 minutes in. You can see Azingi and the rest of Falafel Gaming are coming in to try to stop Meat Playground from coming in for the Dragon. So let's roll this to see how this starts developing. You'll see he burns his Rupture on absolutely nothing, but then they still initiate as a Pantheon appears. Let's stop it here. And I want to point out, they do not have the Rupture from Cho'Gath. So what happens in this fight is Lemon God on Sona, Vladimir, and NK Inc on Amumu all land their ultimates in perfect synergy and just mop the floor with Falafel Gaming, because Falafel doesn't have enough crowd control without that Rupture to combo in things properly. So let's run this fight at half speed to see what happens. You can see Pantheon all comes in with Ezreal. If they still had Rupture at this point, it would be great. Leona can't get her thing, but here it comes. Crescendo, Amumu, Bullet Time, and Hemo Plague. Everybody on Falafel Gaming is absolutely obliterated, and from here, the game was pretty much over. They got all the kills. This game was over in about 8 more minutes. This is how Meat Playground cleaned up their first round victory. So from there, they just rolled through. They did manage to make it off in the group, but without that fight and how cleanly and crisply they executed, it wouldn't have been so easy. So let's just hand it back to Riven Wheat.
Jat, you're so good at that. You're so good at that.
I love you, Jat. We've seen a whole lot of exciting matches, guys, so far, and there's still plenty more to come.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, over the course of the qualifier, we've been asking you to send in your thoughts as well by writing to us at LOL Esports on Twitter, and of course using hashtag LCS as well. And our last question, we asked you, what is your favorite new item so far in Season 3? And we got a couple of your answers, and here's what you had to say. What's the first response?
I don't know. What's yours?
I don't know.
You're an Eve player.
I know. I'm mixed up because the new items really got me to play support more.
Ooh. Yeah, that's
happened
a lot.
Yeah, I think that honestly, I'd have to say that
the ward.
Well, I mean, Sightstone's pretty great and stuff, but I would have to say for me that was just the items that made me go, okay, well, let me give this.
All right, let's see what they say.
All right, let's see what they say. First,
so the first one up. Ooh.
Oh yeah, home guard boots, pretty awesome.
On the boots of mobility.
Full heel on.
So you're already
Fountain.
spinning around the map like an Indy car, and then you get home guard, and you're like, "What are you doing in my base?"
I like to be fast.
Guarding home. That's what I'm doing.
That's a good one. I'm okay. I'm good.
I'm good at home guard.
I'll
home
give it a vote.
Is super fun.
I'll give it a
It's
vote.
actually still a thing where people are like, "When do I buy these damn things?" It's still
It's tempting because it's pretty cheap in the grand scheme of things.
It is,
overall.
but then you're like, "Damn, I just plateaued on damage, but I can catch the hell out of that guy."
All right, what's the next response that we have? Your favorite item, by the way, from Season 3, new item.
Ooh, yes. The Runic Bulwark Aegis upgrade, the pretty much magic resist item. Great aura item for the entire team. Usually you see the jungler picking that guy up. But yeah, a lot of people go for the Aegis. A lot of people love the Locket of the Iron Solari because it adds a lot of the HP and the shield. Or not HP, but the shield acts as HP
right.
for everybody in the team. But Runic Bulwark, great item. Great choice.
Well, there's no wrong answers here, but let's see what the third opinion or the third thing is saying. And the Black Cleaver.
There is. I'm sure there were multiple Black Cleavers, and I'm glad we extended this one because he probably wants as many E's as are in there.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Just
in fact, he could have filled it up with 130 or so.
140.
Well, but you need to type Black and Clee and
Black Cleaver.
So it'd be limited by a little bit.
Black Cleaver.
128 or something like that.
All right,
well, thank you guys for your responses. Of course, we still have a long way to go, and we still want to hear what's on your mind. So tell us, have the Season 3 changes made you consider playing other roles? Well, I guess I just answered it ahead of time, and I didn't even know that was going to be the question. But I think that we'll probably hear that one. So.
Very good. Log on to Twitter, guys. Write us, and we'll read your answers on the stream later in the program. That's going to be hashtag LCS and @LOL Esports. So we've seen Group A and Group B, but there's more to come. This is a long, long day. You guys better got some sleep last night. So how does Group C stack up? Coming up on stream 2, guys, it's the Brunch Club versus Pulse Esports. This is going to be that group of death that everybody's been talking about. And we're going to have Curse versus Complexity on the main stream.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this one. You know, we are technically in the halfway point today. 16 teams started as we begin, and 8 teams will be eliminated. Of course, tomorrow, the big day where 4 teams will earn a contract. And then, of course, the final day where that last contract will be up for grab. It's getting real now, Rivington, and it's time to get into some games. So we're about to go on a short break, but first, we caught up with Team Curse to talk about the pressure that they have been feeling coming into Season 3. Check it out.
There's nothing else. If we don't make it, we don't make it. And we're all out of jobs. It's all or nothing right now.
We're fighting for our lives for a spot in Season 3. If we don't qualify at that event, unfortunately, I'll be put in a position to perhaps change the roster. So, you know, the impact to the lives of the players is significant.
If we don't make it into Season 3, I'm gonna probably have to stop playing League. I'll just go back to school, study, and probably become a doctor or something. So, no more dream video game job for me.
If I win, my dream become true. If I lost, I may cry. I don't know how.
Probably have to go do something else, unfortunately. I mean, I love what I do, and I hope I can continue doing it. So it's all or nothing right now.
Unfortunately, we were unable to qualify at PAX Prime.
Move on. They have qualified everything they've worked so hard for. The years and years of practice.
Immediately after PAX, when we placed 4th and we lost to CLG, that was like a really hard time for the team, I think. I felt we were good. I felt we were the team. I knew we were better than, other teams. I knew we should have been in the World Finals, and it was honestly devastating to lose that.
That kind of remotivated them to focus on training as hard as possible so that we go into Season 3 as the top team in North America.
Like, there's not a single day that we don't practice, so it's probably 10 plus hours a day.
We actually have like a picture of the mini map that's like, so you guys come in from this angle, level 1, we'll invade here, we'll drop reward here. We're just constantly looking for ways to improve.
Like a fire under our feet, essentially, for Team Curse. And I think everyone's been stepping up their game like exponentially, and we're just flowing better as a team. We're communicating more. We're not arguing as much. We're all feeling the heat, and we're all preparing because, yeah, it's it.
We definitely have the most pressure. Like, everything's on the line.
If you lose this, like, nah, not possible. I don't want to think about it. It's like 100% we're gonna win, 100%.
I think we're pretty prepared for them. We've been playing all those teams a lot and scrimming them. Like,
I think we know more about them than they know about us.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just here to win.
We have an advantage against Curse because they don't know who we are.
I think other teams are scared of us, so it's good.
Randomly, people lose games, but I'm pretty confident that that's not going to happen here.
I'd say it's a gamble. It's going to be a gamble.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Group C is about to get underway. We've already seen 4 teams make it through today. Let's find out the next 2. We are live from Los Angeles here in the brand new studio. It's time for Curse versus Complexity. You've just seen what they thought, Freak. What do we make of these 2 teams?
Well, certainly Curse is coming in as a hardcore favorite. They narrowly got 4th place at the North American Regional for Season 2 way back in September. They nearly beat TSM for top 2. I mean, they barely lost that 3rd game. They've always everyone kind of knew they were coming in as the heavy favorite here, the team that everyone could research, the team with arguably the best players, definitely the most experience, and that might come into play for them.
By far the strongest team, certainly coming into this one. We've already seen Fear, the 2nd favorite. They whitewashed the group. They were really strong. So are we expecting the same from Curse?
It's the most likely situation. They're absolutely very, very strong. If you played the same tournament 20 times, you might get Curse winning at 15, but, you know, it's best of 1. These teams are coming prepared. If they can get those wins, you know, out of nowhere, it's all it takes.
And you can see how prepared they are. The picks and bans going straight through. Wow. Olaf, Shen, Evelyn banned out, Twisted Fate, Nunu, and Elise banned out, but there is Kazik straight away.
Yeah, it is the champion that everyone's been looking forward to, and it has been picked up over and over again. And meanwhile, Complexity immediately, Katarina, Amumu, an Area of Effect team already under the works.
Are we legitimately going to see a Fizz here? I wasn't aware that Nijaki had picked that one up.
I wasn't aware he turned into Tabs.
Yeah, we are. I mean, Tabs is so well known for it in Europe, but is this something we expect? They're going to switch it away.
Oh, possibly. You can always kind of see things come out of nowhere. I mean, LeBlanc was kind of a
that was
champion
the pony,
out of nowhere.
But unfortunately, they kind of went all assassins. They
unfortunately.
forgot, actually, we kind of need a team comp. Should we just go all assassins? Doesn't quite work.
Yeah, they unfortunately got caught up by that Mal fight. It was very, very well played by X-Hazard making that game turn around. But the first picks are in there. You know, these are the types of junglers now that St. Vincent has been learning a lot more. These sort of tanky, not so much carry junglers. He used to play a lot of Shyvana, a lot of Lee Sin, guys like that. Now it's all about, you know, this Cho'Gath, the sort of the frontline guys. He's got a lot of jungle control with him. It should be good.
So we have an interesting comp coming out from Complexity here. They're going for the kind of the AE composition. Do you think that kind of forced the hand, the Misfortune, to get picked up here?
It's absolutely a possibility here. Now, the one thing to keep in mind is, I mentioned this a couple of times here, Element said that his, like, the best bottom lane to pick up in, like, blind pick is Sona Misfortune.
Right.
And so, you know, kind of putting that together, they grabbed the Misfortune. They're hoping Sona might stay up there in the picks there. That's not going to be the case. Nunu, of course, banned out, so the other really top support there, not quite available. But honestly, I don't know. I don't think you really can deny individual picks because champions like Ezreal and Graves can still fill that role pretty well.
Yeah, so you can see the picks coming thick and fast here. These guys are prepared for this match. And do you think Cursor are going to pick a comp specifically for Complexity? Or do you think they're just going to say, we're going to do our own thing, it's up to those guys to try and counter us?
No, it's really much more, when you're kind of the heavy favorited team and there's much more research available on you, you play a fairly safe composition. Of course, you react during Champion Select. Of course, they've made adaptations as the picks have gone through. But generally speaking, they're going to play their game. They're picking champions they know very well. Jackie on Ryze is great. Voibo on anything, he learns them after like 2 games. And of course, if it's Kha'Zix, you probably do fine.
He's got a huge champion pool for
yeah, exactly.
And you can't ban anyone out like that.
No, absolutely not at all. And this team really, they've got so much sort of knowledge there. They're picking champions they all know. This team composition works pretty well. They're in good shape.
So what do we think the final pick? Is it going to be a Jax up the top there? And that's also going to be a Jax versus a Kha'Zix, I guess.
It's going to be Jax versus Kha'Zix, barring any lane swaps. I mean, Jax is probably one of the worst 1v2 champions you'll ever see in the game. So, I mean, that might be the situation here. I don't quite understand the Jax pickup, though. I mean, outside of, like, Counter-Strike being a 1-second stun, it doesn't fit what the rest of the team is doing here, though. You know, you kind of talked about, you know, we need a real team comp. You can't just pick 4 assassins and hope it works. You know, Jax is just a little bit out of place in this group.
So, well, there are the few picks. They've all been selected. Everybody's locked in. What are we seeing? What are you feeling between these two teams?
Well, the overall team fight power is really good for Complexity. The ideal engage, the perfect 5-on-5, equal gold, equal positioning, it's theirs. That's their team fight to win, and it's going to be great. The problem is if that runs out of gas, if they don't get the reset, they're going to get cleaned up completely. You've got Ryze, Misfortune, and Kha'Zix all of them will keep kind of churning out very, very strong throughout a fight. Rise, very, very low cooldowns, constant damage output. Kha'Zix is going to get those resets eventually, start pushing on forward. Whereas you're really kind of relying on a Mumu ultimate and Sona ultimate to make that fight start well for you, and they don't have a lot to fall back on.
So, you may have seen it in the video. We certainly saw it earlier on because we were there while they were filming those videos, but Complexity are quite confident. They feel good to be the underdogs coming into this.
Yeah, they are a very, very good team, honestly. It's a roster of players that have been around for a little bit longer than the tag might suggest. They recently became Complexity Academy. Even more recently, actually dropped the Academy part of the name, just became Complexity. Kind of got upgraded within the organization. But they had been around for a while. They had recently, you heard it in the interview, they dropped their top laner, Captain America, picked up the new one, Grim Samurai, and they've done well so far with them. And I would come into a tournament confident as well. If you come into a tournament and you're like, oh, we didn't prepare enough, we're screwed, that's not a good way to win a game.
Yeah, and for those unaware, Complexity is a big name in North American esports. You guys, I know there's a lot of you guys that might be quite new to esports, but we are about to get underway. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Curse Gaming versus Complexity Gaming, and straight away we get things going. Curse Gaming is going to be the blue team in the bottom left-hand corner. Complexity are the red team in the top right-hand corner. Freak, this could well be the first of... How quick do you think Curse could take this one if they were? They are the huge favorites, but that in itself puts so much pressure on them, but they looked so calm and confident when they came in.
No, I think they're going to play it straight up. I don't think they're going to make any stupid tower dives. I can't predict game time, certainly. I can't even predict who's going to win this game. I really believe this could be anyone's game. Both teams are strong, full of great players, good strategy, good team compositions. There's a couple of games where I was like, I'm not sure about the champion picks here. This one, in general, I mean, I kind of gave a little bit of smack on the Rise, but realistically, or sorry, on the Jax, but realistically, these are both very, very good team compositions overall. So I can't go either way with this one.
Okay, so let's talk about the pressure of these guys.
Yeah.
Complexity say, we're the underdogs, we don't feel it, we feel confident we're coming into this one. Curse, we've seen the video. If they don't qualify for this, their life is going to change because they've been living this life right there on your screens. They have been living this life as this team. Obviously, the team has changed a number of members over time, but they have been doing this as their job for the last year. In fact, 2 years for some of these guys. How much of an impact would it be for these guys to mess up? I mean, like you even saw in their jacket, and they just didn't want to think about it.
It's interesting, right? Because I think these guys are coming into it with confidence. I think they're coming into it not super nervous, but it is huge and life-changing, of course. If they do lose here, if they win, of course, as well, it's interesting because they're expected to win, and it's not life-changing if they win because it's the same life. Even though that does weigh on them, I gotta feel like they're playing this one very normal with clear heads.
So we are going to see possible level 1 invade. See them poking back and forward. More a case of just, we want to get this ward in, and we're getting the hell out of here. We haven't really seen many level 1 fights in this tournament so far.
There really haven't been much of any overall, and it's not that the teams are playing super reserved overall, it's just that the invades aren't catching kills off of the back of them. That, they'll see each other go in, but they'll skirt around the edge, or someone will get out, or Flash will get burned, though moves are still often made.
I mean, Jack mentioned earlier on that he thought that maybe the ward placements, everybody's got so well known at the ward placements that it's just preventing everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Where there's, basically 3 main jungle entrances right now. There's, one right by blue buff, one near Wraith, and one at the top. And that's against purple side jungle. And of course, those are mirrored on the other side. And so if you put a champion there in one place and a ward on the other, you pretty much know all of what's going on.
Okay, we're seeing the top laner taking away, looking like the Wraith there is going to have all of the Wraiths. So it's going to be Jax taking that away, which means, does that mean we're going to possibly see a potential gank or a definite invade from a move on bottom?
I think it's not the situation here. I think the Wraiths are just taken away because they'll respawn in time, and Mumu's going to get help on the golden buff. He'll get that smiteless, and that's pretty much normal now for junglers now to get a smiteless leash because your side lane can still get to lane in time, but he'll just be able to get to the lizard and just be fine.
Okay, so let's take us through the lanes. We're looking at the duo lane right now down the bottom here. It's Cop and Elements, it's Misfortune and Lulu versus Ezreal Sona. Ezreal Sona used to be the ultimate poke combo.
It absolutely was, but now Misfortune people kind of relearned that she was an amazing lane champion. Lulu as well, really. These are kind of 2 champions, or 2 lanes that are trying to do the same thing, deal damage from a distance and try to turn things around. Curse with a quick lead because they took double golems, have a level advantage. You're seeing Cop at level 2. This is their time to kind of push themselves on the opposition and make some moves. But realistically, the heals from Sona, the long range of Ezreal, I don't expect to see kills come out of it.
So St. Vicious taking away the red there, may well head towards the bottom. As it is though, the mid lane is going to be Ryze versus Katarina.
Ryze versus Katarina, it's interesting because Ryze has this weird power curve where, unlike most mages, he actually gets much better as the game goes on farther and farther and farther on. But being range versus melee, he's actually got a decent matchup even at level 1 here.
You can see Reigns at the moment with that slight level advantage. But here's the top lane. It is Jax versus Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix jumping away, took a jump at level 2. No doubt taking them some rockets in there as well. I can never remember the name. It was
the Void Spike.
Void Spike, of course it is.
Yeah, so he's got Taste Their Fear right now. Void Spike going to be probably the first evolution to grab, but certainly he's got a lot of trading power right now. And these are two champions who actually scale quite well into the late game overall. And that's going to be, you know, an important thing to sort of deal with, is that they'll both be explosive late game. Winning a lane here is actually really important.
And I'm intrigued by that one because he hasn't taken Void Spike. Most people take Void Spike as level 1 these days. It's something that certainly the Korean teams have been taking. I think Soaz may be the same. He hasn't done that.
Well, you don't have to take it at level 1 in order to max it and evolve it first. I think really this is about being in a one-on-one matchup and winning it.
Yeah, and it's against Jax. And obviously, he gives you the health if you use it close up by. We can see at the moment the jungler in the top lane getting ready, but Reigns is going to get taken down very low. Has to burn the flash out. Can Nijaki finish him off? No! The Ignite will not get him. The health pot just saving his life.
And there we go. That's a lane where you've got, you know, again, Katarina in this bad matchup, being melee versus ranged, just a million health potions in that matchup and having to chug through them to stay alive. And it's going to actually hurt his money quite a bit.
We can see a little bit more poke. Nero heading down towards the bottom. Has not got a ward there to spot him out, so could try and bait this one out.
I don't know if Complexity... Actually, I guess they could, because Choosy Cookie's pretty low, but just now, actually, kind of unfortunately for Complexity, you just saw Elements go back to base. They will not be pushing in. That Amumu gank will go nowhere.
He was just going to sit and waste his time there. Cop quite happily to sit and back off and let that lane push itself. We do see Nero heading up towards the mid lane, but we do have the jungler of St. Vicious there. And St. Vicious, he's probably the most outspoken member of Complexity, but we're seeing a really early dragon here.
No, this is a really nice move. They saw that the bottom lane actually recalled back, and so they and actually the mid lane as well. So they had an immediate like 4-on-2 on the map and just kind of jumped for it. And unless a terrible miss might happen, that's a very good opener. It's a really nice set of map control.
5 minutes in, and the first dragon going down. That's going to definitely throw the timers out. St. Vicious was pretty much wise to it though, trying to get in there and get the rupture, but completely blind to anything happening there. So let's have a look through the lane so far. Top lane pretty even between the two. Mid lane, well, you can see that Nijaki has got that slight advantage. He's already forced Reigns to go pack in once, but honestly, it's going to be pretty level, I think, between these two. I think he's quite happy to fight on the turret, although he missed a couple of CS there.
Yeah, overall it's going to be okay, though. Basically, you saw an initial lead for Curse Gaming. Their lanes kind of started to win. You can actually see pretty much down the line, except for the top lane. You've got Ryze with an advantage, you've got Misfortune with an advantage, you've even got Shogath with an advantage. But the gold lead just got completely flipped around. That early Dragon Gambit is worth pretty much any number of minions lost.
It is certainly, you can see the gold currently with Complexity. Only just by 400 gold though, so still very close between the two. Just 6 minutes gone in the game. This is the third group of the day. There will be a fourth group to follow this one. We will be going to around about 1 a.m. here in Los Angeles. And as it stands, we have 4 teams already through. Fear, Good Gaming University, Meat Playground, and Dirtnap Gaming. And of course, those matches will all be happening tomorrow. It also means, unfortunately, that 4 teams have gone out of the tournament, and well, we have to eliminate it at some point, and it's just the way the cookie crumbles. And as it stands, Curse Gaming are looking to try and join that party. Complexity, though, in their way. Can they stop them? Can they manage to cause any sort of upset on them? And as it stands, very close, as you would expect this early on in the game.
Oh, Nero just got spotted trying to go across there. A nice play by Voyboy, putting a ward down in that brush. You've seen lane ganks become more and more frequently the new thing in this game, where the jungler will come in straight down the lane, camp in the side brush, and then turn into a gank. Nero, even though he's not level 6, was looking for that one, but a really nice ward timing by Voyboy says, he could be lane ganking here, drops one down.
And St. Vicious trying to do the same thing, because he's ninja'd his way in towards the bush down the bottom. They have a forward ward in the next bush. They're waiting to see. This is going to be a really hard one to lock down. It's actually GG Cookie going to go for them. He flashes just before the silence lands. It's kind of a delay on the silence there, and that completely backfires, and they just back away from that one. St. Vicious realized it's not going to happen.
All right, there we go. Element's really just going in, making moves. A nice glitter lance there. Tags Chase on fire, but problem is you're fighting a Sona lane. She's got health sustain. Doesn't do much.
So blue buff being picked up. Is it going to be Nero to take it? I guess he will do. Voidboy just pouncing away on the top there against Grim Samurai. The fight back and forward continues. Very even in CS, as you mentioned earlier on, between pretty much all of the lanes. But Nijaki, I feel, is starting to bully out this mid lane.
Absolutely, man. It's going to get even worse now that Ryze is level 6. If Reigns had a really good early game and they were like equal at 6, maybe the Katarina ultimate would deal enough damage to turn that one around. But here, Nijaki's got a full Tear of the Goddess, or he's filling up Tear of the Goddess, and he's got kind of a lot of room to grow with it. He's going to keep bullying him around.
Or top lane Voidboy, you can see he's going to get caught out with a stun, but he's going to have a little bit of catch there. But goes for the ignite, went for it, didn't have the mana though. Couldn't land that Q towards the end there. Had sacrificed him, nearly caught him out there. And meanwhile, in the mid, Reigns is going to get caught out. The ignite's going down. Is it going to be enough? It will be. First Blood finally comes down just shy of 9 minutes into the game.
And that's an excellent matchup there. That Ryze pick into Katarina, really, really wise choice here by Curse Gaming. Not only was it a good lane just for Ryze, but he's actually shutting down Katarina doubly at the same time. This is like this is the #1 matchup for Curse to like win the game.
So Nijaki's going to come across. He's going to get that blue buff, and that's just going to surely mean more pain in that mid lane.
Absolutely, man. Infinite mana Ryze, who's now got low cooldowns. It's just very, very brutal. You'll see the combos keep coming out, and now he's at the point where he can start shoving the lane and roaming. His ultimate gives him area of effect damage on his abilities. He can turn that on, splash down all the minions, and then roam and gank somewhere else, maybe shut down Jax.
Okay, and let's take a look through Kha'Zix's build, because he's going a little bit different from the start, kind of building into a later game rather than an early game brutalizer, etc.
Yeah, we've seen two different builds here. So what we're seeing from Voidboy is the beginnings of what we saw from Westrice, which was a fast Tear of the Goddess. You have mana to keep spamming all the time. But he didn't go for Mana Immunity right away. He's still got the Brutalizer early on, upgraded towards Bloodthirster, and then later on, when it was more capped out, went for Muramana and all that. So he might upgrade Mana Immunity right away. I wouldn't expect that, but yes, he's basically looking for this sort of late game item build.
Interesting Voidboy there. He's feeling a little bit of faintness there. He wasn't quite sure where the jungler's been. He obviously hasn't been visible for a while. Didn't want to get baited into anything. Dragon will be up in a minute, so let's see whether anyone's going to really make some moves to this one. You'd expect Curse to definitely try and fight for the next one.
I would expect so. Honestly, they feel like they're ahead right now. They're up 400 gold. They realize how powerful Nijaki is. And he can kind of, as long as he doesn't get killed off right away in a team fight, he can make all the things happen for his team.
Shumpo away on towards that mid lane. Nero's going to get caught. He's had to burn the flash there to avoid the damage. And honestly, I think with the Ryze just so close by, he probably could have called him out.
It was a possibility there. Even with the flash being down, though, it's not a bad trade in the first place. It's going to make just ganks all the harder over and over. And Nero now has a much harder time getting into range for his ultimate.
So Cop slowly but surely building up towards that Brutalizer as well. We're just coming up to 11 minutes into this game, and this mid lane is starting to become an issue for complexity. Nijaki, 83 CS to 48. You can see Nero just off the side. He really wants to try and get in and help his mid laner out.
And that's going to be a really good thing for him overall. They do want to try to get some pressure back there. They need to shut down Nijaki just a little bit because he's going to keep skilling throughout this game. It's a team full of amazing late game carries. And I mean, what are you going to do against a full channel Misfortune ultimate if you can't get onto her? What are you going to do against Voidboy resetting through the fights and Nijaki just throwing out spells?
You can see Cop just bullying out this bottom lane, Chase on fire. Having a few problems, double up. Actually didn't land. I'm pretty sure he used the double up there. I'm pretty sure he used the... Heard the sound of it. Meanwhile, you can see Nero trying to push down through the bottom lane.
Yeah, and they're not going to quite spot him on the way in. So there's some ward coverage from Curse. If they jump out this brush, they'll get spotted. But here's St. Vicious as well. Cheesy Cookie's trying to bait, but they're right in front of Cho'Gath. I don't think they know about this.
Oh, flash straight away crescendo. Is it going to be enough? Cheesy Cookie gets feasted on. Elements gets taken down though. Cheesy Cookies are going to try and get away. Bullet time was not enough, and there's going to be the Katarina ultimate. St. Vicious backs away, but it was a 1-for-1 trade. Both the supports being taken down, and honestly, considering it was a 4v3, that was a good win for Curse.
That was really, really good overall. It was a nice coordinated gank. The random flash ult from Sona into the bandage toss was a great move, but Saint was just there to counteract it. Feasted on, just made Cheesy Cookie fall over. And the teleport cat is something we've seen work so well before, but it's a 5-minute cooldown.
Well, Nero realized that he certainly can't try and defend that turret. Rain's going to try and push pressure on it. Nero might get taken down. He came back for another bite of the cherry, and well, it was bitter.
Yeah, that was pretty harsh overall. Now Chase on fire, not in the best shape, but looks like Cop's not going to give chase here.
No, he's definitely not, but Nijaki is burning down that mid turret. That is almost gone. He has absolutely dominated the mid lane. You can see 106 minions to 58 as soon as Reigns went down the bottom to try to create something. He didn't even get an assist. He got there too late before that support went down, and now they're going to go for Dragon.
And there we go. That is Curse, in fact, saying, yep, the next Dragon is ours for sure. And they've got total map control. There's no way Complexity stops them here. And they'll have a guess on the timer, but they won't really know for sure. You know, you're going to hope for their sake that they're like, yeah, this looked like the time they met a Dragon as they all come back to lane. But, you know, if they miss the timer, that's going to be another advantage for Curse here.
And timed it, finishing off with the feast to get them stacks on Glitterlance from Elements. Just missing out on Cheesy Cookies there. Nero again. He looks like he's going to pick up the blue buff once again. He is getting all the blue buffs, all the red buffs, so he's getting stacked up nicely. And he is keeping up the levels. He's still up with St. Vicious. There's St. Vicious as he picks up the golems. How do you level between these two? Oh, meanwhile at the top there, Voidboy actually getting caught with the counter-strike. Grim Samurai thought about continuing on in that one, but he's just going to back away. Now, Jackie going to get caught. Bandage shot straight on towards him. The rest of Wild Katarina was not ready and alert on that one.
I don't think they would have gotten the kill for it anyway. No ult from Amumu and not enough damage from Katarina, honestly. There's no way they would kill off Rise, but really what they did was buy about 10 seconds and slow him down, so he has to back later on.
So, first turret of the game was picked up by Complexity, but I think it's only a matter of time before the mid lane turret also goes down to balance things out. So, Chase on Fight, along with Cheesy Cookie, doing a good job in this bottom lane.
Absolutely. I mean, they're keeping up in minions. They're actually winning in minions ever so slightly. You know, wrong prediction on me. I really thought that was going to be a great lane for Curse here, but they didn't capitalize too much on that level 2 advantage. But, yep, plus a turret and plus just very couple of minions here. It's going to be a really good lane. That's where Complexity's win might come from here.
Okay, so balance things out. We're at 15 minutes almost coming into this one. Lanes are starting to converge into the mid lane comps. Ooh, St. Vicious is just getting a little bit of poke there. How are they looking so far? How are the team comps going to start balancing out, say, by the time we get around to that next Dragon fight?
I feel like super late game. Well, so by the time the next Dragon fight, honestly, is you know, 5 minutes away or so, and it's looking really, really good for Curse. Jackie's had such an amazing game so far. He's well ahead of his curve in items. He's got Tear of the Goddess and a Rod of Ages. That'll be half stacked by the time the next Dragon fight comes by. So he's going to be hugely massive. By this point, you're going to see Misfortune finish her Bloodthirster as well. So she'll catch up with Ezreal. And you know, no big fights are going to be starting in the next couple of minutes. I don't think there's nothing to fight for. So Curse will finish all their big items, and Jackie's going to be gigantic.
There's Jackie taking down the turret forward. We're taking a bit of damage in the top there. Having a few problems against Grim Samurai here. Starting to build a bit more damage up. I did find it funny, just a little giggle there as a sort of St. Vicious sort of come up, try and get a bit of a lane tax. And now Jackie's like, no, bursts everything. It's like, I'm going to blow everything just to make sure you don't get any of this gold. And you can just see the playfulness between the two. Voidboy feel like is going to bait this top one.
Yeah, you've got St. Vicious waiting around right in the background, staying out of vision range. They know Grim Samurai has been playing aggressively over and over again. Void does have a slow available. His passive is charged. You can see that by the extra purple on his claws there, and he's going to go in on Samurai.
And there it is. Grim Samurai does try and catch into it. Is he going to be baited enough? Is he going to have enough damage? They both leap strike away and jump onto it, and that's going to force Grim Samurai away. St. Vicious just wasn't close enough to try and get enjoying that one. I think Voidboy kind of did more damage than he was expecting.
Yeah, it was a whole heck of a lot of pain, but Grim Samurai, you know, good idea to kind of keep his head up there and say, there's a lot of pain coming out here, leaping away properly. Didn't even have to burn Flash to escape.
Nero's going to come off to the top. They're still waiting to see if they can bait this one. Nero's still only level 9. If he goes towards that bush, doesn't matter. It doesn't even need to be towards the bush. They're going to tower dive it. They're going to try and catch on towards him. Has to use Curse of the Sad Mommy to save his own skin, which means that will not be available for quite some time.
That is a rough situation to be in when you're a Mumu. That's a very, very long cooldown. He burned that without golem buffs. We have another 2.25 minutes really to wait until that spell is back. This really slows Complexity down. It'll be back up in time for Dragon, but they have a lot less ganking power now.
So top and middle outer turrets down for Complexity. Complexity, meanwhile, trying to put a bit of pressure on towards this mid one. You can see the duo lane were heading up there as well, but Nijaki was absent. He wasn't there. He'd gone up towards the top. Didn't really care, and he's going to come back and clear out that wave without any issues whatsoever. Meanwhile, the duo lane of Curse Gaming heads back down towards the bottom there. Cop's just going to continue farming on. So, let's have a look at these two AD carries as they are pretty much hitting some high notes. 152, 152 CS apiece. How do you balance between the two? Misfortune, Ezreal.
Well, honestly, they're going to perform slightly different roles on their teams. Misfortune's going to be there trying to just spam everything down with her ultimate. Looks like Brutalizer's still on the table for her. She's going to be very, very front-loaded in the battle, and then just try to kind of keep up there with the Bloodthirster and kind of pick up the scraps. Whereas Ezreal, he's going to put up a little bit up front, but he's going to go much more of an auto-attack based build. He's got a Zeal there. I'm guessing Static Shift. We saw that on a prior Ezreal hero in this team, or in this tournament, and he's going to be much more about persistent damage. So he's going to be one of the few people on his team to actually have a persistent damage presence in a fight.
So we see Kha'Zix down here. The Dragon is up in a minute, and Reigns and Nero. Nero's too slow to react here. He may get caught out. He's realized it. Now he's going to start heading away. Reigns was already gone. Meanwhile, the top turret is actually getting beaten on by Jax. That means he can take that turret down. He can probably level that playing field pretty quickly. That's going to be 3-2 in turrets. Meanwhile, back to the mid, you can see the green team are starting to gather up. Curse Gaming, well, they're ready and waiting for this next Dragon fight.
This is a really good time for them overall. They've got cooldowns up. They've still got about 40 seconds before Amumu has Curse the Sad Mummy back. So if they had timed that cooldown, and honestly, Curse are good enough players who have probably done that, they will actually know when they're able to engage and when they should start being afraid of Amumu.
So Voyboy has gone away. They realize the blue buff is up, and Curse are going to try and fight for this one. And honestly, I don't think Complexity are in any position. There's only the duo lane that's nearby to try and get in there, and they're not even going to fight for it.
No, absolutely not. They just don't have anything to do with this. The Dragon, I mean, they're just waiting around it. That's going to be up pretty soon. And Mumu will have his ult just in time. They're just waiting with the pink ward up.
Saint Vicious laughing on top of the ward there as he sits and waits. Here we go, 2 seconds, here he goes, but it's going to be Nijaki that forces the fight, and that's going to be coming straight in. Curse of the South Moment, but it's too little, too late. Bullet time had already gone up. They drop Sona immediately. Saint Vicious flashes out of the damage. That's going to be the Katarina damage. Is it going to be enough? But no! Here comes Voyboy. Jumps in. Gets one. Gets two. He's just pouncing around. He's just getting the resets. Blah, all over the place. Just ripping them apart. And that is a triple kill for Voyboy. Ripping through the entire team. Saint Vicious flashed out of it. Didn't matter. Voyboy came at the perfect time.
That was just the best time he could have ever shown up there. The area of effect damage so hugely massive. You're going to see them clean up with Dragon as well. But, you know, for those of you like, well, this is Curses for sure. I want to give a counterpoint real quick, though. That team fight was them basically catching Cheesy Cookie off guard. It was basically a 4-on-5. And it was very, very, very close.
Very, very close fight. And we're going to take a look at it because, take us through it, Free, because that, like you mentioned, if he hadn't been caught, that could have been very different.
Yeah, so he gets Crescendo down, Ezreal gets the ult, but they've all been locked down without Katarina, without Jax there. Now they come to clean up, and just look at the punishment they get. Ezreal and Kat just crushing things. She's able to jump forward, picks up 1, 2, and 3 right there. Jackie falling at the last second. This team can do that kind of damage. Look at there, Ezreal triple kill. That's so important for them. But they had to waste both their crowd controls without any follow-up. Next time, if they're actually coordinated, you see that go the other way.
And for future reference, whenever you do see Kha'Zix jumping around, it is kind of a Riot Office thing now, apparently, that every time he does make that leap, you've got to go.
Yes,
that is a thing.
Thank you, Jat, for making that happen.
Thank you, Jat, for making that happen. Now everyone around the world will be doing the same thing. So Voyboy is going to pick up red. He came in just at the right time, and I think he's just hit the point where he hadn't evolved his wings back there, but he definitely has now. I don't think he's, or either that he did a really short jump. Nevertheless, he's evolved his wings, as you'd expect, W and then E.
Yes, and then everyone seems to get the ultimate last as well, because you get one more stealth, and when you stealth, you get a charge of your passive again, and that's going to let your W do even more damage. So it's actually, you don't care that much about the isolation Q, it's about that getting one more slow proc, one more little haste buff, and chasing people down.
And if you are unsure what we were talking about with the evolves, it's obviously every time he levels up his ultimate, he can pick one of those skills that he's got is Q, W, E, or R to upgrade, and you can see it shows it graphically as well. It's definitely an important thing to note, either whether you're against that cat champion or whether he's on your team. You can kind of see what your teammate has got or whether your opponent's got. Just check it out on one of the many pages out there that shows it, or, of course, check out the Summoner Spotlight.
League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Kha'Zix.
I like it.
Thank you.
So, yes, Curse versus Complexity. We are here at the North American Qualifiers. Curse's first game of the day. Complexity's first game of the day. Currently 8-4. It is still pretty close. Only 5k gold difference. 3-2 in turrets. But as we just saw, if Complexity can land them combos in the right order, if they hit them all at once, chain them, there's a lot of damage that comes out from that team.
There is. The difficulty, though, is that they don't have anything to fight over again. They've got another pretty long cooldown until Dragon comes back up. They can try to push down for turrets, but the difficulty is they're not really an advantage anymore. They're behind a fair bit in gold. It's much harder for them to start a fight. And so Curse gets to dictate the pace of the game a little bit more. It's going to make it harder and harder for Complexity to get that 5-on-5 they really want.
At the moment, they're going to try and push in towards the Baron, and Voidboy taking a lot of damage off that Baron. Chase on fire, just using that Q to try and catch him out. Oh, Nero, you are so close to the whole team. I don't think he realized it until he just walked past that ward. Suddenly spotted the entire team strolling past the other side of the bush.
Okay, so here we have Curse really, again, trying to dictate. Now, even though the area of effect ultimates are up, if Curse plays this right, they can split up the damage and not get chunked down. But actually, they know they're safe here because Katarina is not available. Teleport is a 3-second long channel, or almost 4 seconds, really. And so they know they have time to fight this.
They're going to see Nero comes in, but bullet time's just enough. He already gets dropped in there, and Voidboy goes leaping in. Voidboy too close to the turret. That's going to be Katarina getting one. Got the reset. Is it going to be enough? Can't get it back in around there. And Jackie just turns around, throws on those Qs out. It's like a nuclear bomb coming straight to your face, and he cannot fend them off, and they're surely going to get the turret.
This is a really, really good thing for Curse there. They picked up 2 for 1, and they can absolutely keep going forward.
Oh, cheese and cookie. Oh, the Q just about hanging on in there. And like you mentioned, they just keep on pushing through this one. Voidboy got a little carried away. He got a little too excessive, got in there too early, but Grim Samurai and Nero got dropped very quickly.
Well, it's really important that Curse fight shorter duration engagements, really. The damage per second output from Ezreal is actually going to be higher than they'll get from Cop's Misfortune. And they know that going into the build. They know that she's relying on the ultimate. And they also realize that Katarina and Jax really will scale throughout a fight very, very well. They need these fights to end reasonably quickly because they'll start getting outpaced. And so Jackie, while his ultimate is on, he's going to put out as much as he can. Misfortune's going to dump the ult. St. Vicious can burst something down. But if nothing happens in the first 10 seconds of a battle, it starts to get really, really difficult for them. So it's okay for them to all in, you know, take up a death if it gets them the kills.
So I'm seeing, is that Home Guard boots already on Voidboy?
If it's white, it's Home Guard.
It is white, and it is Home Guard. He's going to go for Chase on fire, pumps the Q down, and Reigns immediately gets prisoned there. I think he's just about to start his ulti off. I don't think, no, he didn't go for the ulti. He just got room prison straight away before he got a chance to channel it.
It's got just completely chunked down. I mean, that is the really difficult thing to deal with here is Jackie is very, very ahead here, and he's now getting to the point where he's getting a bit of beef under his belt as well. There's kind of 2 builds for Ryze. You know, one is a bit more glass cannony, and one is just kind of this tanky cooldown reduction damage dealer. And now that he's got that Glacial Shroud, he's going to start being very difficult to kill.
So 30 seconds on Dragon, but Curse are moving towards the top lane at the moment. Now Jackie's coming back from buy-in, and Cop is just going to wipe out this wave and keep the pressure on them. What have Complexity got to do to try and bring themselves into this one? Katarina's just shown herself bottom, so they realize that they could possibly go for a 5-on-4 situation here.
Yeah, unfortunately, no teleport up for Katarina. I mean, realistically, Complexity has one game plan, and that is get a 5-on-5 team fight. They're still not behind enough that they can't... Like, it's close enough of a game that they can win a 5-on-5 despite the gold difference, but they need the engage to go very, very well. And I think Curse might have too much discipline to enable these sort of bad fights that Complexity could take. But like a good flash initiation from Sona or a Mumu is all it'll take.
Oh, there it is. Grim Samurai getting caught in the bullet time. This time Nero comes in, puts the... I think he got dropped before Curse and Samurai came out. Voidboy got took around by on the side there. Reigns is still alive, but that's a double kill for St. Vicious as they back out. So that was another successful push on the turret. 2 for 1.
Yeah, they're going just 2 for 1 over and over. That's kind of how these fights have to go for Curse because they realize there's so much front-loaded damage on Complexity. Someone's going to have to take that damage at some point. Someone's probably going to die to do it, but now it's a 4-on-3. With the major cooldowns not available, they can keep pushing takedown turrets like this.
And another turret down. It's 5-2 in terms of turrets, 13-6 in kills, 43,000. to 35,000. It does not take a grade A mathematician to figure out that Curse have a rather sizable advantage. And again, they're just picking up, taking anything away from the jungle. Curse Gaming now starting to be in control of this one. How are Complexity going to turn things in their favor?
They just need to get these fights to work somehow, and I don't know what it is that they can do, but you know, they're clearly not able just to turtle on turrets because Curse are pushing very relentlessly. They can't just sort of wait and pretend they have a Nivea on their team. The fights are just continually brought to them. Now they have, I was going to say they had a chance to kind of stab at Dragon, but they don't have that chance because there you go, it's picked up right there by St. Vicious. Ezreal was alone in the top lane. If the 5-on-5s don't work, they've got to just rely on Ezreal. He's got the most gold on that team, I'm going to guess. 10,000 actually. He's as rich as anyone else is on Curse. So
they're out of position.
It's just chase on fire.
Oh, they're going to try it. They're going to go for Baron, and Curse are just like, fine, you go for Baron, we are going to take your base. But they have turned around. They've spotted the Baron in there, and now they're going to come in for a full-on fight. See, Elements in there. Elements is doing as much as he can. Bullet Time will just drop them surely in there. They do pick up the Baron. Is it going to be quick enough? No. You can see Grim Samurai jumped in and just got melted. Chase on Fire goes down to Voidboy as well. Now you can see he just leaps on towards Cheesy Cookie. That's a double kill for Voidboy. And well, I mean, Curse could have taken that either way. They could have said, fine, you can have Baron. But they're just like, why not? We just melt them.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal, and now 2-on-5, they won't be able to defend their base anymore. This is going to be at least an inhibitor. The respawn timer is only 23 seconds. They won't get fourth the inhibitor, but on net, I don't know if it was the best thing for Complexity.
No, that was kind of a mix-up, I think, between the team as well, because Nero kind of flashed out, but Grim Samurai jumped in as the leap strike. So one flashed away and said, I'm getting the hell out of here. One went in and said, I can fight this one.
Exactly, and Grim Samurai could have just leap struck to Amumu and gotten out with him. Even if his flash was down, to be fair, it was down, he could have just leap struck to Amumu. Ezreal could have jumped out of the pit. They could have sacrificed Sona, and that's okay, but like, everyone else on that roster could have jumped over the wall. Jax, Katarina, Amumu flashed, Ezreal, they could have left that fight completely scot-free and gotten Baron for nothing.
Could have got out of there because they got it before Bullet Time even came in. They could have just, that's it, we're gone.
It was a mid-bullet time, but none of them died to it. They had the ability to escape that battle. They went in and got caught. They could have left.
They went in and got caught. Just poor, is that just poor
decision-making?
Decision-making?
Yeah.
Is that a group thing? I mean, it didn't seem to be a team decision because some went, some cascade.
I don't know. I'd like to ask them after the game, like, who made the decision to go fight after Baron? Because, I mean, granted, they're behind in gold, but you wear a Baron buff, you can weather a 10-kill deficit if you're wearing Baron buff.
Oh, well, never mind. It didn't happen for them, and now it is 16-6. They still have a few members with the Baron buff, but it's not enough, and they have an inhibitor down, which means they're going to be fighting against those super minions coming up the mid lane. They have got the top and bottom lane pushed pretty heavily, which means Cop and the rest of Curse are just going to farm it out for a little bit longer. So, take us through some of the new items. Some of the items that these teams are starting to prefer. You can see the Bulwark in there to start with.
Yeah, Runic Bulwark is a really, it's basically a tier 4 item. There's now like tier 4 items in the game. And it's basically the magic resist upgrade of Aegis of the Legion. Basically, you can upgrade Aegis, and then you can choose to go there and just stack more MR on top of it. So the only reason you'll see Runic Bulwark if you say, yep, we really need to block magic damage in this build. Otherwise, you can stop at Aegis and be fine. And that's just, it just gives you a little bit, more choice in your auras.
Yeah, and his perfect build, obviously, to try and counter towards Katarina that's in there, which really was kind of the burst damage that was catching them out earlier on. Static Shiv, there's another item that a lot of people have been starting to pick up over Phantom Dancer.
It's interesting because it's hard to do the math on what is better between Static Shiv and Phantom Dancer. The difference between the two items, basically, Phantom Dancer has an extra 10% crit chance and 10% attack speed, but Static Shiv gives you a bunch of burst.
My word, you just saw Night Jackie shred 2 members down to half health just simply by popping his ulti and standing right next to him. He's up to level 17, so he has got a little few levels over those. You look at towards Cheesy Cookie, he's got 5 level advantage on that one, and this is another turret that Curse are just picking up for free.
Absolutely, man. They've got just complete control of the map. Now, with the ultimates all back up and everyone but Amumu's flash available, this is another chance that Complexity has to start a fight. They should fight under the turret if they do, though.
They are going to try and fight it. Ezreal was not there. He's just backed off, so he's coming back in a moment. Trisha Barrage not available. Cheesy Cookie gets caught out slightly there, and Voidboy just waiting in the wings, literally, to pounce. Keeping those Void Spikes going in there, trying to keep the slows down. They are going to work out that ward because they've got a pink ward of their own to the side. How are they going to finish this siege?
Well, they should just be able to continually just sort of poke over and over. The one thankful thing for them is super minions are pulling sort of attention away.
Oh, well, Nero's gone for it, and now it's not under the turret. Is it going to be enough damage? No, it's not, because the bullet time was perfectly placed. Jumped off the side. Voidboy's leaping around, gets one, gets a second. He's going to take the turret up. It's not going to be quite be enough. He does manage to come through there. There's the turret, and I think this is going to be surely the game for Curse, as a lot of people did expect. 21-6 Complexity. Well, they held out for as long as they could, but, well, Curse Gaming, their team fighting is just superior.
St. Vicious every single time. His flash was basically up for those team fights. He took pretty much all the damage. He went down to like 10% and just flashed out of range and said, great, you wasted 3,000 health worth of damage, no problem.
And there it is, Curse Gaming taking the first match against Complexity. Of course, there is another match going on as well in this group, but wow, I mean, it was a clear, calm, concise win to start with.
Yes, absolutely. They were very structured from the get-go. Every lane looked really good. Even Voyboy's lane, who was down in minion kills, he was actually getting more or less outlaned by Grim Samurai's Jax. He just held on. You know, never got really aggressed out, never really got taken down. He died twice, and those were in those two-for-one battles. And that was it. He went 6-2-7 overall and was just very, smart about it and reserved. The real big lane, that was Nyjaki's Rise. And from the get-go, it was great for him. He outlaned Katarina the whole way through, picked up basically 2 free kills early on, and just kept snowballing ahead, kept getting farther and farther ahead.
And there's a sportsmanship between the two teams, shaking the hands of Complexity. Of course, Complexity not out of it yet. They do have a second match to take place. They're going to face the loser of the other match happening right on stream 2 right now. But overall, Curse Gaming looked good. They looked strong. Complexity did not look too bad. They had good teamwork going on overall, and they actually almost turned one of their big team fights into their own.
It was very, very, very close. Honestly, Complexity, despite losing their first game, is not a team I would count out. They absolutely have what it takes, I see, to go into the quarterfinals. They can absolutely do this.
So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's get over to the second match. We're going to pass you guys over to stream 2. It is going to be Rivington and Kobe24, I believe it is, bringing you the action.
Comes. All right, looks like they are trying to push into this turret here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us from the first feed, we are watching the Brunch Club push down onto Pulse here. It has been a very neck-and-neck game. As you can see, there's only a 4,000 gold difference. We had Curse with a definitive win if you've been with us here for this entire game in their first matchup. So whoever wins this one is going to be facing off against them. A very good push here as we're talking the Brunch Club. They have chosen to go for no black cleavers, no real super slow in their ability, but their ability to chase itself with J-Skate has been so effective for them. I mean, the Ezreal with the Static Shiv and Bloodthirster still kind of throwing the off build right now, but it's working for them.
Yeah, nobody really wants to commit hard right now. They're just using the poke. Brunch Club's doing a great job getting free hits every once in a while. One hit, then another hit. They're just chipping away at this turret. It's become a war of attrition right now, and there comes the hard engage.
There it is. The Cataclysm is down. The flashes go, and Lauda Mortis actually goes on to Kenneth to shut down the Rise damage. We are going to see this fight continuously panning down as we see Sneaky Castro almost going down. The Guardian Angel is up, though. They focused him too much, and it looks like TBC has just had the wrong focus in the fight. Now that Rise is unheld by the crowd control, you can see just what damage they can do. MF finishing him off, Kobe, and it looks like there's still a fighting chance for Pulse here.
Oh, goodness, the poke! Whoa. Just with two. Yes, slow down there, Nelly. We still have Void Spikes. We still have Jace. That's a huge amount of harassment. You don't want to let Kha'Zix jump in. If Kha'Zix had jumped in on that, they could have finished off one person. That means he can finish off 3 people.
Yeah, not good. So we have to make sure, or they have to make sure, I should say, there's the home guards coming out. These guys know it's base defense time.
Yeah.
And they're going to get back out, do as much as they can in their own jungle. Actually, not do anything. Castro's like, please feed me minions right now. Let's bring the scoreboard back up and see where we're at. 212 on Jace to 188 on Cho'Gath. He went from the AP into the tank build, realizing it's really what they needed, and Jarvan wasn't enough by himself.
Yeah. The next team fight is really going to be hinging on Chuper for the Brunch Club. They need him to get in there and get his resets and get the kills. If he comes out of the fight with full life, then people are going to be nodding their heads. I mean, everyone's taking damage here.
Yeah,
we're poking.
exactly.
We're trying to disengage, yes, but if someone's going to get low, we need him to finish it off, or else they're just not going to be able to. Oh!
Yeah, you saw it go in too.
But yeah, they need him to get in there. That's most of their damage. They've got plenty of poke damage from Jace and Ezreal, but they need the burst from Chuper to actually finish someone off. You saw every member of Pulse there. They were low, but no one was dead.
And if you see now that Kha'Zix we were just talking about, Chuper in middle, 278 CS to 210 of Rise, and he just purchased his second Bloodthirster.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Another Bloodthirster stacking that. He's going to have to stack up another one before it's really that effective, but he's got already the percentage base penetration and the Brutalizer, so you don't have to go for another Black Cleaver. It looks like they're making a stand here. They say, Black Cleaver, we don't have to get those. We'll leave that. It was an overhyped item.
And I like this as well. A Mikhail's Crucible grab. They're doubling up on items. They also have the Quicksilver Sash as well. These fights they have so much damage, but they're also allowed to be very careful if they make mistakes.
Yes, and that's a great point to make. Ezreal, not only does he have Cleanse, he's got Quicksilver Sash, so that means the Crucible is exclusively for Kha'Zix, and they need Kha'Zix to play aggressively. He has to get in there. He's going to have to get those kills. If he plays too far back, then it's just not going to turn out for them. Oh, Stinky Castro getting hit with the red.
A strong Baron comes in, and they're going to try to fight on this one. The ultimate stop dead right there, and it looks like they will be able to win this fight definitively. Jarvan, the last one to turn tail. Kennex on the outside with Haffers as they try to give him all. The power chord will not take him down. Very low on HP. The fight goes down to Haffers, and he's the last one to be taken down. The spawn times are up to a minute now, ladies and gentlemen. Kobe, this is not looking good on a final push.
Oh, Pulse finally slacked off. They had those 6 free wards that they could keep on the map that we were talking about, and they just let it go. Now it's just going to be Odyssey Road. They're all dead, pushing on the Nexus turrets, and it looks like this could be the final push. Chuper getting kind of low there. He should be careful, but that's going to be enough to finish it off. Tarek, the only one that's going to come back up.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that just joined us from the other game. You did see Curse take their game definitively, but what a game between the Brunch Club and Pulse Esports. A very back and forth until a few fights went down. I mean, it's 17-15 at 7,000 gold. We've seen much more leads happen quickly. It's 8-4 turrets. The game didn't have anything happen until about 10-15 minutes, and then it was just everywhere and anywhere.
It was an explosion. As soon as they got all together with that poke comp, spamming the void spikes, Jace's acceleration gate escapes. I can't count how many lives he saved with that.
Oh my gosh. His own even.
Yeah. His
multiple times in 2v1
lane.
situations in the top lane. So much good play. And then the stack of contributing party items.
Yes.
Mikhail's Crucible, Quicksilver Sash, just the Bulwark as well, just continuously building. Jace as well going for the Muramana to just, we saw that damage.
Yeah.
We'll just say that.
And Ellie rushed that Crucible. Like, that wasn't even a third item. That was a rush Crucible because they knew this poke comp is amazing. We've got great damage, but we can fail if somebody gets caught. So they save that to whoever gets caught. If someone gets dazzled, bam, that's who it's going to go on. They don't have to have it as a Quicksilver Sash that's only going to be on one person. Ellie's got the choice. It's all going to be her reaction speed. And he pulled it off.
They played a poke comp, like you said, perfectly every time. You get engaged on very hard, you take a few steps back and start kiting. Start poking, poke back, and reinitiate. And we saw that happen perfectly at the blue buff engagement. It was a turnaround. Cho'Gath flashed in to Rupture, so he's already full on in the fight. Sona was just outside with the Crescendo, and even with the MF ult, they were still able to come out on top of having half health after that. The cleanup was good.
Yes, and those defensive Crescendos, I can't give enough credit to Ellie. He played that.
The supports don't get enough credit.
Yeah, he deserves a lot of credit for this poke comp because that's what it really revolves around. And I have to say, 2 Frozen Hearts on Pulse, the range on Frozen Heart is actually quite short. It's only 700. And if the rest of the team is standing back poking the entire time, it's not having any effect.
Right.
It's only going to have the effect when they get finally right up next to those carries in the auto attack range. And that was until the very end of the fight. So it wasn't too effective. And Brunch Club, I just had to say, amazing execution on that split pushing poke comp. Not even a straight poke comp.
That was crazy.
Split pushing.
Even after we're like, no, it's not. No, it's not going to happen.
It's because they had so much speed.
It was crazy. That was amazing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have more coming from you. Complexity takes on Pulse Esports in the next elimination match, and we will bite back with our live coverage here from Los Angeles in just a few minutes.
And we are back with more live coverage from the Season 3 North American qualifiers here in Los Angeles. Let's see what the beginning of the Season 3 means to the competition, the competitors in Group C.
To qualify for this event would mean everything to our team.
I'm hoping to basically get a salary here so I can do this full time.
We'll get the gaming house and stuff and
get the monies and the honeys.
Favorite job for us, for like video gamers, like you play video games for a living, it's like the best job you can even think.
Getting the opportunity to get salaried is just like unworldly to me.
I would have a new job. One that I actually like.
Nothing like this has really ever been attempted into esports. I'm like Gride's making the first foray into creating like a really professional leagues.
It seems too good to be true.
I'm here to win the Season 3 qualifiers to become pro next season.
I'm pretty sure we're going to do good in the tournament, but I mean, anything can happen. There can be upsets.
To qualify, I gotta carry as hard as possible. That's what people tell me, and that's what my team tells me, and I just gotta do what I gotta do.
I'd say we have a fairly good shot at making Season 3.
Well, they think they've got a very good shot at making Season 3. Let's see if they can. That is the question. That was Lauda Mortis. He is on the Brunch Club, and they're going to be facing Curse right now. Do you think they really have a chance? How close do you think this game could be? Brunch Club, certainly one of the teams that a lot of people have said, well, actually, we think they might make it through.
They're actually incredibly strong. You've got a lot of really top talent. Actually, one of the stories I want to tell is Lauda Mortis. So there were a couple of player trades a while back, and generally speaking, he's actually one of the players that a lot of these top teams like CLG and Dignitas and Curse were looking at and trying to recruit into their lineups, and he would always turn them down and say, no, I'm going to stay loyal to Team Legion. He'd been on that team for a while and didn't want to leave. And he's one of these guys that the top caliber American teams were looking at. And now here's him heads up against one of those top caliber junglers, St. Vicious, of course on a top caliber team of Curse Gaming. And so you're going to see how he specifically matches up, but the rest of that team, they're incredibly good.
Well, we just saw Nick Wu on Jace there. We saw Kha'Zix as well. So we've seen a number of the champions that we've already expected to see throughout the day. Jace has been a pretty big thing in the mid lane lately.
Yeah, but you know, they ran him top lane there, and there's actually a couple of different surprises really available here. Chuper, the mid laner there, he's been practicing Xerath apparently. I was actually snuck out there between games and listened to Curse because they're watching that last game play out on the monitor, and they're talking about the picks and bans they want to go for and what they're looking at there. And Liquid's just like, remember, Chuper's the guy who's been practicing Xerath recently. Like, just keep that in the back of your minds. Like, maybe they care, maybe they don't, but they're just like, as soon as their game's done, next game, what's going on? Let's talk about this.
That's it. And they're keeping the minds out. And it also shows the research that these guys have had to do. They've had to sit. You saw in the video, really, that where they're sat in front of the board. They're sat working it out in themselves. They're sat there with a whole map coming out saying we could invade around here, we could do this.
Yeah.
But they've also had to do all the research of these teams, just like we did. I mean, you guys may have seen the picture we tweeted out. That's legit. We had to sit and write out all the 16 teams and really just go through all the names, all the main champions that we think they're going to play. That's the stuff that the teams will be doing as well.
Absolutely. There's a whole lot of preparation that comes into events like these. I remember from competing myself as I would just watch the old matches of my opponents and be like, okay, at 8 minutes and 12 seconds he builds a burrow. I'm going to go ahead and push in there and like cancel it so he can't get a second here. Like, that's the kind of stuff you would work out when you're trying to prepare for tournaments where you know your opponents. Getting through these tournaments where you know the schedule. Okay, here's our group. Here's the only 4 teams I could be facing. I know my first round opponent. Okay, if I win that, I'm going to guess here's the 2 who are coming out of the other group, and I'll go for those. And, like, you can kind of plan out your route and plan out for each opponent and know what's going on and have enough time that you can research these. Again, trying to listen in on Curse's pregame chat, they had all sorts of picks that they were like, hey, they're going to go for Shen, they're going to go for Maokai, they're going to go for Amumu.
And from the same breath, the Brunch Club, they're going to come into this one. They haven't had the benefit of the fact that they can all sit around in this gaming house. They're all sat there with a manager. They've got their own shoutcaster. They've got everything. All the guys that can bring them research. Pluto did the Rise of the 32, so he spoke to all of these teams. So he's got all the info that you guys want to watch some of these interviews because all of these guys are in your group. How do the Brunch Club deal with this one? They have to just get together on whatever voice chat they're using. They don't have the benefit of all standing in one room. The concentration level's never going to be the same.
It's not really, and it is a little bit difficult. And I actually was good friends with a couple of the sort of up and coming, top 32 teams, and sort of tried to peer into how they sort of prepared for the season and whatnot. And one of the common trends I saw was that they sort of made one-sided team documents. That Curse has all sorts of things ready for them, and they've done player research and all this stuff. And these sort of lesser-known teams have these list of strategies that they'll run. And they'll say, okay, here's Poke Comp Red or whatever. It says, okay, well our top bans here are Shen, Malphite, Orianna, or whatever the example. These are made-up examples, of course, but they would come through and say, let's go into this running strat A. From what we know about Curse, we'll run strat A, which means we're going to ban these 3, and we're just going to try to pick these like 5 champions with like 2 alternates in case some of them get picked out in the midway. And they would just sort of like go for one and then be like, yeah, we're just going to like build this together. And there's not a ton of room for reacting, because until you play a lot of games together and everyone has like a 10, 12 champion roster, you can't make these like mid-champ select switches and be like, oh shoot, they ran Kha'Zix, here's the counter pick, and still have it fit into a team comp.
Yeah.
That these guys have to either just kind of blindly counterpick and hope it worked in the end, or just blindly pick a team comp and hope that their lanes are okay.
And you've also got to look at the experience of these guys. I mean, we were just going through, you saw the shots there of all the players as it was going through. You could see the Curse guys were just cool as a cucumber. They were just sat there, chilled, discussing it, whereas the Brunch Club guys are setting up. I mean, they've just come from stage 2, so they're having to get into things, they're having to agitate it, and they're all like, oh, we're excited. We've won our first game. We're just one game away from getting into the best of 3s. Yeah. The jitters are kind of there. You could see it, whereas Curse were just like,
they're ready to go, man.
Laid back, ready.
They are
been in this situation before, and I guess they've probably been in as the highest pressure situation you could get with the Season 2 regionals.
Yeah, and that was pretty intense.
Yeah.
They were in that game 3 against TSM. They were in that series against CLG Prime for that last slot. Like, they've competed at this and even higher levels, to be honest. Like, they do know what it takes to compete. And actually, the interview that we had, I think you were Riv, I forget, with Prawley right here.
Yes.
He actually said, like, well, Meat Playground actually looked nervous going into our match. And he was like, well, that's weird because they were the big name and we weren't. And they're nervous. I feel more confident now. You know what? Yeah, we could win this. Let's do this, right? And like, and seeing that sort of expression on your opponent's faces, it does change how you think about it.
It gives you the mental leg up, I guess you could
say.
But,
it really does.
That you get over them. And actually, speaking to the Dirtnam Gaming guys, they're going to be facing against Good Game University.
Yeah.
They've beaten them a lot in
they
scrims
have.
lately. That's going to be an interesting one. That will be tomorrow, of course. That's one of the matches. Second place of B versus first place of C. But that is tomorrow. We are all talking about today. And don't forget, there's also another game going on in Stream 2, and that will be the losers of the first game, Complexity versus
Pulse.
Yeah,
so the 2 guys who are 1 game away from elimination.
And Jan actually thinks Pulse are one of the teams that may make it out of this group, so they're going to go into that one. Complexity, they actually looked okay as a team. It wasn't until the snowball sort of started to happen that they were in trouble. It's going to be really interesting to see how these 2 guys face up against one another. But we are going into the picks and bans, Freak. What are we expecting here from the bans?
Well, you're going to see a lot of sort of defensive, supporty champions getting banned out. Maokai Shen right off the bat there for Curse. And they were saying that actually, with Curse being first pick, they're willing to let Kha'Zix sit up there on the roster. They said, yes, we know that you guys play Kha'Zix, but I mean, of course, we have Voibo, who just did it last game. That's going to be there. They're going to leave that one up for themselves. They'll kill off Evelyn. That's fine. But they're very particular about what they're getting rid of.
There it is.
They're not going to be Kha'Zix themselves. Nunu would be my guess here as one of the really important. No, Elise.
Of course. We've seen a lot of Elise in Group A today, but Elise is definitely one of the champions the Voivo plays on the top lane now.
And she's so brutal as a lane as well. She actually 1v2s all right, has 2 ranged farming tools in human form, so it's not too bad to get stuck in a 1 vs 2 lane in general. You have pretty much skill shot immunity by pressing R and turning around. You just spawn spiderlings and make sure they're between you and your opponent, and you're good. And so she actually has a lot of really good situations there.
Yeah, and actually we saw Psycho Sid, I think it was this morning, playing it at least in effectively a 2v1 because Shen sat on him for the entire duration of 10 minutes as the jungler. But we do see Sona Misfortune being picked up there. What are Curse going to do to reply?
Well, they already know right off the bat, hey, we just fought something like this, an area of effect team composition. This has been like 12 minutes since we've seen this. So as long as they're good at going for their sort of single target focus, they certainly need to figure out what kind of a comp they're going to fight against. I've seen it go 2 different ways, because you can play like full-on tanky bruiser and just survive the AoE and then mop up afterwards because, well, we're all at half, but you have no spells left, so let's go. Or you play full-on, like, string the team out, globals. You know, this Twisted Fate they're looking at, that's a perfect way to split up the enemy team and just never let them play that 5-on-5.
And we just saw the Cho'Gath of St. Vicious disrupting that AE team perfectly, and why not just lock it in again? Yeah. So, Twisted Fate in the mid, not really a great deal of counters to him.
So he's kind of a weak laner. You don't want to run melee against him. You know, he's normally a guy you can bully a fair bit, but if you run a melee champion, he can spam blue cards on you, hit wild cards pretty easily when you last hit. Twisted Fate very occasionally gets to be a bully. If you let him get ahead, he can just wave clear with like a golem buff and never fall off. But if you play like a good harasser, someone who actually put in damage, you end up making Twisted Fate's life a little bit harder. What he really is going to want to do anyway is leave lane. He's going to want to shove and start ganking right at level 6, and Gold Card into Rupture is free ganks.
And let's not forget the extra that he gives the team. Also, he's kind of forcing, I guess, those wards to be in a slightly different place so you can pick him off. You know he's going down the bottom or whether he's going to go up to the top.
Yeah, the main thing you force is actually a ward right by your own middle turret. Because you have to leave lane to one side or the other in order to Destiny out and go for a gank. And so as long as you watch him leave, you're like, he's going towards bottom, leave, he's going towards bottom, and that's usually enough time that your teammates can react and get out of dodge. But yes, he's going to be all around the map pretty constantly.
So we can see that Kassadin has been picked up in that mid lane as well as a Malphite. So it's going to be Nick Wu on Malphite. I guess it's going to be Nick Wu on Malphite in the top lane.
You can jungle him as well, honestly. Like that option really does exist. He's one of those champions
you
can
jungle Ezreal as well if you want.
I mean, to be fair, yeah. I'm going to jungle Sona myself in this game. I'm not going to switch places and just do that one. But yeah, you've got honestly really cool teams here. I actually like what Curse is looking at right now. Again, you're facing a pretty area of effect heavy team. You've got now 2 hardcore initiators. Amumu's gone, but you can pick up Malphite and do that the same way. He can initiate on. You can just kind of easily follow up. LEB can land the Sona ultimate and make life pretty easy. I kind of expect to see one more area of effect focused champion here just to round out the mix. But for Curse, they are super long range and they're splitting up the opposition, and that's exactly what you want.
And they can disperse really quickly. Voivoi can get the heck out of dodge. Cop can avoid the damage. You can have the Lulu ultimate. Nijaki, of course, he can just do whatever he wants normally half the time. What are we expecting? Final pick here is going to be probably the jungler.
Yeah, it's a jungler top laner. I'm trying to think what they want to go for here. Being heads up against Voivoi's Elise is a difficult situation. I don't think the 2v1 is really what they're looking for here. I mean, realistically, they could... Oh, okay, so looking at Zed right here. It is going to be Zed. Okay, so I honestly had no idea what it was going to be here, but the Zed pickup... I'm trying to think about the Zed versus Elise matchup. I still kind of favor Elise here, but Zed can play from far enough back that he can probably dodge most of the damage.
So we're going to see how that one lays out. What do we think overall? The 2 team comps, they've been locked in. What are we seeing?
All right, so still pretty much an all-in. Actually, there's 2 cool things here for the Brunch Club. They can play a full 5-on-5 like team fight battle, but also they've got decent assassination. Malphite, Zed, and Kassadin can all jump on a target and assassinate it. So you've actually got 2 outs here for the Brunch Club, which I really, really like. The only difficulty is they can't play well from behind. They have to go in to fight well. 4 of their 5 damage-dealing champions are melee. 3 of their 4 damage-dealing champions are melee, which is a very difficult thing to deal with. Meanwhile, on the other side, Curse, it's kind of all about stringing the fights around. It's a bit Assassiny with Elise and Twisted Fate. It's a couple of globals here. It's a much more sort of spread out and sprawling sort of team composition.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have just joined us, I don't know where the heck you've been all day. It is the North American Qualifiers live qualifiers here in Los Angeles at the brand new Riot Studios. This is the same place that all the matches will be taking place throughout Season 3. It will be a Thursday and a Friday for North America, a Saturday and Sunday for Europe. That will be in Cologne, Germany. So, who is going to be in it? That is the question. Will Curse Gaming get through? Will they 2-0 the group? Or will the Brunch Club manage to affront them, I guess I could say, and manage to stop them and get a 2-0. Whoever wins this game will be through to tomorrow. Day 2 is where it all begins, and well, we are about to get in the game, so let's find out who it's going to be. Curse Gaming as the blue team, the Brunch Club as the red team. What are we expecting? Will we see a level 1? We haven't seen one so far today.
The level 1 is most likely here from Curse. They've got actually three, heck, all of their champions are really good at level 1s. You've got Voiboy with a long-range stun, St. Vicious with Rupture, Nijaki with gold cards, Cop's got Poke. Actually, both Cop and Elements can check Brush in the Fog of War. They can queue in. If you're Lulu, you can listen for the sound. If you're Ezreal, you can watch your cooldowns. They can all check Brush. Brunch Club, much worse fighting.
So we do see Nijaki running around, just slowly but surely. What is that? Which one is that? Is that Salsa Twisted Fate? I didn't actually see it in the load screen.
Tango Twisted Fate.
Tango Twisted Fate, of course it is, in the mid there. And we also have, is that a Tango Misfortune as well? I can't remember which one is with the dress on.
Secret Agent Misfortune.
Secret Agent Misfortune. Well, it's kind of the same thing, I guess.
Tango, Secret Agent, you know. I guess if you're James Bond, you have to dance a fair bit, right?
You have to throw the moves
seducing
out.
women is like part of the show.
But we are laning up, ladies and gentlemen, and things are about to get underway. It doesn't look like we're going to see any late invades for any of the team at the moment, and it doesn't look like there's going to be anything too funky coming out from the teams. Cop is stood right on top of a ward in that bottom tri-bush right now, so they are well aware that it's going to be Ezreal and Lulu down the bottom lane. I think they're quite happy to go against that.
It's going to be pretty good overall. I mean, we've seen... I've been wrong so far on lane assignments with the thinking Curse is going to win the bottom lane before, but you know, we're seeing a pretty similar setup here again. Misfortune and Sona is a very, very strong lane. There's a lot of damage available on it, and once again, you're seeing their leeching experience from the jungler here to get level 2 faster.
So they are taking everything away from the mid lane. 4 people helping out on the jungle. Voiboy and St. Vicious going to be taking away that blue buff. You can see the golems being picked up, so Cop and Element still quite happy to go towards that one, and Brunch comes down the bottom along with LEB, and Louder Mortis, after picking up that blue buff, is going to head back towards the north.
Alrighty, so these lanes are stacking up. This 2-on-2, it's poke versus poke, but one of them has a heal, so generally speaking, it's pretty nice to be Sona and Misfortune. The only downside is they're going to hit level 2 second, because Cop and Elements did not share the experience on double golems.
So we're seeing Nijaki versus Trooper in the mid lane. So Kassadin versus Twisted Fate. Kassadin, I guess if he can whiz past and close the distance quick enough, he can do a lot of damage.
Actually, wow, the bottom lane, so much pressure. The one thing they actually did was they pushed the lane super hard so that Brunch, you would actually hit level 2 first. Despite the total XP being higher on one side, you kill the minions first, you level up first, and they just went in at level 2.
We also see St. Vicious heading down south, actually. He will not get spotted. There's no ward there. It's only in the tri-bush, actually, so he's going to come around the back side of them now. Here comes St. Vicious. He is level 2. He's going to force the flash from LEB. Expect him to make another round trip in a moment.
Yeah, absolutely, until you can put a new ward down. And he does have wards. LEB should be putting one down in the very, very near future. They have tri-brush warded at least, but they still got to be careful.
Well, you can see Twisted Fate in that mid lane starting to push a little bit heavy, starting to just keep those cards coming out. Obviously, he's going to bully Chupa to start with, because he's only got that. There's the null magic. I can't remember what it's called. The silence that comes out.
Null sphere.
Null sphere. I knew it was null something in that mid lane. But top lane, how do we rate this one? Voiboy, Nick Wu, Elise versus Zed.
Well, you're seeing an early minion kill lead from Nick Wu because he's pushing. Zed is a champion with a much better pushing kit than Elise does. He has 2 area of effect abilities. And there's a couple of things that Zed does really, really well. Number 1, he can push from range. He can actually attack from range quite easily. You can see the shurikens come down. And he's able to do that quite a lot. Just toss out the shadow and deal damage from there. And it allows him to actually strike his opponent without almost any chance of counterattack, and if they misstep, he can just switch positions and really kind of all in there. So he's a very good fighter for that reason. But if you do that constantly, you're almost always out of energy, and so you kind of open yourself up for counterattack even in the same vein.
So you can see the Voiboy is actually quite happily just dotting up. What is Voiboy leveling up here? He's pretty much level, put 1 in every single thing. He is going to level the Q up, well, of course you do on the least. Just keep that dot building up. And Nick Wu on the meantime, let's see what he's leveling up if we can. You can see he's actually going for his
on
E.
Zed max E, yeah, because again you have very much guaranteed poke with the WE combo. The energy cost does not go down as you rank up that slash, but even still, you just want that free damage there. It's really, really effective. And Nick Wu actually going all in on Voiboy. I think it's going to go in Voiboy's favor though.
He is going to go in his flavor. Oh, but he's just backed away. Now he's going to catch him on. It will be first blood. It's Voiboy that takes it down.
Now that just seemed a little too greedy from Nick Wu. He thought he could all in with Ignite, but he just did not have enough damage to do it.
Well, I mean, it's a very close fight. We saw it, I think it was one of the games in Group B earlier on today where they did both go all in, and, well, the Zed came out with about 10 hit points more and survived just about, while he did manage to get the kill. So very close. It's very dangerous all in, certainly at level 4 or 5.
And the difficulty now is he's in a really bad situation because you're actually facing now an ahead Elise, which is not easy to deal with. She's trying to push the wave out so she can finally recall back and buy new items, but she has to hurry up with this push because Zed is almost back.
It's interesting to see Elise starting to come back into this one. A lot of the new champions starting to break through into the tournament mode, of course. Elise wasn't available for a while. Zed only just came back into it in Cologne, and here does come St. Vicious, but immediately they back away. I think there was a tri-board whoosh. No, there wasn't, but it was just a case of they were backing anyway because they'd already shoved the lane.
I think they realized that maybe their wards had timed out or just that it was their time to leave. But, I mean, not even a ping, just they had either called it or said, you know what, it's just time to go.
They just felt it tingling. And Jackie, well, he was visible. He hadn't gone anywhere. So 6 minutes gone into this game. It's 1-0, just 1,000 gold difference. And let's look across the lane, see if there's any early big advantages. You can see the mid lane, 47-33 CS. So Jackie once again winning out his lane.
Yeah, this is a really, really important thing for him. Being Twisted Fate against melee is honestly one of the easier lanes for TF, and he's keeping the pressure on, which is the important thing. If you let Kassadin get mana back by just attacking things and throwing Null Spheres at you, you will eventually fall over if you're Twisted Fate. But in this case, he's getting ahead of the curve. He's poking early on when Kassadin doesn't have the mana to deal with him, and he's really making that lane easy for him.
And we can see Voyboy already starting to be a bit of a bully in this top lane, trying to keep Nick Wu away from anything really in terms of damage. Nick Wu's still... It's going to be very hard to keep him away though. And Chupa just dodging nicely on Jackie's cards. So, let's have a look. Anything item-wise we're seeing? We're seeing a Giant's Belt coming out first item almost for Voyboy.
Yeah, it's the build we've been seeing normally on Elise. Again, I sort of mentioned that with the Korean builds, is they are rushing for health because they'll win the lane anyway. Their job is to be tanky and to initiate. The other interesting thing is a very rushed Brutalizer here from Misfortune. Just 3 potions and a Brutalizer.
So they're getting straight in towards the damage. Yeah, no boots whatsoever still. Something we've actually seen pretty regular nowadays. Now that the jungle kind of has changed, they've gone for that Hunter's Machete. They've started to just stop taking the boots.
Yeah, it's something that kind of these lanes feel a bit safer, especially when you are Misfortune. Your movement speed is just very, very high in general, and so as long as you're not taking poke, you can get away from most ganks. And then similarly, we've seen like Kha'Zix not run boots because with Leap they feel safe as well.
Well, you can see LEB went back and he put a pink ward in that bush. He does not want to get caught out, keeping the wards clean, which means he's going to try and keep it clean for Laudamortis, but Laudamortis cannot sneak around there because there is a ward right on Dragon which sees everything. Jackie going to pick up the blue buff. St. Vicious gives him that across. We do see Nick Wu heading down towards the red buff, looking like he's going to just take down on his own.
Yeah, it's going to be just kind of easy for him. That's one of the really nice things about a jungler like Malphite is because they have so much crowd control on their kit already, they don't really get a whole lot out of the Lizard buff anyway. But what they are going to allow Nick Wu to do is, generally speaking, do a very good job in trades here against Voyboy, especially because his passive is going to deal percentage of max health damage when you get someone below half HP, and so he'll actually scale quite well against Voyboy here.
So Laudamortis has snuck into the bottom lane. Actually backing off though. Is he going to go for a gank, or is he just feeling... Nope, he's gone. Not even going to try for it. Double up there on towards Cop. Brunt shoot just backs out. I think they thought, well, you've kind of pushed this lane a little bit too much for me to do anything.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, honestly, it's okay for this lane to just kind of to sort of stall out. The real place I feel like Brunch Club should be focusing is actually on Jackie's Twisted Fate. As long as they keep tabs on where St. Vicious is, no one else can really defend that lane quickly enough in time. And as soon as you give Chuper a blue buff, he's going to be extremely sort of present around the map at all times. And they could just sort of group everyone. They could just, you know, put Chuper and Laudamortis together. Chuper just has to put out a Null Sphere. Second he silences him, no flash, immediately lands the Malphite ultimate.
Chuper chose to just follow on. Actually, I think he went to try and engage on towards Jackie, but he chose to completely ignore the siege minion. That's a 42 gold minion.
That's just, you know, some of that might not be adapting to Season 3 very well, where we significantly beefed up how much gold you get from that minion. Yeah. 42 gold's not a small amount, really. It's basically a 10th of a kill overall if you count assist gold. So, yeah, I would generally get 42 gold if I were him.
Yeah, whether he was just thinking, okay, Twisted Fate's about to go away, I need to be ready to try and ulti onto him and silence him or something, but he just completely walked away from it. That must have been what it was. We are seeing Laudamortis in this top lane, sat ready and waiting to see if he can get on towards Voyboy, though.
Well, it's going to be an option here. I mean, Elise doesn't have the best escape tools overall. Problem is he still has flash. There's the initiation.
There is the initiation. Unstoppable Force comes in, and Voyboy, did he just try and flash away? Doesn't show. No, he didn't. He has still got flash available. And here comes Twisted Fate. Is he going to try and join in? He's far too far away, almost using it as a presence, but instead he goes in towards the mid there. Does manage to get the stun card on towards Chupa as he ulted and backed off.
That's one of the cool things about, oh, they almost jumped in. Nick Wu actually flashed in for Voyboy, couldn't quite land it. That's actually one of the cool rare uses of Destiny is just by hitting it, you've warned the enemy team like, hey, you dive, I'm going to show up here, so they don't dive, and he's like, okay, I'll get to lane.
Yeah.
But he still got to use it to defend a teammate.
Yeah, and it saved Voyboy's life, like you mentioned. I mean, Voyboy, you mentioned he's actually not that mobile. He could get to the turret and just press E and say, I'm just going to stay up here the longest time I can while the turret tanks you.
Exactly. As soon as they would have pulled turret aggro, he would have called for the teleport, he would have repelled up into the air, and he would have bought 2 seconds time, which is a pretty good amount. But the thing is, he still managed to save flash the entire way through, so you know, even when he finally did come back down, he had somewhere to go, make some distance, hopefully turn that one around.
Jackie continuing farming out and winning out that farm in the mid lane. Hasn't gone off to gank anywhere just yet. You can see he's already picked up that Sheen, so expect him to go looking for some damage. Loudermore is having to come in as Chupa went back to buy or really regain some of that health he was losing out on. Where do you stand on the items? Because looking across the board, again, it's the same thing. We see a lot of the crystalline flasks. It's kind of like a standard thing these days.
It is. It's just so very powerful, and interestingly enough, you're seeing 4 on Curse, but only 2 on the Brunch Club, and shockingly, you're really seeing the lanes going better for Curse overall. They tend to be winning their lanes. The Flask absolutely does help that situation quite a lot, and I like it. It's just a very good sustain tool. It pays for itself rather quickly, and the extra benefit is that it's so inexpensive. You can put a ward and more health potions on top of it, which really gives you a safe lane.
I think it's something like 4 uses, is it?
3 uses, 100 health each.
Wow. So that's just pretty much using it already. Yeah, and you're gonna use that very quickly. So, as it stands though, things will be changing with that item.
It is getting nerfed. It is getting more expensive, most importantly, such that you're getting a less health potion on the start, basically.
Yeah, I think that's on the public bid around right now, so you can check that out. Of course, Voyboy now with a Sunfire cape to start with, so that's what he went with. He's just gone pure tank to begin with.
Yep, pure tank and a lot of split pushing power. This is something that Elise is very, very good at. The Volatile Spiderling, the W in ranged in human form, it's a very good wave clearing tool, especially when you add Sunfire cape on top of that for even more area of effect damage. The thing is, someone has to deal with Elise at all times because your turrets will fall against her.
Yeah, it's just going to keep on pushing that top lane. It's actually keeping Nick Wu very busy. And look at this. He's just worried. He is expecting a gank. He has no idea where St. Vicious is right now, and he's just like, I don't want a part of this. I've got no ward coverage. And look at Voyboy. He just completely knows it. He's just starting to become a real bully in that top lane.
And you actually saw Nai Jackie actually, he shoved the lane and then walked up towards that top brush. Oof, look at the burst from Chuper. But yeah, Nai Jackie, there we go. Nai Jackie ran up toward the top of the lane. He got called MIA. You saw immediately he was up in that brush, and you just saw Nick Wu run backward. It's like, yep, they are calling him MIA, and he just walked right back in the lane, no worries.
Strolled on back. Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit bullied here, which is why Loudermore is starting to come towards the top. Can he catch on towards Voyboy? He has got Unstoppable Force available. He's going to come around. Hasn't used it yet. Managed just to get the slowdown. We'll try and delay it as much as possible. We'll see whether Voyboy can actually dodge out of it. Instead, he's going to turn on. Here comes the Twisted Fate. Now, Jackie's going to join the party. There it is. Voyboy's going to get taken down very low. Pounces. Is he going to get away? Yes, he has. Voyboy with next to no health. With the help of Nai Jackie, takes down Nick Wu.
I can't believe that. He just simply dodged everything there. Great job by him, and still managed to flash out. Just had enough auto attacks in there to just sustain through it, because that W gives you basically lifesteal when you hit things. So really, really nice job there, Voy. And just, yeah, it's a 1 for nothing.
So St. Vicious getting a little bit of burst from Chupa. Cop meanwhile down the bottom there. Picking up the golems once again because St. Vicious was a long way off. So this bottom lane, 135 to 133, very even. But who is really winning out between Misfortune and Israel?
Well, you look at it, and I mean, you really can't say. It's honestly equal. These lanes have gone back and forth the entire time, and they're performing different roles for their respective teams anyway. So you can't really line them up head to head and say one's gonna have more impact than the other. Honestly, there's a very big burst composition coming here from the Brunch Club, and Misfortune plays a very big role in that. The fact that she has a Brutalizer, has quite a bit of damage on her build, you know, that's gonna really help her have that role. Meanwhile, for Ezreal, I mean, you're seeing him. He's going to be more of a persistent damage dealer. He's got a Bloodthirster. He's got some attack speed. He's going to do fine there too.
Wow, Voyboy just starting to bully Nick Wu. I don't really know what he's going to be able to do against this one. He's picked up that Hex Drinker, sorry. And honestly, he can't trade. He cannot stand and trade with him right now. Voyboy's quite happy to tank up the turret hits. He's just throwing that poison, throwing that Q on towards Nick Wu every single chance he gets. And he's just going to continue pushing that turret. And this is what you said, you know, someone needs to deal with this.
Yeah, well, and it's certainly not going to be Nick Wu right now because he's just falling farther and farther behind in this lane as you see Alicia pick up more and more items over time.
And there's nothing more frustrating than just being bullied in your lane. And while Voyboy's going to go for it here, Nick Wu's in all sorts of trouble. He can just E and just close down the damage. Doesn't matter, just backs away and just forces and bullies him out of lane once again. Kind of forced Chupa to start heading that way. Hasn't gone for it, instead has to put a ward down. And well, when you start putting defensive wards in your own jungle, you know we're in trouble.
Exactly, and you're just seeing Voyboy constantly on the aggressive, and you're seeing over and over again these spiderlings here pushing damage onto the turret, clearing minions over and over again. He's up 30 minions. That's a very big margin.
So what do you do in this situation? Do you leave him on an island? Do you
Yes.
send help?
You leave him on an island. They've tried once to pick off Voyboy. It didn't work. I really thought they had a good chance the first time, but again, you're fighting against a team with Twisted Fate. There will be counter ganks, and they will suck quite a lot. And when you're fighting someone like Voyboy, who's got such great discipline and really, really great knowledge and great awareness, he gets away, saves his summoners for the last second, and just gets a 1 for nothing. Instead, they need to snowball the advantage lanes. They need to snowball down onto Nijaki. I don't see Twisted Fate ever surviving anytime Kassadin puts a silence onto him. They could kill TF over and over again.
Chupa goes very deep here. Nijaki's going to catch him out. Manages to catch one burst of him, and instead he has to ulti away. So Chupa down to around about half health. Nick Wu's going to pick up the red buff. Is that going to open up anything for the Dragon, I wonder? 17 minutes gone. Nobody's really made any attempts on it. I think they're happy to just keep the lanes as is.
They're actually sending Void down towards the bottom, so you actually called it really, really well. Dragon is a thing right now. Void's just completely running down. This is something that Curse wants. The turret goes down to Void's push. The minions really just kind of picking that up for him. And Curse is going to shove out mid. They want to get Super off the map so that they can just take that one for free.
Void, he's just spotted. They've realized that Nick Wu is back up top, so they're going to go for it. They're going to realize it's going to be a 4v5 at the best. Nijaki is going to get in there, join St. Fish. As you can see, the duo lanes now heading up there. Voyboy's been pinged. He said, yep, entire 5-man Curse team are on the Dragon.
And there we go. They've got complete numbers here. I could not possibly see the Brunch Club invading on this. That is going down, and Void finds Chupa.
Chupa gets caught out there straight away, webbed up, and that was all she wrote. Now Brunch is in trouble as well, and Voyboy just leaps in there, and there's another catch out. LEB this time going to go down. It's going to be a double kill for Cop, and well, Cuz have just suddenly turned effectively what should have been a free Dragon to a 3-kill advantage.
And I can't even understand why Brunch Club went in on that. It's like they know that their Dragon's there. They didn't call Nick Wu to come over. They know it's a 5 versus 4 at best. I can't believe they were even nearby.
I'm lost for words. Maybe that's the difference. Is the calling, the initialization. I don't know what really just the sheer experience, I guess you could say, is like this is an opportunity we've lost. Therefore, step away.
Exactly. Now, the one thing to keep in mind, though, is Curse did a very, very good job of actually cleaning up that situation. That normally people overextend in League of Legends kind of all the time, and it doesn't always get capitalized on. But Curse did a very, very good job of landing skill shot after skill shot. The chain stun from Cocoon into Gold Card onto Kassadin. The ultimate coming down, finding Sona, all the initiation. Just every single shot landed perfectly from Curse. That is important to realize that, you know, mistakes happen, but Curse completely capitalized on it perfectly.
And that purely comes from experience. I mean, I remember certainly having conversations with, say, with WE, people talking about WE, you know, how they used to be such a fantastic single-player team. Overall, the lanes, they were winning everything. But when it came to a team fight, they just didn't have it. Now, Jackie going to get caught out here. This could be the first kill for the Brunch Club, and they do manage to take it down there. And it's Chupa that picks up the kill. Very nicely done.
And that's what they needed to do from second one. I can't believe it took them 19 minutes to realize that they could one-shot Twisted Fate every time Unstoppable Force was up.
I don't understand why they didn't go for it. But back to my point was the fact that it took Team WE a long time to gain that team composition. They've got absolutely majestic players, but they never had the team comp. Finally, they do get it. They win IPL 5.
Yeah, and they are just absolutely amazing players now. And you're seeing Curse really in a similar situation. They are all individual all-stars. And to be fair, so are the players on the Brunch Club. But you're seeing a sort of team fight difference.
Oh, Trooper completely caught out. They knew he was coming around there. The feast not enough to finish him off. And now Curse might be in a little bit of trouble here. But here comes Voyboy jumping straight through, pounces on towards him. But now he might be in trouble. Laudamonis is backing away. He's got no mana. The rest of the team coming in. That's going to be, oh, not enough damage. And Voyboy is cleaning up here. Gets one, gets two. Zed comes in. Is it going to be enough? Voyboy is there. Zed gets another. Nick Wu should be able to close it down. It's a triple kill back and forth. Voyboy, but no, the shutdown came. That's less than ideal, a shutdown on Voyboy coming from Sona.
And then would you look at that though, Brunch Club, they came out ahead in that fight. And the reason they fought a 5-on-4. We just talked about Curse, the amazing sort of team fight presence and teamwork they had. And they just, I mean, they pulled themselves into a 4 versus 5. And I mean, they fought so well, but they did not have Nijaki there.
They did not have Nijaki. Nijaki has to get the middle turret though, so it's not a total loss for them. But that big shutdown goal bonus,
that is big.
Really needs to go to Nick Wu.
Absolutely, and just getting the gold up there is just so very, very important. Zed is going to be one of the big carries here on this team. It's going to be really up to him to just bring down Jackie or Cop. You know, again, this team does two things here from Brunch Club. They can either play the 5-on-5 area of effect team fight, or they can just completely crush one member of the enemy team pretty much whenever they feel like it. And you're in this kind of situation where, well, they can feel like assassinating right here, especially if Nick Wu's fed.
Well, you can see they're trying to get around there. Nick Wu with that Brutalizer in. You know, you can output a heck of a lot of damage as Zed if you get the burst combos right. Insect proof that, certainly from SK Telecom. He's a fantastic Zed player. As it is though, Brunch Club, this is the sign of trouble. When you're a 4-man stacking in the mid and your AD carries and an ADP carry are fighting for minions.
Yeah, that is always kind of a rough thing, and I always see that in games, and I'm like, you guys should just coordinate who scales off gold better and give that guy the farm. It's okay with sharing experience. You actually get an advantage for sharing experience overall. It's like a 15-20% XP bonus for being, you know, 2 or 3 strong, but as far as splitting up gold, that's usually never what you want to do.
So we do see Cop continuing to farm out down this bottom lane. Let's have a look between the two AD carries, which way they're splitting. This is a definite change. The Iceborne Gauntlet is going to be coming out from Cop.
And that is the first time we've actually seen, I think, Iceborne Gauntlet Ezreal this tournament. We've seen it a whole heck of a lot online and solo queue and things like that. The added crowd control is really cool. But this is just a very different build overall, at least compared to today.
There is Cop, there's elements. You can see them flashing through in the bottom corner of your screen. True Shot Barrage goes by, just Curse desperately fending off and keeping that mid turret clear, and you can see it's barely been touched. Dragon up in 40 seconds though. We could well see our first fight tonight. Jackie going back. He's going to have his ultimate available to get back involved in the fight should it happen.
You know, so you actually pointed out the Iceborne Gauntlet, and I started thinking about it, about what this build is about, and I feel like Curse's strategy here is kind of a slow churn in combat. So you look at the very first item that Jackie picked up. He's going like a little bit tanky and utility based. You know, he rushed the Lich Bane, then he grabbed the Haunting guys. He's got some extra movement speed and health in there. He's a little bit more defensive than normal. Than, you know, like the standard death cap rush that you see a lot from Twisted Fate. Cop, he's got this Iceborne Gauntlet now to go with the Bloodthirster. He's a bit tanky. He's kind of cooldown reduction based, lifesteal, all that. They're all a little bit just sort of, let's tank it out, let's wait it through, and then we'll kind of go in from there. And this gives them a very different teamfight edge where they're now more immune to assassination, more immune to 5-on-5.
Curse, they are going to take away the dragon. Are they going to try and fight for this with Laudamonis? If he's going to go in, has to go in now. And
no, they can't.
Wisely this time. Zed was not there.
Exactly, yeah. They can't go for another 4-on-5. It's just a silly mistake to go for. Unfortunately, it was mistimed because Curse got free reign over Dragon with no contestation. You saw they're actually there with skill shots in the air, hoping to land it as soon as Dragon spawned. That's how well they had this timed. and Brunch Club was just not quite on the same page.
Certainly not ready and waiting. So 8-5 in kills, but there is a 10,000 gold difference. That is a huge percentage right now. 4-1 in turrets, and well, that just shows that all the lanes really just completely out-farmed at the moment. 194 to 174 was the top lane. Even in the jungle, 150 to 118, 179 to 177, very close in the mid, and so the AD carries though with a 20 CS difference as well.
And the large percentage of that, though, even though the differences are there, they're not huge, it's from Twisted Fate's passive.
Yes.
You've got, on average, 150 minion kills per player. You multiply that by 5, and that's actually a pretty good gold lead, to be fair. From the 2 minion kills, or 2 gold per minion kill from the TF passive. So that's really what's given Cop this advantage. It's not from necessarily outplaying. I mean, absolutely, Dragon, turrets, extra kills, those all absolutely matter, but it's just pushed over the edge by that greed.
It does help out. And of course, there's not too many GP10 items now. Obviously, as the Heart of Gold was removed from the game, suddenly we don't see it stacked on every single player anymore, which is always a bonus. But we do see a little bit more aggressive play. Normally, this is actually only 8-5, definitely a slow-moving game, but it shows really just how much is on the line for these teams.
Oh, definitely true. These guys don't want to throw this game away. This is, you win this and you make it in a top 8, which is a place that these players really, really, really want to be. And so they're going to take all the precautions they need to. Brunch Club unfortunately got caught out with that 3-kill streak from not really stopping a dragon. But outside of that, these guys have both been playing pretty much an A+ game.
So as it stands, Curse starting to stack up, going to push through. They do. Oh, Kassadin baited out really there, used his ultimate to come in, trying to get a burst down on Nijaki. Nijaki, they're trying to burst down, cannot manage to catch him out there. St. Vicious does manage to land the rupture, and there you can see the Iceborne Gauntlets playing work. They can't chase them out.
No, they're not really able to here, but the long range ability from Brunch Club is so very, very good. You've got just great poke here from Cop, and if he ever lands a Mystic Shot and he puts that frozen field underneath from the Iceborne Gauntlet, the team can choose to follow up on that crowd control and just initiate a fight. Rupture could land, they could land Cocoon, and they could just go.
Look at the mobility. They're all just making sure no 2 members are really in the same place at the same time because they're so aware of Loudermortis getting ready to get that unstoppable force. If at one moment they all just clump together, he is going to strike and obviously expect the unstoppable force to hit its targets, along with Misfortune managed to get bullet time across them all. As it stands, they've all split across. They are pretty close together right now. Maybe even trying to bait it in there. There is at least 3 or 4 members, and you can see Loudermortis even just sensing it, getting ready to pounce forward.
Absolutely, man. These guys are just looking for their chance to fight here. Both these teams really have a good chance in the battle. The only thing to look for, though, is that Cop does have Cleanse and Flash and Arcane Shift available. If they try to all-in Cop, they won't succeed. It'll be a really bad mistake for Brunch Club if they do.
Just wondering how quick they may be able to get in there. You can see the poke damage coming through. They do manage to get a little bit more damage. There's Loudermortis. He went, Cop immediately cleansed straight out of it. So Loudermortis gets backed away. Haven't managed to land bullet time yet, and they do just force them away. LEP did go for Crescendo there. Still has it in the locker.
But still, that's pretty good. They burned one ultimate for the Cleanse and Flash on Cop. If they re-engaged and found Cop, they could get him.
They are just going to keep poking back and forwards. Voidboy also down on the mana as well, but the rest of the hit points are slowly working away. LEP should be able to top them off, but they are going to lose the turret. And I think that you're going to see Curse backing away from this one. They're going to try and go aggressive on Loudermortis. Also getting on towards Zed at the top there. You can see Chupa trying to get a bit of burst damage on. Nick Woo's gone deep. He's going to get the Crescendo across. Bullet time pass back across. They do manage to pick down one. Chupa's going to get dropped though, and Voidboy is in there too strong with Cop backing him up. And they do manage to get a double kill straight away, so it was a 2-for-1.
Now that was a brutal situation. Nick Wu just kind of showed up in the front of that fight and just kind of died for free. He didn't ult, he didn't flash, he got an ignite off on someone, but he didn't really follow up with his own abilities very well. It was really strange to see him. I was surprised when he was like suddenly in front of the battle because he shouldn't have died like that.
Yeah, I felt that whether he was just dodging out the way of a rupture and the rest of Curse just ready to pounce in it, or
maybe.
I'm not too sure what it was, but like you mentioned, didn't use his ultimate. He could have vanished. You could have used his ultimate to just get away from the fight, but he was instantly silenced.
Yeah, that's a really rough situation for Nick Wu. I mean, if you wanted to go for the initiation and just the silence came out too fast, then I understand it, and then great reflexes to St. Vicious, but these fights really, these should be going, and they kind of are going back and forth overall, and it kind of goes down to the wire at the end, but I just, I'm seeing these slight missteps here from one team to the other, and the other team is so good they're capitalizing on it immediately and punishing.
see in the gold, the huge stacking across the board. It's like 2.5k.
Uh-oh,
advantage.
Chupa.
Oh, Chupa completely caught out of position. Silence down. Wow. Now Jackie comes in. Oh, is he going to escape it? Can he get away? Voyboy's back in there. Tries to get the slowdown again, and Chupa may just get away. Has ulted away. Great escape, Chupa.
That was beautiful. Didn't even have flash and still made it out, but they are still on the offensive here. Curse wants blood.
They're still going for it. You can see Brunch trying to keep them at bay here. His club behind him. And well, Curse, are they going to turn this into a big advantage? Are they going to try and push for a Baron?
They could aggress on Baron. I don't think they can get it cleanly, though. If they wanted to bait a fight, they could start, but they wouldn't get it for free.
They're going to head around towards that top turret. Immediately, Misfortune is there. Has got bullet time available. Loudamortis is going a little bit too aggressive. Does he realize the entire team is just around the corner? Can they try and get a pick off here? Voyboy comes around. Oh, he gets the web up towards Chupa, but they're going to turn back on towards Voyboy, but Voyboy is so tanky. Brunch has got to back away. Couldn't find a perfect time for bullet time here. They are stacked up nicely. Instead, they're not going to go for it. Loudamon is still delaying. Loudamon gets turned into a cupcake. Loudamon is taken down very low. Nick Wu at the back there trying to get on towards him along with Chupa. Bullet time does go across Voyboy. Loudamon still has to back away. Voyboy taken very low. Has to use the Lulu ultimate, but that's going to be Trisha Barrage missing. Cop taken down low. Everybody is low in the fight. Can they get the kills? Brunch is in trouble. Brunch gets popped by Voyboy, picks up a double kill. I knew sooner or later it was going to happen. Nick Wu did manage to get an exit kill. It was a 2 for 2.
There we go, but Curse still on the offensive here. Loudamortis full health. He can walk himself back in, and his Voyboy is diving onto Nick Wu. Can he get the support in time? They're going to trade. That's Sona picking up the kill.
LEP picks up the kill with the Tricon, but it's not enough to save the turret. And that is going to be Cop and Elements backing away. They're the last two people you want on live pushing turrets.
Yeah, realistically, they're going to have a really good time of this. Cop still has a decent amount of mana. All that mana from the Ice Port and Gauntlet, 2 Sapphire Crystals in that recipe, and he's just going to be hitting abilities all day, every day. But you're seeing Jackie now in a bit of a risky situation. You know, he's back to that, what I guess you would really consider a glass cannon build by this point, because he's got that death cap up in there. And the Brunch Club, they are rightly focusing him first. Jackie is the easiest guy to kill on that Curse team.
As it is, you can see that Curse are pushing forward. You can see there's going to be the blue buff being picked up by now, Jackie. If you have just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, well done to Pulse. They have just won on the second stream, and well, we are here in a very tight game. Curse currently have the advantages. They have a massive gold lead, but honestly, when it comes down to the team fight, it is much closer than the gold lead would show.
Exactly, yeah. It's going to be my first comment as well, is the gold lead is kind of lies to how this game is going. It is an extremely, extremely close match, and if it goes to that late game situation, you'll see that gold start to matter more. Normally, the gold is indicative of performance, and that's why you see gold leads mean so much. Is, oh yeah, because they're just doing better, and you're just seeing that as a performance metric. This is just literally just, they're playing equally, but one team just has more gold, and you're seeing what that looks like. Very, very close team fights.
Very close indeed. You can see the Brunch Club, they want this dragon. They're going to try and get in there. Brunch does manage to catch out that Iceborne Gauntlet. Some inches slow him down. And St. Vicious does bully them away. Comes back around, takes down that pink ward. And they are going to leash out that dragon. Are they going to go for this one? If they group up, you can see Loudamort is ready and waiting to get that rumbling going as the unstoppable force could be unleashed. Chupa wants to put damage down. They keep focusing on Voyboy. And as it is, everybody is just trying to bait back and forward, trying to poke back and forward. Nobody really landing any abilities, nobody wanting to use the abilities. And now the dragon's gone. They should just disengage. There's nothing worth fighting about. Oh, Loudamortis whiffs his unstoppable force. Now he gets caught, he gets done. The rest of the team, they're backing away. Crescendo has been used to try and save it as well. But Voyboy comes leaping around the side. Bullet time hits everyone, but it's not enough damage right now. Cop is cleaning house. Chupa picks up 1 kill, takes St. Vicious down. That may well turn the tide, but you can see the rest of the team, they should have disengaged the moment that dragon went down.
The one option they had was that they knew, or should have heard, that St. Vicious blew Feast to take down Dragon because his smite was down, and it was like, okay, sure, they're -1 ultimate. Maybe you fight off of that. I mean, even without a dragon, I really felt like Brunch Club could have fought that battle, and it went close despite the seemingly horrible missteps. They fully whipped Unstoppable Force. LEB having to jump in for Crescendo with no one around. If they had coordinated that fight a little bit better, they could have completely wept it forward with Curse. But you're just seeing Curse with a little bit better team coordination.
Just look how tanky Voyboy is right now. He's so strong. He's got that Sunfire Cape. He's got the War Mugs. He's got a Ryla's completed as well. He's got a lot of hit points right now.
he is super, super hard to deal with overall. There's not much that this team can do to Void, and you're seeing Void play absolutely right. He's being more the initiator than St. Vicious is, and so he can jump in there with Repel, with whatever he wants, and the easy thing for them is that they can combo that with elements. He can put the shield on and throw the Glitter Lance through the entire enemy team, slow them down. He can pop Wild Growth and just slow everyone, knock them up around him as well. There's a lot that they can do with elements and Void playing together.
So 15-10, pretty close in kills considering 34 minutes in, and then a little bit of a Baron attempt. Brunch has been completely caught, has to cleanse out. The Tree Shot Barrage is going to go across. He's taken down very low. St. Vicious has not quite caught him out, but Void has, as he pounces in there. And now Loudermore's in trouble. Nick Woo's going to get forced away. Curse Cop picks that one up. Meanwhile, back down the bottom, Ellie B is now in trouble. Loudermore gets finished off by Jackie, and now Ellie B is going to get caught in the rupture. He's going to get bounced in the air. Here comes St. Vicious just chomping on through. Glitterland's catching on there. The rest of the team starting to close around. It's Cop that picks that one up, and Chupa comes around. Chupa could try and take down Jackie. Could they save something? Yes, they can. And Chupa just hit and run and gets away, but it's a 4-for-1. He's going to have to try and defend off Baron.
Well, he's got, if there's any champion that can actually like mess with a 1 versus 4 at Baron, it really is Kassadin. So if there's someone who can make this work, it'll be him, but it's just so difficult. He's got ward coverage. There's a chance here, but it'd be super difficult to do anything useful.
Baron down to 3,000 hit points, 2,000, 1,000. No, it's not going to happen. You can't go up against a feasting Cho'Gath. And, well, Chupa, I think, chose wisely there and just backed away from it. So, big, big gold difference now, Freak. 16,000 gold. Is it starting to become too much?
It's starting to get pretty brutal here. Realistically, Chupa's having a good game for himself. 5-4-3 doesn't look the best, but he's actually performing quite well in fights. The difficulty is people have to get low enough for Kassadin to really pick people out. He doesn't have good persistent damage. He is based on burst. And if you can't burst someone for, whatever the rest of their health bar is or push them out of the fight, it doesn't matter how much damage you deal if they're too tanky for you. And so he needs actually some good follow-up from the rest of his team to make those happen properly. If they can do it, then they're great. You've got Mikhail's Crucible picked up here for Sona, so she can keep Misfortune alive. Nick Woo's still having a pretty good game. He's got good gold. And realistically, Lada Mortis should be effective here.
Yeah, still 3.5k gold difference for Voidboy on the top there. 9-2-9, absolutely dominant performance. He's been playing fantastically well. Let's see how they're going to do in this seemingly final push. I mean, they've got the Baron buff now. You'd expect them certainly to go for the inhibitor.
It's going to be the case here. I really believe that they've got Baron buff. They've got all the cards on the table. They should be able to keep going forward.
They do, and there's the first inhibitor turret going down. They're going to push forward and drive on towards the next inhibitor. You can see that Loudermore is trying to bind his time. He's just never been quite able to find the perfect unstoppable force, and that is going to be the inhibitor going down, and Curse just hit and run. Out they go. Quite happy to just take that victory. 1 minute 40 before the Dragon. I don't think they're too worried about that. They're going to switch around and try and push, clear every little bit of jungle.
And that's kind of how you do it when you push games like this, is when you start getting really ahead, but there's not much to push because maybe minions aren't in range or anything, you take out the entire jungle and deny pretty much all the gold income that's available to the enemy team. There's nothing that Brunch Club can farm pretty much anywhere here, and so Curse could just get more gold for free.
So Curse, massive lead. The Brunch Club up against it. Pulse Gaming just waiting to see really who they're going to face. Looking like it's going to be the Brunch Club, and they faced each other already, and the Brunch Club came out on top. So I guess they kind of got a moral high if they were to go against them in the second game.
Yeah, it would be pretty nice to see that one from them. Neither team really wants to lose at this point, but heck, if you at least beat the team before, you'll feel better about your next opponent.
So there goes the initiation from Loudermore. He did manage to catch on towards Jackie this time, but there's no real follow-up, and Loudermore has just done all he can, and he's just backing out. Crescendo lands, the bullet times goes across, but look, no damage. Voidboy just sat there in that entire bullet time and barely got touched. Chupa goes down. Now the Brunch is in trouble. Brunch is going to get caught out. He gets taken down by Voidboy. Voidboy plunges himself into the depths. LEB getting linked on. Nick Woo getting dropped. And that's going to be Jackie picking up. Another inhibitor turret goes down. The inhibitor is going to follow. And Curse are just mopping up. Are they going to try and tank this one through? Why not? They could do. There's only 2 members left. Loudermore comes back in. Just gets shouted down by St. Vicious. Voidboy's trying to clear up here. Voidboy is going to clear up. You can see the damage pointing down. Nexus turrets drop. Curse Gaming are through 2-0. And that's kind of what we expected, but Freak. But there it is. You can see on them. They're happy. They're through.
they are through. Their opponents made it interesting, to be sure. If you're a Curse fan, you had a couple of missed beats on your heart there, but generally speaking, they looked strong. They looked like the team we were expecting to show up to this tournament, and they did make it happen. They're on to the quarterfinals. 5 of those 8 teams are making it into Season 3. And so Curse right now is like, yep, 2-0. They were close games, okay, but they're in good shape.
And you know what? The Brunch Club, they should be proud of that, because they were about 10 to 13,000 down, and they were still keeping fights close.
Yeah, absolutely. They're definitely a very, very good team. You know, they beat Pulse here up on the second stream, the first match of this group. You're seeing them here put up a pretty good showing against Curse, to be fair. And now they got to fight right here in about 10 minutes' time for the final spot. They're out of this group. They are looking good.
So who has the best advantage here? You've just come into a game that you've lost. So you've coming off the back of a loss. The other team's coming off the back of a win. How do you stand in the moral ground, considering you've already beaten the opposition?
I think you generally feel good if you're Brunch Club. The nerves are certainly there because you know it's 1 game away, and you know that first game, it was close. The kills were basically equal. We're going to watch a replay of that last push, though. I want to give a shout out to Kopp in this one because his positioning was amazing. So the initial jump in happened, and you just saw Kopp never getting dropped down. Chuper had already fallen. At this point, it's cleanup mode here because there's just simply too much damage available. The only one left alive who dies here is Nick Wu. Gets exploded by trying to jump in onto elements. At this point, they kind of know they'd lost, but the real opening to that fight was Kopp Arcane shifting away from the Unstoppable Force from Malphite, and then as Chuper came in on Caston, he got away from him as well.
Absolutely fantastic performance. So, Curse are through 2-0. Who will join them? Pulse
or the Brunch Club?
That is the question. This is Group A, of course, or Group C, as if we'd like to call it here on TV, but everybody else on the internet land calling it Group A. So let's not get things too confusing. Group 3, I think we'll call it.
The third group of the day.
The third group of the day. They will be, of course, facing now. They are top, Curse. They'll be facing second place, which is Man's group. We've also got, in fact, that group is tight to me.
That group is incredible. Cloud9, Azure, lots of great names there. Guys, we'll be joining you right after the break. We're going to find out what other team is going to move on to day 2. Everybody, we're back, and it's time for an epic match. Are you ready?
I am ready, and really, this is the big one. This is the one where you kind of get tears. I mean, it's good and it's sad.
It is.
It is. Sad. But somebody's got to win.
Somebody has to win. Somebody has to lose, unfortunately. We've now seen 5 teams get through. 5 teams have gone home already. We're going to find out the 6th of both of these categories right up next. Brunch Club, Pulse Esports. These guys fought once before. Brunch Club came ahead in a very close match, but the second one, it's do or die again.
It's do or die again. And how nerve-wracking must this be for the final group of the day? They've been sat there the whole day, warming up, preparing, keeping themselves calm, knowing that damn well they're seeing these teams dropping by the wayside and thinking, oh my God. Oh my God. The pressure must build on me. It's probably, I think I'd rather have been the first group of the day than the last.
Well, I know some of them would actually have woken up and shown up late.
Yeah.
I know actually right before...
Purposely.
Yeah, exactly. Right before one of the matches in the second block, one of the players asked how the first group had went because he wasn't here at 9 in the morning when everything started, which, I understand. You don't want to lose out on sleep. Actually, Zion Spartan said that he was like, yeah, the one thing we did badly was not sleep enough before our matches. So it's important these guys do get good night's rest. And in fact, the guys who played in the morning today are playing in the morning tomorrow so that, they're done playing and they can get their night's rest and, show up early on time. But yeah, it's nerves time, man.
It's nerves time. So it is going to be the Brunch Club versus Pulse. And just speaking to Rivington actually off air there, and he was basically saying how close these teams actually really were. This was not a one-sided match whatsoever.
No, not at all. These guys had pretty much equal kills as soon as we finished casting our first game up here. Ran out to the main hall. Watched the rest of that game, and I caught the tail end of it. Brunch Club had got Baron and pushed for the win, but the kills were like 16-16 during that point. So these guys had clearly been battling back and forth, neck and neck the entire time. It really could just go either way.
It looked like basically just one sneaky Baron, and that's kind of won them the fights. That seemed to be how it was. So it's going to be interesting to see how A, the picks and bans go in this one, and B, how it plays out. The highest seed in this group, this match, I'm guessing, is going to be the Brunch Club because they won the match. So they're all both 1-1, of course.
But Brunch Club came through as like the number 2 in the bracket.
Yes. So they are technically going to get to choose, looking like they're going to go for the blue side. We've talked about the blue and the red side. What's your stance on this?
I think there's different advantages to both of them. Just generally speaking, that when you play blue versus playing red, you're gonna tend to try to do different things. Chowster from CLG back at the World Playoffs said they had a lot of strategies ready for the blue side, and that they were ready. There was a couple of really cheeky things like sending an Amumu up there. Like you would go past the top lane turret and like backdoor all the minions, and then just like get a free turret kill off of that, and then disperse back out. And just like, well, we'll get a turret kill level 1 and then leave because it was okay to like 2-on-1 up there. And generally speaking, if you send AD carry support to the bottom lane, there's an advantage for blue side because they can kill the double golems and get some extra golden experience in exchange for some health, and most teams do that. But at the same time, if you go 2-on-1 top lane as purple, then you've got Rain over the enemy side blue. So like if their jungler's Lee Sin and you lane swap, well now I've got pressure over your golem and I can steal your second jungle buff. And there's just different things that both teams do that are very nuanced that really only matter at like the highest level of play in coordinated teams.
And that's basically what we're at.
Exactly.
I mean, this is not something we talk about for solo queue. Obviously, you don't get a choice anyway.
I can grab double golems in solo queue. That's fine. You just ping it enough, and the support shows up, and you just shoot at them until they die.
I want to kill this now.
Yeah, but outside of that, yeah, most of these are really for like coordinated play setups. Setting up lane swaps because you'll get a certain buff. That's something we actually did see the very first match, GGU against Epic, because they had the 2-on-1 bottom lane, and because Epic had lane swapped and it was 1v2 from blue side bottom, they just pulled the support up and stole red because they're like, well, we have a 3-on-2 here, you can't stop us.
Yeah, we're just going to outbeat you because we have the numbers.
Exactly.
Not so much the levels. So, what do we think we're going to see? Picks and bans wise, what are we going to aim for? We did see, thinking back to that game, that was the game where Brunch Club had a Kha'Zix. They also had a Jace
top lane, Maokai jungle. So you're definitely seeing tanky supportive junglers from Loud and Mortis. In both games we've seen so far. And Curse also, with their scouting report, said we have to ban out Maokai, we have to ban out Amumu. They also said they're going to ban out Shen away from the top laner. So those are the 3 champions that Curse said, and their scouting seemed to be accurate because they ran those bans and they won the game. Those are the champions they wanted to get rid of against Brunch Club. Those are what they were most afraid of. Now, they also said that both they, Curse, and both the Brunch Club do play Kha'Zix. Again, one of those big high-ticket champions for this tournament. And so those are the big four I'm seeing from Brunch Club here is these two supporty junglers, the Shen top lane, the Kazakhs in there as well, and of course we even saw that in the first game. Pulse I feel like would learn the lesson and probably remove Kazakhs.
Yeah, they're going to learn their lessons. They're going to change, and I'd be interested to see what the picks and bans actually were, the bans wise for them, to see whether there's anything they would definitely change up from that match. Because who was really more fed? I feel Nick Wu on Jace was probably more of a problem. I thought when I saw it.
I guess I didn't watch it all that closely, but he certainly was a big factor there. He had a very, very good game for himself. Yes, absolutely, he's got a lot to do there. But, generally speaking, I still feel like the potential for Kazakhs to explode a game is just higher. Like, Jace gets fed and he shock blasts you for half your health, and like that's kind of sucks to deal with. But you can dodge shock blast, and you can tend to kind of dogpile onto Jace and punish him if he ever goes melee for him. If Kazakhs gets ahead, you just lose your team.
You do just lose your
basically.
team. And let's talk about the final group of the day, because Curse are now there. They are top. They're going to face second from that group. Nobody will want that spot.
That's a scary place
unless,
to
of
be.
course, you're going to be third or fourth, in which case you'll be happy to take that spot.
Yeah, and the thing to remember as well is anyone who loses in day 2 still has a shot. Because we're pulling 5 from those 8 teams. And so, day 2 is basically a day of happiness and hopefulness. Because you win in day 2, you're like, I'm in! I got this! I'm in Season 3, what's up? And you can start headbanging and be really excited and dance a whole bunch. And if you lose, you're like, it's okay, I'll play in day 3.
Can we see some of that dancing?
We actually changed feeds right as you asked that. I danced. I swear to you, I danced.
He definitely did dance, but no. I don't blame them switching away. I mean, I had to see it. I had to witness it myself, but I'm sure you guys can watch it on YouTube. There's plenty of clips of you dancing.
Plenty of that, yeah.
Plenty of that. So the pressure of these guys, we've just seen the Brunch Club have been sat there. They've already just played a game.
Yeah, there's Pulse right here on your screen.
Pulse just setting up. They come back to the main stage. This is their first time on the main stage. So
yeah.
What sort of pressures would that overlay on them? The fact that the Brunch Club, yeah, they've just had a game. Yeah, they've lost, but they're pretty comfortable. Team Man t-shirt there right now. Is that Nick Wu? That's Nick Wu on the corner, isn't it? Because
I'm going to guess so, top laner.
His brother plays for Klecky D.
Yeah.
Plays for
Klecky D.
Plays for Klecky D. Plays for Man.
Yes. So I don't think it's the worst situation here for Pulse. So they're setting up on new computers. Yeah, that's fine. But the nerves of being on main stage is not super huge here. So at the Riot Studio, we don't have a live audience. It's all just sort of broadcast, kind of like the news. We're kind of like news anchors right now, I'm going to say.
Yeah.
We're delivering you the news of who is making it to Season 3. So, without Thundersticks, blaring in the background, without all the loud noises, generally speaking, one stage versus another doesn't mean quite as much in a situation like this. The only nerves you're really getting are kind of placed on yourself for what this game means, what your opponents are, if you're ready or not. But you don't have these outside influences of it being loud, of people yelling in your ear, of other games going on, other teams yelling on in the background. It's kind of internal, which generally speaking helps.
But you do still have the nerves of a cameraman walking past. And, just think to yourself, you sat playing whatever solo queue, normal games at home, and a guy walks up to you with a giant camera and just basically zooms in your face. While you're trying to do your big bit of play. You're trying to land that crescendo and there's a guy coming in with a camera in your face. That's got to put you off.
I mean, well, thankfully, as far as the player computers are concerned, they just have a webcam on top of the monitor. And a lot of these guys are used to wearing a webcam. Most of them stream, right? So no one's getting cameras in their face while they're playing, thankfully.
They can zoom as well. They don't need to. They can't stand
no,
back and zoom.
I've been in tournaments where literally half my screen was covered by a camera because he wanted to watch me play. And I'm like, dude, I'm in a tournament match, bro. Let's not do this right now. No, our cameramen are very polite, to be fair. Other tournaments may have impolite cameramen. Us, we are gentlemen here at Riot Games and gentle ladies. I don't know what they actually like the
I'm not sure if I've seen any female cameramen today.
That's fair.
Camera persons.
Camera women.
Camera persons.
Camera people.
Anyway, we're getting sidetracked. But nevertheless, there is the pressure. You do have the stage lights on you. You are in a alien environment.
Yes.
Do you think
there are Martians
these
everywhere?
Guys we've talked about so many times before of the top players, how they practice with different heats, different seat levels,
That's true.
sitting at different desks. And these guys, don't get me wrong, that's a nice desk. That's a nice desk, nice mouse pad. They're all sat in different places. They've all brought their own keyboards. That's a very
bright green keyboard, man.
bright green keyboard right there.
I'm a fan.
By that man. I'm not sure about the mouse, though. That was like a little...
It's like a standard old school 8 years ago, doesn't have a scroll wheel.
But nevertheless, we are into the picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the Brunch Club on the blue side and Pulse Esports as the red team. What are we expecting? We can see Olaf and Mumu Kale quick back and forth bans. These guys have played each other once today already.
And it just tells you that they've done their research. Anytime picks and bans go fast, it means they're playing sort of a one-person strategy. They're playing, yep, we're going to pick these champions, we're going to ban these champions. You know, the fact that they're actually waiting means like, wait, Kale ban, hold on. Right? Like this actually tells me that Pulse suddenly has something to think about because something unexpected just showed up in their faces.
Yeah, and they're thinking if they're banning Kale out, what are they doing? They've banned Kha'Zix, so that's a reactionary ban to the first game that they had against the Brunch Club. Oh, how are they going to reply to that one? And immediately you can see discussion. Boom, they turned straight away. It's like, damn, it took away my Kha'Zix.
Exactly, that they knew that some of these bans had to be prepared and some of them they had to be ready for. I remember listening back with IPL 5 Fnatic against WE, and they were like debating like the list of champions, like, hey, Rengar and Diana, you know, like they're listing all the, like, the really important champions. Like, shoot, we're gonna run out of bans. Can we bait them to ban Diana against us or Evelynn against us? Okay, that gives us one more ban that we can deal with. And they're like doing the math on which ones they can kill, which ones they think the other team is going to ban against them, and they go through these like big logistical hurdles of what they can get rid of and what they can keep.
And the logistical hurdle says Shen, because that's pretty much a standard.
Shen is interesting because he used to be super standard, and then he like stopped being banned, and then he started being played again, and then people realized that they used to ban him, and they started banning him again, and he's kind of like gone back and forth despite like 70 nerf, and they're like, you know what? Yeah, we're just going to get rid of him. And there you go, the instant lock on Evelynn. They baited out the Kassadin ban, and Eve is theirs.
So they obviously just played, Chupa just played Kassadin. I don't think it played that big a deal in the last game, but they felt it was warranted a ban.
It was probably the best performing champion on that team. Again, I really think they could have done more to pressure out the mid lane there with Lauda Mortis on Malphite, but realistically, I mean, we saw Salsi basically single-handedly carry Epic through the online qualifiers by just blind picking Kassadin into everything. You saw him beat Pantheon heads up, Valkyrin's Pantheon, and it just wasn't even a big deal for him. So Kassadin is one of those guys who really can just make mid-game a terror.
So Ezreal and Karthus selected, and it's looking like Lauda Mortis this time he's going to go with the Cho'Gath. St. Vicious took it away last time, and I guess he wants it.
It's been a highly contested jungler here. Honestly, Cho'Gath does so much for a team. He shuts down area of effect teams pretty well because it's a 3-second silence, and if you're trying to land big ultimates on top of like a Mumu or on top of Sona Crescendo, and you delay their timing by 3 seconds, your team's out of there in time. You're pretty much okay. You can rupture from about 1,000 range out, especially counting, you know, the radius of the rupture itself. So you can pop up Misfortune ultimates. You can break all kinds of stuff away.
Speaking of Rengar, it could well get selected. This would be the first Rengar of the tournament I recall I've seen.
Soraka, no, it's an entirely different sort of setup. I don't remember seeing Soraka here yet either.
No,
but
we could get some Flash Bananas.
Yeah, Flash Bananas are very, very good. I've seen skill montages of like 1,000 range banana tosses and Soraka picking up kills. But this gives me pause because I'm now trying to think about what kind of composition this runs for. You don't normally rush for a support that early, at least not one of the highly contested ones. So this tells me Brunch Club has something very particular planned.
Well, I mean, the magic shred that could come out from Soraka will definitely benefit Evelynn. That's for sure.
True. It just stacks up so slowly though, and Evelynn opens up the ultimate.
Yeah.
I don't see that being normal here. The Jarvan, that's pretty normal actually. Onion Bagel has been playing that a lot in the jungle. Would not be surprised to see that lock in.
So it's going to be Taric Ez bottom lane. It's going to be Karthus in the mid lane versus, we're guessing it's going to be Evelynn mid lane. They could switch it though.
Yeah, you could Cho'Gath top and Evelynn jungle. That is a possibility. I mean, heck, you could really run mid Soraka and play something like Dignitas did at IPL 4, where you just play like Protect the Carry and Soraka, and you just like have 3 supports. I don't really see that being likely, but there is the Twitch pickup. So Soraka Twitch is basically the most defensive lane you could get to let Twitch get to late game.
So we saw Twitch earlier on today. I think it was first game of the day actually. It may have even been.
It was GGU against. It was their final match, I thought.
Final match, third game. Yep.
Yes.
Third game of the day, final match, and of course it worked very well. It was a very successful Twitch. So final pick from LEB. It is going to be a Zed by the looks of it. So could well be a Zed top lane.
Yeah, that's going to be Nick Wu for the second time in a row on Zed top. He did a very good job on that matchup. He had the one misstep against Voyboy's Elise.
Very early on.
He went in at level 4, and it was just not a fight he could win, and he kind of snowballed himself out of the lane there. But other than that, he had a really good performance.
Well, we're going to see a couple of flicks between. Could well be a Nidalee versus a Zed, keeping that distance away. See whether that one finally gets selected. They're going to switch it across.
Thing is, there are very few good matchups against Zed. One of them I would probably consider to be Malphite here. The difficulty is that, again, he's based on energy, and he will land a WE combo. That will hit you, and then from that slow, he'll just throw a shuriken at you. And so you're going to take physical damage poke every 20 seconds without a sort of cumulative loss in resources. He'll get the energy back, and so you need to be someone who can withstand damage every 20 seconds. Malphite, it's a guy who can do that.
Malphite just waiting to get locked in. They're discussing it. Finally deciding to switch it to Rise.
So
I guess he'd be happy. He's in the building.
Yeah, this is interesting though, because it's a double AP composition in a very weird situation. We've occasionally seen side lane Karthus played by like Taipei Assassins. They lane swap the 2-on-1 to mid lane. I've also have seen jungle Karthus before. I'm gonna reserve judgment, but like this is a very awkward lineup.
This is all. I mean,
so I'm pretty sure they're baiting it and they'll swap at the last second.
Yes.
It's gonna be my guess. But, I mean, Karthus for Zed is going to suck as a lane.
Yeah, Karthus versus Zed would be horrible. Jungle Karthus works. I've seen a couple of players doing it. I've seen Snoopy doing it as well recently. But
if you have a trick up your sleeve, now's the time. You are a game from elimination and a game from making it onto the quarterfinals. This is the most important match these guys have been playing. And again, you know, these guys are going to have to switch up runes and masteries the last second. If they do a last-second champion swap, it's still looking like Karthus jungle. I'm going to keep looking at my screen. There it is. It is Karthus top lane and Jarvan in the jungle. Good luck with that matchup, man. I'm expecting lane swaps because Karthus Zed is not a good matchup.
Karthus Zed is horrendous, but you could have Rise on that top lane. That's definitely could work. I mean,
that's true.
If he comes in for the damage, Rune Prison, I'm off.
And they are running teleport on that Karthus player. He does know he's going to run teleport there, so he's going to be kind of all around the map, really trying to contribute to his team. And so if he gets shoved out, he can always teleport back in. He can kind of show up to the side lanes to gank. And you're right, you did call out that Rise could just be up in the top lane instead, trying to shut down Zed. That's a little bit easier of a matchup.
So if you have just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the two teams on your screens. It is the Brunch Club versus Pulse, and it is the North American. It is Group 3 of the day, the third group. Curse Gaming already through. They have successfully qualified through to day 2. Not to Season 3 just yet, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get carried away. This is the final group, though, of course. The final game of the group. We have another group to come. There's a big group as well. The final group of the day is super, super close. I really don't know how to call that one. We could also see our first team from online going through here. Pulse? Could they make it? Could they make it through? Brunch Club coming through, of course, from, I think it was one of the MLG tournaments, the Brunch Club? Or was it the IPL one?
Brunch Club was MLG, yes.
Brunch Club was MLG. We just went in for a keyboard problem to be fixed for one of the teams, so bear with us. I know you're staring at our beautiful faces right now. Yeah, you do have to suffer that one. But this is the Season 3 North American Qualifiers. If you've just joined in, we are going to be playing the Season 3 Qualifiers, Season 3 matches, starting the 7th of February. It is going to be Thursday and Friday here in Los Angeles. All the teams will be present in the studio every single week. 2 match days per week. And then Saturday and Sunday in Europe. European qualifiers will be coming in 2 weeks' time. And that is going to be a fantastic experience as well. And that's really stacked as well, the EU tournament as well.
Oh, man.
Both of these tournaments have just been incredibly stacked, honestly. But I'd really like to see one of these online ladder teams making it through.
There's a good chance here. Pulse is a very, very good team. This was one of the hardest groups for me to call. We're like, okay, everyone kind of expected Curse for first, and they got it, but it was like, the rest of these guys really all have a shot here. Complexity, apparently, from what I heard, just sort of, they actually seem to have actually cracked under pressure, and they started actually kind of performing worse as the day went on, unfortunately, and kind of never recovered from that very first loss. But you know, Pulse, obviously they started out the day 0-1. They've come back with a win. They're here ready to go. They're 1-1 just like the Brunch Club. And yeah, if they can kind of regain this composure, you're looking now at the Brunch Club, now at Pulse. They don't look too nervous. I don't see jittering hands. I don't see people.
Really.
It is I mean, it draws the attention away, doesn't it?
It draws. Everything else is black keyboard, black keyboard, black keyboard.
Bright green!
Straight in your face. I mean, the guy's obviously happy with it. But he obviously likes to be noticed.
He does, and that's fine. I would rock a bright green keyboard.
You would rock a bright keyboard.
I would gladly rock a bright green keyboard. That's hard to say. Yes, the close-up on the keyboard.
The greenness is just glowing, emanating.
That looks old, too. It's got, like, those keys up at the top that, like, He's like, I hit the home button and the media button. It's like, I don't think anyone uses those anymore.
I don't think anyone uses them anyway.
No, well, I mean, I don't know. You probably press it once to make sure it works, and you're like, yeah, I don't like this very much.
Yeah, it's like, and then you accidentally hit it while you're in game. What? Just jumped out of the game while you're mid-fight. It's like,
yeah.
Oh.
I noticed that he doesn't have his Windows key pried out.
Yeah,
I actually literally had a
everybody
hole
pries
in
it
my
out.
keyboard where I pried out with a nail file, just pried out the Windows key.
I tried to use Snoopy's keyboard when I was at Cologne. I used it for an Arab, and it was just like, what the hell? It's like so many keys have been pried out. It's just like, I'm not going to make sure I'm going to hit this, this, this. Everything's just removed that wasn't essential.
Caps lock
to
is
League of
gone.
Legends.
Just removed everything. F keys, nope, don't need those.
Don't need any of that. Nope.
It's like a 7-key keyboard. It has attack, QWER, and the 2 summoners.
QWER and shift, yeah. Control maybe. If you want to, and then space to just focus on yourself.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
all you need.
We're up to like 10 keys now. That's not,
Yeah.
we're good.
You don't want to type messages when you're in game. Nobody does that.
Especially not Snoopy. All he does is just stare.
Stare at the camera.
Vocabulary not needed. Eyes. He just has O_O for like he just has a face. Someone talking to him, just O.
Oh. just
looking
O.
at you. You know what
That's
this means.
all he needs. Oh. It's just all he has on the keyboard. Anyway, we are completely getting sidetracked here. And I was having a conversation. Snoopy is actually here, so I was having a good chat with him last night. He can't do the stare right now. He can't do the stare. His eyes dry out too quick because he's had his laser surgery.
Yeah. Snoopy has better vision now.
Snoopy has better vision, but he can't stare.
I don't know if I make that trade-off. That's like half his brand now.
We're completely getting sidetracked away from the issue. It is the North American qualifiers. If you've just joined us, there's already 5 teams gone through. Here, let's test our memory. Curse have gone through from this group.
Yes.
Day 1 of the tournament. Oh, we are in day 1 of the tournament still. Good Game University also went through. They went through second in the group. First in the group was Team Fear.
Yes.
Testing my memory still a little bit more. Going through to the second group of the day, we had... Damn it, I can remember Dirt Nap Gaming and Meat Playground.
Yes.
So they are the 5 teams that have gone through. Let's just go through them once again. It was right at the start of the day, Team Fear, 2-0 in the group. Second in the group was Good Game University, 1-1, 2-1 technically, isn't it? 2-1 in the group. No problems, they got through. It also means that it's going to be Good Game University versus Dirt Nap Gaming, because Dirt Nap Gaming topped the group. Second place, Meat Playground, they're going to be placing Team Fear. Curse Gaming now through. Don't know who they're going to be facing because we haven't had that group yet. That's going to carry on today. We are currently at 23 minutes past 8 here, Pacific time in Los Angeles. We've got another full group to go, so we've got at least another 3 games to go. 4 games, technically, because we've got this one to go as well.
Yes.
And everything else will, of course, be streamed. Stream 2 will get back underway. You're watching us probably right now on Stream 2. Stream 2 will get back underway for the other matches of the 4th group of the day as soon as this one finishes.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just going to be even more exciting. All these groups really felt very evenly matched. Even if there was like one heavy favorite or one underdog, you had very close fights the entire way through. You actually mentioned, this might be the first time we see an online qualifier team, one of the ranked ladder qualified teams go through. I mean, we nearly saw that. Good Game University, a pretty close match.
One Trick Pony were very close
yeah,
as well.
One Trick Pony was very close.
If they hadn't have pulled out the trick, maybe all the assassins,
Hey,
if
man,
they'd
look-
have actually stick to their first comp and just stuck to their normal play and normal composition, I think they could have got through, because even Dirt Nap Gaming said, we think One Trick will get through. They're a better team than the other opposition of Meat Playground. They were surprised by Meat Playground.
I mean, LeBlanc did go 8-1. She had a very, very good opening to the game. Had really snowballed everything out. I mean, to me, that game was more about the lanes that ended up losing. That they had, I think, a couple of really rough lane swaps. LeBlanc got really far behind in minions early on, and then the problem was you'll see most pros will be able to flash Malphite ultimate. And will just kind of disengage. And the unfortunate thing there was he didn't get out. That when X-Hazard came in, he pretty much just one-shot the Caitlyn, knocked up into the air. She flashed at the last second and just like died. Like the corpse had moved, but basically
Just died
gone.
midair. Boom.
It basically died midair and mid-flash. And normally you expect players to dodge max rank Malphite ultimates. We saw Cop do that just in the last game there. I think they probably still would have lost the fight, but you had really a difference in AD carry power. Caitlyn was nowhere near Kog'Maw despite being heads up against him.
And that's just really the difference between someone that sat and played the game for a year straight, and someone that's actually gone to university and graduated.
Sure. I mean, that can absolutely be the situation there, where some of these teams have just taken a lot of time and effort to specifically train. Curse have been pro for close to a year now. Some of the members even more so. Elements playing for CLG for a long time. St. Vish has been around for quite a while as well. And you'll see some players just have a bit more experience overall. And that does just mean a whole heck of a lot, where they've been in almost every single situation. You know, whether it's LeBlanc or not, you've been in those games where like that one assassin was super fed, and you just kind of dig back in your mind, you're like, I remember that one time we had to deal with like the crazy fed Akali, and you're like, this is a similar situation. It's a jump in and kind of get into range of me. Here's how we fought that. All right, guys, when LeBlanc goes in, we do X. And then you've got the reaction. You're just ready for it.
Everybody is ready.
Exactly. And so having that like wealth of knowledge is super, super important. And being able to sort of stop. And this is actually one of the good things about League, is that there's kind of ups and downs in action. You know, you're in a battle, then there's a respawn time, or you're clearing the jungle, whatever. It gives you time to think and talk with your team and say, here's how we're going to win this fight.
Yeah, and you know, the situations, these guys would have been in all those situations, especially Curse, because they've been dragged through the dredges, through the mire. They've had the highs and lows of League of Legends. They've certainly, you know, to the point where they, I hate to bring it up, they almost won MLG.
Yeah.
The highs, and then the lows of it being taken away from them. The lows of not being through, getting so close against Team Solo Mid, ever so close. Probably the closest any team had got in North America at the time. You know, Team Solo Mid was so far ahead. We're just changing a computer around, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, just to keep you updated. We're not just talking for the sake of talking. We are just trying to wait for this tournament to get underway. It is going to be the Brunch Club versus Pulse, and we talk about this computer being changed around. I mean, that affects you straight away.
Well, sure, you got to make sure your settings are okay. I mean, the good thing is, for what it's worth, these guys had already kind of set up in a new environment anyway.
Yeah.
They just got pulled onto the main stage computers with the backdrops and the cameras in front of them and all that. So it's still like equally foreign anyway. You know, none of these guys are playing at home. They've all got a little bit of this like sterile doctor's environment sort of feel going on, because it's not the same as at home. The teddy bear, unless you brought it with you, is not there. The spirit hood, maybe you didn't bring that one with you. The little turtle on your desk, maybe it's not there. But or as Rivington talked about, the pet dog underneath your feet to keep you warm. You know, some of that stuff is not there
with the keyboard.
That makes it harder to play, I would feel.
Well,
I want
Fatality always used to have a little lion as well, didn't they?
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, used to have a little lion that Too Good stole that once.
But
as you would.
Yeah, of course. But I don't feel like the computer swap itself is going to be a big detriment. I mean, both these guys are waiting the same amount of pause time. Both these guys are not on their own home computers and whatnot. But you know, generally speaking, I mean, that's what it takes to be a competitor at events like this, though, is being able to sort of weather storms and kind of push back through and be like, all right, it's game time. Whatever happened, you've got to ignore it and you've got to start playing.
And let's talk about the studio, because we've not really had a chance to sit and take a breather and talk about the studio.
No.
So you can see behind us, we have these awesome animated screens. We've got huge TVs all sat behind us. That's great. I mean, we are in a legitimate TV studio right here.
Oh, yeah.
This is the full thing. You can see it panning out there. We have a screen in the front. Everything here can be controlled by the guys out the back there. Everything you can see. Even if you pan out a little bit further, you can see there's Ash and Katarina on the sides there. And we also have the ultimate question on the left, but you can see kind of the split of Ash just on the left, and I'm just going to leave you to think you know what that is. MT Twist right now on Reddit will be saying, I know what this is.
Yeah, we got splash art up here. We got a lot of cool things going on. You know, lots of lights. The players out behind us, you know, behind curtains in their own rooms here. Actually, you know, multiple rooms for players. You know, whole video teams and camera crews up in here. It's a nice place. You saw Saint Vicious posted one tweet up there. You know, here's the Riot Studio under production, and that hit like number 8 on Reddit or something. And it was like, yeah, you know, it's just nice to see like interest in what's going on here. It's nice to be in this really cool environment. It is really great to just like be part of something like this, where it's like, this is like I'm gonna come here every week and cast League of Legends. Like, that's my job.
This is my job. And I can legitimately say that now. This is my job as well.
Yeah, oh, sorry. Yeah.
We're right now. We're going to go fist bump and explode.
Oh, wait. So with Riv at Season 1,
okay.
I explained many different fist bumps to him. Are you ready to learn some of these?
Educate me.
Okay, so first off, if you want to troll someone who goes for a high five, you do the turkey. Do you know the turkey yet?
Go on then.
Okay, so do a high five. And you turkey them.
Oh, God.
Because you got the feathers.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, do you want to know how to beat the turkey?
How do you beat the turkey?
Okay, turkey me.
Okay.
Peacock.
Oh, my God.
And there's so many feathers, it becomes a peacock.
Right now, we're hitting new high limits, ladies and gentlemen. This is League of Legends esports happening right here with turkeys and peacocks. While you talk about that, I was going to legitimately ask you about the Telestrator.
Oh, okay.
Which is something that you guys have got to use. You yourself have had to use it, and Jat's had to use it. anyone that doesn't know, anyone that's seen MLG, it's Dan the Weatherman Din. Now we have Freak the Weatherman.
I got a tweet actually. I don't remember who your alias. I did at least retweet the guy. He photoshopped it. It's just me pointing at the screen. And it's just like a map of the U.S. and there's like Trinity forces everywhere instead of like storm clouds. And it was glorious. I'm a huge fan. Thank you for that one.
Tons of damage across America.
Tons of weather, tons of wind,
of weather.
Any of them.
All across America. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are just waiting. One of the computers being changed around for Pulse Esports right now. I think it's Pulse, actually. I'm just completely guessing that it could be Pulse. I don't know. It could be the Brunch Club. I don't know which exactly
I can
it
check,
is with.
actually. I'm pretty sure.
So
it's Ladder Mortis who paused it, so I'm guessing it's Brunch Club.
Okay, so it's probably one of the Brunch Club guys. Which, you know, they've been sat there for a while. So, I mean, nothing's happened in the game. We've literally loaded the game.
12
so
seconds.
Simply, they can just get things going on the way. It's not like a CLGWE situation 56 minutes into the match.
Yeah, of course.
God
So,
help us if we ever have that again.
well, if we have time to fill D-Man, how does one make a proper cup of tea?
You gotta have hot water and the right tea bags, which you just don't get in America. Sorry, guys. You have to buy, without giving brands out, you have to buy a decent English brand.
I'm sure we can follow your Twitter for it. All right. So moving on though. So what are you doing here, right? Like you've
What
been
are
to,
you doing here?
So sorry. You've been to a lot of these events now. You've been casting for quite a while. Right. You're down to one of these like down to the wire situations. What is the best and worst ways you've seen teams deal with this kind of pressure?
With this pressure, this is really where the experience comes in, because the guys that know the experience can just sit back, relaxed. Hell, CLG, they were singing.
Yes.
They were singing to themselves at Season 2. You know, they were sat there going between it. And you can see, look, the difference here. These guys are just joking around. These guys are like kind of, on Louder Mortis there. These guys are smiling and cheering. The difference between the two teams, the body language itself is immediately telling me something. The Brunch Club are comfortable in this situation. Pulse Esports, not quite, although he had a big grin in his face. He's very serious.
Yeah, and that is a little bit of extra land
He
experience.
fell asleep.
I think he's just...
Oh, no, he is
should be.
awake. He is awake. I can see.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. And yeah, there is a little bit of extra LAN experience here for the Brunch Club. I mean, Louder Mortis especially. He's been to a couple of events with Legion, did pretty well with them overall. I think Chuper's was like at MLG Anaheim and things like that. So there's a little bit of stuff here for these guys. I don't remember if the well, they're Pulse now. I forget what their old tag was because they've switched around a little bit. I remember watching these guys when they were J-Poc and friends, half of them. But
yes.
I don't remember if they had went to MLG.
He used to be on there, didn't he?
I don't remember that one,
He
actually.
used to be on JPEG many moons ago.
All right, fair enough.
As did Jat, I think. Jat used to be on JPEG and Friends.
I mean, Jat was on... are you thinking of Rock Solid, though?
No, he used to be... I know what Rock Solid is. I joined Rock Solid.
I don't remember... Okay,
but
fair.
he definitely used to be on JPEG and Friends.
Okay,
I'm sure he mentioned it, but it was a long time ago. Everyone's been on JPEG and Friends, I think.
That's fair. I have not.
You have not?
No.
No.
I wanted to be his friend, and he wouldn't let me.
JPEG just
J-Poc,
said no.
why?
Is it J-Poc or J-Pac? Because it's P-A-K.
Yes, I don't know.
Yes, you don't know either. No.
No.
Okay.
We'll say it different every single time.
But now they've become Pulse Esports. J-Pac isn't there.
Yeah, that's fine.
He's been ditched. His friends have ditched him.
They were absolute legends for a little while.
They were.
And that switched around. Looks like we're going to actually remake the game, but after that, I think we got our player back in, so we're maybe 2 minutes away from game start here. Then we're going to have the conclusion of this group, man. Pulse Esports, 1-1. The Brunch Club, 1-1. Brunch Club won the last time they met, but this is the do-or-die match.
Okay, let's make some predictions while we're sat waiting for this match to get underway. Let's make some predictions about tomorrow. Tomorrow, of course, it's Dirtnap Gaming versus Good Game University. Dirtnap are very confident in that one. We saw it in their interview. How do you think that's going to go?
I actually like Dirtnap a lot more than I thought I would. You know, a lot of people actually predicted that group to be one of the easier groups. A lot of players said they wanted to be in that group and that it was going to be a pretty good ride for them. But watching those teams play, they looked really good overall. And thinking about it, I mean, Good Game University looked pretty strong. They looked kind of normal for themselves, right? Like, I have a decent gauge on their sort of power level, and, you know, it is a 4-digit number at the very least. I don't know if it's over 9,000 or just maybe like 2,400, but they're very, very good. But sorry, not Brunch Club, but Dirtnap actually looked really, really impressive.
They looked a solid team. Like, their teamwork, when they actually came to the big 5v5 fights, was very, very strong.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So, guys, we had asked you a little bit earlier today for some questions through Twitter. We're going to answer them for you get some up on screen.
Well, I mean, the question is,
we had asked you,
did you switch roles in Season 3, which a number of players have done. You think of Afro Move straight away, switched, of course, down to support.
Yeah, and with the new items in there, of course, absolute possibility.
Yeah, so of course, don't forget to tweet us. It is at LOL Esports and of course, hashtag LCS. We will try and come back to you guys and honestly tell us what you think. Of course, let's take a look at what you guys thought. Has anyone switched the roles? And Brew741. I thought it was going to be Bro. Maybe it is Bro. Bro741.
Bro0741 says, well, I switched to support. New items allow for aggressive warding and peel for AD carries. And I gotta say, I think one of the best things we did with Season 3 was make support itemization a whole heck of a lot better. So one-time down payment for basically 3 wards whenever you want works pretty well overall.
Yeah, I mean,
and they got more gold too.
And it's great to see that so many threads, so many people saying, yeah, I actually love playing support now, because support was like the pain role. When you come into this champion select, everyone's like, I'm going to be this, I'm going to be mid, I'm going to be there. And then the last guy's like, yeah, okay, I'll be support. Just get your browbeaten into it. But now actually you do see people going, I'm going to be support.
Yeah, absolutely. And it got a lot better. You got a lot more active items, a lot of different choices out there overall. It's one of the things I'm actually really proud of that we did in Season 3.
So let's take another question and see what the answer was, which was, of course, do you switch roles? It was Machete is motivating me to jungle more. I can see that as well. I mean, Hunter's Machete definitely is one of the big items. It's also changed the way everybody plays. That's literally changed the game because people don't take boots anymore.
Yeah, of course. And so it helped people actually kind of clear a little bit faster in some cases, be a little bit safer. One of the big things actually as well was that the Wraiths stopped getting stolen by mid lane quite as much. That they got a little bit harder to take down. Just generally speaking, that mid stopped stealing the entire jungle, and the jungler started getting that farm a bit more. And with Hunter's Machete and with everything else, they started just getting beefier overall. And from the games I've seen in Season 3, the junglers are starting to really, maybe not eclipse so much, but they're doing much better compared to what they were in Season 2 of actually getting some farm for themselves, actually becoming major forces in the game.
It's definitely changed things around and changed things for the good, we feel, so far. Of course, this is 1.73 patch. It is what you'll be playing right now on live. So anything that you've seen in live right now is possible here in the Season 3 North American qualifiers. We are about to get into the game. The lane has just got underway. It is just to refresh your memories. It is going to be the Brunch Club versus Pulse, and you can see them right on your screen. Let's just quickly refresh your memories. It has been a while since you saw the picks and bans. For the Brunch Club as the blue team, it is going to be Nick Wu on Zed, Louder Mortis on Cho'Gath, Chupa on Evelyn. Get the word out, man. It is going to be Brunch on Twitch U. Yes, that is named after him. LEB on Soraka. For Pulse, which is PLS on the red team, it is going to be Harfus on Karthus. Harfus on Karthus. Looking like he's going to be bottom lane as well, actually. I'm not too sure where he's going to be at the moment. It's going to be Onion Bagel on Jarvan. Kenace, or Kenkith, as he's known. I think he's known in solo queue as Kenace. He's had a number of names. He's got up there all the time. Oh, Harfus might get caught out here. Just going to see whether he does go through. Cho'Gath does manage to catch the Rupture on the Louder Mortis. Is going to come around the side there. Is it going to be enough there? The damage coming through. They realize the rest of the team are there. They're going to poke him back and just force him away there. It is going to be finishing off Sneaky Castro on Ezreal and
a pink ward.
Evaniscus on Taric.
Yeah, well, the early vision ward coming out there from the Brunch Club gives them complete control over this golem now, and that's going to make this so difficult for early moves to be made by Pulse, because normally you rely on those defensive wards to spot out the enemy team and say, oh, okay, they're going here. Yeah, we're going to gank from there. We'll take this buff. And now they're playing pretty much blind in all their major objectives.
Okay, so looking like the lanes, to me, this looks like it's going to be Karthus bot, Ezreal Taric mid, and I reckon Ryze is going to be top. That's how it looked like it was laid out right at the beginning. Things completely change around, though.
Yeah, they really do want to put Karthus in the lane against the AD carries. Of all the lanes to put him in, it's probably, I mean, considering they need to give Ryze a good lane, they need to give Ezreal Taric a good lane, that's probably the one place they can really put him that has the best chance there for him to have a good job. But actually, I take that back, because he has teleport. They can just send him top whenever they want.
They could just send him top whenever they want. At the moment he's staying down the bottom, they realize now they can all get spotted, pinged down, and they do see them. They realize that there is a pink ward there, although they don't realize it, but they are 5 man in the Baron now, the blue buff.
Yeah, the golem is there. I like the little invasion move. They waited around a very, very long time until they actually got to 155 and said, okay, if they're going for this golem, they're going to be already fighting it. So we basically get a free brush face check by seeing if golem was there or not. And, no one was there, and they got that pretty much for free.
Okay, so take us through the lanes, Freak, because it is going to be Harfus. It is going to be Karthus versus Zed.
So it's going to be Karthus versus Zed. I want to check real quick, first of all, to check his early armor. He's got 51 armor. He went cloth armor, 4 potions, and 1 of each ward. And they gave him the blue buff as well. So he's going to be as set as you possibly can be for that lane. He's going to suffer through that 1 versus 2. Zed's going to make a lot of moves aggressively. Halfers is going to try to farm. We'll see if he can do it.
So Lanamore is picking up the red buff. You also see Onion Bagel has already picked up that red buff. He clears out the wraiths. Let's see where he goes. Evelyn looked like he's going for an invade there. LEB taking 2 tower hits. Could be first blood here. Sneaky Castro tried to go for him. LEB, oh, and he uses the heal. Had Ignite running, just saves himself in there. There's a teleport bottom. It is going to be Karthus. Halfers comes around. Is it going to be enough to finish them off? Now Halfers is having to back away. Brunch is trying to finish him off. He's going to go down. Brunch picks up another. Would you believe it? The teleport backfired.
Oh my gosh, I am just so surprised by how that all went down. But, you know, cleanse used by Brunch, getting himself out of those sticky situations. And I thought for sure with Soraka pulling turret aggro, she was in a bad place, but it ended up being
diving bottom.
a bait.
They're diving bottom, level 3. You can see Laudamornis coming up. He's going to take the tower hits now on towards Evaniscus. Does manage to land the dazzle, but the heal comes through, and they will pick up. That's a 3rd kill for Brunch, but the tower's going to get him. But it was just the tower kill. Now LEB, Sneaky Castro should finish off LEB here. Can he get him towards Laudamornis? He's already used Arcane Shift. He cannot chase him down, and he's going to get away.
Yeah, that ended up being not... Wait, was that an execution? It was. Only 1 kill picked up. You got experience, so it's still, I'm going to say, better for Pulse overall that that turret dive happened, but I don't know, man. These guys have been pretty crazy right off the bat.
BF sword.
That is a BF sword on Twitch. That is a Twitch with plus 55 attack damage from just items.
Level 3, 4-minute BF sword. That is dangerous.
That is exceptionally dangerous. I am afraid for everyone right now.
Let's see how that works out. Of course, he's not going to have the hit points, but he doesn't give him monkeys. He's got Soraka there. He's got a ton of damage right there.
Oh, it's going to be brutal, man. Doesn't need a Trinity Force for that one. He's just got way too many items at this point. So suddenly this 2-on-2 is like the easiest lane Brunchu's ever had.
Yeah, so Trooper in the mid lane, meanwhile, against Kinesis here. And Evelyn versus Rise. How do you take that one through?
Eve versus Rise, I mean, we saw something very similar last time with Rise against Katarina, and it's something that I would completely give to Rise in a typical scenario. The problem is Trooper just seems to be outplaying this one. He's got pretty much double the minion kills, and I mean, he's actually run out of health potions. He's been harassed that much that he's got no more, you know, sustain, but Kennick has not had a lot of farm himself.
So looking towards the top, Harper's now also 1-0 down. He's left Nick Wu because he teleported away. He's 41-8 CS. This is going horrible for Pulse at the start.
Yeah, that's just a really unfortunate move after unfortunate move. I really thought that teleport Karthus gank would have worked well. Nick Wu just kind of standing on top of him at that turret, and here comes Onion Bagel.
Onion Bagel does come around the side there. Harper's going to try and put the damage down, but look at the mobility of Nick Wu there. Uses the flash as well. Should get slowed down a little bit there, but Harper's already used that wall of pain. Tries to land a couple more, but it's not going to happen. The late waste just not really worrying him.
Yeah, we managed to not get, unfortunately, too much out of that. It was a nice gank attempt. They did burn the flash, so at the very least, Onion Bagel can show back up, and he is.
And he's going to come back around. He's down in that river at the moment, and he is going to come back towards him. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, you can see they're also keeping the push. Onion Bagel backs away, and well, LEB and Brunch already level 5 here. Brunch stealths across and just keeps on the damage, keeps that attack speed going. What the heck are they going to do to deal with this?
Honestly, all they can really do is sit back and try to farm this. Normally, when you pick up a Taric, you're trying to play aggressively. They just don't have that ability right now. They've simply got to say, you know what? You're right. Your early lane went better than us. We're going to have to wait. And they can farm. And Ezreal, of all champions, has the best chance of being behind and still getting his gold income. So it's just wait. It's just wait until they can get equal parity with items.
So Brunch currently with the advantage. And, well, Brunch literally with the advantage on Twitch. Just going to keep on farming, and well, his last hit him just got made a whole world easier with that big BF sword and the long sword. So he's up to 60 attack damage just off those items alone, isn't he?
Yeah, 141 total is a very, very large number for him.
Very large indeed. We are seeing Kinesis trying to come down, but there is a tri-ward there, yeah, and immediately they do back away from that one. The tri-bush warded out. We are seeing Onion Bagel sitting around here with Halfers in that top lane. Halfers still a long way behind in CS, as is the mid lane actually, so all the lanes currently winning out for the Brunch Club.
And one thing I actually want to point out here is what Brunch Club is doing in the bottom lane is every time they clear out a wave, they go and take double golems there on the spawn and just kind of go back for it over and over. And they'll miss maybe a couple of minion kills in lane while that happens, but you can just see right here, another wave is waiting for them. They missed a minion kill, picked up double golems. That is always worth it.
So it's going to be another wave coming through. We do see... What are we expecting actually? I'm thinking Nick Wu, what's he thinking to build against Halfers here? Is he going to get a little bit of magic resist, or is he just going to go straight damage?
He can look for Hex Drinker, honestly. With so much early armor from Halfers, a Brutalizer, it won't win lane for him for free. LEB taking a lot of punishment here, actually.
But he does manage to get a couple of bananas on towards Evaniscus, and it's just not quite a banana anymore, is it?
Well, he's facing a whole... I don't know. I feel like it's still pretty well banana-shaped. I think it's
banana-shaped, but it's graphically much cleaner and nicer now. So
it's a very pretty banana. It's a celestial banana.
A celestial banana. Okay, that we can work with that one.
Thank you.
We kind of have a 4-man stack, or we did have in that bottom lane. Oh, Halfers in all sorts of trouble. Is going to get away though. No, he's not. The ignite is enough. Nick would just come back in to finish him. I think he'd already killed him. I'm not sure. I think he maybe just pressed the wrong key there, but it was a clean kill.
Yeah, he went to run out of range of turret aggro, and then as soon as he dropped it, pressed W to go back into range. So that if he had to like chase down and throw another shuriken, he could have, but he dropped.
Loudamort is putting down a pink ward there and looking for maybe any attempt for an early dragon. He tries to get diving towards Chupa. Chupa going to get caught out. You can see Trishop Rush comes across, pounced on by Onion and Bagel. Now they're going to turn towards Loudamort. This could be the turnaround that they need, and it will be. And they pick up 2 kills, and they're going to turn it into a dragon.
And that is Halfers with the teleport showing up. Didn't quite need to, but at the very least he's in range for this. The difficulty is they've lost the top turret. Of course, they have complete numbers control here. Nothing to be dropped there at all. But Nick Wu having a very, very good early game, a lot of farm, and working on a second turret.
Working on that inner turret already. 1 down, 2 to go, and he is in their base. And he's cleaning their waves out very quickly. This is probably the easiest top lane that Nick Wu's had to deal with. I mean, to start with, his lane opponent teleported away completely and then died. Yep. And now he's just like, well, I got free farm.
And that's what really Brunch Club is going to rely on. The difficulty, though, is he's facing very stiff competition. He's fighting against Tarek.
This turret's gone.
Yeah, this turret has taken way too much damage. It's his for free.
Both of them, the top one and the middle. This is going to be the Brunch picking up the mid turret. That's going to be the minions taking that one down. So that's 2 outer turrets already down. That top one is on nothing. Yeah. Nothing at all. So you're going to see Nick Wu just finishing off this one. That's the first inner turret gone down. They have to deal with Nick Wu here.
They really do, and unfortunately, they don't have the tools to deal with it early game. They do have the tools to deal with it mid-late, I really feel, because they've got Tarek and Jarvan on the same team. Once you max Shatter, once you max Demacian Standard, you've got a 56 armor aura on your team. It's a 52 armor aura on your team. That's a very, very large number, and Zed is all physical damage except for his passive, and if everyone has an extra 52 armor, you have really good tools to deal with that kind of situation and survive it.
Well, the huge benefits already that LEB has got here. Oh, Evanescus trying to catch on towards Loudamort. He wasn't going to sing us a song. He did back away. What I was about to say is LEB, huge advantage. As I say that, Kanace just going towards Chupa. Just puts a bunch of damage down to him, and he's going to back away from this one. I'll finally get to my point. He's got 2 GP10s and the sightseeing Sightstone already. That's a big chunk of gold difference right there.
Yeah, he got 3 unshared assists there. So, you know, all that gold that Brunch you got that got him that free BF sword, half of that gold also went to Soraka. And so it's a very, very large number of gold she got, and the gold pretend's going to keep multiplying.
Oh, and that's going to be just trying to catch off, but Kanace is definitely going to get caught out. There he gets dropped. Nick Wu comes in. Nick Wu cleaning up now. 98 CS to 47 compared to that top lane. We didn't think it would be we didn't think it'd work out too well for Halfers, but they're going to push on towards the second inner turret. Nobody is reacting right now, Impulse.
No, they've just got complete control over this, man. You see how potent Twitch is being here. Ezreal goes in for damage, but honestly, no one from Brunch Club cares about that. Meanwhile, you know, you're just seeing the pressure they have.
And you can see the pressure coming down now as the Brunch tries to flash through, does manage to catch the kill, may even be able to take an Evaniscus down. He's trying to get away. He's had to use his flash already. He gets the attack speed, the movement bonus, does catch the slow one into him. One more shot will be enough. There it is. Brunch picks up a double in the bottom lane. The team was come across, and now I feel the next turret is going to fall. It's going to be 5-0 in turrets in a matter of moments.
And this is the Brunch Club we had kind of seen in the first game toward the end there. And the Brunch Club I was kind of hoping to see in that Curse matchup, just a couple of mistakes made by them though. But here, I mean, they are just making moves constantly.
They are absolutely wrecking apart Pulse here. And Pulse are going to have to react. They're going to have to do something quick because they've lost 2 inners 12.5 minutes into this game. Right now, SK Gaming must be watching this and laughing because we're like, we have been in this situation.
Yeah, it was people just diving for kills behind their turret at tail of the lane. It was a pretty brutal situation. Halfers up 1v1 against Chuper.
Oh, wow. That is not a 1v1 you want to be in right now. Level 9 versus level 8, but Chuper is far more fed than Halfers, and Halfers just gets destroyed there. His Requiem is available, but it's completely pointless to use.
Yeah, there's no one remotely low enough for the damage. You might as well save that cooldown. He's not even level 11 yet, so he doesn't have much of a short cooldown.
And he hasn't been able to get farm. That's kind of the thing that Karthus needs. He needs to get that farm early on, that snowball to get going, to get that help, the support from the Requiems to start picking the kills up, but he's not been able to do any of it. He's 0-3-1 right now.
Exactly. He's got kind of an unfortunate build too. It's just like it's this amalgamation of weird like small items there. The early cloth armor I get, but he rushed Tear of the Goddess and then added more mana regeneration with the Doran's Ring, and then like Amplifying Tome doesn't build into really any core like early Karthus items. Early Rod of Ages, okay, but I mean, is it Haunting Guys? Like, I don't know what the Amplifying Tome is supposed to get.
I mean, the difference right now is enormous. Looking just across the board, look at Twitch. He's got the Bloodthirsty, he's got a Zeal, you've got the Shard already on LEB. Huge differences in these items.
The ability for ganks now, you can just easily follow up. Anyone who dumps in, you know, Nick Wu can just kind of initiate into melee range. Shard of True Rice puts onto him, and he's going to slow everyone around him for 4 seconds. Like, good luck dealing with that, man.
Yeah, and I just saw... Okay, he's got the Brutalizer in there. I thought for a minute, I thought, did he just have the Iceborne Gauntlets already? I thought, no way. But I think he was just seriously a proc. 1 minute to go before the Dragon spawns. They're going to try and dive on towards Laudamortis. They do manage to catch on to him, and they should be able to dump enough damage. No! He flashed out of the ulti, caught the entire team out, catches the Rupture across everything. Onion Bagel should get a reset, should be able to get the Demacia standard and be able to dive through. There it is, gets the knock-up, but it should just be enough. Is it delaying though? What is it doing? What's happening across the rest of the team? It's like a StarCraft moment. If this is happening right now, what's happening elsewhere on the map?
And Chuper just walks into the brush simply to pop the ultimate and delay some recalls because, once again, TBC, they're pushing down on the bottom side. Sirach actually putting her heals onto minions to keep them alive a little bit longer so that they can keep pushing the turret down without a backdoor.
And there you go, third inner turret. That is exactly what happened. Drew 4 members up to the top, and they just quite happily strolled on in and took the third inner turret. So 6-0 in turrets, total map control for the Brunch Club, and Pulse really up against it here.
This is a very difficult place to be in. They're down about 40%, or they're up about 40% in gold overall. And you know, when you're in this kind of situation as Pulse, you've got to sort of collect yourself and realize, okay, what's our plan? Now, the thankful thing for them is their late game is ludicrously good. Ryze and Karthus pretty much scale infinitely as hard as any like AD carry would in the game overall. And if they can get enough defenses, and again, they should be able to with Onion Bagel and Evaniscus, they can withstand Nick Wu and turn it into just a team fight game and make those happen.
So Halfus desperately farming away, actually clawing back a little bit of farm, I guess you could say. Still 50 behind though. And
but that's not nearly as bad of a situation.
It's not?
I mean, it's
but if
not.
you look at the AD carries, there's a big situation right there.
Of course, yeah. The Twitch is the hardest one to deal with, but outside of him, it feels generally close overall. Outside of Twitch, now that's a big thing to be ignoring here, but generally speaking, 8-4, it's a 4-kill difference. 4 kills, not that gigantic, right? And that's the kill difference that you're seeing on Twitch specifically.
So Nick Wu completely hit and run, take the red buff, walk away. Chupa though, in that mid lane, he's got a 30 CS advantage over Ryze as well. Oh wow. Sneaky Castro had no chance.
Yeah, and that is just very, very brutal here. And again, if you don't count Twitch, it's close, but Twitch is just the playmaker right now for the Brunch Club. And he just has so much damage. He'll win any fight against any champion on the other team.
So you've got a question. Was Twitch banned in Game 1? Who knows? People answers on a postcard or in Leaguepedia. Because Leaguepedia do have the picks and bans. Haven't been able to check them right now. And as it stands though, the Brunch Club are in dominant form. 17 minutes gone in this game, 10,000 1,000 gold difference already in this match. 9-4 in kills, 6-0 in turrets, and 2-0 in dragons as well. It is all going the Brunch Club's way, and Pulse are just having to turtle up and start retracting into their base.
Okay, so right now, let's see. We've got the Brunch Club, who are obviously in control of the map. They don't have a lot of offensive wards in the jungle, so there's still a little bit of breathing room here for Pulse. Outside of their lanes, they can generally navigate in the fog of war. And if you're Pulse, if they don't keep the pressure onto you, just accept farm, you know, and get yourself to a late game status. You will eventually, slowly but surely, catch up to the opposition. It might take a long time, but you're in a do or die situation. Do what it takes to win, get your carries farmed, and you've got 3 of them. Each of them take a lane, eventually you reach late game.
They need to just get Sneaky Castro farming as much as possible. He's 2 complete items away right now from Twitch. Static Shiv completed, and there's another pickaxe picked up, so I guess
Basically,
Last Whisper's going to be coming out soon.
Exactly. Last Whisper very, very soon. He's still got to get the recipe for the Bloodthirster on top of that one. So you are, you know, you're right. You know, it's 2 full items away. Ezreal, again, he's one of the safest AD carries. No matter how rough the other team looks for you, you should always be able to escape when you're Ezreal. And if you can just kind of keep collecting gold, he's got the Bloodthirster finally. He's working towards that Zeal now. He'll eventually become super relevant here.
See the bottom lane's getting pushed, the mid lane's getting pushed, and Brunch Club have slowed it down a little bit. They've slowed down the pace. They're like, okay, we kind of took everything off the map from them. Our only move now is to actually get into their base, and that's not a position they really want to be in right now.
Not so much, no. It's a little bit difficult to push into the enemy base, especially when your team is pretty melee heavy. Both the top and mid laners, and the jungler, but almost all junglers are melee range. So all they have is Brunch, and the difficulty is putting Brunch into range of turret aggro puts him in range of pretty much every initiation tool that Pulse has. Jarvan's initiation range is gigantic, and with Twitch only having 1 tool for disengage, just his flash, the second that is down, Anibego can dunk and they can just follow up.
So here are the Brunch Club. They're going to 4-man stack, and they're going to hope that Karthus continues on with that wave. He does not, so instead they're just going to come around the back. Look at that, they've got the 2 stealth. I mean, this is your solo Q-man's nightmare. Twitch and Evelyn. I could just see people dying on the map.
Yeah, there's stealth for days and people are going to get caught out. You actually saw a huge number of pink wards get bought by Pulse overall. They've got an Oracles on Taric right now. They had been spending a fortune on Vision wards trying to spot out these Evelyn ganks. And to their credit, the Brunch Club was also spending a lot themselves, counter-warding constantly. And so they were always looking for where Evelyn might be, where Twitch might be going.
We do already see, of course, Loudmore is with that Oracle as well. The pink ward's going down. LEB clearing it out. Well, look, there's another ward just gone back down. Evaniscus, I mean, he's had to throw everything, Evaniscus, out here. Because he's nowhere near got the money that LEB has.
No, not even in the slightest. You look at the actual gold difference, it's 8,900 to 5,600. So about 50% extra gold on one side to the other. LEB getting caught out, though.
LEB has been caught out, and it could well be a kill. LEB gets dropped down there. And that's what the sort of things they need to do. K'Neset does pick up the kill. Meanwhile, Evelyn continues to push the bottom lane, though. But, well, you can see they threw everything at it. That's what they got to do.
Yeah, the ability to end this game, honestly, it realistically is difficult for Brunch Club. And sort of looking at how this game looks, it feels a bit similar to that prior game where the kills were pretty close, but you saw a really big gold lead, and Brunch eventually won it very commandingly. Well, you're seeing a 10,000 gold lead despite only a 4 champion difference.
So, 50 seconds before the dragon is spawned. Blue buff actually being picked up by Nick Wu here. Is he delaying it for anyone? Nope, he's saying that. I'm having that.
Actually, Zed is one of the most energy-dependent energy champions that there are. Really, he's actually can really run himself out of energy very, very quickly because, you know, all the energy champions have a mechanic that allows them to regain energy. If you play them properly, they get a lot of their energy back and can keep spamming for a long time. The one that's here for Zed is that he has to hit an ability with both himself and his clone, whether that's Shadow Slash or whether that's Shuriken Toss. He has to land 2 abilities on the same target. That is actually very difficult for a lot of players to do in general, especially in a hectic team fight where your clone is often very far away from you and you're hitting different targets. And so Nick Wu getting blue buff is actually very important to keep his abilities flowing.
Hey, Jad said himself he's a terrible Zed player, you know, and I can believe it because I am awful with Zed. I have not got a clue what I'm doing. I don't even try to. Meanwhile, the Brunch Club are going to pick up the dragon. That will be another stretch for the gold. taking it to another 10k lead, keeping that lead going. As it happens, Pulse were worried, and they do come around, put a couple of wards towards that Baron pit. Chupa, meanwhile, showing himself down the bottom, going to continue pushing that lane. Mid lane's getting pushed, top lane's going to go up and get pushed. And, well, Sneaky Castro has to be careful he doesn't get poked out here. He's picking the golems up at the moment, and you can see, luckily, that ward being taken down, showing it out there. Actually, I thought Static Shift, he started Baron. I was about to see he's going to start the Baron without Static Shift, but they're going to carry it on.
Yeah, they're going to go for this one, actually. This Baron taking a bite of punishment. They did have ward coverage. They know about this, though.
They do know about it. They're going to come across, pop that ward down, try and bait something down. I think we were taking a lot of damage, actually, there. And, of course, Evelyn was still down in that bottom lane. So Chupa is now coming up. They're going to try and catch out. Chupa does not want to be the first face coming into this fight.
Nah, but the cool thing here for Pulse is that Haffers has teleport. As long as he doesn't get caught out while doing it, he has the ability to split push and put pressure elsewhere on the map, keep his farm up, maybe even pressure a turret if possible. And as long as he can escape away from whoever's ganking him, he can show up for a 5-on-5 or make it a 5-on-4 if he pulls someone out.
Pings back on Baron. Chupa's heads back down towards that bottom lane. They realize that, of course, like you mentioned, that Haffers is there, as is Sneaky Castro.
And Ezreal's super far. This is almost, if they actually went all in for this, they'd get it, because Ezreal's super far away.
Instead, they're just going to bait it. They do get it. Oh, no. Onion Bagel, don't do it. He's going to go straight in towards it. Does manage to avoid the damage. The silence came out just a split second too late. He'd already managed to get around there. Chupa tries to come in, and a great dazzle for Evaniscus, and everybody avoided the damage. Beautiful play.
Wow, so there we go. The ward's getting swept out. That's nice for the Brunch Club, and they're actually doing a very good job. Their basic game plan here is to bait the enemy team into them. They're still afraid of a 5-on-5 team fight with Baron fighting them. They're trying to get Pulse to come at them and then peel off a Baron and turn that one around, or get Baron cleanly before they engage.
So you're actually saying they're trying to say, come at me, bro.
They're basically saying, come at me, bro, because they don't want to fight with Baron aggro to them as well. This actually could be dangerous. The Karthus ult's going to hit them super hard here.
Oh, LEB nearly got taken down by the Baron. If he hadn't have landed that wish, that would have been a dead LEB there, and that would have been actually the kill would have gone to Haffers there, because that Karthus ultimate had come through the Requiem. Chupa now coming in towards the mid. They realize that Pulse can try and take an advantage here. Have they got a few? Well, they've got 2 minions. It's not really going to be quite enough to try and take this turret down. They have got another conga line coming behind them. They're going to try and push this mid turret.
And that's going to be a pretty good spot for them, because they just sent everyone back. You know, they knew that the rest of that team was low on health. They could make the moves in.
And they're going for it. Chupas comes in. Chupas puts himself in danger. Chupas gets jumped on. Onion Bagel flashes straight out there. You can see Brunch. Oh, he got caught. That Onion Bagel, the poison should take him down. Yes, he does. He picks up a double. He carries on through. That's going to be Zed getting on. Nick Wu picks up a double. Kinex flashes through. Does manage to catch him down there. The silence is enough. It doesn't rupture towards the right direction, but Brunch will pick him up. And that's actually an ace. And Brunch, wow, just picked up everything. And that Twitch ultimate, if it wasn't for Onion Bagel's slight ultimate radius, he'd have caught everyone.
Yeah, that was pretty harsh, though. A 5-for-2 is the right kind of fight you want for the Brunch Club. And you get to see Twitch popping his stealth just to get the attack speed buff, and they're going to push on. The inhibitor, at least, is theirs.
That inhibitor turret is
Actually,
definitely theirs.
Turret.
Turret goes down. Ladamonis is tanking it down. They will back away. Well, that was simply all came from Pulse actually going for the attack.
Yeah, they really caught out Chuper. Chuper, I'm going to guess it was actually a bait, because he knew Brunch was nearby. He popped the Evelyn ult, hit pretty much everyone, so he had a gigantic shield. The shield, it's plus 225 health per champion hit. So if he hits 5 guys, it's over 1,100, that shield. And, you know, they eventually burned through it, but that was with all of their cooldowns. And then it was like, great, you're grouped up hitting Evelyn, spray and pray.
Spray and pray straight across them, just like any good CS player. And he just hits the whole team. Chupa, though, is going to clear out the bottom wave again. And, well, they're back to farming, back to the situations. And maybe that's just said, okay, we got an ace, but it wasn't that clean.
It was okay. I mean, honestly, if you're the Brunch Club, you're pretty okay with a fight actually starting out like that, where, yeah, you throw away 2 kills, but a 5-for-2 at any time in the game, even if you give away shutdowns, is completely fine, generally speaking. You're okay to do that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, you'd like a 5-for-0, but 5-for-2 is fine.
So Ladamonis coming around, and Pulse. Oh, he catches out Evaniscus. I don't know if you realized it. Wouldn't pop up there and show. Evaniscus will just back away. So, as you can see, the gold advantage, 11,000. And the Brunch Club kind of lacking that killer instinct right now, I feel. They have an enormous advantage, but they don't want to risk it because there's just so much on the line.
It is a really, really risky situation. Honestly, this is the kind of place where they're like, you know what, we're winning the game, we'll just not take risks, we'll win slowly. But we've seen this curse before where teams who don't know how to close out a game tend to let the game get a little bit too close, and they risk one bad team fight turning the game around. I don't know if that's going to be the case here. They're certainly pushing in the inhibitors free.
But the GA now on Brunch, and that means they're going to go a little bit more aggressive, I feel. He's also got the Last Whisper in there. Just about does every bit of damage he could. 9-1-2 Twitch. That's a fearful thing.
It is a very fearful thing. He's capitalized well on those early kills. Sometimes we'll see players, you know, get a free kill or two or even 3 early on in the game, and they don't do anything with it. They don't bully the opponents. They don't scale throughout. They're just like, well, I had 600 bonus gold, and they just stay at 600 bonus gold, and they don't do anything.
They don't go back and buy either sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes they don't go back and buy, or they just don't do anything, even if they do buy the item. But Brunchu did both. He backed pretty quickly for the BF sword, and then he did stuff with it. He kind of bullied the entire game.
So as it stands, I mean, Haffers has basically been playing the entire game catching up. From that one teleport that backfired on him, where he you know, legitimately could have got kills. He could have been a double kill, could have completely turned it around, but he didn't get it. Meanwhile, you can see, oh, Kinetics is going to go towards Chupa. There he comes Onion Bagel. They're going to dive in on towards Chupa. Oh, the True Shot Barrage manages to hit them, but again, they've done exactly like they did before. They just blew everything on Chupa, and now look at Brunchu just blowing apart the entire team. We're going to get the Requiem come out. I'm not too sure whether he's going to pick anyone up. Kinetics is very low. You can see Zed now. Zed closing in on towards Evanescus. Nick Wu is going to go in there. He's going to dive through. Kinetics is taken down very low as well. Sneaky Castro gets dropped. One more standing. It is going to be Kneith. One shot, and there it is. That's going to be the double kill for Nick Wu. That's going to be the inhibitor, and probably the game.
That is going to do it. The Brunch Club are going to be the 6th team joining the quarterfinals, leaving the group alongside Curse in the 2nd place spot. Amazing job by them. This team fighting was so good.
Fantastic stuff. There's the 1 turret. Here goes the 2nd Nexus turret. And the Brunch Club can sit back. They can relax. They are through to day 2. Who will they face? That is the question. We'll be able to find that out in a few moments' time, because the 4th group of the day will get underway. And look at that. That's what it means to Lauda Mortis. That's what it means to Nick Wu. They are much more happier. This is probably the happiest team I've seen today.
They're one of those teams that came through as, I mean, you can kind of tell by the name of the team. They don't take themselves completely seriously. You know, they're one of those, you know, generally speaking, unsponsored teams where this is like, guys, we know we're going to have to do this. This is a really big deal to us, but like, it's not like super try-hard serious game face mode. I mean, their old team name was
now.
I mean, yeah, now it is. Heck, like, but it's the biggest 180 I've seen from a team, right?
Yes.
You know, GGU or Fear or Curse, they've been competing a lot over and over, many tournaments, and they're like, it becomes more like a job and it becomes more serious. These guys, a little bit scrapped together, you know, a little bit more of, you know, let's come together, let's kind of turn this on. This is their first really big break, and to go from we don't know what we are to holy crap is a gigantic wave of emotion.
It is a gigantic wave of emotion, and they're going to get through to day 2. They're going to unfortunately face the top group of the 4th, top team of the 4th group, though.
Yeah.
That's going to be a tough one, but honestly, I think they have it in them. I mean, who legitimately could it be from the next group?
Could be Cloud9.
Could be Cloud9.
Azure's looked pretty
could
good.
Be Man, could be Azure. Could be Salabar. I mean,
could be Salabar.
eHonda's boys could come through.
Yeah, honestly, all those teams, it is honestly another toss-up group. It really, really is. All
With
of
the
them
Salad
look
in
great.
there, why not?
Sure. Yeah, in fact, you know, but it really is. You know, all these groups, you know, there's favorites on paper, there's favorites from the crowd at home, but you look back in the games and you're like, this really could have gone any of the ways here. Now we've seen in every single case it was the pre-qualified teams. We haven't yet had a team come through the ranked ladder, but you know, here's the first chance for it in this final group of the day. It could be Marn, or it could be we had a second ago Salad Bar.
Big smiles ear to ear, and that's what we like to see. That's what it means to these players, ladies and gentlemen. So when we come back, we're going to have a quick break here. We're going to break down Group C. Jat is going to be joining us at the analyst desk, and we'll also have an interview with the one and only Saint Vicious. Hopefully he won't be drunk this time. The preview of the next groups, of course, will be up as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're now joined by Saint Vicious from Team Curse, who, of course, has advanced out of Group C 2-0. What's up, buddy?
Not much. Feeling pretty good, I guess.
Are you?
Yeah. I mean, I'm a little tired, but I'm just glad that we made it out of the group stage and pretty clean.
Now, I mean, obviously, you were definitely the team that had kind of the most to lose. I think that no one would argue that. Was there any additional pressure just going into today based off the fact that the online community was very much like, you know, Cursed has to make it through. You've obviously got sponsors, you've got the house, etc.
Yeah, like, everybody's, like, after the video, I read some of the YouTube comments. We're like, well, big deal. Of course they're going to make it through. And, I mean, it's not just as easy as, like, I'm just going to walk right through it. And we had the most on the line. We had the most to lose. And we have to prove ourselves, you know? So it's a lot different than some, like, up-and-coming team that if they lose, then they're like, okay, you know, we'll just keep doing what we're doing, and then we'll come back maybe to try and qualify for the next season.
In the video, you also talk, I mean, all of you kind of talk about the fact that after the last event where you didn't qualify, you kind of like buckled down and you put in more practice. Like, how different of a team is Curse now than you were after those PAX qualifiers?
I think we practice a lot before PAX, but nowhere near like we do now. I mean, I would say we're the Asian team of North America right now. We probably practice more than any other team when we're going before a tournament. And I'd say followed by maybe CLG, and then TSM's non-existent for scrimming anymore.
So was it a wake-up call for you guys? I mean,
it's not really a wake-up call, but I don't know. I mean, of course we try hard every single tournament, but I guess we just kind of like figured out how to practice and how to get the best results.
At what sort of time did this change in mentality kick in? I mean, obviously you had the disappointment of the Season 2 qualifiers. The Season 2 qualifiers, the World Finals came around. You guys obviously weren't playing then.
Yeah.
There was really no one to practice with, to be honest, then. What point? Is it when Steve came on board, your manager? Is it a case of like, okay, guys, we need to really knuckle down now. This is going to get serious.
I'd actually say it's about around when Boy joined the team. I guess we just kind of like had a lot better synergy. I don't know, we just all like just meshed really well together, and we just got along really good, and it just worked out, I guess.
Okay, and final question: who do you want to face? I mean, who do you think you're going to get from Group D?
I mean, I would like to say I would want to face Team Martin because we scrimmed them a lot before this, and they were pretty not close games. But I would say it's going to be Azure and Cloud9 that make it out. So I'd just say Azure would probably get second, hopefully, so we'll play them.
All right. Anyone else? Anyone you'd like to think?
I want to give a shout out to our sponsors, TeamSpeak, Gunner, Full Sail University, and we just picked up Grubhub as well, so we can be fat.
Thank you very much, Saint Vicious. Good luck tomorrow, and you might get your wish. We've just, of course, seen Group C go through the grinder, and Team Curse and, of course, Team The Brunch Club survive. Let's talk a little bit about these two teams. It does bring up an interesting point, D-Man, is the fact that so far in the three groups we've seen, not one online qualifying team has actually made it through.
No, but they've been close, or they were close up to that point. We thought maybe that could be the one. Pulse possibly was one. It's one Jat certainly thought maybe could be the one, but it wasn't to be. The Brunch Club was so strong, so solid in that, and really, but I mean, it's one of those horrible situations. It wasn't a level 1 fight, but it was almost at that stage. When you give the AD carry 3 kills off the bat, and he goes back and buys a BF sword, he's just like, well, that lane's lost.
Right.
And the fact that the top laner had to teleport to do that, he'd effectively lost that lane as well because he was too far behind. And it's harsh, but it's reality. It's the fact, and that is why probably we've not seen any level 1 fights so far in this tournament because there's so much risk.
Yeah, very, very conservative early on. But Curse and the Brunch Club do make it through. Now, have you ever seen a walking Wikipedia before?
A walking Wikipedia?
Yeah, have you ever seen one?
I have. I've cast with him many times.
Yeah, you have. In fact, let's send it over to our walking Wikipedia for League of Legends. Of course, we've got Jack going over the great plays that we saw from Group C.
Thank you for that gratuitous introduction, DJ Wheat, but I want to go over the first clip here. This was in Game 1 between the Brunch Club and Curse. This is the game that Curse won to get through to the next round. This was the gank attempt on Voyboy that everyone in the room who was watching it said, Voyboy's dead. Because you can see Nick Wu and Loudamortis are ready to go up to Voyboy. And let's just roll this clip for a little bit here. Now you can see he misses one skill, and that's actually frees it about right here. You take a look at this, and you think, there's no way Voyboy gets out of this. You point out that Loudamortis and Nick Wu have their ultimates. You look at the minimap, nobody is close to Voyboy. He doesn't get out of this, right? We're going to see this pretty soon. What happens is he actually goes up into the air while the Zed ultimate hits. Keep in mind, the Zed ultimate will amp damage that is dealt to Voyboy while the ultimate's active. But if he's not there, he can't do the damage to him. At this point, TF's going to teleport in, stun Zed once again to stop him from doing even more damage. Voyboy's going to finish him off, and he's going to hop away with almost no health. So let's watch this clip at half speed so we can see everything that goes. Let's roll it. You can see Zed is about to go ulting in, and the instant he does that, Voyboy goes up in the air. But he actually clicked on Loud Immortus. He didn't stay up for the full 10 seconds, so he messed up a little bit. But then Nijaki teleports in, gets the stun, Voyboy finishes him off, and flashes away at the last second. It was an unbelievable play by Voyboy, and from there, he went on to just destroy the game. He had 4,000 health by the end of it. He had a Warmog's Arbor, Sunfire Cape, and a Rylai's Crystal Scepter. He became absolutely unstoppable, really off the skill of that gank. There's also one more clip that we have. It's the game we just saw between the Brunch Club and Pulse. This was a game that was a little more one-sided, but I wanted to highlight how well they're able to team fight out of here, because you look at this map right here, there are 5 members of Pulse all circling around the turret, and just 2 members of the Brunch Club. You think they're probably going to get this turret. Good tower push, you think, by Pulse. What does the Brunch Club do? They decide to initiate this 2v5. Let's roll it. You can see Evelyn ults, Twitch gets the spray and pray, nearly killing everyone. Evelyn dies, and let's actually freeze it right here, because really, everybody's low. How are they going to be able to clean this fight up? But Zed's coming in from the side for the cleanup. He's up in this area. Twitch is still alive. He's going to be able to chase, and everyone of Pulse is eventually going to get run down, as we can roll the rest of this clip, by Zed ulting in. He gets exhausted, but it doesn't really matter. And from there, everybody gets obliterated. That was pretty much what marked the end of the game for Pulse there. Brunch Club beat them twice, ended up going through, and it was really a good performance by them overall. So, as we heard those guys talking earlier, Curse and Pulse moving on, both pretty dominating performances if you keep track of it. And with that, I'll send it back to Wheat and D-Man.
Thank you, Jack. Group D is preparing for battle, D-Man. They're right around the corner. Let's look at the teams fighting for their spot in the next round. Again, the last chance for an online qualifying team to actually make it through. On Stream 1, we've got Azure Gaming versus Salad Bar. And on Stream 2, it's going to be Cloud9 versus Team Marn.
And this is, to me, is an open group. We just heard from St. Vicious. He thinks, actually, this could be a one-sided one. But I think this might be a little bit closer. I think it might be. Just a part of me wants to see one of these online teams make it through, in which case it would be Salad Bar or Marn. I'm not too sure. Cloud9, pretty much every team we've seen in an interview has said Cloud9 are going to get through.
Right.
So we expect them to top the group. Azure came through this as well through an online qualifiers, the MLG qualifiers though, and they came through very strong. But they've had a few changes. They've got Demon Lol as their AD carry. Nobody knows what this guy is going to be like because they've not seen him in ages.
There's definitely that air of mystery that can often help teams, but this is the moment. Any given Sunday, well, it's now. Two of these teams will advance on to tomorrow, while the other two will unfortunately go home. Now we are going to take a short break, but before we do, we had the opportunity to catch up with Cloud9, and these guys are proof that living thousands of miles away from each other is not necessarily an obstacle to be truly talented players and teams. Check it out.
I was going to go to college, but I decided to delay it for League of Legends. Felt like I would regret it if I never went for it.
I live in Garden City, New York with my parents and my older brother. I was dorming in college. I went there for a year and I'm taking a break right now to pursue my League of Legends career. This is like my only chance to do this, and I can just go back to college after a year if it fails.
At first, my parents were pretty against the whole stopping college for a bit and playing League instead, but as they learned more and more about the situation, they became more accustomed to it and they are pretty okay with it now. My mom usually watches me stream, which is interesting.
Who are you playing?
Graves.
My parents actually don't really know what I do. The first time I told my dad, Dad, I was flying to California for a tournament, he was like, who's paying for this? Where are you going? Have you ever met these people before? Messed up. He's stunned. Alright, good job.
When you're not in a gaming house and it's just online, you're just not in the zone with your teammates.
The problem with like everyone living in different time zones is a lot of like issues. People oversleeping. We have to like get subs sometimes. Yo, are you there? What are you talking about? I tried calling you. So we have 4 minutes to get a sub until we forfeit the first game. Zach, I've met him in person. He's not what I expected. He turned out to be white, and I was like really surprised. I was like, whoa, you're white.
I didn't know that everyone thought I was Asian. I guess it's because of my name. Niantonso sounds pretty Asian. I am Zach Niantonso Malhas, and hey, I'm not Asian.
This sort of feels like our last chance. I'm not sure like how you get into the championship series if we don't qualify through this.
It's pretty much hit or miss completely, like all we've been working for, most important tournaments of our lives, for sure. We're definitely going to be getting a gaming house if we do end up qualifying. I'll just be moving out of my house and practicing even more than I am right now.
I lived on Long Island my whole life, and the whole idea of like being able to move to like a different state or a different place with like 4 other people who you play with all the time, it sounds really exciting, and I hope we qualify.
We did a little research on the teams we're playing against. We got a new roster lineup. There are pretty much no videos on them or anything, so we're kind of going in blind.
I'll play them like a few times and we beat them, but that's with the old team though. The new team we haven't played with them yet, so we don't know.
They're a bit unknown to us, and we think we have a chance against them at the very least.
Well, I'm sure we could beat them.
I feel like we're kind of unprepared. I'm pretty sure we can pull out.
Coverage of the Season 3 qualifying rounds in one of our last food-oriented finalists coming into play here, the salad bar.
Yeah, delicious.
Delicious. Yeah, just great. Just had some salad.
I had a burger, personally.
It happens. It's been a long day. We've got a lot of games. I'm Riv. We're here with Joshua Jat Leesman. It's our first time in the casting podium today, this year of 2013, so it's going to be awesome, ladies and gentlemen. Azure Gaming versus the Salad Bar. Actually, Azure Gaming, if you will, versus the Salad Bar. Jat, what do these two teams bring to the table? They're the last round. Nobody really knows a lot about these guys.
Yeah, and even the teams don't seem to know that much about these guys, but we got some stuff for you. So the Salad Bar is a team that doesn't really play that much ranked. Hamda, kind of the team captain, the guy who made the team, hasn't played ranked really in his whole life.
No.
He has 3,300 normal wins is the one thing that's great. And the team went 16-1 in ranked games, made it into the online qualifier, and then knocked out some pretty big teams. The team with Paradoxical and Zig was actually beaten by the Salad Bar. So we've had some poor performances from these guys early on, and it's been a good thing for them that they were able to come through this. And, you know, probably going to be the best chance of the online teams to make it.
You know, it's absolutely crazy to see a team coming through like that. Usually, what happens when you're in that kind of situation is this
Just slight bits of technical difficulties, but we can see the players setting up right here. As for Azure Gaming, their story is a little bit different because they pre-qualified, so they're in kind of the sweet spot of teams that might be coming in for them here. And the biggest thing about them is they have Demon Lull on their roster. You remember them from Legion Gaming. So for him, this is the first time he's been playing it almost forever. I was talking with Prawley, I was talking with Ludamortis, some of his old teammates, trying to get research on these teams beforehand, and I was like, where's Demon Lull? Is he on a team? Because he wasn't actually at the time. They said no. He finished off high school. After we broke up, he decided to focus really hard on that, and we don't know where he's been. Sure enough, Azure Gaming needed to fill up with an AD carry, and they're like, let's get Demon Lull. So they pretty much picked him up off of his couch, out of his bedroom, studying for finals, and they brought him to the Season 3 live qualifiers.
It's amazing how these teams can come together just weeks on end, and we'll even see that more in the group. Team Martin's team was formed on like December 30th.
Yeah, that's going to be going on our B stream. Yep. They were not a very old team as well, and they also have a lot of players from school. They're players that are coming from other distractions that are trying to make it here so they can almost get rid of those things and play game exclusively for themselves. You know, Mega Zero, Tree Eskimo's little brother, is first year at Carnegie Mellon for electrical engineering. He's like, yeah, I think I can probably do both.
And he's like, if I can't, I'll just ask my teachers and make sure. So he's
I'll take less credits.
Considering this.
Yeah.
It's really crazy. We all know Tree Eskimo did the same thing, came back, internships, and it's just going through the family.
Yeah, the back-to-back internships for Tree Eskimo. Pretty soon he'll be a senior intern. We'll see how that goes for him.
It could happen. It could for sure happen. So with this group coming out, the way the stages are working, we've seen 3 groups so far throughout the day. 2 wins and 2 losses was the story for either team to go on or go home. And we've had a lot of teams eliminated, Jat, and it's actually these online qualifier teams.
Everyone who managed to pre-qualify by some way, whether that was from the 2 teams from the North American Regionals, Fear and Curse qualified that way. We had one team, Meat Playground, they qualified from their finish at IPL 5. There was an IPL online qualifier. Then there were 3 MLG online qualifiers. And so far, all those teams are essentially undefeated as far as moving out of the groups. And then the 6 other teams that have made it from the online qualifier, which was based on ladder rank, and then our 32-team online tournament, they're all gone. And just for some context, in this group, that's Team Marn and the Salad Bar. They're really the last hope for the online qualifier.
It's going to be crazy. You can really see where bolstered teams that were there throughout the year, that they were there to practice and have organizations behind them, have that experience. And we saw in the interviews definitively a lot of teams are saying, we know those those teams that are above us are going to use that against us as well.
And they have been pretty much throughout this entire thing. A lot of these games have had fairly close early game leads where that's the laning phase. These guys have the mechanical skill, but it's the coordination. It's saying, all right, I have home guard boots on Shen. I'm going to teleport in on Maokai and create team fights, which we saw an amazing combo of in the second group of the day. Those are the kind of moves that aren't getting pulled off by the online qualifier teams because it seems like we haven't really found an online qualifier team who has a lot of history or who has played together for a long time. The one exception to that, though, would be the Salad Bar because they played so many thousands of normal games together. They would be the team that would have the most synergy.
It's if anything were to be different that you could grab out of that's not experienced in a ranked game that maybe would give you an advantage, could you think of anything?
Well, the one thing that would be is the level of seriousness of your competition, because Hamda and the rest of his team, even coming into this, they said they're just doing it for fun. Right? If it turns into something, it'll be amazing. They'll go all in from that. But that's one of the reasons they don't play ranked. They don't like the super high intensity thing. A lot of other top players who, all of them, by the way, have played against Hamda when they play normal games because he's always at the top of the hidden normal game elo.
Yeah.
They call him the fun police because they always think they're playing try-hard comps in normal games. And, I mean, I talked to him about it. He's like, no, we're seriously not trying hard. We're just playing the things we like, and we're good because you know what? We've played thousands of games together.
When it's second nature and you don't have to think about it, the things that are hard are the next things you slightly focus on. It kind of just creeps up and you get better and better. But that's absolutely amazing to know they've played that long. I know my game time is 2.5 years, and I'm just reaching 1,000, so I can't imagine the hours they are putting in.
I know there's players with more normal games than Hamda, and I'm sure someone out there's got 5,000 wins. But to have 3,300 wins in normal games, it's rather incredible.
You have to consider that there is a number behind that as well. It's usually almost towards even.
Well, they're all high-rated games is the thing for him, so he's probably actually at a pretty high win clip, in all honesty.
That's true now. I bet you there's like a 600 gap in there, these guys. But when that's all you do, you know you're having fun, it really comes out. Remember, that's how Shushay used to play through the entire time. And when they wanted to get stronger, Fnatic was kind of like, yeah. And he said, that's cool, guys. I still want to play for fun, though. And he did, and he has gone on to other teams. And we've seen him do things. North American Regional was like, ha, ha, Eve, what do you do? Whoa, what just happened there? You know, they were having fun, and they did some awesome things, and now Eve still used.
Well, to be fair, in the North American Regionals for Shushay.
European Regionals, yes.
Yeah, European Regionals for Shushay. He was like, haha, Eve went 1-6.
Yeah.
You're like, but after that, people were like, you know, I think that Shushay was onto something, and it ended up rolling through. And to continue on your point, it is really good to have that team synergy, which Hamda's team hopefully has, but they have a bit of an issue because one thing we need to mention is Hiroshin, their top laner, is one of Hamda's good friends, but he also plays mid. So they're both mid players by trade. He's actually had to move up to the top lane. We'll see whether Azure can punish that. That'll be nothing here versus Hiroshin in the top lane in this matchup. Whether they can pull anything off to punish him, because I'm sure they realize, even though they said they haven't known much about the teams, they can look up profiles. They can go on the internet and figure these things out.
And actually, as we were looking at these teams, I remember you stating something that it's a team of just people that have played all over, or they've had different roles before.
It's a group of that.
The group of it, yes.
Yeah, because nothing here, the top laner that's going against Hiroshin, is an AD player by trade. I mean, all these guys say they can play everything, but if you're specifically going from one role into another, there is an adjustment period, and I wonder if these guys have made the adjustment yet.
Which is the easiest role, would you say, just to throw that out there? We've seen people, you know, like Chaucer goes everywhere, Niantanso, AD to mid. Where is that? Where would be the easiest curve?
I mean, the most common swaps you've seen have been jungle to top and back, which has happened with players like Hotshot.
Right.
And there's another one, but I'm going to say Hotshot for now. And then Chauster has done support to AD. Many people have done support to AD as well. Crumbs is a player who's went jungle to top and back again.
And it's really effective. Voyboy saying just his positioning being top, and not that he's one that roams, kind of switching gears here, that being top in an aggressive team allows him to just do more, be more of a utility player as well for his team in other lanes.
It's super important, especially for Curse Gaming, that they keep track of their playstyles and they work together. And we're actually in to the champion select here. So Azure Gaming versus the Salad Bar. Really, we'll see if they can come in with anything surprising in this one.
It's going to be a toss-up for the beginning. We really, like they said, we don't know much about either or, so there'll probably be the regular bans. May see the Amumu out, some Kha'Zix, there it is. Kassadin, so that's going to be a most likely targeted. Syndra as well.
Yeah, that's these guys did their research, in all honesty, because eHamda doesn't have a ranked history to pull from except the 17 ranked games his team has played, and in the majority of those, he played Syndra, one of those things that you can perfect in hundreds and hundreds of normal games, and I guess they kind of feared it because not many people play that, and that's more of a thing. We're not used to playing against it. It's not necessarily that they're afraid of it, but they don't want to get caught off guard.
It is. You know, throws out some of that crowd control. You may not be expecting it, so good ban there, playing it safe. Jace, the pickup, he's been seen in mid and could be seen in the top lane here.
I feel like it's mid. I mean, that seems like the evolution of Jace. Every time we've been seeing him, that mid lane Jace who just gets the blue buff, stacks AD, sometimes doesn't even need boots and just nukes the crap out of the enemy team has been so effective.
It's scary. ADs are picking up so hard, and that Amumu is there. MF is still on the board. And actually, they're going to quickly switch that, leave Amumu to Jambo. So that is the jungler picking his role. They've shown AD and jungle.
Seems pretty standard for them. It's interesting that they picked the Amumu and didn't decide to combo it with the MF. That's one of the famous combos that really happened. We saw it 5 games in a row in the OGN Champion Series during their quarterfinals, and it worked really well for them. But then the teams that have been doing it in this tournament alone, Misfortune's been getting ran off and ran out of a lot of team fights, so it's slightly riskier, and they're going for the highly mobile Ezreal. But right across the board, that's going to be a killer bottom lane for the Salad Bar with Misfortune and Blitzcrank. That's about as much base health you can get on a bot lane combo.
So with that, you know, we were talking, Freak and I were talking earlier about the Crepo and how he plays Leona. In that first level 1 and 2, you want to just bang it out and try and get yourself a kill, especially if you're against the Sona. What do these guys look to do? Is it early, get that first grab and just zone them?
The biggest thing with Blitzcrank players, and the biggest complaint from people playing against Blitzcrank, is it's not even the hook. It's the fact that he has so much base stats that if he just runs at you at level 1 in the lane, you have to go the other direction. Because if you fight him, he's probably going to beat you up in the trade. And especially with someone like Ezreal, that's what we're going to have to look for. Whether Azure can turn something around based on that early game aggression. We saw some 3-man bottom lane camps in this tournament as well, already on the first day. But they might want to do something, as that's a very aggressive signal picking those two.
And Azure coming in with a team that may never lose an objective.
Oh dear. If they want to combo things, and here's the crazy thing, because Amumu has the smite, and then the two others, they have to communicate. It's like, okay, spike now 3,000, because that's about how much true damage they can do with the smite, consume, and feast from Cho'Gath.
A little bit more tank being brought in. Looks like we could have a Singe in this game as they hover on that, really to pick their last two. As we look to the other side, the AP mid still waiting for Azure as well, so they can counter the entire comp possibly.
It's going to be very dangerous if they decide to go with that Singed. Singed is quite weak against sustained slows, and nobody sustains slows better than Nunu. So if he's looking to pick that, he's really going to have to get way far ahead, because they'll be able to chase the Singed if they have the Nunu slowing him down, which they already do, and they've locked it in. So that's, you know, Hirshin, a mid player by trade, going up in that top lane. I wonder if he knows the matchups in this case. It's not going to be a lane matchup, but in team fights and in general, he's going to be very pressed to do any good work.
What are we looking for the mid here? It doesn't look like they'd want to go with a cat. There's too much to disrupt. Maybe something, well, I'm a liar.
They're going to go with a cat. The thing is, they know they're laning up against Jace, and Katarina, if played properly, can dodge almost every shock blast with the Shunpo if she decides to. It's still an aggressive pick, and they're going to hopefully do a lot of trading along here, because Bloodwater, unless they're completely screwing with us, Bloodwater was a support for CLG Black before he joined this team, and Demonlo was an AD, but right now, everyone is on different things. I know nothing here is, they're trading now. They're just messing with us.
So yeah, that Katarina pick. The only reason I would say no is there's just so much to stop it. You can get bopped, you can get popped up, you can get thrown, you can get knocked up by Power Fist, you can get grabbed out of it. There's a lot. Hammer from Jace. Four of those members have a way to stop that. But the initiation comes from Curse of the Sad Mummy. So it's almost got to be quick and, you know, not miss an inch.
I would completely agree with you if it was before the Katarina rework. She's much less reliant on channeling that ultimate now.
Okay.
So with all these team comps, I actually am very interested in this game because there is such a small knowledge base about these two guys, and I'm pretty confident one of them is going to move on to the next round at least.
Yeah.
Hey, they could both not make it. This is not like saying I think one of them is going to win the game.
True. No, I know. I was gonna catch you on that, but it's possible.
I worded it properly.
You did.
Yeah.
You did. So we'll have to see as they load into the game. We have Azure versus the Salad Bar. Like I said, this is the final food-oriented team in the tournament. We've had Meat Playground, Falafel Gaming, and the Salad Bar coming in here. And everybody.
So they're 1 for 1 so far with moving on. Meat
Yeah.
Playground managed to make it through. But Falafel Gaming was no more.
Everybody likes the Salad Bar, so if we don't have it on the next day, it's going to be detrimental.
Yeah, one last tidbit of information here. St. Vicious said they have scrimmed the Salad Bar. It was 30-1. So we'll see if they've picked it up since then. Obviously, taking the transition from normal games to tryharding is a tough one, but they've had the time to do it. They seem to have done well in the online qualifier. Now they're running out of the base.
All right, so we saw a lot of APs from eHamda during the qualifiers. Looks like he does transfer over to that Jace, as many have been liking the damage, liking the blue buff, as you said, and possibly early no boots. It's just an easy way to take out that mid and win a lane. Use that Jace gate to get around the map. We're going to see them hiding in that top fog of war, chat, and it looks like the 140 invade.
And this is a good aggressive play by Azure here. There's no early wards on this side of the map placed by the Salad Bar. And I think you're right. If you're going to wait in that brush, you're generally waiting for the delayed invade. But I wonder if anyone's going to be there because the Salad Bar is invading the red buff as well. And there's no way Azure knows they were there because they haven't put down any wards of their own.
Nunu going all the way up top to make sure he hasn't seen it all. They are going to gather. Maybe when Nunu gets there, they will continue. And yes, right as Nunu gets there, they start to move. Flag toss won't give them full vision to the right. That's not going to help them too much. And they go to Tribush, chat. They could continuously go to the blue here or wait for just him to go top.
This could be our first level 1 fight that we get to see because Jarvan seems like he's most definitely starting at blue buff. They feel like they've scouted sufficiently. They have exit wards in the jungle that they've managed to evade. There's no idea that he's here. They're coming in for Singed.
There's Singed right there. The Ghost is off. He does not have flash in. As you said before, the best one to slow down a Singed is a Nunu, and it works 100%, chat. First blood going to Cho'Gath.
Really clever play by Azure there, and now they're going to move in for the blue buff. They have to make a quick audible on the other side. Jarvan running in for his red buff, but a great start for Azure Gaming.
Yeah, completely given to him. They have to concede that top side of the jungle, and that's going to hurt him a lot. Everybody got a piece of that on the scoreboard.
So everyone going to be able to pick up a few extra health potions or even just that little bit of experience they get for that kill. Going to give them a quick little edge in all those lanes. And on top of all this, I feel like we got a lane swap as well, so Singed's day is not getting any easier. He's got a lane against Ezreal and Nunu up top.
You think that occurred or caused the lane swap to happen? Do you think it was already there? Because they were there in the position for blue.
I think it was planned to begin with. It's much easier to do an invade like that if your AD carry and support are able to stay near. Cho'Gath also had a teleport in case he would have needed to get down to the bot lane if there was some kind of extended fight, so I would definitely say that was premeditated.
And we have the ping going down onto 0. They see that this jungle invasion trying to go down. Cho'Gath coming up onto that, and they may pinch him, but Cho'Gath now finds himself pinched in a 4v1 if he goes in all the way. He actually walks past Ghost. Ghost was focusing on the blue buff with no cooldown, so he could not pop up Cho, and they are just increasing the advantage now.
That is a great development by them actually there. Able to pick up double buffs for himself. That is Ghost 0 of the Salad Bar's jungle. Despite losing his own blue buff, he's still going to be a threat to gank on Jarvan.
And also, you know, chat, we poked this early in another game. A lot of flasks versus that potion start. What's the factor there?
So here we go. There's 3 flasks on the Salad Bar and 1 flask on Azure Gaming. Right off the bat, you're slightly weaker if you invest in the flask because you're paying for that refunding potion. So right now, they're going to have to be a little careful in lanes, but if they can extend the laning phase for a long duration of time and kind of stop the team fights from happening, it might be good for them.
Hirshin just super pushed into his turret, and it's the same story bottom lane.
Mid.
See Jarvan hovering just a tad there. Looks like he is forced to back off. Katarina has a wave coming, and they considered that just an easy shun pull away. Would it be a wasted gank? Jarvan kind of just hanging out in the jungle right now. Looks like he's kind of wavering atop, or gank.
Yeah, so I believe Jarvan was spotted about 20 seconds ago running into the jungle. They kind of know he's there, which is why you can see the top lane, Ezreal and Nunu, being a little bit careful. They spot him again, no more mysteries, and that gank's not going to work.
The ping goes down. Still aggressive push on the top lane. It's great map vision and awareness coming from Azure here as they want to get the aggression on the lanes back. They want to cause trouble for Jarvan so they can start to grab that upper hand.
Let's see if the bottom lane's going to be able to do anything, because nothing here, despite getting that first blood, is really hard pressed to get anything. Both of these 1v2 lanes actually are having a really, really hard time. 8 minion kills and 2 minion kills across the board on Singed, so
2 kind of hurts.
Those 2v1 lanes, two minion kills is kind of low for 4.5 minutes into the game.
Considering you get a minion wave every 30 seconds, that is quite low. At 5 minutes, you can have 50 minions in the game, where you can see the AD carries are already at 33. So just a little back and forth damage they're trading is causing them to miss some of that, the minions creep score.
You might have to check your math. I don't know if you can have 50 at 5 minutes, but it's close.
Yeah, if you get them all. Do it.
We're going to check this later.
All right, do it. There's a chart
fight
on
bottom.
League Wiki. Nothing here, getting some damage taken down, and he looks like he's going to force to back off, but he drew an Ignite out, so he's a little bit safer considering, but once this wave gets to the tower, it's that safeness goes away.
The safeness is gone. There's nothing you can do. And in all honesty, this game has turned fairly passive. They put a ton of wards out after the initial invade, and they haven't been able to get much through yet. Both the solo laners that were in the 1v2s have been against it, and now here's potentially action. Jarvan coming up.
Demon Lol just in a bad position here. The final hits is going to take him down. Finally tied up 1-1 at 6 minutes.
So the Salad Bar coming back strong, not getting rattled after that first blood. I know in the last matchup we had between Pulse, when they lost that 2-man tower dive and gave Twitch the double kill at level 1 in the bottom lane, they're just, you could see in the cameras, they were just drained. When that happened to the Salad Bar right here, they picked up their hats and they just kept on going, because keeping in the game, keeping those minion kills up was really effective for them.
Cat pushing up on this mid, possibly going to see the roam coming in here from Shousters. He is now level 6, so as he pushes that lane, actually he's going to get ganked here by Ghost Zero. This could be an easy walkout. He actually, oh no, I thought he shun po'd to him, tried to hit him before he did the flag toss, but no, it's just a spin.
Ehamda unfortunately missed his shock blast on top of that, but that was not a gank that was going to kill.
Right.
If anything, that was a gank that was going to harass Katarina back and get her in a little bit of trouble. Shouster actually completely out of health potions in this middle lane, and I have to say, you do have to be very careful of Ehamda's Jace. Every AD Jace we've seen in this tournament has really wrecked, as also bottom lane. Go see her coming down.
Yeah, Jarvan actually has to turn away. He sees them backing up, and in about, we checked at 4 minutes, now it's 7 minutes. Singed has grabbed 3 CS.
He's keeping about 1 every minute and 20 seconds.
Some or so.
It's a bad clip,
It's a little painful. And when we saw the Xin and Xin and Shen top earlier, didn't really work out for him because they were trading the farm. We did see an Olaf in another game who was actually 59 CS at the end of the game, and he was wrecking house. So it is possible if you get the right situation and the right build in, but right now, 5 CS isn't helping anybody.
And they're trying to help him in this lane right now. You can see Jace roaming up to the top lane, but the lane is pushed at one of the worst possible times. They ping on him as well, so he's sat. I believe they just realized he was gone because mid lane was vacant, and they can't do much to help Hirshin here. It's so difficult for them right now.
Is it safe to say that that's not the worst person to be having a hard time right now? Because you have a Jarvan, you have a Jace, you still have a bit of tank, and in late game, Singed is still going to be able to stay alive in some of these fights.
Normally, I'd say maybe, but I think it's the worst person.
It's a little too... Oh,
I think it's the worst person to not have farm. Oh, Hook actually lands bottom lane.
And they are going to be on to nothing here. He's very low on mana. He's used those abilities. The double up won't match it. And he gets away with about 150 health.
And just to get back to this, Singed is nothing if he can't run in. And if he never gets tanky, he's going to die running through a Nunu ultimate or getting a Mumu ultimate or just by auxiliary damage from Katarina just bouncing around. It's really, really bad to have him this far behind this early.
And there's the teleport back in from Cho'Gath. Still, the Brunch trying to get in there, Salad Bar rather, trying to get in there and just continuously take these buffs, not letting them get either one, the second buff taken away.
I almost want to say that nothing here being an AD player is better preparing him to play 1v2 lane than Hirshin's experience as a mid player. because as a mid player, you almost never lane against 2 people, and he just doesn't seem to know how to handle it. He probably played a bunch of Singed, did quite well, because if he gets ahead of that 1v1, he can crush. But against these competitive teams that have the strategies, they knew exactly what to throw down against him with that lane swap. And 7 minions at 9 minutes now, he's getting nothing.
I'm going to go ahead and say that not many people lane swap in normals, Jad.
I'm going to say that almost nobody does.
Almost nobody lane swaps in normals. And that could be
Not even going to challenge you on that one. I think that's a good analysis.
That'll be my one for the day. I'm done on analysis, thank you. So we see Mumu kind of getting in here. He did have his blue buff stolen, so he says thank you very much.
Yeah, a lot of counter buff invading going on here. Able to probably pick up this blue buff entirely. I'm really surprised that the ward coverage just fell naturally for GJ Lambo to run in there. It could have been intentional, and it would have been quite impressive if they somehow timed those wards, but I have a feeling he just lucked into getting that blue buff for free.
Yeah, kind of walked over there, had the time on it, bam. And we look at top lane a little bit on that push. Not too much aggression on any turret, but that one, they have been really just putting that hurt down 13 CS to now almost that 50 CS of nothing here. And that's going to be a big factor, as we said before, you know, kind of considering the fact of Shen Singed having his ultimate and being able to live in fights. It still can't happen if he does not get that farm, and 13 is the way it could go down.
Yeah, eHamda actually was telling me that he wouldn't have wanted to play on this ranked team unless he could play mid, so Hirshin got bullied into the top lane. So eHamda's having a great time.
Yeah.
He's up 25 minion kills onto Shousters, and he's crushing, but because he's forced his friend on a top lane, that one's not working out as well.
So Cho'Gath definitely building and itemizing for that armor defense in that bottom lane. Ezreal to quick BF sword. And I've seen a lot of Ezreal's, I don't know about your games, with the static shiv lately.
Oh, absolutely. One of Ezreal's big things is he can only wave clear. Totally not real, intentional. He can wave clear with his ultimate, but with the static shiv, he can wave clear with basic attacks, which is really huge. It allows Ezreal to put a lot more pressure onto that map.
Singed back to that top lane, just about half CS of nothing here right now. The ultimate to clear bottom. They feel quite safe, and they'll back after this. So nothing here is going to get a good push on that. We look around the board at 87 to 58 CS in mid. Katarina is not terrible at farming at the turret, but if you're just getting shock blasted every time, it makes it a little bit more difficult.
And the blue buff spam coming from eHamda has been really, really effective for him. I got to say, the right choices here. I'm expecting him to get a tier of the Goddess. That's kind of what all the other guys have been doing, but maybe he's got something else up his sleeve. And really overall, once this turret goes down, this would be the first kind of mini edge that's actually accumulated for Azure Gaming, because it's been a low action game, but this is close.
Yeah, we just broke that gold lead. It looked really good. Salad Bar was coming in with those strong attacks in the beginning. Oh, wow, Demon Lord going very hard and impactful here. If they can get in with that, they do flash, go for the Ignite, the silence. He gets the True Shot off just in time. He won't be able to clean up this kill. Great ulti from Nunu. Bloodwater and Demon Lord pulling in too. Uh-oh, here comes Ghost Zero. Tries to flash right by Nunu, and he's doing the job perfectly. Peeling Ghost Zero right back off of Ezreal. Gets himself in the ult, but here comes Amumu. Will he try to help? The ultimate goes down, and he saves the bandage toss for possible escape here. It's going to be a flash towards Demon Lord, though. Remember, Lambo still has that toss. It's not enough time, and he goes down Katarina to clean up Jarvan. It's just so back and forth.
That was a really ugly fight in a lot of ways as it continues up top. I don't know if DJ Lambo's going to be able to get Hamda, but slow people coming into the fights, and now this is going to be an interesting chase for Hamda. I don't think he's getting out of this one.
Oh, Hamda, there it is. He wasn't looking. He was doing a little window shopping at first. There's the initiate attack and the finalizer. Shouster picks up another one. They are getting that Katarina snowball.
That fight all started with Demon Lull and Bloodwater kicking off that one.
Yeah.
Those are honestly the two most known, kind of strongest players on this team. They both come from pretty good organizations. Bloodwater from CLG Black and Demon Lull from Team Legion. Obviously, we told that story of Demon Lull not really playing for the past 3 months. Focusing on finishing high school, getting good grades, but it appears, you know, a lot of his Ezreal mechanics could still be there. He is 1 and 2. It's going to be tricky, but that kill in particular, he showed well.
Yeah, like riding a bike. Really played the kiting well, and props to Bloodwater as well for just hitting all the spells correctly to keep that kite down. We are moving around 107 CS on MF to 99 of Ezreal, but he does have that Bloodthirster, and he's already stacking more damage. Looks like MF is trying to rush that Black Cleaver right away.
And that'll be really big for them. All of them AD champions. So
yeah,
when the Black Cleaver was really OP, everyone was rushing it on everyone and just building nothing of those. But since it's been nerfed down, we've seen a lot less of it. A lot of these guys are starting on the Brutalizer, then going into a Bloodthirster, and then kind of going Last Whisper, and not even really worrying about the Black Cleaver. But in this particular instance, Black Cleaver is a team utility item for Misfortune. She fully debuffs the enemy team in 1 second because the damage of that ultimate procs 4 times per second. So if he can get that done quickly, their team fights will be incredibly potent once they lock people up in that Jarvan jail.
You know, we see something as well, Katarina taking a little bit of damage in mid, is that when you can't get an Amumu with that MF, it's very common you'll see the Jarvan. It's still a way to lock people into that area and get the ultimate into a very effective position.
As we see them trying to shove up mid and Amumu camp the lane bottom, it's an interesting thing. Oh, there's the hook.
Bloodwater grabbed in. Max range on that one, but I don't think they were ready to fully initiate on it. Kind of looked like Ninja Salad didn't want the grab initially. And there's Lambo. Lambo could throw it on the ultimate. No, they turn it. They take him. And Impactful's forced to run off after ultimate.
Enough skill shots are landed, and the hook is a hook of death because he hooked in some trouble as they were bringing the Amumu ult into them. That was unfortunate for them, but he kind of wanted to get back to, there's not time. They're pushing up mid.
Yeah, they are going strong up mid as they drop the turret in the bottom lane. They're trying to put some pressure on it. You can see Katarina can't even get into her own lane. Lambo trying to make his way up top to stop that siege. Hamda just playing the fierce Jace in middle right now. Goes 0 right on his backside. You can see him just coming in with those Moby boots. They tried to initiate on this. Yes, almost another one here. Both teams kind of initiating when they don't want to. And it looks like they back off.
It's a bit of a miscommunication there. I don't know what DJ Lambo really had planned. He was like, let's go! Wait, it's like a 2v2 and you're kind of low. Let's walk away now. And they let him because they were afraid of the Mumu ult. So both teams, not enough information, and they both had to back away.
Oh, the chase to dodge. Great job there. He turns around and he tries to get out of this one, but it may be just too much damage. There's one to fall. Ninja Salad the focus. Bloodwater takes one final shot. They do grab one, but a double kill for Ez. He's 4-2 now.
That's going to be huge for them. Getting Demon Lull fed is big. Ezreal is one of the most troublesome AD carries once he gets going because he's just so hard to close onto. Ghost Zero could try to trap him in that Jarvan jail, but he's got pretty good ways of hopping out of that with that Essence Flux. So.
Yeah, they're giving him blue buff right away, too.
And the mid pushing up, I don't know if they're going to be able to stop this with 2 members dead. Ghost Zero already at half health. They're starting to lose control of this game a little bit.
Good push coming into that middle turret. They're going to be able to drop that, opening up major parts of the jungle for invasion now. They have so much better setup. Trying to go for that Rupture, but he didn't know he had the Bush Ward, and he threw it about his own attack. Really just in that top lane. He's only down by 30 now.
Yeah.
Only down. That's still a lot, but he's over 10.
Look who's back in the game. 40 CS difference between him and nothing here, but it's a lot better than 7, in all honesty. He's picked up an immense amount of farm since Demon Law has started to roam around, but the only problem with that is Demon Law left that lane at like 0-2. Yeah. Now he's 4-2 as it's taken Hirshin that long to farm back up.
Yeah, I like the choice of Rod of Ages as well. It's going to help him, just get some help when he won't be able to buy it, because he's still going to have a very slow game. This is almost out of the laning phase. Turrets are going down, so they're going to have to find this money from fights. It's coming a lot slower.
And they're going to have to get this fight money fairly quickly. I'm not sure kind of how they're going to be able to do it, because Amumu's the one who basically decides how these fights happen. If they do anything, the Dragon hasn't been taken in quite some time, but using that bullet time to clear waves basically tells them, yeah, look at the ping. Immediately, they might just go for the Dragon because they know MF ult's down.
There's 2 wards going down. They have it to clear that. The pink ward on the Dragon. They're going to set this up, see if they can get some movement through their wards now out of Salad Bar, and they're going to find out where they are. They're kind of pulling them out of the woodwork here. Still that push by Cho'Gath top singed, finally forced to go with his team, but it looks like he'll actually have to stop that himself as he starts heading up.
So a very, I'd say, curious game has come out so far. There's been a lot of somewhat sloppy, disorganized fights. It doesn't seem like these teams have the most secure strategies. And Azur's playing like a team who picked up an AD carry 2 days ago, right? Like, they don't seem to have the synergy quite there yet. And across the board on the Salad Bar, they're playing like a team that's off rolls a little bit, so they both really have to pick it up if they want to maintain in this tournament, I'd have to say.
So let's look at the jungler's choice here. They're kind of milling about Dragon. May have to dip into this fight. But Amumu going for the Philosopher's Stone, not choosing to go for a Spirit Stone of any choice or health, but he went for the Sunfire Cape instead. Didn't finish the Golem Stone. What's the choice there?
That's a choice of saying you're going to get health regen if you upgrade your Spirit Stone.
Right.
but you're getting a health regen for Philosopher's Stone as well, and gold per 10. You get slightly less. It's honestly just a preference choice. If you're going to go for the tenacity upgrade of the Spirit Stone into the Golem Stone, it's probably a good choice as well. I've seen Amumu's do both, and I'm not really decided on which one's better yet.
And they have the siege down onto the mid turret here. We'll have to see what Lambo can do for his team. Like you said, Jack, he is the one to depict the initiations. Looks like they say, let's take it calm for now. He's kind of actually taking quite a bit of damage from that poison here. They got to be sure not to get poked. Nothing here is out of position, but he has quite a bit of health, and that's not something they want to focus. They find Hirshin, and they will use that low level, not low level, but low farm to his advantage. The fight goes in, Katarina focusing one, but it looks like Shouster could have himself out of position here. He gets jumped on and taken down. A few drop at the same time, and it's Salad Bar going for the run now as Azure chasing them down.
That was a good initiation by DJ Lambo on Amumu, and everyone else was able to follow up. They put enough pressure on Impactful's Misfortune that he wasn't able to channel the MF ultimate. He actually died the instant he started trying. But the poke from Jace is actually going to try to stop him from getting this dragon. But here's the new Cho'Gath. I don't see him being able to get this.
No way. We talked about that feast, that consume earlier, and it looks like, bam, goes down. Jace tries, and it looks like Ninja Salad may as well, trying to attempt to stop. They lose one and get dragon, or they gain one and get dragon, I should say.
So now 30,000 to 25,000. That's 6/5 of their gold.
Yep.
Yeah, quick math fraction. I couldn't get the percent, so I decided to go and divide by 6. But how are they going to come back from this? Because they really need Misfortune. I guess I should tell you how they come back from this as the analyst. But Misfortune needs to be able to channel an ultimate. I'd say when DJ Lambo lands his Amumu ult, that's when Impactful has to put the MF ult down, because everyone wants to fly in and just dogpile onto an Amumu ult. That's when you catch them in the bullet time. It's funny how Misfortune works with the Amumu in the same way that Misfortune works against Amumu.
Yeah, that's awesome. Very cool point to make. You know what? Well, watch that happen the next time too. Make sure we just gotta have that on Misfortune if the fight is applicable for her to just be ulting on that Curse of the Sad Mummy. A lot of gathering here in mid. Dragon was just taken down, so there's no real objectives, but waiting for the other team to make that mistake right now.
And there's a lot of mistakes in this game.
Yeah.
In all honesty, like normally you'd say, well, a team like X wouldn't make mistakes in these situations, but I'm not so sure on Azure Gaming right now. And I'm not trying to rag on these guys too hard, but they literally did pick up an AD carry 2 days before the event, so it's a matter of coordination, and they're not there. If anything, this team will gel throughout this game, and you're seeing that. I mean, Demon Law almost seems to be getting his legs back as the game progresses, and they seem to be picking up and having a good lead, but they're going to still be prone to those errors.
You just see the mind of Hamda. He wants to get that poke in all the time. They have pretty significant, not significant poke, but they have good poke. They can get some shots in there, double up, as well as that shock blast from Jace over and over and over. Great dodge again by Hamda. They're going to back out. They realize a little bit low on mana for Jace and Ghost. They're going to clear up their jungle Jat. They have some lanes to push here. But like I said, no objectives yet. They do have some pings down. They have great ward coverage just all the way across. There's like a crescent across the top side of the map there.
And as they siege down this mid turret, I kind of want to look at some of their items. The Aegis of the Legion being completed onto Bloodwater is really huge for them. That's the first real aura item. The counter aura, even though it's not an aura, but the counter team item from the Salad Bar would be the Black Cleaver. Because MF helping all the physical damage dealers is going to be fairly great for them. But just the gold leads the fact they have the Sunfire Cape on Amumu, the huge amount of health stacking on Nothing here, the double buffs and soon to be Infinity Edge coming in from Demon Law is going to be really huge the next time they group up for a team fight.
A lot of backing going on here from the Salad Bar, but there's no pressure coming from Azure. This is kind of the part where they're like, I think they know they've been making mistakes and nobody wants to make one here. This is big. The next fight, if it's an ace, means Baron.
Yeah, the death timer's going up and up, damage going up and up, Baron being up for about 7 minutes.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right about this. These teams, a little gun shy. They're not trying any kind of split push tactics, and they're not putting on a huge amount of pressure. They're almost just all grouping up mid and hoping something happens. We know that the Salad Bar is going to be up there.
All right, guys, and if you're just joining us here from the other stream, the Salad Bar versus Azure Gaming, and it looks like we are going to be 12-6, 23 minutes into this one, ladies and gentlemen, about 5,000 gold lead. If you were wondering, if you hadn't watched it, yes, Team Marn made it through that first game with a win, so we'll have to see what they can do throughout the rest of the tournament, but right now, these two.
In all honesty, Team Marn winning that game is really huge because that would be the first team that would potentially move on from the online qualifiers, and that could be very exciting. But to this game, those of you just joining us, it's been an actually fairly slow affair with Azure Gaming slowly accumulating this lead in what's been a sloppy game.
Yep.
Now they've picked up an Oracles, trying to force something happening. DJ Lambo clearing out wards. We're going to see some kind of conclusion, I think, fairly quickly.
Yeah, this is exactly what Kobe called when we were on the other stream, the Baron Boogie. They're getting that Oracles, they clear out the wards, and they're ready to just position for it. They're trying to get that spot on the backside of Baron. They have a lot of gap closers to get themselves in, as well as the objective control we talked about earlier, Smite, Feast, and Consume.
I like the Baron Boogie.
Baron Boogie.
Yeah, and they got excellent kill secure on the Baron buff as well. They'd have to be very careful going in against Jace and MF Poke if they want to corner themselves in that Baron pit, but they have a lot of forward wards, so they would be able to see the Salad Bar coming from a long ways away as they start on this Baron. I'd expect them to go for this as long as they don't think the Salad Bar is in range, and if the Salad Bar comes in, they're going to try to peel. Flashes up on a Mumu, that would be how they start the fight. This is gonna be some action soon.
Here it goes, Jat. Baron is down to about 5,000 health. They are making the move on the fight. It looks like they flash out. Curse of the Sad Mummy goes down. Hiroshin is off and running with Singed, and here comes E Honda from the side. It looks like the focus is onto Demon Law on the left side of the map there, but it's gonna be Ghost Hero going down first. DJ Lambill also finds himself on the ground. No more resets for Katarina, and Baron is just watching everybody punch each other in the face here. Demon Law shifts out again. Kiting Ninja Sailor takes him down. The True Shot Barrage across the fight, and Azure Gaming picks up the Baron dance.
Demon Lull after the Baron Boogie triple kill off of his couch a couple of weeks ago and into a 10-2 Ezreal game. Awesome team fight there. It was looking really dangerous for Azure because the Amumu ult landed, nobody closed on to Impactful, and he got a full bullet time off, so everyone was shredded for the duration of that fight, but they were able to pull off through that 6,000 gold lead now. They did come out of that 3 for 2. They didn't get the Baron, so not the perfect outcome for them, but it's still another gain of their lead.
Absolutely amazing. I think the blue buff's still on Ezreal. I think he has double buff right now, and it just allowed him to get around the fight. Chat, let's check out how that went down again.
Yeah, and you can see right here, as they're going in for the initiation, the flash ult hits, they try to rupture, but they flash out of it. The big thing about that, the MF landed, everyone was shredded. So many people in this fight got away with slivers of health, but keep your eyes on Demon Law at the top of your screen. No one gets to Ezreal, and he just cleans up. No one can do damage to him enough at this time. They exhaust him, they knock him up into the air, but he's just too mobile. The Blood Boil, the slows from Blood Water, just kill everybody there. Blood boiling blood water.
There's a lot of blood, and there is a dragon. More blood being spilled as the objectives are taken down. 39,000 to 32,000. 7,000 gold is definitely becoming quite the deficit. Usually around 5, you're like, the tide could be turned at any point. 7's kind of creeping up there. They got to be careful about these item completions when they're fighting.
Yeah, 7,000 gold, at least at this point in the game. It's all about the percentages, in all honesty. This is pretty much the same percentage lead they've had for quite a while now, but because of the time of game, the items they're increasing by a heck of a lot more, and the fights are becoming more and more impactful as we carry on here. And the biggest gold disadvantage I need to point out here is 11,000 gold on a Demon Law. The next highest on the Salad Bar, 7,700. So he's got a 3,500 gold advantage on everyone, and he's wearing double buffs, which is it's a good outfit. It's classic.
10 of the team's 16 kills, and he's participated in 14 of all of them. All of them.
He's 14 of the 60.
Yeah, I'd say all of them. That's good. 40,000 now. That 7,000 gold lead, as we were just talking about here at 28 minutes, does mean a little bit more. That Infinity Edge, the Black Cleaver, and the Bloodthirster kind of matches up. It's got to be careful, but it's got to be in the ultimate, so they have to make sure they hit everything right. The Salad Bar wants that one good initiation, the Jarvan ult into MF, and they're really going to be able to turn things around. They had it last time, but there's just too much kite, too much run around.
So here's round 2 of the Baron bait. Salad Bar being much more cautious about the way they go in there, that Jarvan flag scouting it out. Big thing about this one here, though, is nothing here in the bottom lane. He's completely alone. He's got his teleport up, so the Salad Bar coming in. Teleport coming, fight happens.
There it is, Bloodwater. The True Shot Barrage actually passes through the Salad Bar, and they didn't expect a giant Cho'Gath coming through. There's the Katarina ultimate. Death Lotus takes down, actually, Blitzcrank. E Hamda is the next to follow, and you can just see it is Team Salad Bar on the ground. Azure Gaming going for the Baron.
All props to Demon Lull as he gets another triple kill in that fight. You see in lane, Ezreal can counter Blitzcrank by Arcane shifting out of his hook. Demon Lull did that mid-team fight, completely saving his tail, allowing the team to pick up that ace. gets the second triple kill for himself and a Baron. That was some amazing reaction time by Demon Low.
You know, and in the last fight too, the replay we had, he actually shot a Mystic shot and knew he didn't have to dodge the fist that was coming at him because of the death of Blitzcrank happening before it came. He just stood there and he was like, yeah, that passed through me.
Take it.
It passed through me. I knew it wasn't going to hit me. He just, like you said, knows his mentality is on the game. Maybe hanging out on the couch for a few weeks helps.
No, you take Math 12 and History and you're just ready to play Ezreal. I mean, you could play Explorer Ezreal.
Mobile-Fire.
Make
it. Sounds like a Mobile-Fire build. Math and History?
That didn't work very
Ezreal
well.
works.
All right. I'm lost.
So we have Ninja Salad pushing up, Impactful, and E-Honda. They're just really trying to get these lanes pushed out so they can fight again in mid. Teamfight comps pretty much coming into fruition here for Azure Gaming, and we're seeing it.
Yeah, the biggest thing here is they don't have a way of getting onto Demon Low. And that's, you don't see these games as frequently since Season 3, where the AD carry just kind of takes over and becomes this unstoppable force.
Yeah.
There's so many kind of crazy assassins, Kha'Zix jumping in and one-shotting people, or, you know, Jace even poking down. Just, we haven't seen many AD carries take over, but this is an example of Demon Low taking hold of this entire game. Obviously, he has a lot of support. The Amumu setup is amazing. The fact that Bloodwater is giving him the blood boils and amazing peels throughout this entire game, can't take that away from him, but it's just making him unstoppable. Now 5 members pushing up mid with the Baron buff. The Salad Bar pretty much has to fight right now.
The Super Cho'Gath there. He actually, Lambo is forcing that fight you're talking about, chat. And the MF ult is not doing as much as it should. He still has about 20% of his HP, and they are just cleaning up TSB inside their base. Ghost Zero, Ninja Salad, both falling down. Katarina getting a few resets. That could be the pentakill.
Oh!
No, he goes down by the hands of
There it
Jace.
is.
Yes, he does find it, and that doesn't suck, ladies and gentlemen.
Demon Low with the Penta, just as we're saying he's taking the team and putting it on his back. He destroys them down. All credit to High School for preparing him for this moment.
Guys, this has been an absolutely amazing game. Azure able to take out this first matchup of the day. The Marn game, it ended in an epic base race that it was Echo going back on Anivia to save the day for his team. So I can't wait to see what that looks like at the review.
I would love to see that again. I was curious about that. They said Marn wins in a close game. I was like, it's been like 20 minutes. Like, how is that game so close? What happened? And apparently it was because
Sweet
base race.
I gotta check it out. We have to. But we just had the Salad Bar versus Azure Gaming. Azure coming out really strong in that game.
Yeah, so now, since Team Marn won in the base race, if they can beat Azure, who looked very strong off the back of Demon Low, did have a sloppy opening, we could see our first online qualifier team making it out right after the break.
And it would be amazing because it's one of the qualifying teams that is the loudest out of the qualifying teams that we have. So it would be pretty interesting to see what they have to say and what they can put up in the Season 3 Championship Series.
Yeah, I need to take one more look at the pentakill, though, from Demon Low because it was, I think this is our first pentakill of the tournament. You can see he just keeps his distance the entire time. I don't even need to speak over this one because he stays away and he's doing so much damage that he kills everyone. That was the moment, because I saw the Jace kill above it, that I didn't think the pentakill happened.
Right.
And we were all disappointed, but then we realized that it actually happened. So props to Demon Low. Good penta.
Amazing pentakill. And I was actually thinking as I was coming over here today, I was like, I wonder if somebody's going to go penta today. We've seen a lot of pentas lately, especially after the infographics. It's like you'll see one in like 1 in 1,500 games. How about like 3 in a week?
It happens a lot more in professional
gaming.
play.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, you'd think lower kill games generally in professional play, but just 80 carries have so much more skills.
Yeah.
And with the multiplicative scaling of AD items and the fact that they get so much more gold flow because they don't really miss minions, they just get it more often.
Yeah.
And it's crazy.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, after the break, we'll see Azure Gaming take on Team Marn. One of them will lock in their spot for day 2. Stay tuned. We'll be right back for more live coverage of the North American Season 3 qualifiers right after this.
This is where we turn and talk.
gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. I'm Riv here with Joshua Jat Leesman. Season 3 is going to be one of the biggest events in esports history, so let's take a look at what a spot on the roster means to the teams in Group D.
It's a pretty cool thing to do, to be a pro gamer. A lot of people want to do it, and I'm lucky to be in this position to try for it.
We would get a lot of money, and we'd move to California and get a gaming house together. So that are the biggest differences for us, and it's pretty sweet.
It would be nice. Some of us would move into an apartment together, we would chill out, play video games. It would be pretty awesome.
I think for a lot of us it'd be pretty exciting. Never really thought about being a pro gamer before.
We have pretty good chances. There's a few good teams.
But I mean, it's tough because a lot of the teams coming in here have been together for months or even a year.
It's a bit intimidating, actually, because these teams practice for like 12 hours a day. We think we can have a chance against them.
I'm going to have some fun. We have some cool things in store.
Yeah, I think a gaming house is definitely in our future. So hopefully we win this and we'll get one. We'll all move in.
My team's chances are 100%. That means every other team's chances are 0%. But if we do lose, we had a bad day. And that's all there is to it.
And that is some of the best math I've heard ever.
100%. There's no percentages left.
No, there aren't. There aren't.
It's a mathematician.
It's something.
It's the glitter on those shirts made him smarter, I think.
Yeah, this is true. So guys, these matches feature a little bit of what happened in the first round, right? We have some losses, we have some wins. It's going to be 2-2 to get through the round, 2 wins or 2 losses. And right now, we're looking at those winning teams.
And we got to talk about Team Marn.
Yes, we do.
In all honesty, I mean, not only because they're about to come up, but because I think they're genuinely interesting.
They are,
and that's not sarcastic. They're one of the most interesting teams I've seen in this tournament. Marn, as the team manager, comes from the fighting game community. Yep. He always has something to say. I think that's the most diplomatic way of saying it.
That's 100% true.
Some people don't always have something to say, but Marn, always. Claky D is also a fighting game player. That's one of the ways he managed to make it onto the team. The original team Marn had Marn.
Yep.
But he wasn't very good at League of Legends. He said that himself.
Yeah, said it himself.
Yeah, and from there, he's tried multiple times to form other pro teams. Remember, he said, like, Win and Salsa and Westerice are all going to be on my team. That was a lie.
Yeah.
He gave away Marn shirts at IPL 5. He's a great networker.
Yeah.
And, here they are.
It's you know what? He has the mentality to make it work. It's just different, and that's why it's pretty interesting.
The mentality to make it work, but it's different. How different is it?
You'll see.
What does he do to make it different?
You've already seen already.
The 100%, 0%.
Yes, that will happen all the time. And I forget who was saying it. I think it was maybe Freak. He was mentioning trash talk, and he's like, I wish there's just a team that knew how to do it so well. It was kind of like a mind game. And I'm like,
If only there was a team with gold glittery shirts.
Maybe.
Maybe they could be our trash-talking Knights of White Armor. But, everyone on that team is actually fairly interesting because we have Mega Zero, who was a Grandmaster Beta player, if that makes any sense. He was in the top. It got given to the top 500 from Beta, but he was like the top 5. Like, he was an amazing player. Him and his brother Trieskimo.
Something silly.
Yeah. Him and his brother Trieskimo both look like they're 13, but they would both be old enough to play in this event. He's actually first-year Carnegie Mellon in electrical engineering and is just probably, a lot of people say, the best player on this team, so an amazingly talented individual.
It really is. You can either leave him up there to do his job alone, or you can help that and just have a definitive winning lane.
And that's kind of what they like doing. Riven's one of his most favorite champions. I'd love to hear more about what happened in the last game, but for those of you that have watched it, a little bit jealous.
Yeah, super.
Because that sounds awesome.
Super base race.
Yeah, and now they're going to be matching up against Azure. And from what I've heard people talking about, Team Marn's bottom lane, they have one college from UCS. They have one player from UCSD, and that is
Heartbeat.
Heartbeat. Thank you very much for that one. And they say that's actually kind of the weaker part of their team.
Yep.
Heartbeat does play a lot of everything, but the core is Echo in the mid lane, Mega Zero up top, Claky D in the jungle, usually on Jarvan.
Didn't Heartbeat play a different position?
Heartbeat did play, I think it was top or mid, but I mean, when you talk to him, he says, I play everything.
Right.
As all these guys do, but he's not a natural native bottom laner.
That makes things difficult. A lot of these teams, and like we said, December 30th was their creation. It's been a team, it was disbanded, reformed, and it's a few weeks ago. A lot of these teams are a few weeks ago. But as you've been seeing throughout the day, the matches featured today go on to tomorrow. First 1 and 2. The last 3 and 4 of that group have been sent home. Those elimination matches, we'll see a few more as well in this group. Tomorrow, the first of each group plays the second place of another group, and then those teams move on to the final 4 and the last contract on that day for the last team.
So sad. It's like tomorrow's going to be the day of joy. There's going to be so much partying going through. No one gets eliminated tomorrow. Just 4 people become professional. 4 teams, 20 players become professional gamers and their managers. It's going to be amazing. And then the last day, it's like, yeah, 4 teams' dreams get destroyed.
Yeah.
The day of sorrow.
Tomorrow will be good. We'll have
Yeah.
party favors and some, little, I forgot what they're called. Thanks.
Those things?
Those things.
Yeah.
He's got it. God, I'm glad I have Jad up here. But, guys, we are getting ready to get into this game. Azure Gaming. Azure Gaming. Yeah, I'm going to get it right one of these times.
Azure. I need an angry freak
Versus
telling
Team
it to
Marn.
me right
Yeah,
now.
you do.
I apologize to Azure and for people who actually know how to pronounce that word, but I am challenged in this department, and I can't get it. I'm trying
It's all
so
right.
hard.
By the end of the day, there's a weekend to do this.
Azure?
If they make it on, if nothing happens now, you'll be safe for the weekend. But
Azure?
if not, we got it. Azure.
They won their first Azure?
Azure.
Okay.
There you are.
Everyone at home is going to know now. They'll be like, Jat's doing it wrong again. He just can't do it. And I'll
There'll be a
like,
Reddit
yeah.
thread every time. There's going to be a subreddit, Jat said it wrong.
Yeah, I'm going to Azure. Nope. It's like, damn it. Swear I can do it.
So a lot of these teams also embracing the AD caster mid. Not a lot of these teams. These 2 teams embrace that AD caster mid, so we may see that come out. We didn't last game. No, we did. We did Jace against Katarina.
We saw it from the enemy who actually lost. I mean, we heard so much coming into this that the AD caster was taking over it. We saw a lot of it in the OGN. The mid Jace has been dominant there. The thing is, though, Kha'Zix is one of the guys who's been doing a lot of that. He's been banned all the time. I would love to see some Talon, in all
got
honesty.
to see some Kale on the B stream. That was great.
Yes.
It
Kennex
tore
played,
apart. Yeah.
Kennex played a very mean Kale over on the other stream. And let's actually just, I mean, we do have a few minutes. Obviously, all these players having to set up. I'm really impressed, actually, by the players' composure, the tech team here, the fact that we have a 16-team tournament. We only have 4 stations here for them to set up and play. We have to swap them in and out absolutely every game.
Yeah.
The turnaround times have been impossibly fast, I'd almost say.
for sure.
There's pre-save settings. Everyone set them up yesterday. It's
I think
quite
that's
a
the
feat.
coolest part. Like, you walk up to a computer, you're like, I'm Bloodwater. Bam. Runes, pages, settings, masteries, done. Like, what's up?
You can actually see Mega Zero right there, and you would not think that that man is 20 years old, but
what?
He is.
I would have said, like, 19 on a leap year.
That's basically 20. Like, that's not surprising at all. But you listen to this guy talk, and it's funny because Trieskimo, his older brother, he was a player for V8, and he was actually an intern at Riot Games a couple of times. And it's amazing. You can tell these guys spent their entire childhood just playing games together because their mannerisms, the way they speak, the way they go super in-depth, like they explain everything in really immense detail. Mega Zero was just like, when he was talking about his class schedule, he was saying, so I think I'd be able to take a bit more. So I took 18 credit hours in the past, but I thought that was a little heavy, so I'm going to talk to my professors and go down to about 9. He's just, every single detail is always touched, and he's incredibly logical. It's like a miniature he doesn't look the same, but he acts the same. Nuts.
So as we look at that, does he actually himself, obviously he has extreme solo queue experience and good mechanics, but what about the LAN for this team? They've seen a little bit of MLG, but it was kind of a different roster.
So this is Team Marn again, right?
Team Marn, yes.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so
Good
a lot
call.
of these guys have been to the LANs before. I know Claky D has played a lot of live events for the fighting game community, at least. It's funny. There's multiple players on this roster who have big game LAN experience for other games. Back at DreamHack 2011 or whenever the first League of Legends Season
11.
Championship was, that was 2011 or 2010? 2010. Mega Zero was actually in DreamHack playing Bloodline Champions.
Well, that was middle 11. 10 was WCG. Well, you said the first one. It was WCG. It was DreamHack, though. Yeah,
But
it
yeah,
was in
so
middle 11.
they kind of have been here before, if you know what I mean. But there's still the added pressure of I don't think it's ever meant this much for them.
That's true.
Yeah.
I was talking about that with Freak. I'm like, these guys may understand what's at the end of the week or at the end of a loss, but it's not setting in yet what could happen. Because usually, something happens. Like, you hit your birthday, you're like, yeah, I'm 28. It doesn't sit in. It's already happened. But when these guys are coming up, they're like, this is a new life that I'm getting into. And when that, I think it's hitting in the last, 10 minutes of a game when they may lose. They're like, holy crap, this is what the pressure is.
Yeah, this means a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, think of what happens for some of these guys if they win. Like, take a guy like Demon Low, who's finishing up high school. I heard, who was it? Who was the guy we were interviewing yesterday who hadn't told his parents yet? He was like, what are you going to do if you qualify? He's like, well, I'll probably go up to them, tell them that I have a salaried year and that I want to move to LA to play in a professional gaming league. And
I want to say, who did interviews with Niantanzo?
Suzuki?
I think it was him.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, wasn't it?
No,
no, because he said his dad wanted to know.
That was the feature of their house.
Yeah,
that was the
right.
long story back. But all of these guys, just overall, so many of them are so young, in all honesty. Like, just so many of these guys, 17 to kind of 22. I remember when I was 25 and I was still a pro gamer.
Do you?
I was the old man. Like, St. Vicious was the only other guy who was 25 of anyone who was a professional gamer at the time. So all the players on TSM, Dignitas, CLG, all the European teams I could talk to.
Wee little boys.
It's nuts. And I think a lot of it just has to do with the age range that has the time to play this much in competitive games, right? Because you think a lot of times when people get really in-depth in college or when they start the full-time work, sometimes they don't have the ability to dump this time in and consider it a proper investment. But now as we're growing older and older and creating professional leagues and seeing these tournaments, I think the young age is just a victim of circumstance. I don't actually think a 25-year-old is too old to play video games.
No, right.
It's just a matter of they hadn't previously had the ability to consider it a career. But now that that's possible, I can't wait for the future. I'm too excited.
Too excited. It has to come now. We need it right now. We're really close to getting into this one. Guys, thank you for bearing with us here as we get everything set up. New teams coming on, new teams going out as we start this next game, and it's going to be amazing. Like we said, really excited to see Team Martin here playing on the main stream. We just had an amazing B-Stream base race that I have to go watch later, but we're into Champion Select. Without further ado, let's get this match underway.
So the early bans coming out already. A Nivea banned by Azure. Did I get it?
Azure. It's okay. We'll get there.
All right. I just can't do it. But that's something that Echo plays. A lot of people fear his Anivia, in all honesty, and that just doesn't leave enough bans for the rest of the team because you still got to deal with Claky D's Jarvan and Mega Zero's Riven if you want to get all this stuff out of the way.
Go for that Kha'Zix ban out in mid. Look, you can see him just talking to you like, I don't know, maybe, yeah, we should ban this. They're deciding it out. Anivia Kha'Zix out. There's Claky D. He's also getting a hand in it here.
Is that how we should ban this? Is that?
Yeah, it's probably what they're doing.
That's probably all the logic.
And then they roll a die, and you.
I mean, we've done the listen-ins before. They usually have really amazing logic for these things.
No, they do. Yeah, Dyrus.
Yeah.
Oh, Kale. Whoa. Bleep it, bleep. It's totally logic. That's great. But yeah, Jarvan again. So much play. And you know what? When we went to Thailand, I was like, God, these guys play Jarvan all the time, and it's so much fun to watch. Why doesn't NA or anybody out Jarvan everywhere now?
Especially out of the jungle. This was what Claky D does. He finds creative gank paths using Jarvan that a lot of people don't think. You can hop over a couple really creative brushes. Like you can go over the Dragon Pit to get by like Tribrush wards and then come all the way in behind if you're thinking of the blue side of the map. And he's super patient, super creative with the way he ganks, and it's really dangerous. He will play it every game if he has the opportunity.
So I'll have to see if Marn trolled us. Because at first he already said they're not going to pick Jarvan. And then they said they're going to pick Riven and a whole bunch of other jazz. And then he's like, maybe, and walked away. They're like, wait, what?
Then he also said, in the same conversation, he said they're going to pick Riven and Riven's going to be banned. So
100%, 0%.
He is someone who always has something to say.
There's a Riven. All right, so that was not a lie. And they do have Taric. Did they say? They also said Taric.
They also said Ahri.
They also said Ahri if they'll pick
Echo's
it.
Ahri in mid lane is his most played in this season. So they're going to get a lot of sweet spot champions, in all honesty.
That comfort level
Echo's
is
also
huge.
a main Taric. Like, if you look at his support list, not Echo, sorry, their support Atomic, his main support is by far Taric in rank. So they're really looking comfy right now.
Really great to stop the initiation, too. Nice dazzle on a Nocturne after that Paranoia. Shut down a fight. So the composition is looking good for the counter. 2 picks coming up for Azure Gaming. Azure. And we'll have to see what they decide to do. Damn you, chat. Making me laugh.
I mean, I can't get it. I cannot say Azure.
So the top laner's out. They don't need to pick that, but it looks like they do anyways. And what else are they going to grab here?
All right, so Cho'Gath, Graves. That pretty much locks in either a mid or a top lane Cho'Gath. Mid-Cho'Gath is honestly
Yeah,
really mean if they decide to go with that. It could be anything. They are honestly leaving their options open, keeping that last counter pick to do whatever they want based on what Marn wants to do here. Here they're going to be picking their AD carry and their mid laner. Will they decide to go with something heavy AD mid, or will Marn have foretold us his strategies, and do they pick Ahri?
Ezreal's still on the board, so there's the safe play there. Definitely a team you might want an Ez for, especially because of that Nocturne. And no, they said Urgot, and they are hovering on Urgot right now.
It's like nobody plays Urgot anymore.
Yeah,
he
like,
walked
away, he goes, nobody plays Urgot anymore.
And we said, actually, and then he, because we were going to bring up OGN, and he said, blank Korea. And we're like, damn.
Doesn't count, I guess. But they're hovering. They are really considering
Really?
this. Wow.
This is a, if they do this, this is a completely premeditated, pre-planned composition. All 5 of these picks
Yeah, nothing
are
on the
something
right
they're
side
ready to go
matters
for.
to them right now.
Yeah, this is not a counter pick action at all. This is 5 champions that they've really wanted to play, and they have something prepared for. I'm getting excited here, messing up my words. But yeah, this is, if they win, they're in, and I'd be so excited to have a team come all the way from the online qualifier to make it out of the group stage at this point.
Yeah, it's becoming a task for these teams at this point. Azure coming out of MLG, Marn the online qualifiers, and like we've been saying, they're the last ones left from the online qualifiers. Eliminations have gone swift today and quick for a few, but a lot have also moved on to that second day to vie for that contract, that $100,000+ in a new life.
And I just want to break down how these team comps are probably going to work. So for Azure Gaming, they have really good gank potential. Nocturne and Kassadin, once they hit level 6, are going to be crushing down. Nunu Graves is an average kind of lane, but mainly that team's going to be looking to roam and create a lot of action. You look over at Team Marn, though, and the bottom lane ganks are going to be huge for them. We know Claky D's jungle style on Jarvan is all about ganking bottom. He really allows Echo and Mega Zero to handle their own thing, and he helps them out. Nothing sets up ganks better than something like Urgot and Taric. So look for a lot of action there and hope that their solo lanes can carry themselves.
This is going to be a big matchup. Marn is a team that is known to go hard. Azure Gaming coming off a win as well for themselves. We'll have to see what these two teams can do going in. You just talked about a little bit about what the compositions are going to work like. What is it going to be like for these teams? You know, Marn coming in with that little bit of experience. Azure coming in with some people, Bloodwater, Demon Lol, knowing that experience. What is it like right now, Jet? You've been here.
The biggest thing for these guys, especially the new ones, is you just have to take your pressure down, right? It's just
kick it
this
down
is
a
a
notch.
normal game.
Yeah.
Nothing is happening here. This is not important. My hands are cold. Why is this happening, right? So you have to make sure you warm these things up. Communicate just like you have. Pretend you've been here before. Fake it until you make it, in all honesty. And Demon Lol, you could see he was, especially in that last game when this was the first game for all these guys, he was the one who was calm. Him and Bloodwater, because they'd been there before. Now all these guys should be a little bit more settled in now that they're in their second game. Can't wait to see what happens.
The GGs go out between both teams. They make their way, and they have a ping going down for that top side. So they're going to put somebody just at the Wraith Brush ward, make sure they have vision so they can attack if anything happens.
And will we have any crazy cheese strats coming out here? Because the last game we saw very good delayed invade by Azure. They managed to sneak by all the wards. They got the first blood. Then we saw a really slow game from there on, but they still managed to get that. Everyone on Marn is hoping that someone from Azure is going to come by and put a ward.
Yeah.
That's the spot. They're just like,
I thought they were
"Come
both
and ward,
doing it at first,
ward."
but it looks like, again, you know, another just minute 40 top lane brush.
And the interesting thing about this is in a normal tournament where they weren't playing simultaneous games, they would know this was coming. But they have no way of scouting that this happened for the last game, so they might execute the exact same strategy twice in a row. Interestingly enough, though, Marn's looking for action because no one is not, you know, they're all grouped up as 5. Normally you see a couple people checking this. We might see a 5v5.
They moved by now last game. Azure was already in that tri-bush by 120 rather. I was going to say 111, but it was 120. So they are going for the 140 for sure. They're going to make sure wolves were taken, and they're going to go back, but it doesn't look like they want wolves. They may have seen this from last game.
Mega Zero already in the bottom lane, so 5 of them able to go in, but Atomic was sitting in the right brush. They're going to be able to avoid the death. They will lose their blue buff, but Claky D should be able to pick up red. Not the worst situation. Actually, Azure Gaming completely backs out. That's in favor of Marn.
It really is. The jungle's going to be so much faster, and Jat, we got a lane swap.
You are absolutely right. Urgot running top lane against Cho'Gath. Nothing here had to play the 1v2 lane on Cho'Gath as well last game, and he did a remarkable job on it. Demonlaw and Bloodwater also destroyed the solo laner that was on the salad bar, keeping Singed to 7 minion kills at 9 minutes at some point. I feel like Mega Zero will do slightly better than that. Let's see how it folds out. Unfolds would be a much better way of saying that.
Hey, that's all right. I fold things out as well. Mega Zero taking a little damage there. He's going to have some trouble until he can get that shield up, until he can get a scepter under his belt and get some sustain. Dazzle onto Cho, and they're really just harassing for single CS right now. He's getting as much of an advantage as possible. Clicky D again, an early just pressure on mid, and he's going to look for this one. He's got that flag toss. He's looking to go in. They're clearing out the minions, getting that charm in range. If they can knock it on him, it's going to be a lot of damage.
I don't think it's going to happen just because the minions are already pushing a bit in. Can they get it? At least they burned a flash.
They did burn his flash, but you were right. That line of minions kind of blocked off charm. Great job there on the pressure, and Claky D is known for just taking a camp and going right back at it.
One thing I really need to keep track of, though, is this bottom lane where Mega Zero was the first to the creep line, so it's pushed up beyond his ability to get experience if they decide to zone him out down bottom. Mega Zero is going to be in a lot of trouble if Demonlaw and Bloodwater decide to freeze it there for quite a while. Claky D would have to go down there and shove it to the turret just so the lane could reset and Mega Zero can get experience. This is quite dangerous. But actually, Azure farms it themselves and push it back. No worries.
Yep, he also grabbed about 9 potions in those wards in base, so he's going to be able to sustain for a while down there. Marn in this top lane pushing quite hard, as you see nothing here. He did well. We kind of pointed out that, you know, his factor as an AD carry kind of comes into play in the 2v1 lane, and it may have helped him last game, so he uses that to his ability here. And Claky D, after that camp, grabs his red. He tries to go for a gank, but it looks like he's going to go down through the tri-rush.
Now Claky D gonna try to create some creative things, but he's walking clean through a ward. Will they be able to back off in time? Bloodwater zooms back. At the very least, though, they're allowing Mega Zero to get farm. He's already double what Singed was at 9 minutes from the last game, so I'd say the 1v2 lane is working a lot worse for Azure in this game.
So a lot of the junglers have come to lane to really walk away. They did get a flash in mid, but we see Nocturne going down to mid, backing off of Echo, now going to the Golem's top, and he may actually help on this pressure towards Cho'Gath in the top lane. He's not taking damage, but he is being just stunned under the turret, harassed on that CS. You can kind of see him poking back and forth. There's the Nocturne Jet as he slowly comes in.
Walks right through that pink ward, so everyone on Marn up top is going to be able to back away. It's really back-to-back tri-brushes happening warded as they fight mid.
So hurt. One more auto attack. He flashes away, and both of them are going to live with a sliver of health.
Wow, so 50 health on Kassadin and about 90 health on Echo. One more auto attack from pretty much either one of them would have been the end for that. They both started with that Crystalline Flask, though, so because they didn't trade any kills, it's pretty much a zero-sum for them right there.
So in a lane like this, obviously Kassadin's looking to hit that 6 and just peace out, no? He wants to roam as much as possible.
But that's the crazy thing. Ahri wants to do the same thing.
Right.
Right, Kassadin and Ahri are very similar in their playstyles. I'd say Kassadin slightly more persistent mobility,
right,
but Ahri has slightly more burst mobility in the team fights with those 3 stack of dashes ultimate. But early on, I'd say Ahri should have the edge in that lane. It would have been a disaster if she fell there.
Mega Zero faring well for himself, 23-19 in the lane swaps for the tops, which are now switched around. And, you know, he said he wanted to play Riven. It's really a strong champion for Mega Zero, and the comfort level for him is just above through the roof right now. So he knows what he's doing. He still has 4 potions left, so he's gone through 4 rather, last time we've seen him. Still has that last ward, so he's ready to be in that lane for quite some time.
Yeah, and we actually see the gank up top. The Rupture just missed. Gank down bottom also gets repelled, so they keep trying to help out these 1v2 laners, but they're just constrained to their turrets.
Super safe game right now, Jat. The elimination, or the first match, I guess, would be the knockdown game, not the elimination. It is going to be big for these guys still. Going through 2-0 still means a lot.
Prawley actually had a very interesting comment during his interview after the second group of the day. He said, we look at these groups as 2-0ing top of the group is easier than finishing second. Because to 2-0, just win 2 games, is easy, but to come back after a loss, they find to be quite hard. They considered this single 1-game elimination. So for either of these teams, if they lose, it's really tough to come back in that second one, which is why they could be playing so passive early.
You know, sometimes you have to force yourself in that mentality. Works out well. Mega trying to put that pressure on a 2v1, and he's all by himself. Great job there. He's just being aggressive, knows he's going to be going back soon. He can do what he wants right now.
It's actually really remarkable, the fact that he's in a 1v2 lane. Look at the farm between Graves, his 2v1 lane mate, and Mega. Wow. 50 to 35. Like, he's not down by very much. And it's bad for Riven to be in a 1v2 because she really relies on getting an early advantage and just taking it home. She scales so well off that early attack damage that putting him in that situation is a little bit troublesome. They've just gotten him out of that. They threw Atomic and Heartbeat bottom. They're trying to get him 1v1 up top. We'll see if Azure decides to counter by sending 2 members up as well.
They are indeed putting him up. We see Claky D up top. He may try to just stay there until Riven comes in for a lane gank. No, not enough mana. He's going to back out. Cho'Gath also not there. And we do have a 6 on Nocturne. So these wards placed by Marn, they got to be placed a little bit farther out. And they have to be conscious of the fact that that Nocturne now has his ultimate. We'll have to see if those lane ganks come into play. The bottom lane is coming back. Cho'Gath will be down there, and Marn follows him, or rather Nocturne follows him.
This game has been passive up to this point, but I expect to see an explosion of action very shortly. Especially if Nocturne goes in right now.
Bing, bang, boom. There it is. Paranoia down onto Heartbeat. They are forced to back out of that one.
Backed out of that in a Heartbeat, actually.
Yeah.
Just flashed right out of that. Ooh, nah, that was too bad.
That was great.
Yeah. But as soon as Heartbeat hits level 6, Claky D can come bottom with a gank, and they could easily combo nothing here straight down. They can chain CC on him for quite long enough. All of these guys, even Ahri and Kassadin, so reliant on getting level 6, that might be one of the reasons we've had so much passivity, one of the other reasons we've had so much passiveness thus far.
And I gotta give high five to both teams for the double swap back to the other lanes. That's so random.
Well, it was a matter of
Right.
Marn trying to get Mega Zero into a 1v1 so he could punish Cho'Gath, and it was a matter of Azure saying, no, you're not doing that. You are one of the best top laners in the world,
Yeah,
and
right?
this guy plays AD. You're not playing against him 1v1.
So here we go. Heartbeat pushing on the turret, getting those Acid Hunters down. Still just hitting. That is some pain for Cho'Gath, but the sustain at his turret helps. He said that Flask is going to keep them in that lane. Level 6s are hitting around the map, chat. These team fights are going to start happening, but there's still a lot of those turrets up. So I think it's going to be the mobility from Echo, and we have Shousters to start off for their teams. Really, the lanes aren't giving themselves anything. All these ganks are failing. Not failing, just not happening.
And even the turrets aren't getting pushed that much, because you look into the top and bottom, both of the 1v1 laners, those things have barely been touched. So really, slow game. Where is the action going to come from? You can see Nocturne trying to get around to gank Echo. It's just not happening at this point. And farming alone, Marn has a very slight edge, but that means almost nothing right here.
So Nocturne doesn't have his ult, so this could be a quick Spirit Rush if she's not silenced. There's one, but the Fear goes off. She's still silenced. This could be a go down here. The Ignite is on. The last tick goes off. First blood to Shousters.
Brute force ganking. They comboed it so well. Ahri can't use any of her spells when she's feared or silenced, and they chained the 2-second silence into the 2-second fear just right so she couldn't dash out of the fear tether. Very well communicated, and they timed those spells just right as Jarvan comes in for a gank top.
Oh, great job, though. Demon Lol using himself as a personal ward, put himself in the bush and saw it exactly as it happened. They're able to turn this one around. Now a 3v1. Claky D taking quite a bit of damage. Still stuck in a 4v1. Claky D for one more shot, and the double kill. Beautiful play by the top lane.
Those are that is the worst place for a double kill to go if you're Marn right now, because Demon Low just had 18 kills in the previous game on Ezreal.
Oh my gosh.
He's the most experienced and possibly most skilled player on Azure Gaming, and he just got fed, so they have to be extremely careful. That was disastrous for them. We'll see if they can capitalize off of it.
Nothing here, also getting a chance to push his lane down bottom for free and waste a whole bunch of minions to the tower, so he backs happy as well. Catching up in some CS there, now only down by 6, which was about 15 to 20 just a few seconds ago.
Where's the next set of action going to happen? Because as soon as Marn tried to do something, the first real gank Claky D went for, popping his ultimate, Mega Zero popped his ultimate and flash as well, backfired horribly. The mobility from Shousters just outmatched the mobility from Echo because they were able to burn the Ahri ultimate in the previous gank. It's going to be tricky for Marn to get back in this one.
Yeah, I honestly thought that whoever was coming from Tribush was somebody from Team Marn, but I was like, wow, Shouster moved fast. He was up there in a second.
And on top of that, they didn't even have to burn the teleport on Cho'Gath, so the mobility really out the wazoo for Azure right here.
So Ahri still trying to push mid quite hard, actually, knowing that she's been a focus. Not so much a focus, but ganked a few times recently. Nocturne is actually just on the backside, probably waiting to Paranoia in with Kassadin. He's going to go back into his jungle. The other pings you can see there, Nocturne is just behind Kassadin. I'm not doing this.
Mega Zero's got to be getting pretty frustrated around this moment because every time he's tried to go to a different lane, Demon Law and Bloodwater have just stalked him there. They're not letting him get his farm, they're not letting him get his items, and most importantly, they're not letting him do his magic because the Nocturne gank comes in mid.
It does. They do not give up on that positioning. The fear goes down once again, and they catch him as soon as he comes back to lane.
We talked in the pregame, Shousters and DJ Lambo's gank combos are crazy. I wasn't sure if they'd be able to gank an Ahri, but they are showing they can.
Mega Zero could go down. Collateral damage was enough to burst for one last auto attack, and it could be Bloodwater falling here. Claky D keeps the tower up. Bloodwater gets himself out alive. The Blood Boil for the second kill. Another double kill for Demon Law. 4-0 now.
Even more trouble. The double kill
That's
was
the worst person to get a double kill up top.
It's the worst person to be 4-0 at this point. It's just getting worse and worse. It's the worst person. Like, every kill, in all honesty, that has happened for Azure is on the perfect person. Getting Kassadin the kills, getting Nocturne the kills, and getting Graves the kills are the three by far most important people. They're keeping also Echo and Mega Zero, really the two strongest members of the team, down as well. So this could not be going better for Azure.
5,000 gold lead now separates these two teams. And after that bottom, you know, I'm surprised they didn't go Dragon, but they're getting the ping on it right now, and it actually looks like they will.
They're going to have to go somewhere. Like, if they get the Dragon on top of this, it's just going to continue adding up to their advantage. Marn is nowhere near. I mean, nothing here is trying to harass them off blue, and him and Kassadin are actually keeping back 3 members of Marn. All the positional advantages showing for AZG. Stop trying to say Azure because
like
screw it up again. Let's see if they can make something happen with this blue buff.
So Claky D rather coming through quite strong, showing some aggression. Looks like he wants to get a beast on this one. Actually, they might give that up. The Dragon is going down, and I love this. It's just nothing here, playing cat and mouse top with these guys at blue, saying, hey, this for Dragon, sweet. But they finally figure out what's going on, and they mobilize.
Really seems like AZG is coming into their own right now because the first game looked sloppy against the Salad Bar. They won it convincingly by the end, but the road there was rough. The crispness of their gank so far in this game, with the way Shousters and DJ Lambo are coordinating to finish off Ahri, and especially the way Demon Law and Bloodwater are coming together in the bottom lane, turning around multiple ganks and keeping Mega Zero down, who I'd say would be the star player of Team Marn, has been awesome.
Chat, we're 15 minutes into this game. A little bit of a poke there coming out of the right side of the stage as they enter onto the scene and say, we are here to protect mid. Coming in now 15 minutes in, there's a lot of Giants belts to stop some burst damage that would be coming from the side of Marn, but who's in the upper hand right now? There's a lot of gold, there's 6. Could the fight be won by Marn if it's a 5-on-5?
Maybe. They'd have to get a lot of luck. I really see AZG as the huge favorite coming into this fight. Here's a teleport. We might see the fight now.
Cho'Gath is going to be there as well, and they make it a 5-on-5 right away, and we'll see if that 5-on-5 works. It is going to be Jarvan going down first. Demon Law could fall here. That's going to be some good gold, but it goes to Tarek. That's not so helpful. Kassadin onto Riven, and it looks like they will finally drop down Atomic. A few more hits there, the Rupture, and the last auto attack to finalize. Echo is being chased down here. Ooh. They may drop Shousters. It's going to be Echo trying to walk out of this one. One last attack brings it in to 3 for 5.
Ouch.
Yeah, super duper ouch. So, Jack, you didn't even really have to answer my question because it just got answered.
Ouch. That's the fight. It actually turned out better than it should have, in all honesty. I feel like Marn should have lost that fight a little bit worse. They finally managed to kill Demon Law, and that was the big one. They swapped him with Heartbeat. Everybody dove straight on him. The Riven ult was used on him as well, at least the execute portion. But even with all that, not enough. They couldn't finish off Shousters, and now just everyone getting really, really big on AZG. 6,000 gold lead at 16 minutes is really big.
And usually it would be a big deal, but that money so could have gone to somebody else than Tarek.
It's really true. Like, it is so true.
Such a
Mega Zero
5-kill shutdown to Tarek.
Mega Zero really needed that gold. It happens in the midst of a fight. That was not a mistake by Atomic. It was just an unfortunate packet of damage that landed at the right time to finish a kill.
Best last hitting support ever. So we see them pushing in here. They're actually taking quite a bit of poke on this Jat. Mega Zero's taking a few hits. They're trying to siege down on this turret. They have some good damage, eventually getting it, obviously, but it may be worth an initiation from AZG. They go in on Atomic. It's going to be that taunt. A beautiful full team stun from Mega Zero, besides one that wasn't even there. A great job there. Very hard to do as it's just on that pinpoint in Origin, but he really saved that initiation.
Keeping the pressure up, they actually have 2 members of AZG recalling right now. They got their first turret. They could maybe continue that push, but they decide to take this small advantage, not make any game-losing mistakes, and back off.
11-3 now, 17 minutes on this one. We are 5,000 gold up, 3 turrets now in favor of AZG as they move down the map. They've taken out all outer 3. They're not really warding offensively in the jungle, so they're not gaining too much ground other than just that lane and what they can see with minion stats. So possibly they have that Ruby, but they're not really putting it in any of the forward positions. Well, there's a Wraith one, awesome.
Yeah, they're not taking too much aggression with it. I'd completely agree with you there. They're starting to get the map control. I mean, especially having picked up Demon Law just a little while ago, their team synergy is definitely not all the way there yet, so they've been able to get the combo synergies going. Like DJ Lambo ganking mid for Shouster is very strong. Demon Law and Bloodwater are working great together, by the way. That is one of the strongest combos we've seen today, I'd have to say. But their overall synergy and team strategy still needs some development. We'll see how they're able to close this game.
So they've actually put a beautiful line of wards there, making that first half of the jungle theirs. It could be scary down to that red golem and wolf camp. We'll have to see what they do. They're just kind of pushing this lane in mid. They're getting Shogath back with them. They now see Riven top, so this could be a definitive push here. Nocturne ulti is up. They're finding him in the side here, just towards the Wraiths. Looks like it's just a little back and forth. He smites away the big Wraith.
And now all 5 members pushing up the mid lane. This is a dangerous spot for AZG. If someone got Urgot swapped into a turret, 4v5, that would be a potential error. But wow! He's too low to start.
He wanted to turn around, I think, and swap that almost, but he was like, can't, silence, can't do it. So all that pressure, that all came from just Shousters. And you know what? Those abilities are already back up for him. And that is huge. He can just wipe out the AD carry in one shot.
You just compare the items in the gold between the 2 mid laners. Caston versus Ara. We talked earlier about them being very close matchups of each other. 5,300 to 4,600. And Shouster's coming around the back. They're really looking to fight on this turret. Might be dangerous, though.
Dazzle goes in on Lambo. He got a good shield off. Mitigated a good amount of damage there. They get only about 25% on the turret.
And they might back. Yep, they're going to straight back away. DJ Lambo taking a bit too much damage.
That bottom wave.
They really need DJ Lambo to be healthy to be able to go into that. He's tank Nocturne, Sunfire Cape. You know what he's doing. He's the only, you know, him and Shouster's going in together to finish off those targets. The dive buddies, so to speak, trying to finish that off. They're in a lot. They have a lot of control here.
So we actually see Nocturne and Jarvan both in this game not choosing to upgrade the Wriggles. We on the B stream, actually, I was talking to Kobe. I'm like, everyone that we saw upgraded to Wriggles, and now we have these guys not choosing to.
Just messing up your build path.
Messing up everything. I don't know, man. It is quite a bit extra gold just for some health steal. Or life steal.
You get the persistent ward, which is really nice if you can get it fast. But for Nocturne, he's actually... I'm checking if he's running lifesteal Quince. And he's not. But he gets the passive heal, at least, which allows you to get by with just running the Wriggles. And Jarvan, since he got to the Warmogs, the health regen's keeping him up healthy enough. So they're bypassing the ward. They know their support's got the Ruby Sight Stones. Guess they think that's enough, and they are saving the money getting to those big tank items sooner.
So with a build that Urgot is usually accustomed to, with a Graves being so fed, is the late game even there for Urgot? Is it going to come back around?
Usually, Urgot is about assassinating the enemy AD carry. And they can still get that to happen as long as Urgot doesn't get silenced by Caston. It's going to be really interesting to see how that goes back and forth. That's going to be the play there. Every time, Heartbeat's going to try to swap in Graves, but Demon Law, amazing reaction times, trying to get out of there with his quick draws and his flashes. It's going to be about Marn dogpiling Demon Law, and Demon Law trying to just save his team.
Where is the initiation going to be? Urgot sits safely within his team, so really Nocturne has nobody to go to right now. You see Lambo on the outside, Mega Zero trying to get there close. He actually flashes on him. He still has a few more broken wings to get there. They are going to be feared out. Going for the switch. Actually, he dodges. Did he just dodge the switch? He went to switch him and he paranoid out of it, I think.
Nope.
No?
He got him. I think so.
Nothing here coming. Nothing here is going to be into the fight, and it looks like they are going to try to take him down. He's just so tanky right now. They could lose this one on just focusing him. No, Demon Law could not get into the damage. It's just He was too tanky for even the range of Graves.
What happened with the Nocturne ult is he got swapped in while his ult was active, but after the 1 second suppress wore out, he continued to move past.
All right.
So it looked like he flew the entire range through.
That was ridiculous. My brain just crashed and rebooted in like 3 seconds. So as they move down mid, 22 minutes on this one, we finally see a bit of aggression after a lull in the game, and they look to control a bit more of the jungle here, Jat.
And now it's a matter of them having to take some action. DJ Lambo got cut out. They were unable to punish, in all honesty. They had to burn a lot going to save him. We're going to see their move, really, if they decide to pick up Oracles and start clearing around Baron. But for now, they're just pinging down on Mega Zero, trying to back in that ward.
Pushes all over the place. They actually have really good pushes on their lanes. They could really go to force something here if they weren't so far behind in items. That is really what's keeping them back. And we're gonna have to see if the gold here, if these minions that they don't have to farm, you know, they have to get out there. They have to get vision on the map, and they have to get to that experience.
And Graves and Cassidy are sitting on mountains of gold, so to speak. Cassidy just bought the item, needlessly large rod, straight up. Demonlo is going to be going back and getting that last Whisper right after he picks up that red buff, if I had to guess. But bad timing, because he's sitting on a huge amount of gold, and the dragon is up, and Marn is forcing. They might have to concede this, Azure would.
And Marn is doing this a little bit blind. The only wards they have are right next to him, so whoever comes out of the jungle here is what they see. They are going to be on dragon. They're a little bit in pit. They get out safely. Long range dazzle there. Going to be picking it up, so we have a 29-minute dragon for your next one. We'll have to see if that is even a contest. By that time, I think it's going to be all about the Baron, Jeff.
And you know what, Riv? Martin is sticking in this, because there was a 6,000 gold advantage at 16 minutes. It's now a 4,500 gold advantage at 23 minutes. So they've gained 1,500 gold back in the past 6.5 minutes. And they're keeping their map control up. They haven't lost any dragons, and they actually picked up a kill. It was 3 for 11, now it's 4 for 11. They're doing a pretty good job sticking around. AZG really has to do something to finish.
AZG is making their fight super fight-oriented for their team. They've grabbed the Locket, maybe looking to get something else as Aura initiated here. They do have the Randuins possibly being built by Cho'Gath already, so their fights are already ready to assist each other rather than whoever's in front of them at that time. Coming onto this turret, the siege is quite good, but the retaliation is just as good. Duskbringer, as well as that Orb of Deception. The taunt in, they focus too much on him though. That was a good choice to back off.
So this is one of those sustained pushes. The turret's on about 1/3. Heartbeat really wants to land a swap on a good target. They might fight right here, might come now.
Great job. Oh, they get Demonlo completely out of the fight. They're going to chase him. There's the dive in as well. They find Echo, and Claky D is trying to get Demonlo. Beautiful kiting by him. Allows his team to get the upper hand of the fight. Martin is left with 2 here, and it looks like Mega Zero is going to be in the front. They chase down, and Bloodwater throws down a great ultimate, locking up 3 of them. Mega Zero forced out of the fight.
Can he
as
clean?
They take down. He may be able to. Mega Zero being out of the fight gave him enough time to really size everybody up, and Jat, it looks like he's going to push him out.
He's going to keep chasing too. Riven's a pretty good chaser. If he can dodge a Rupture, he might be able to finish, but the Blood Boil just appears to be too fast. Riv, 3 for 3 on top of Marn's turret. They might just be sticking around in this one. They crushed onto Demonlo. They finished him off, and immediately when he went back to base, Demonlo picked up a Chain Vest. He doesn't want to die there because you can really see how much they rely on his damage in fights.
That was absolutely amazing. That was a fight of wards as well. You just saw him being placed there over the bush, in the bush. They were trying to get vision back, and Mega Zero kind of stopped and sized everything up. He said, now.
Well, so much happened in that fight when they dove onto Demonlo. Is like everything just peeled immediately off of them, and that allowed Mega Zero, who doesn't really have any defensive itemization, to just bunny hop around, hopping on everyone, and cleaned up that fight. He was doing a huge amount of the damage there.
Battle Bunny Riven making the impact plays. 2, 3, and 2, buying some health potions actually as he goes back. He's leaving the Brutalizer in that build for more penetration. Like you said, nothing to really mitigate and defend for Riven yet. So that was a beautiful way to engage that fight, and they're probably going to have to do that from now on to get past Cho'Gath and deny him being tanky all fight. He actually left with very low health. So in the end, they had perfect focus the whole time.
Yeah, Cho'Gath now with 3,952 health. It's a big monster.
Looks like we have that position. Here it is, Jat. It's going to be 3 minutes until Dragon even comes back up. There's no reason to be on the bottom half of the map. Cho'Gath does have his teleport up. They do not have a ward on the Baron, though. Actually, the ward is right where they're standing. So Cho'Gath is going to be in that party in just a few seconds. Will he decide to teleport in? I don't see it coming in just
they killed
yet.
Cass.
They throw it down. They actually take down Cassidy in there very quickly, and this may be the fight that they're looking for. No, the other AP carry goes down. A great paranoia coming in. Graves falls. Demon Law will not be able to do the damage needed, and Mega Zero gonna chase this one away. Nothing here is the last one left, and the teleport came in a little bit too late. They're able to clean up this fight, and with what is left, that should be the Baron.
Riv, they got the initiation. That was crazy. I don't know why Jousters went in to start that fight, because nothing here had a perfect split push. All they had to do was stall. But this would be an amazing comeback, because they were 6,000 gold down 11 minutes ago, and they're about to take a gold lead with the Baron buff if they can get this after winning a series of amazing team fights. It's tough for them to take this Baron, though. They don't really have an AD carry to finish it off. There's no one to stop them, though. They're going to get it.
Slowly but surely, and there it is. They close the gold gap completely, not completely, 300 gold to even.
I got it. We're going to see a replay of this fight. We're going to get it one more time. And the start of this fight, Riv, was crazy. Shousters jumped in for Mega Zero, but what are you doing? They just charmed you and jumped on top of you from here. Look at Demon Low. That's the only thing that matters right now, because he's the only damage dealer left. They continually, Mega Zero jumps on his face over and over again. Heartbeat wasn't there for the start of this fight, and then it took him about 45 seconds to kill nothing here, but we don't need to watch that part because they finished off the tanking show.
There's nothing here to watch. So we go back to the game, picking up blue. People are resetting. We have Marn now. Not so much an upper hand, but definitely grabbing some footing now.
And I want to see if they're able to close this one out, because we just saw AZG, you know, they brought out their mitts and they threw a good one right there, because they had this game in the bag. If they had a way of coordinating and work, like tower diving with Caston and Nocturne, they should have been able to just take them right off the map, but they've allowed them to crawl their way back into this game. And one win away from making it out of this group stage, either one of these teams in what is now an extremely close game. I'd say the slight edge to Marn.
Yeah, chat, look, if you just look at AZG right now, their coins are stacked on each other on that mini-map. They are not moving without arm's length of each other. They do not want that fight to happen again.
This is a very beefy team, so to speak. You always get this when you pick up an Urgot. You kind of just become a team of tanks. You can see just Mercury treads and a Haunting Guise on Echo's Ahri makes him a little more resilient. The dive of Mega Zero, you know, just with the Black Cleaver and the Riven Shield alone, somewhat difficult to bring down. Unless Shousters can start killing some of these guys, I wonder, especially since they were losing, especially since AZG was losing fights before they're really fed, if they have what it takes to come back in this and even kill Claky D, who's become a tanky beast on Jarvan in his own right.
They certainly have map control. Jat completely taking towers with no contest. They're going to go ahead and back out and make AZG's jungle theirs. More than happy to just stay and take the wolves. They're even just spreading out to do it.
They're pinging down that mid turret as well. You can see the middle lane. Got a bunch of minions there. They might look to tower dive. This would be it's very hard to tower dive a Nunu. He puts up so much zone control with that absolute zero. Marn's going to have to make a move at some point. They might just try to poke it down and take it slowly. It's not far from the back of their minds how much AZG was ahead of them just prior. They've got to take this one slow.
Nothing here, trying to put himself in the front. And it does kind of pull Marn off the attack, but like you said, just poking this turret every time they can get it in. Even Echo's getting auto attacks in when he can. They don't want to go too close. Really, Cho'Gath more than happy to get poked. He's got that regen on him.
Yeah, they're getting out of here. They see the blue buff is up. They made no progress in that last push mid. The Baron buff only has a quarter of its duration left. They're going to make kind of something happen. The top turret falls because of the huge minion wave, giving them now a 2,000 gold advantage. That's an 8,000 gold swing from 15 minutes ago. Very impressive. But the sieging of turrets for these guys is really lacking. Without a ranged AD carry, they pretty much have to win team fights outside of turret range, because these types of sieges do not translate well for Marn's team comp.
See what they have to do. You know, Jat, you're perfectly correct. We saw what happened in mid just now. They had to back off. Great job at the stop siege. And like you said, that new displacement. So backing off now, 32 minutes into this game. Marn trying to find their next path into that fight, their next path to victory, possibly looking to go 2-0 in the group here. versus Azure Gaming.
So Baron buff is a 4-minute duration buff. It's almost gone for them. In all honesty, I feel like it's so hard for them to siege turrets that they're going to have to win fights around Baron. I could be wrong. The flag actually went down behind Claky D there. They're only looking for a bit of tower damage. Avoiding an engage. Here comes, though.
Mega Zero's that first one on. Echo actually gets tethered, but he spirit rushes out, and he's swapped back by the position reverser. Atomic is the focus. It looks like AZG is focusing the wrong people here. One go down from each team, and it looks like they are under their turret, focusing Claky D. This is kind of a disengaged fight, though. They have to be careful where this goes from here.
The problem with that fight positioning for Marn is they've won all their fights by going deep onto Demon Lull. There was a turret and a base at the back of him. The only one who went in was Claky D, and there was nothing there for him to finish. So a 2-for-1, well-engaged fight by AZG. They're going to try to take this right down mid because they know the Baron buff is gone, and they have a one-man advantage.
Slowly just creeping up, getting their wards now back into the jungle. We saw this just a few minutes ago, and it's returned not back to normal. There's still a bit of that gold lead in favor of Marn, but it is back to more of an even game. That Baron buff really put AZG back on their heels, so they're kind of regrouping back from that now, Jat. 17-13. They're cleaning up everything they can, making sure that they don't have to worry about anything else on the push. The lanes are pushed, the camps are clear, they can focus on mid.
And Demon Lull, who has been the focus of every fight, has his Guardian Angel now. So the fights they've lost is because they get on Demon Lull, Riven gets there, crushes them down, you know, Heartbeat swaps them, Echo dives, Claky dives, everyone just goes straight for Demon Lull. With the Guardian Angel, that becomes much, much more difficult. This game is so close. These teams are actually itemizing very well against each other. You can see the mass of wards that Azure Gaming is trying to throw down, avoiding a poor initiation like they had the last time where they kind of lost their stranglehold on this game. This Baron buff's going to be coming up in 1 minute and 2 seconds. I cannot wait to see how they posture around this one because that is where the next fight's definitely going to happen.
Chat, that bulwark coming up for Jarvan, especially with that, the flag toss out, is very underestimated. They are going to have a huge buff in this Baron fight once they get to it, and to come onto that, to counter it, you have Feast and Smite to work with as they get in there. And if the Jarvan gets feared during that, you have no Smite.
You can Smite through fear.
Yeah,
it's only suppressions that stop Smite.
What?
Mind slightly surprised?
Slightly.
Okay. But, dude, this fight, I honestly am very excited to see what happens. There was so much posturing going around here. Both these teams either on their second wind or really trying hard not to throw because Azure had this in the bag. It's going to be very hard for Mega Zero to get through. I really need to watch him in this fight to see if he can finish off Demon Lull. It's going to be so much of the key of this engagement, but the Baron Boogie is not something that's going to happen soon. These teams are being so cautious right now.
Oh my god, walking in the wards. They know they've been seen, so they have to reconsider their positioning for sure right now. Atomic going into the bush, making sure nobody's there. They're on either side of this chat. The cat and mouse is just so intense. I want these guys to go at it face to face here, and it looks like we may have that. Kassadin on the other side to make sure and show that there's 4 in the fight.
Yeah, Shelster's making sure he doesn't get caught out this time. He wants to flank around the back and finish off the back line of Marn. One of the reasons we're not seeing a fight here is because neither team has picked up an Oracle, so they constantly have vision of each other, and they're not allowing anyone to get the upper hand or the jump on them. Nothing here baiting them to try to start on him. We might see a fight. He's down to half. Here it comes!
There it is. It goes on to Echo. This could be a big one for both teams. Mega Zero is taking way too much damage to help. He is forced to flash out. A lot of damage onto nothing here, and he could go down. The AZG health bars are turning more red than they should be, and Lambo falls. Demon Lull falls down. Here comes the Guardian Angel back up, but he is swamped by Team Marn. The double kill coming up from Mega Zero, and once again, they get it out.
3 for 0. They're very low, but they might try to push on to end this. It's support and a Kassadin that is still alive. They're going to go for the end right here, it seems like. They have a lot of armor to tank down. No! They go for the second inhib.
They're going to start pushing their advantages here, and that surprised me too, Jat. There's quite a wave they'd have to push through for the Nexus turrets, but another inhibitor turret for them, and the inhibitor is going to do just fine. They still have 20 seconds on these spawns, but they're going to back out.
So still a huge advantage garnered. I'd have to say the path that Nothing here took around the side in the team fight really just doomed him. He got to half before the fight even started. The tankiest member could no longer soak up damage. I think he was very surprised by the damage that Urgot was putting out on him. The old Urgot builds that you saw in Season 2 were pretty much like a Brutalizer to a Frozen Heart, but when you have a Mura Mana and a Black Cleaver, it's a much increased amount of damage from Urgot. This would be an incredible comeback, and it wasn't off of crazy throw. It was just slowly but surely they picked up the right picks, fights, farms, and they're just coming right back in here. Baron's up again. The dance continues, but with 2 inhibs down, AZG has to have a full-time defender.
They are moving up towards that Baron. It spawned just about 2-3 minutes ago. The wards are down on it. They have, there you go, taking that out. Atomic finally getting that Oracles. We just mentioned these teams need to start clearing that vision off the map, finally picking those up. Wards cleared, wards placed, wards cleared, wards placed. The story of the game right now. There's another pink ward in the bush, and this is what it is about Baron. Deny as much vision as possible, and if Marn can get that fight again, they have to remember Mega Zero has had to flash out of those 2 huge fights that they completely won. He doesn't have that up anymore, but he still has that 1,000 range that Riven can just go. So that's going to be big. The summoners are down.
We saw that Marn won their first game on a base race. Everyone of Azure is pushing down 4 members, but Team Marn might be in close position. Could we see another base race?
Guys, this is going to be huge. 38 minutes into the matchup. We are seeing Team Marn being back. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining the streams. Thanks for watching all day. Team Marn versus Azure Gaming here. We almost saw a slight base race. The second one for Team Marn. Cloud9 winning on the other stage. Congratulations to them. Guys, we have an amazing match going on here. Chat, what's been happening?
This was Team Marn being very far behind. There were 6,000 gold down at 16 minutes. From there, they have just clawed their way back in this game. They got a couple pick kills onto DJ Lambo. Mega Zero and Flaky D have been able to dive straight onto Demon Low's graves, fight after fight after fight. Just recently, Marn won a 3-for-0 team fight, took 2 inhibitors, and now they're looking to do something bigger. They're trying to end the game.
These fights are big. We just mentioned a lot of those summoners down that they have used to win these fights definitively. That Mega Zero focus, he still hasn't bought any HP, but he can output so much damage right now. And they see Claky D kind of running him in there so he can get poked. He wants to take a little initiation for himself. AZG not having it right now. They know that there's somebody on the other side of that wall as well. And Marn is going to solidify the advantage here as they try to go around the horn and knock down all these inhibitor turrets.
It's extremely interesting that Marn is not trying to solidify a Baron buff despite having 2 inhibitors down. There's almost no way AZG could stop them from getting that, but instead, they're trying to take the pressure of the 2 inhibitors and turn it into a 3rd one. You almost never see a 3 inhibitor comeback, so they're trying to secure that 3rd one right here. But we mentioned earlier, no AD carry means very slow turret sieging.
That it does. We'll have to see. No, the Rupture did not hit. They're just missing all day for nothing here. He has lost a few stacks in the fight, so he is losing a little bit of his HP. He's going to go down faster. Like we said, he was very surprised at how much damage Heartbeat did last fight. They are going to initiate. Claky D makes it so, and he pulls Nocturne a little bit more out of the fight, so he has to go back in, throwing down the Zonias. Atomic, however, going very low. Heartbeat trying to take down Shousters, and it looks like Marn got the fight they wanted under a turret. They're able to take down 2. Echo is now the focus, flashing out of that one, using his ult last time, but here's Mega Zero. He's the one that's been able to turn around the fight for these guys. Nobody's ever focusing him. Nothing here, and everyone forced on their heels, and it looks like Marn is able to salvage that one.
It's been a 2-for-1, but Marn's base is also, Azure's base is also taking tons of damage.
That is, the turrets at the Nexus are being hit up, and there is one going down. They have stalled and baited so much time, Jack. Marn is playing this one logically.
They lost 2 in the fight. It looked like a disaster, but the pressure from the super creeps has been too much. They get the 3rd inhibitor down. They're going to fall back from this, and huge exhale for them. They're taking this one slow because losing that fight would have been a huge disaster.
All right, so now we have to see if Marn can close this out. The minions have taken down 2 of their towers. They've been doing well on inhibitors, so props to the minions as well. But we're going to have to see them do it themselves. They have to get through that Cho'Gath. They have to get through Lambo. And these fights are kind of coming up where they're only getting a few things after it now. They're not able to go all the way.
Demon Low's Guardian Angel is back up since the last time, so that's just going to extend the fight. The fact that they're pushed right up to the back of their base means they have plenty of room to fall back into. And those super tanky bruiser comps, you know, the damage only goes so far for these guys. They're probably going to be able to take this Baron, though. 2 of the inhibitors respawn for AZG, but The super minion waves are still, they're still roaming free. They still spawn. They have to clear those out. It's still not decided yet. Will Marn be able to be the first online qualifying team to make it out of the group stage, because we are 0 for 6 today, and with that Cloud9 victory, the salad bar is out as well, which means Marn is the only team still alive from the 32-team online tournament.
Well, Jat, if AZG can come back from this, 10 turrets down, the last one standing is a Nexus turret for them. If they can come back from this, it'll be one of the most amazing ones. We've seen a lot lately, actually. They're just 2013 has graced us with amazingness. Pentakills, comebacks, and awesome base races so far that we have to go watch. Marn did last game. Here we are, going for the Baron again. Chat, this could be in a definitive final push.
And the only triple inhibitor comeback we've seen this year was in a Zubu Blaze versus Zubu Frost game in OGN winner, and that has a unique set of circumstances, which this game comes eerily close to matching. It was a close gold game when the 3 inhibitors were down, and they overdove when they went for the base. Captain Jack on Caitlyn was able to push everyone out and clear them out from the Nexus. Something similar could happen here. Demon Law has a huge amount of gold, but with the Baron, with the fact that they've already been taking it slow, this is an extremely unlikely scenario that they get too overzealous and can't finish after once having 3 inhibitors down. But it could happen because a lot of the conditions are there for it.
Scary for AZG. Azure Gaming, we just saw Shouster going for blue as they walk through wards by Wraiths. He said, I'm not doing this. I don't want blue. I want to guard my base. So even the little things they can't get right now. They're forced to feed off of these minions being pushed in their base. Marn with Baron. That health regen is on. They have a team that has been fighting formidably for the past few.
There's a
swap!
swap!
To see, there's the swap coming in. He is going to be able to dash back out of that one, but the initiation on the Bloodwater. Bloodwater will fall down. There's the ultimate coming from Mega Zero. It looks like they're able to clean this. The Zonias goes down. Atomic and Heartbeat, full HP, and there it is. Lambo and nothing here about to go down. They say, run to your fountain. We're going to the Nexus turrets, and it looks like they dropped them, Jat. This is going to be it. And it is going to be Marn on 2-0, our first qualified team.
What a path they took. They base race Cloud9 to win a sub 25-minute game, and then they come back from 6,000 gold down to 16 minutes to beat Azure Gaming 2-0, number 1 seed in Group D, only team from online qualifiers to make it through. Look at the exuberance on their faces right now.
That is amazing. You can see Echo just holding his chest. He's like, what? Yo, guys, that was amazing. He smiles all over. His mind is blown. You see him, mind blown. My mind is blown.
I love the shirts. I love the gold.
I don't, because I went and I was like, Marn, what's up? Oh, glitter everywhere.
He marked you.
Yeah, I got marred.
Marked you.
I got marred. All right, guys, amazing games. We want to look at that final push. Let's get a quick replay of that from the truck.
Try to recap you there. The swap came in and I lost my voice. I think it cracked for the second time in that game. And they got onto Demon Lull so quickly. All the eggs were in the Demon Lull and the Shouster's basket. And when they tanked up, that is Team Marn, there was nothing Azure Gaming could do about it. They didn't bother to finish off the last 2 because they couldn't matter. 20-19, one of the most amazing comebacks I've seen in a while. You know, I did see the 3 inhib comeback from Azubu Blaze, but most definitely today, this is the most excited I've been casting a game since the World Finals. Since IPL 5,
Jat,
it's a lot.
Jat, everyone at home, everyone anywhere watching right now, this is what we're going to have all year. This is what the League of Legends Championship Series is all about, and we're only dwindling down to the best players in North America.
This is just the start of it. I mean, this is the 16-team qualifier to get the last 5 teams in. This doesn't have TSM, CLG, Dignitas. It doesn't have the European League. It doesn't have international competition that's going to fly in during the All-Star break and during the end season. It's going to be absolutely epic.
Indeed. So our food finalists, we've lost it. We've lost all
the food is gone.
All the food.
Meat Playground is the last food hope.
That's right. That's the last food hope that has come in here. Guys, amazing games coming up. Like I said, we have an entire year of this coming ahead. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Riot Studio. League of Legends Season 3 qualifiers. We finally just had our first online qualifier team make it through in the last one, actually. As we come in, I'm rooting for the third with Joshua, Jat, Leesman. A few more matches to go underway. The final match of the day is Azure Gaming versus Cloud9.
And I can't say Azure properly 3 games in a row. Azure? Got it.
No, you don't.
Trying to go. All right, so Cloud9, someone we haven't seen quite yet. They lost that. For those of you who saw it, I unfortunately did not.
Oh, man.
Amazing base race game that DJ Wheat was just over telling us about. It seemed like Cloud9 was in complete control of that first game.
Yeah.
And then out of the blue, 3 guys in their base cleaning everything up. They couldn't make it back in time. So that sounds amazing. The road that Marn took to make it seems incredible. We have to move on to this next game because Cloud9, for those of you who don't know who Cloud9 is, if you know Orbit,
they are,
or Quantic, or Nom Nom, or Reddit Nation, they are now Cloud9. That's the team of Yuzuki, Heil9, Nien Tanso, Wild Turtle, who had an amazing show at IPL4, and then also Lemon Nation. So we know them before. They've been very close to the cusp. They were the 9th team of the 8 for the North American qualifiers. They're very close to being good enough so long. This would be their chance to get in.
You know, and they have a great team, too. They have Nien Tanso in middle, and I actually have just come to like him as one of those players because he's unorthodox. He likes to play mid like an AD carry because he used to be one, and I get a kick out of that.
It's really funny, actually, because he was the Vayne and Ezreal kind of superstar. He was the first North American to do the max W build on Ezreal back in the day when no one else could do it, and he just took people by storm with it. And then he was just like, you know, I'm tired of AD carry. I'm going to go to mid and play different things. And people just made fun of him. It's like, dude, you just play AD's mid.
Yeah.
Like, you just changed lanes. You didn't change your character set.
You're not different. I was talking to Heil9. He said he had some tricks up his sleeve, something new that people don't see. He said an old jungler. So we'll have to say, I don't know what that means.
Old jungler.
I mean, Amumu's an old jungler, so he could just be pulling my leg.
No.
What? I was about to believe you because you're Jat and what the color says is the gospel, but you lied to me.
Is he the oldest champion in League of Legends?
I don't know.
He's a timekeeper, so I feel like he could be. All right. Random tangent. Sorry about that.
Also, lemons. There's just what's up with lemons? I got to ask everybody that. Lemon Nation. All right. Anyways,
too many lemon names, but losers eliminated. These guys are going to have to set up again, and the emotional roller coaster that Azure must be on after that one. They had that game in the bag.
Yeah.
So did Cloud9. If I hear about that, they both just got marned, as far as I can tell.
Dude, well, when you have 0%,
0% chance.
There's not much to work with.
You feel like you got 100%, but really you have 0%.
Yeah, it hurts. So Yuzuki, Heil9, Nien Tanso, as you said, Wild Turtle, and really Wild Turtle has I would say, maybe I would say the most experience because he's kind of subbed for a lot of people.
Yeah, and these guys play crazy, in all honesty. Yuzuki was one of the first people to do Katarina top lane. They run things like Gangplank mid, Lee Sin mid, Jarvan mid. Like, Nien Tanso plays all the ADs, Talon, Kha'Zix, all that stuff. Wild Turtle, even though he used to play a lot of Gragas and crazy Ryze-type things in mid lane, Ryze not crazy in mid lane. Gragas was a little unorthodox. But now that he's as an AD carry, really everyone on that team plays tough. And just look at that team right now. They are dejected. They have to pick themselves up. It doesn't matter that they lost that last game. It's still win a game and make it in. They have to get their mojo back because, man, they look a little defeated in that shot.
You know what? When we were watching the game of Pulse Esports before, I forgot what their last matchup was. I apologize. But right after they got dove 3 at bottom.
The Brunch Club was against them.
Yeah, you just saw they were playing, and it was like, boom. You can see it right away physically that these guys have a different mentality already. And then you give them 10, 15 minutes and they'll come back in. But you're right. They are on their heels, and this is going to hurt because their first game, they played well. Both teams played well. That's kind of the story here. All the teams are playing well. It's like that final mistake that's not even a throw.
And I have to go back to Prawley's comment earlier about this group stage format. Going 2-0 is easier than going 2-1.
Way better road.
It's easier. It's so hard to come back after defeat. The fact that Cloud9 has already done that, knocking the salad bar out of the tournament, they have their momentum back. That means a lot.
It does. And you know what? This game, unfortunately, will dash the hopes of one more team. This is an elimination matchup. It is our final group of the day. As we move on to tomorrow, all the first-place teams play a second-place team of another group until we dwindle it down to 4. And then on that last day, one team walks away with a contract.
Yeah, so we actually should have the matchups coming up for that, right?
Yeah. I'd say.
I should have the matchups.
Just
But
about.
there's the brother matchup coming up for Team Marn,
so
actually.
good.
The
Marn and Nick Wu.
Marn and Nick Wu.
Or Claky D and Nick Wu.
Claky D and
But
Nick
yes,
Wu.
Marn's team.
Yes, you are correct, sir.
So that'll be really nice. Sibling rivalry coming into play here. We've had it a few times with the Dins. Now coming in, I don't know what their last names are.
So the
Ds.
matchups we're going to have for tomorrow are going to be pretty awesome. Fear versus Meat Playground.
Great find.
Is the first one. Yeah, so Fear is going to be coming in. They're one of the big favorites, in all honesty.
For sure.
Second seed.
Of course they are. I was sitting out by Gnome saying, she's like, I'll breathe at the end of the day. I'm like, I can't breathe right now. But they played all their matches well, and really, they went through as they should. Clean cut here.
Meat Playground looked strong.
Yep.
And then they got beaten up a little bit by Dirt Nap Gaming at the end of the day. They got just completely obliterated by Prawley's mid Jason, one of those matchups. That's going to be a tricky one. And the next matchup then, Dirt Nap Gaming versus Good Game University. Got any comments?
Not really.
Really?
I mean, Good Game University is quite strong right now. I'd actually, when you said those names, Good Game University came into my head.
Yeah, they used to be Team Dynamic.
Right.
Yep. Nintendo Dex. Honestly, this day has been so long. People that can keep all of this in their active memory are
Amazing.
my idols.
That's
right
why
now.
I was like, who's on that roster?
I
Besides the Team
applaud
Dynamic?
everyone who has stayed on the stream for this
sure.
long. It's not that it hasn't been entertaining, but this has been a long day. We started at 11 Pacific time. We're now at 11:30 Pacific time, PM. 12 and a half hours. We've been going for more than 37 minutes, I assure you.
Yeah. That's all right. You're trained. You're fine. You have another, how many hours left in you?
Got about 4.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah.
We're good. We're good. So this match can go on forever. We'll beat the Legion one on this.
Mhm.
We'll get it out there. So you guys saw them, all the guys setting up on their computers, Cloud9 versus Azure Gaming here. If you're just joining us on the A stream, it's actually the only stream going right now since it's our final match of the day. Nothing on the B. That was, I believe, D-Man and Kobe ripping it up over there for the matches when they got to see that base race. Jerks. I got to check that out.
Yeah, the group format that's come out here. We're not going to break down all the matchups, but at least we'll tell you what's going to happen tomorrow. So Fear vs. Meat Playground is going to be the first one out of the blocks. That starts at 11 a.m.
You're good. You got it.
PST.
Maybe you have a few hours left.
11 a.m. PST. And then from there, we're just going to roll through. Dirt Nap Gaming versus Good Game University is going to be after that. Then Curse versus the winner of this next game. So either Azure Gaming or Cloud9. And then Marn versus the Brunch Club at the end of the day.
That's going to be a sweet game. That'll be a great day closer.
I want to cast that one.
Schedule it.
I think I'm not casting that one. I just thought about it. I'm not doing it. Oh, well.
Oh, well. So there's games, everything that's happening here, I mean, you've played professionally, Jat.
Only for a while.
Only for a while.
These
but
guys
you
have
did.
long surpassed me in skill.
Skill, but the experience,
Yeah.
the knowledge, knowing that, you go to a tournament and your team's going to win 50 grand, right? It's not going to change your life, but you think that's badass. I could win 10 grand of that as long as a percentage doesn't go to the team, which it does. But these guys are going to win a lot of money. The mentality about winning the 10 grand is somewhat similar. What were you thinking? You're like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. What's on your mind?
I'm weird.
Oh, dear.
I wasn't thinking about the money.
Did I just open a can?
No.
Okay, good.
I wasn't thinking about. Yeah, I'm weird, so I wanted to do. Oh, whoa! That's not what I meant. I wasn't thinking about the money. In all honesty, it was all about competing. But I was in a slightly different shoes than a lot of those guys because I'd had some serious full-time jobs before. I'd been working for a while, so I'd managed money a bit. But for a lot of these guys who hadn't potentially had the big-time jobs before, if they get that check the first time, they're just like, wow.
I'm going to spend this.
Yeah, Shushay, after the Season 1 champions, do you remember? He was, what are you going to buy? He's like, I'm going to buy armor.
Armor!
He bought armor and a sword. He bought a sword in New York and then brought it back, checking that sword at the airport. I want to know who was with him because he brought it back to Europe with him afterwards.
I wonder how you check a sword. Be like, walk into the airport with a sword. Be like, no, I'm checking it. Just let me walk over here. Don't worry about it. Well, that's amazing, though. But these guys now are going to have their absolute lives changed. A complete salary job. We hear people going to school. And we definitely want to mention that these guys aren't like, I'm dropping school because of this. Whether it happened or not, they were on this team before, and they said, this is the path I want to take right now. And each one of them says school is still in the later future, for sure.
Absolutely. These guys are taking some time off, in all honesty. Like, they're not putting education completely just screw you. But it's a matter of, it's an opportunity of a lifetime for a lot of these guys. How many millions of people play games, and how many people get to play them professionally? It's going to be 40 in North American League, right? 40 divided by a million is not that much.
That brain just exploded.
Yeah.
Percentages. All the damages. So as they continue to set up, there you have them. Cloud9, amongst other names. Oh, he's wearing his pack shirt. How nice. And I believe that is Yuzuki right there.
Yeah,
Yuzuki
Yuzuki on the right.
Nyantatsu. We have High in the middle, the jungler controlling, I guess, the call. So it looks like he may be yelling left and right to his team there. And there's Lemon Nation. And here we have Azure Gaming.
Yeah, you can see on the very far end you have Demon Law. Right next to him is Bloodwater. So many of these teams, even though they're talking on their headsets so frequently, they still sit them beside themselves.
Yeah.
And usually you'll see the caller in the middle. Some teams are different, but usually you throw that guy right in the middle.
Where did you sit?
Sat in the middle.
Oh, you were the yeller.
I was the yelling guy. I talked a lot.
I guess that works out.
Told the Void Boy to ward. Took him a long time to learn how to ward. Then he started doing it.
We'll have to watch the curse match.
I was really happy about it.
It took a lot of weight off his shoulders.
It is incredible how much Void Boy has improved. Like, he was really good then, but I cannot speak enough. Like, even though I haven't been playing as much from when I was professional, like, I'm not even close to these guys anymore. Like, they have surpassed me in so many ways. Like, the amount of mistakes they make and the reaction times and the plays they can make, like, it really shows that they've been practicing hard for 3 years. They're continually improving and getting better and better.
So they're past what people think when they're good. There are super fundamentals to be worked on.
There's levels of getting better. I mean, even in the teleprompter thing I did earlier with Void Boy playing Elise, he made 2 mistakes in that play, but it was incredible.
Then
right?
got
Like,
out
there was
alive.
still moves to prove.
Yeah.
He missed his Elise stun when he jumped up into the air. He didn't stay there long enough before he hopped down, but he did so many other remarkable things during that play that it was still awesome, but it still showed that there was room for him to improve. In the one small gank attempt.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
You were badass on that teleprompter too, and you should tweet that at Chat because that was kick-ass.
Well, thank you.
It
At
was
Riot
great.
Chat.
At Riot Chat. Tell us straighter. We said prompter a million times.
Riv, we did it again. AZG.
Azure?
Yeah.
We'll bring it back in with that one. So we said it right. We're good.
Perfect.
Awesome. So these guys still setting up. As we get this game underway, I'm sure they're just like, let's draw this out because I'm tense, could probably hardly breathe. Their nerves are just, like you said, why are my hands cold? Like, my hands are cold. These guys have a lot of different conditions they're under right now, and it's nice in here. It's a great temperature. You know, usually MLG, they have the cases which are pumped air into, so they get a little chilly because we have 5 computers running in there with dudes yelling and screaming. Gets a little warm. But yeah, under all conditions, this is, you know, fantastic. These guys have said they enjoyed it. Everybody loves the studio that's been in here before, and, you know, hopefully someday we'll get some sweet pictures out that people can see.
Yeah, and it's amazing that we've made it through this day. I have to say, 16 teams all being shuttled to and from this place, setting up at the computers. Very minimal delays throughout the entire day when you consider that 60 different people have had to play on 20 different computers. Settings, drivers, hardware, and we're on the last game. I should be knocking on some wood here because people are going to destroy me when this game gets going down. But it's been awesome. We have some of the small delays, but that's because Cloud9 had to come from the other stage to set up here. Azure, those seats have got to be getting warm because they've been here all 3 games. I almost want to hazard to say they're the first team to spend all 3 games on the main stage, but it's been quite a day for the North American regionals, and it's quite a preview for the season we have ahead of us.
You know what? We have more to come. A full year of it, and actually halfway through, these teams are going to have to vie again for this spot.
It's true.
Yeah.
The drop down,
the
play
drop.
for. There's a name for it. I have it. Not right now, though.
All right, few minutes, you'll get it.
It's the games where mid-season, the bottom 4 teams have to play off with the top 4 teams from the Challenger circuit for the last 4 spots in the championship series.
Best explanation ever.
There's a name for that, though.
You just did it.
All right.
All right.
Let's do it.
So coming into this one, if you're just joining us here, we are in a final matchup of the night. No, we have not ended it. Yes, you did take a long time in the bathroom, but that's all right. We haven't started yet. It is going to be Cloud9 versus Azure Gaming, and these guys are going from 1-1s, man. This is that 2, win 2, lose 2, and they are looking to not lose that second one.
Both of these teams dropping to Team Marn. Cloud9 used to be Orbit, then X-Quantic, then Nom Nom. At one point, they were Reddit Nation. Just giving you guys some context so we know who Cloud9 is, because it is a new sponsor just picked up their team, but it should be their sponsor for the foreseeable future. And then, of course, we have Azure Gaming. They have Demonlull, who used to be on Team Legion. He is supported by Bloodwater, who used to be on CLG Black. Then we have Shousters, DJ Lambo, and Nothing Here, who are very new to the scene.
Yep.
Nothing Here, though, primarily an AD player, so he is having to play off-role here. I'd have to say he's actually done quite well thus far.
He really is, because in the 2v1 lanes, it seems like he has the upper hand. We saw a game between Singed and him where Singed had 9. He had about 15, 16. Jumping into the game here now, guys, our final matchup. Day 1 of the North American qualifiers here for your League of Legends Championship Series. This is the real deal, ladies and gentlemen. And we're about to end this matchup. Before it begins, see if the picks and bans can do that for either team.
I can see that Twisted Fate ban, and when we were doing our scouting, we knew that Shousters played the majority of his games on Twisted Fate, but I was surprised to actually see him not pick or ban it in any of the games previously. Even with that, though, Cloud9 decided, let's get that out of there. We do not want to have to deal with that. Of course, Katarina, Kha'Zix, and Elise very much just taking away the assassins. Locked in that first pick, Nunu.
Nunu is going to be there. Could see a Caitlyn coming out on either side if they want to get that objective or poke composition going down, but really too early to tell. The Amumu goes down, so the Amumu Nunu have been chosen. 2 of those picks that have been very favorited throughout the tournament. Chat, if they haven't been on the ban list, they have been in the champion list. And I don't think Amumu's been... Has he been banned? Because he's been picked pretty much every game.
He hasn't been banned that much. We've seen a lot of him. The return of Amumu, almost, so to speak. He was sneaking into the OGN League, winning a ton of games. He was so far out of the competitive scene for so long, but he's really just coming in here. And if that would be a pretty mean combo. We talk about Amumu MF, but what about Amumu Twitch locking up that Curse of the Sad Mummy with Twitch's Spray and Pray, or his attacks can hit the entire team?
It would be interesting to see if they pick up the Katarina for the composition we saw earlier of that lockdown. It is banned. I didn't see the left side.
So
it's in front of me, but I didn't see.
AZG, if they go for this Nocturne again, in all honesty, what they did last game wasn't that bad. They just had to close. Like, everything they did up to the point, they were playing so crisp at the start of that Team Marn game, they just couldn't finish.
I feel like there has to be a little bit more communication with Lambo, though, because when, we see... we saw nothing here take all that damage in the beginning. He dove past the entire team to initiate the fight when they should have backed off on that. So those initiations kind of dug them into the fights they didn't want to be in sometimes. So it could work. It couldn't. Like you said, it worked for them in the beginning. If they can just kind of get that to work every time now.
And if they go for that MF, even though it kind of hamstrings Demonlull, makes him a little bit less mobile, he was so mobile on Ezreal, and that kind of carried him through.
Yep.
It's a good almost combo to Amumu, because when Amumu goes in, we talked about this earlier, he pops his ultimate. Everyone wants to go right in with him. If they fly right into a bullet time, that's trouble. It's a pretty good counter pick.
It indeed is. It's kind of weird how that works. Beast Tanso, Neon Tanso switching up the name. Wild Turtle.
Don't do that, Beast Tanso. We have a feature on you where your name is Neon Tanso. Don't change your name to Beast Tanso. It's not cool.
He's Asian again. Wild Turtle to look for the pick. They do have an AD carry out. They do have the jungler and the support, so they could go ahead, pick whatever they want, or just pick one of those, not show anything. They have this. The purple team has always been just saving last pick mid to get that counter in.
It's
simple.
It's seemingly that all the time. Riven going down, something AZG is going to be having nightmares about. They did a really good job 1v2ing against Mega Zero that entire game, but then just could not handle him in team fights. I'd expect them to do the same in this game. They are seemingly really good 1v2 laners. They go with Olaf, though. That'll be a bit of a change for Nothing Here.
Yeah, Demonlull and Bloodwater had such a great composition. You were right last game. We touched on it 3 or 4 times in the fact that they were just micro in and out. Beautiful snowballs from Nunu to just continue the attacks. So these guys have it down as a bottom lane pact. We're looking to see what Demonlull will pick up for that AP mid.
He's got a couple seconds left. The thing is here, he just doesn't know what Beast Tanso is going to be throwing back at him, because he plays everything. He plays from the ADs to the APs, but like Lee Sin, Gangplank, things he's very comfortable on. Kha'Zix is obviously banned, so he's not able to get something like that. sky's the limit.
They did put Lee Sin over where Beast Tanso was earlier, but they chose to go with Riven. They chose to take the top lane since Bloodwater had not chosen Olaf for them yet, so they may still take Lee.
All right.
There'd be a lot of AD, though.
They got to go up against Orianna. And I remember I was talking with Froggen way back in the day. He was telling me what beats Orianna. He said,
I really like Ari.
He says Corki beats Orianna.
Corki?
He said Corki beats Orianna. But team fights, Orianna also beats Corki. And that's what happened in the tournament. But it could still happen if he decides to get it here.
Oh, man.
This is the slowest pick ban I think I've seen in all these guys. These guys are really worried about it.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't they be? The last team to be able to go through into tomorrow where no one's actually getting eliminated. 4 teams are going to qualify for Season 3 tomorrow. What are they going to go with this last pick? If I had to totally throw something in the dark, I'd say Gangplank.
They have 10 seconds left. Niantanso does like that Gangplank. We do say he plays the ADs in mid.
Yeah.
3 seconds left. Oh
my
my gosh. You have.
I didn't think you'd do it.
You have a crystal ball. I'm just going to say it. Where is it?
Broke. All right, so these team comps are going to be really interesting. It's a lot about single initiation for Cloud9. Amumu has to go in. Lulu's going to try to pop up after that, and that's their window. They have to get all their damage out right then, because once Amumu goes down, they have nobody else to take damage. Everyone else is going to melt. We saw that one game earlier where it was the LeBlanc combo with LeBlanc, Eve, and who was the third squishy?
There was a jump in. It was on top. Oh my gosh.
LeBlanc, Eve, and another squishy. And it was going great until a team fight happened because no one was allowed to take damage and they all died. So for Asher Gaming, it's going to be the same thing here. They have people who can take damage. If they withstand the initial burst from Cloud9, Nocturne, Olaf, and Misfortune are going to clean the house with them. It'll be a very interesting team fight phase.
This is going to be an absolutely amazing game. The Corki pick coming out in middle, that's a lot of mobility for a mid to have if he's going to push that lane, but Orianna plays the same role, so we have another 2 lanes. Is that Corki a roaming lane?
No, Corki's shoving, completely farm up, try to crush down. That's really what he does. He tries to keep Orianna out of the game, stays in, just out-trades him, does not allow Orianna to do much to him. It's an interesting matchup. I want to see how he plays it.
It's going to be awesome. They do have the Lulu Ultimate Wild Growth on Amumu, which can give them a little bit of an extra factor in the fight to have that one tank, as you say, because once he does go down, it's going to be a quick slaughter, so they have to be very careful of their engagements.
There'll be a little bit of added help because the Lulu Ultimate will keep him up, and Yuzuki will be able to support a little bit on Riven, but it's going to be dangerous.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, still with us. 12+ hours strong here on the North American Season Qualifier stream. Riven Jat bringing you the last elimination matchup of the day in Group 4. We have Azure Gaming versus Cloud9. Jat, we've seen a lot of the minute 40 invades coming in, but some rather different actions after that. But we'll see what these guys have to do. These invades have been quite interesting.
This is the first time Azure Gaming is on the blue side. The previous 2 matches, they were up with the red to get the deep ward in. It looks like they're not going to be doing a 5-man invade if I had to guess. They've kind of worked out for them early on in the games, but they weren't able to take them in for the rest of the victories. They actually ping. They expect a ward in their own Wraith Brush, and they're actually very cautious that Cloud9 could be in their own jungle. They're going in blind here.
Yeah, they've put a few wards in and completely backed off for that cautious play here. Nobody wants to give up a kill. They're actually walking right around on that ward. You see Riven kind of coming down, or just, no, she's not. I thought they were saying, yes, let's actually do this. They're going to wait it out. They still have quite a bit of time before the minions get out. Will they run? Where's Lulu going to go after this? Twitch is staying bottom, but it looks like they're leaving a lot of support to that mid.
But Cloud9 has a huge amount of information here since everyone went over that ward in the Wraith Brush. They're going to try to stop Nocturne during these raids. They don't know he's here. If they get around on GG Lambo, they could get a kill.
Oh, he is going to see him. They get the Q right into it, but they turn and see Olaf on the top side. It was just kind of a switch in eyesight there. They kind of went off.
They're going to push Nocturne over to his red buff, and I'd almost say that was a bit of impatience. If they would have waited for Nocturne to completely engage in on that wolf camp, they could have cornered him and at least forced him to burn flash. But considering the amount of surprise they had there, not even forcing Nocturne to get a flash, only taking the blue buff, and instead just making DJ Lambo do red, isn't a big win for Cloud9.
No, this is sometimes a regular start for Nocturne, so he could go for that early gank if required. He is going to have vision on him, though. No, he goes for golems. So knowing he started red, they're going to actually they're possibly going to realize this early gank. Lulu trying to make her way down through mid, so Twitch is going to have a bit of a tough time here in the early part.
Yeah, and I also got to point out just one of the new things with Season 3, that was 6 wards that got placed at level 1. So much vision is going out right away.
Right.
Just completely
Oh my
takes it up.
gosh.
3 on each side. Like, these guys really do not want to get caught off guard. It was one of the intended changes, though. Early jungle pressure was really destroying a lot of lanes, and they had to fix that up. But with that, you know, that's what happens. We've still seen some early invades. It's a lot of tactical moves there.
Yep, here's the steal and the transfer now over to Corki in middle. A blue buff right off the bat is not going to spell good things for Orianna.
And 10-8, that was great because they stole the blue buff and gave their own blue buff away. Niantanso level 3 to Shouster's level 2, and normally Corki's constrained by that Phosphorus Bar mana cost. Not gonna be the case anymore.
Yeah, that burst damage becomes so much more effective for him, and that is going to hurt. Shouster's probably forced to not just go QWQ. He takes the shield at 3. We'll see him just trying to stay in his lane. Bistanzo trying to give a little bit of harass to DJ Lambo.
He really wanted to get that Wraith Brush, and you could see that DJ Lambo was very smart to make sure he spiked down all of the Wraiths at once so Phosphorus Bomb couldn't steal it.
All right, they have the ping on high online. We'll have to see if Lambo chooses to make a move here. They know that the jungler is top side. The gank bottom is pushed. The lane gank, no, the red ward is going to be in the bush, so they won't go for that. He might. They don't know it.
Yeah, Demon Null and Bloodwater again showing pretty good strength against Cloud9's bot lane here. Even though it's early, 20-15 is already a bit of an advantage. So for once an Azure game doesn't have the lane swap, I'm really surprised too, because going up 1v1 against Driven is usually pretty dangerous.
And this looks quite painful for Shousters here. You can see him almost out of mana trying to farm with Dissonance, and it's not working out for him. Looks like Olaf had to back in that top lane, and Mumu goes, wastes a bit of time up there, but High will enter back. Looks like he only gets himself some wards, and picks up actually a Doran shield for a little health regen and armor.
So how is Olaf winning this lane against Chizuki? I don't think there's been too many ganks, but here the pressure goes on to Wild Turtle. He's got to stealth away. He disappeared at the right time.
Wild Turtle could get hit again. He turns around. The exhaust goes down. Demon makes it out alive. First blood coming out for Demon.
That was a lapse in judgment for Wild Turtle. He went a little bit crazy because he'd stealthed away. He was safe. Demon was not going to finish him off. Then he realized his support was caught out as well, decided to re-reveal himself, gave away first blood.
I think he might have cleansed before the exhaust as well, because it looks like it went off fast. But nonetheless, that fight happened. That fight is over. We only have a 700 gold lead there, so not too much going on after that. It's not really going to be definitive anywhere, but it does mean that that bottom lane not having its support in the beginning had an effect there.
It's pretty much very true, and if they are able, it's a good point, Riv. Well said. Pretty much very true. If they're able, you know, if Azure is able to beat Cloud9 here, it would be huge. I have to say, like, Cloud9 or Orbit or X-Quantic is a really powerful team online normally. Like, they're seen as one of the top teams in North America. If they get knocked out in the group stage, it would be the upset of the tournament thus far.
Oh, here he comes. High L9 was just up top for the gank, but he's going to be here again. The wards, or not the wards, rather, the minions aren't there to show him, but he is going to be backing off. He says, I'm a little too far here. Bottom lane is pushed up quite far. Are they coming back? They are. Just got a few buys. Dorans.
Oh, and Banish Toss up top. We got to see it.
And it looks like they are going to be going in on it. Nothing here. A lot of damage. Stays there with 200 HP in the undertow to trade back some damage.
Oh, man. Got a little excited there. I thought for sure nothing here was going to go down, but High ran out of mana. He wasn't able to follow up his Banish Toss with a Tantrum. Even then, though, they're going to get a heap of damage onto this turret as DJ Lambo comes up to try to support.
Yeah, High trying to just force these minions out. They're trying to get damage onto this turret and deny XP. Here comes the teleport in. They get the fear down onto High. Can the undertow hit? And it took him a little to get the grasp onto Olaf. He couldn't throw it away.
You're not going to believe it, but nothing here forgot to buy when he teleported back to base.
Oh my gosh, didn't have time. Trying to get back in for the kill here. Demon looking to grab one onto Twitch. He may go down. Wild Turtle very hurt. One last auto attack. Bloodwater picks it up. The double kill coming up here. Bloodwater, one more auto attack, and he finds it.
Nunu slapped him to death twice. double kill. That bottom lane for them, Demonol and Bloodwater, is crushing. In all 3 games, they have been completely unstoppable. That is an amazing amount of synergy picked up in just a couple of days for those guys.
Yeah, I don't know how they're doing it. We saw, what was it, the first game? Ezreal 18-something?
18-0 with a pentakill.
18-0 with a pentakill.
Not 0, that was like 3.
Okay, 18-3.
I don't know why I said that.
Good. It
sounded more impressive.
You were having a little dream. So Beastanso in mid here. Let's look at this, 68-51. That's a pretty good gold lead he's got going on. He's going to be looking at 17 minions now as he just grabbed 1. But that for him is just meaning, you're right, he's pushing that lane down. He's keeping Ari under the turret, Orianna under the turret, and she doesn't have the mana to continue.
It's supposed to be the counter matchup, and thus far, looks like he's doing pretty well. I wouldn't say he's really hard countering him, though.
Right.
Considering you got the early blue buff, that is, Beastanso got it, 73-58 against Orianna. Nothing amazing. It's good that you have 2 farmed 80 carries. Not all 80 carries are capable of going mid, so it is good in the sense that they are getting a farmed 80 carry. Since Wild Turtle's getting shut down on Twitch, at least they'll have 1, but not the most impressive matchup, and it's definitely not making up for the fact that Wild Turtle is getting beaten so badly by Demonol and Bloodwater.
And this is going to be tough coming in for high. We look at his items, and you're trying to gank a Demon Lol Bloodwater down bottom, that Nunu MF. They have Blood Boil. You have Nocturne that can speed up. You have Orianna that can speed up, and Olaf that can slow. He doesn't have boots yet, so his ganks are going to be quite lackluster here, and they need to start making moves. They're down by 1,000 gold.
Yeah, even though they invaded to steal the blue buff, the fact that Hive gave away his own blue buff does set you a little bit behind the cliff.
Yuzuki, that's a pretty fair trade there.
High spending a lot of time thinking about going bottom, but he's already just decided to back off. Maybe thinks that gank would be a disaster in bottom lane. And that 3-0 start, this is reminiscent of Azure's last game against Marn. They started 6-0 and then weren't able to finish it out.
The top lane going strong. Ragnarok goes out for nothing here. Does he decide to stay onto Yuzuki? Yuzuki's ultimate is down, and a little reckless swing brings him down to 100 health, but the minion damage forces him out, Jat.
So close. Yuzuki with a sliver flashes into the brush, makes sure nothing here has to follow him out. And that 1v1 matchup is just a brawl fest up top, 62-59.
Yeah.
Those guys are going at it, and it is close.
We can see just how much they're trading in damage. Look at the items. You know, Riven only had that sword and a Doran's, and she was trading with a double cloth, boots, Doran's, Olaf. So this could get bad as Riven comes back to lane. As you said, he didn't buy that first time, so he had to go back and get it the second time.
Yeah, nothing here.
Oh, the ultimate in. Wild Turtle very low on mana. He does not have his flash, but he does have cleanse, and that will be enough. They are, however, going to go on Elimination, not using Wild Growth. It was up, but he flashed and lost that, or exhausted rather, sorry.
Yeah, and Nunu's on a killing spree. Here comes.
Oh, he dodges the missile because of the command shockwave. Misses another one, and the kill comes up for Shousters. An amazing shockwave from Orianna.
2 games in a row for Azure Gaming. They're up 6 kills to 0, and they're taking this dragon here. Unreal close action there. Beastanso thought for sure he was going to finish off those kills, but the gank and the dive, I mean, the only negative about this is 3 of the kills are on Bloodwater's Nunu, and not enough kills are on Demon Law, but slaps are slapping a lot of kills out of...
Yeah, slapping everything. Willem and Nunu are going at it hard right now. Well, see, back to top lane, that brawl fest we were talking about, just each other in the face. They have a ping down onto Riven. Looking back at Nocturne, that was his ping, and his ultimate is down and should be when he gets there. So it looks like it's just going to be a regular basic Dustbringer gank. And if they decide to do anything, we'll make sure to look at that as Nocturne approaches that lane. 11 minutes in, Jat, 4,000 gold lead. They were able to take Dragon. That last fight quite definitive. They're starting to grab this.
I mean, we heard Niantanso and Yuzuki talking. We had that awesome feature on them. It's like they haven't been together. They really want to win this and get a gaming house, but for now, it's going to temporarily be over if they lose this one. Yuzuki getting ganked up top.
And there it is. Nocturne just taking it slowly but surely. They get back to Yuzuki, who just flashed in the bush. The terror is on. He comes back to lane. Oh, he gets out with the dash, but finds himself once again in the death chamber.
Great gank there by DJ Lambo. Just Yuzuki went a little too far. Nothing here, popped his ghost, and that was just the brute force lane gank from Nocturne. No red buff, no ult, and it still got a kill. Now they're diving high.
Yeah, they are going to dive high. They're trading damage a little bit. It went out to Nocturne first. Wow, reckless swing. A third of Amumu's health. That is not what you want to see. He levels up and gets a little HP MP back. but it looks like they're forced both to back up here. Corky is roaming a little bit now. He is 110, so he's got some time to waste.
Yeah, you can see that Nothing here is going with a maxed E Olaf build. A lot of times you'll see them split points between their Axe and their E. It depends if they're in a solo or a dual lane, as Beast Tonso goes down on a Shouster.
Shredding him with Gatling, the final missile. The shockwave actually cancels the minute he would have been sucked in.
They really needed that. The first team blood really arriving at 12 minutes and 20 seconds there for Beast Tonso. That's the counter lane he wants to go in. And you can see it's because of how easily he finishes him down. One of the big reasons it's a counter lane, so many Oriannas go for that Athene's Unholy Grail, which is great against other mages. But the magic resist is completely useless against Corky.
Lambo taking some shots, dodges that one out. It looks like he will return to the jungle with slight vision, so he returns down to the left. He says, all right, I will take your Wraiths. Very nice, thank you very much. Looks like they're going to get some wards down bottom. Still a very aggressive lane between Demon Lol and Bloodwater, consistently pushed back to that turret. 104 CS to 80, Jack.
And the big thing is just the gold because of the 3 deaths. It's 4,500 gold to 3,100 between Wild Turtle and Demon Lol. And the support gold, actually, Bloodwater's got 300 more gold than Wild Turtle as well. If only he was building AD.
Oh, Nothing here. Actually senses he does not. His Spidey sense going off for sure. Goes to grab the axe. It could be his death, though. The Ragnarok goes off. They have a good amount of burst damage to hit him with, but with that W on, he's going to get Spellfant back. It keeps him good and healthy.
And Yuzuki just didn't have his ultimate up. It must have been from an earlier gank. Hai didn't want to blow through his Amumu ultimate, but he might look to flash ult or just land bandage.
Beautiful job by Nothing here. He draws that in, and he may go down, but it's going to be Shousters and Lambo to clean this one up. Yuzuki's flash is still down from the previous 2 fights, and a 3rd time going down possibly. Great ball movement by Orianna, and they cancel him in, finalizing the kill. A 3rd one for Yuzuki. Bottom bullet time onto Wild Turtle, as he has to go invis and force back to the turret. The aggression in every lane.
Lemon Nation really saved Wild Turtle's life, polymorphing Demon Lol during that bullet time. And the action continues. No, it doesn't. I think it's over. I'm sorry. They're chasing down bottom.
It will be. These guys are hungry. Cloud9 knows they need to make some plays, but that's where it gets scary. They do a lot of damage. We just saw Corky take out Orianna, but that's an easy way to get yourself tunnel vision and think you can 1v1 anyone.
And even though it started 6-0, going to 8-2 now with only a 3,000 gold advantage, it's got to be getting in Azure's head right now. The fact that they've been so close to just been like 6-0 in the clinching game to make it out of the group twice. They got to be able to finish this one.
In all
it just
honesty,
has to happen.
It's been a game of fights. Every turret still stands on the map. Well, one
Except
turret
for that
rather.
one.
Except, yeah. Thanks, guys.
Blue buff being taken again by Beast Tonso on Corky. For those of you wondering, that is Nian Tonso.
Yes.
Formerly Nian as well. Used to play AD carry for Orbit, who is now same team with his name, Cloud9. Both of these teams really expected to make it in. Marn, with the upsets, first online team making it in, making this group way more interesting, just because it means one of the teams that pre-qualified is going home today.
You know, Jet, this is quite interesting. Riven building that pen. We see Olaf building HP to mitigate.
That is not the best idea, in all honesty. Pen, it's a misconception. Health does not counter pen. The closer you get to 0, the more damage percentage they do to you. And that's, you know, health helps because it's still tank stats,
right?
But armor is just as good.
So he does have the 2 cloth. He actually went for Boots of Lucidity to get out those undertows and the Reckless Swings.
Really got to see now double buff onto Nian Tonso. They're trying to put all their cookies in the Corky basket right now because he's 173 farm. No one else on the team is at 100. All the gold for them is on Nian Tonso. He's 5,600. No one else on his team is above 4,100. Well, now with the turret, they very slightly are. Taking down the turret, he's their key to get back in this game.
Yeah, I don't know when the last time is, and no bad play to Wild Turtle, just Demon Lol Bloodwater going so hard that an AD by 16 minutes does not have over 100 CS. That is amazing aggression they've put on that lane.
They're completely shutting it down. That's one of the things about picking Twitch. He's very much all in, right? He can stealth in, but mainly it's an ambush. You get attack speed for that. If you're not using your stealth to engage, you're pretty much never trading with anybody. So since they fell behind in that lane against Misfortune and Nunu, he's been completely on his heels the entire time, and they're really punishing him for it.
Looks like he's going right for that Infinity Edge. He wants to get the burst down from his lane. He can stay behind a tanky Amumu. See what they do. Riven also Riven actually building for just that straight damage like we saw Mega Zero doing. This dragon to be grabbed up, 22:55 is going to be your dragon timer as it comes back up, and an Oracles will now help Azure Gaming start to control the map.
That is a early Oracles, but because Bloodwater has so many kills, they're really looking for the map control at this point. He's spending his gold to try to better his team's chances. Ruby Sightstone Oracles, Vision bot Nunu right there. Gotta push up mid. They took the bottom turret. They know that Wild Turtle is stuck bottom farming. Gonna look to push on this, but it's very hard to push against a blue buffed Corki. Let's see if they can make something happen.
And they're actually gonna go straight on him. There's the ultimate bullet time. They go in Wild Growth onto him. It's just above in the scoreboard. I couldn't see his HP, but he gets out alive, and they're forced back on that one. But if it's gonna take that every time for the ultimate to be stopped, that's gonna be a tough fight for Cloud9.
Barely keeping Neon Tanso alive, baiting out the Nocturne Outlaw in all honesty. And Lemon Nation saved him with the Wild Growth. But because of that, that means they're going to continue this push up top, or in the middle. 4 members still there. They might try to get on this push, but Amumu has his ultimate. Going to be tricky.
A great job here coming from nothing here, using that teleport to guard the turret down bottom. So the split push is to no avail coming in from Cloud9 now, and they really have to focus on saving this turret mid. It looks like they will get Azure to disperse, but Wild Turtle in a very bad spot. He goes in Viz, and we can just see him running around. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? And he sees him. Will he be able to get there? Throws out the flask, and he's chased away.
It's a good thing nothing here decided to turn away at that moment, because Neon Tanso was going to be coming down there for the gank. Now we shall see how Azure closes, because the 6-0 advantage really hasn't been capitalized on whatsoever. It's moved to 8-2. The gold is again sneaking away from them. They have to find a way to close. Yuzuki shoving up top lane, gonna get another turret and bring this gold even closer for Cloud9.
So as this turret goes down, taking a look back at the comment about the Athenes versus Corki in middle, seeing that, you know, knowing these guys' play style, how they play and what they're going up against, he's just decided to do that still and hit the early Zonias, or should he have done something different already?
The early Zonias on Orianna would have been a tricky choice for them.
Right.
Like, you really need the mana control. Whether you get that through a Rod of Ages, a Tear, or Nathine's Unholy Grail is kind of undecided. It's why the Corki matchup is so hard for him, because Orianna is one of the few casters who needs to itemize mana, and there's not
a lot of recipes that have armor in it for mana.
Not any of them, I don't think.
Shroud.
Yeah, but that's not an Orianna item.
Right, exactly.
You know? So it's just, it makes her build completely counterintuitive to what she wants.
Yeah, great play right out of the game, playing those mind games with the champions, the picks and bans. See, good gathering here down towards the Dragon Den. No damage really being done as they dance it about. Back and forth, the wards being cleared. Nunu trying to get the most out of that Oracles and get his return. They actually give that to Lambo on the CS.
They still haven't been able to get this mid turret down, though, and they're putting so much attention to it. It's a 3v5 in the mid lane here, actually, with split pushing. They might want to make something happen, but Riven and Twitch are both split pushing. Either Azure has to go now, or they have to fall back.
They have to go hard, but Curse of the Sad Mummy is up, but seeing 5 in their face causes them to back. One turret goes down. Riven's got quite a while on that one, and Twitch is still waiting for a full minion wave to go down before he can even touch that. The teams are now dispersing back at their lanes. Let's see what Twitch can do. He should be able to get out easy, but it's all about that Riven run here.
And look at this. It's a 2,000 gold lead now. Wild Turtle still split pushing. I feel like he's going to have to pull some wizardry to get into this one.
And he pits his rose. Oh, the
no.
pink ward. He walks right into it. And Bloodwater just continues to keep them in his inventory.
Well,
actually,
at least
wasn't even his.
Twitch wasn't worth much. In all honesty, he's 0-3. He's the man to be having split pushing right now. You already have a farmed AD carry that is guaranteed. Neon Tanso's mid lane Corki provides that. Wild Turtle just trying to farm up so his spray and pray means something. And when you consider that this game is stretching later and later, the fact that they have 2 AD carries versus only the one from Azure does give them a bit of a late game edge if they can get it there. I thought they were going to lose control of this early, much like our last game between Azure and Team Marn, but Azure Gaming showing that they can't group up and just finish.
Neon Tanso is super focused on this game right now. He understands that his team is riding on his back. 229 farm. He is in the jungle whenever he does not see a minion in the lane. He is over 40 CS higher than the opposing team altogether.
That is really quite remarkable. And when you consider the fact that High is not even behind DJ Lambo on top of that, it really just shows you how well Niantanso is farming.
He's keeping it in mind. You can see him staying. There's more waves coming in. And like you said, Twitch is doing what he needs to as they split push. He's causing trouble for the team. Bloodwater putting pressure on here. Ward's going down to the bush. And we'll see it over and over. A fight of wards during the fight of abilities. It's going to be onto High. He does have Curse of the Sad Mummy up. Will he decide to use it for the escape? They may save it for a regular fight, and they choose to walk out and fight another day.
And look at this, as long as they can stall while their team split pushes, Corki and Twitch are both pushing up, and AZG can't get fights. They might lose their bottom turret off of trying to make that initiation, and all it cost Cloud9 was a Lulu wall.
You know, I really like what Cloud9 is doing right now as well. They're not allowing AZG to back. They're making them take the long walk home here.
And now they're going to keep the pressure up because they put enough poke down that AZG could not collapse down onto Wild Turtle's Twitch. And for an 0-4 Twitch that got obliterated in the lane, he's creating a lot of tactical advantages for his team.
I'm very surprised with what he is doing, especially the ins and outs of his escape so far. He kind of lost out on the last one, but we've seen it happen before. We have the focus on to Dragon. It's 23 minutes in. There are some good damage items here, but I don't think it's the Baron dance just yet. We're still going to see some fights, some more finished items from these teams, and then we'll get into that Baron section of the game.
Yep, this is another uncontested Dragon here for Azure. Cloud9 still not ready to fight. Twitch hasn't bought items in a really long time, and you can see him a little worried about Demon Wall. He's going to try to make his way out of here.
Yep, they both head their separate ways. He feels all right. He has the movement speed to get out of this one. You know what's really funny is I've actually been hearing a lot of the carries, and then their team say, no, don't do that, is, dude, if the game gets late enough, I'm selling my boots for Zephyr.
I can see it. And Wild Turtle's in a lot of trouble, having to flash away immediately.
Almost. That range quite long. The flash cleanse is off, so he's not going to have anything for the next fight. But then again, bullet time is down as well. Yazuki cleaning out the lanes. They're all even in the mids right now. It's really someone to be caught out. Dragon has been taken down. Who's going to make the next mistake?
So it's 9-2. The game has been without team fight action for quite a while. Ever since Cloud9 decided to institute split pushing, it just hasn't created action. They're just stalling it out. They're farming up. It's going to be really telling whether Shouster's Orianna ultimate can hit Niantanso and Wild Turtle together or not. If they space well as AD carries, they're going to be fairly effective, but if they dogpile in improperly around Hai's Mumu ultimate, that's when they're going to lose. They need to make sure to spread out because Orianna and MF are hitting huge, wide radiuses, and everyone is squishy aside from Mumu, so they have to make sure they just don't get bursted down. That's going to be what loses it for them, if anything.
Bloodthirster being picked up onto Riven, as well as her Brutalizer to keep that pen damage down. Olaf building a lot of armor, actually finishing that Randuin's Omen after just getting the Giant's Belt, so I guess he was just looking for a little HP in lane, and he got the money off that assist and the farm. The farm pretty even between the top lanes, so that's not really where the factor of the game is coming from. That focus has been Beast Tanso. Right now, we do see that Azure Gaming is in the lead, but our focus for Cloud9 is on, right now, Beast Tanso is his name for the fight. We'll have to see what he can do. He could get caught out here. The Dustbringer goes down. He was hit, so he's forced out of this engagement, chat, and it looks like Azure has the upper hand here.
For the first time in quite a while, they do not have split pushes active. The pressure of the map has been retaken by Azure. Now they're trying to push up mid. Olaf is bottom, but he has his teleport available, so if they decide to do something sneaky on top of this middle turret, they're going to be able to teleport in. Let's see if Cloud9 can hold.
So it's some pretty good poke. They don't have a ton of it, but they can get those Dustbringers out. They got the Orianna Ball and the Undertow. They are just able to cut down these waves. Jat coming in very strong. Still trying to leave Twitch off to the side to farm up and get that farm in. He's actually only 30 down now. Actually 20 down. He's really closing that gap.
Yeah, I mean, Infinity Edge and Azeel is behind for 26 minutes, but it's still respectable damage in a team fight.
Especially when you don't have to get in the team fight. You just shoot it from however much range away.
A million.
Millions of
range.
range.
It's actually 1,100.
Okay. It sounds like a million. Beast Tanso still farming it up. 9 away from 300 at 26 minutes into the game. Usually you see that on a Karthus.
But today it's a Corki.
Today it's a
Corki.
Corki.
That is the Orianna counter they have picked. 100 more than Shouster's, which is really impressive when you consider they've been losing the game.
Yeah, 100, actually over 100 CS, 107 CS over right now. That is quite a lead. Great bandage tossed by High. Very cute.
Yeah. Beast Tonso actually hit 300 at the 26-minute and 30-second mark. It's not the record. That is Froggen, which I believe was like 22:43, but that's still very respectable. That's a really quick 300 CS landmark.
He's got the items. He is actually going for the static shiv as well. They are pushing in every lane possible, and once they get that, and once they get control, once they get some wards, possibly in the jungle at least, they can start to do that a little bit more.
And the split push just continues, man. Like, they've had the oracles. Bloodwater's on his second oracles at this point, but they haven't really forced anything out of it aside from a couple dragons. And again, Wild Turtle is just bottom lane, farming up a storm.
Closing in on that. Still that 20 CS away, 0-4 and 0. If he comes in to be a huge factor in these fights, I'm going to be blown away. They are just allowing him to stay down there, and no real ground, you just said it, has been gained by Azure yet. They've found a few turrets, but the Baron here, they've finally starting to use that Oracle.
They were a little tired of the poke and the split push and all of that harassment and annoyance and inability to start fights. They're trying to clear inside of Baron. They're trying to wait for Cloud9 to come in, but Cloud9 is just showing how patient they really are. I mean, the fact that they've had multiple instances where just 3 of them were there, and they could not be engaged on despite having Nocturne and Orianna ults and the speed of Nunu really just tells me they're waiting for Cloud9 to engage, and Cloud9 doesn't want to, which is why we're not seeing much action.
I'm quite surprised, but then again not. The 2 Infinity Edges are probably what changed the mind of AZG, but they just saw High L9 use his smite on a siege minion in middle. So they have Nunu, and they also have Smite from Nocturne. They can easily take this down from over regular Smite health. Here comes the teleport in. We're going to slowly back away from this one. Great damage coming from Beast Tonso, though. One more shot on the Bloodwater, and he gets the perfect bait in. There's the command shockwave. They start to turn this fight around, chat. Yuzuki is on the outside taking a lot of damage. The finalizing Paranoia, and Lambo goes down as a hero in that fight for his team. But do they have the damage from the outside? Demon Lol has not been able to shoot for the past 3 or 4 seconds. He was out of range, and the damage is kind of being traded the other way now. Nothing here, very hurt. We do see Lula going down as well. Twitch falls. It's all up to High L9 to stay alive, and there it is. They clean it up from Baron to mid.
They finally get the ace, and that was all because Neon Tonso got caught in the Orianna ult with the MF bullet time coming in through that. Now it's on them. They're going to try to 3-man this Baron. Will they finally get over the hump? They've been so close to beating Team Marn in the last game. Azure Gaming finally stopping the split push momentarily. The reason that fight works so well is because Wild Turtle had to come all the way from bot lane, whereas Olaf teleported up, and they should be able to 3-man this Baron and get a bit of a stranglehold on this match.
You know, Jat, it's like the entire team had a gigantic U power curve. They came out very strong. We just had a mid game where it seems like everybody set up a cot and grabbed a pillow, and then we're going right back up again.
Ready for action.
Ready for action.
Took a little break.
Yeah.
Nap time. Now they're back.
Here we are, 30 minutes in, 14-4, right on the dot. At that 30 minutes, guys, our final elimination match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us here, I don't know what you were doing all day because you've been here for plus 12 hours, and I know a lot of you have too. Thanks for joining in for the entire stream. Hundreds of thousands of you enjoying. A fist bump to you. Fist bump your monitor. The first of 2013. Just do it.
Not too hard.
Not too hard. No, that's bad.
Monitors are a little fragile.
A little fragile. So here we go, a dragon being taken up. No real objectives to worry over right now, and a definitive lead and dictation of the game. Where are they going to go next?
I believe that's the 4th dragon they've gotten in a row. Now that they've taken both the objectives, it's on them to siege again. They're going to poke down. They're going to hope Shousters gets a good Orianna ball placement. They're going to hope DJ Lambo can dive in. But even after all that, they have the Baron buff. They only got a 6,000 gold lead. They're still having to deal with 280 carries that have Last Whispers, and that was brilliant purchases, by the way, by Cloud9. The armor from Olaf and the tank Nocturne really stopped the double 80 carries from kicking in. If they can ever drop that tank line while they still have a sliver of health left, that is Cloud9, they're going to mop the floor with Azure.
It's going to be very, very scary. Said that before. If it comes to fruition, I fear it happening as well. It just seems like it would fall over like dominoes. The score still holding true at that 14-4. Everybody's clearing up. We see Azure now pushing in with that Baron once again. We'll have to see if they can utilize this. They're now split pushing against that Twitch. They can't do much with the regeneration, even on the poke, waiting for this minion wave to come in. Looks like that turret is going to be taking a good amount of damage here from Demon Lol. No, quickly backing off. High. Wow. just that ball dissonance did a good 1/7 of his health.
You could really see in the bottom lane when nothing here was getting shot by Wild Turtle, how puny and tiny Wild Turtle felt shooting Olaf, because he did about 3 damage is what it looked like.
And you can see Olaf standing there, tanking the turret for his team.
He is really strong right now. The Orianna shield on top of that is making this push much more manageable than I thought it would be.
You know, that was so dominating. He didn't even run in and activate W, get more damage, and help take down the turret. He said, we're going to do this right in front of you with no minion wave.
And until High goes all in and initiates, which they don't really want to do on a full Baroned up team, they're going to have to sit there and take it, but they don't want to give up their inhibitor either. So we're going to see some very interesting action if nothing here decides to do the same thing to this turret that he did to the last one.
1, 2, 3, they take that ward out. The Oracles won't help. You see this big push coming down in that bottom lane. Where will they go from here? Jack, you said they're going to push onto this turret. It's going to have to be interesting to see how they stop it. Will they even try? The ball is put out for a little bit of positioning. They do lose a turret on this one, but that's not really something that should make them go back. The wave they have there could slow it down, and they need to use this Baron. They only have a minute left, so it's going to spawn in 4 at 37 minutes.
It's going to be decision time here because they have 2 outer turrets in the top and bottom lane that they'd be able to take cleanly if they don't think they're going to be able to take in this mid one. They've now sat 2 waves here and not gotten a single point of damage. The fact that they haven't decided to do anything makes me think they might fight on this wave.
And it looks like it. That Paranoia goes straight in. Wild Growth goes up. Curse of the Sad Mummy, but he doesn't even stay in to do the spare damage. He knows he has to get out. A beautiful double kill Shockwave. The triple kill, no, the kill coming in from Nunu, rather. You kind of look like Orianna in the shots. Riven taking one down. MF coming up with a double kill as well. And it looks like they get the full house onto Cloud9. This could be a big push for them.
They stuck around and decided to just go all in. That's an ace, 30-second death timers. Everyone got clumped in the Orianna ult, and you can't have that happen when you're a team of people who can't take damage. This looks like the end for Cloud9's journey at the regionals. Azure will be moving on, Riv.
Azure Gaming playing a very strong one. The U power curve, that middle game looked very scary, but they were able to come back. That was a beautiful Baron. And you can see them very happy with themselves. Really a huge hand to Demon Lol and Bloodwater throughout the matches for these guys.
It's got to be an emotional roller coaster for Azure because after a loss like that for Team Marn, it takes a lot of internal character to regroup and play an elimination match 15 minutes after a devastating almost throw loss that they had against Team Marn. So
these guys know they had more than 0%.
We have our 8 teams moving on to tomorrow.
It is going to be a big 8, and they will be playing tomorrow for the 2nd day. As we said, first place teams play against the 2nd place teams of another group. So we scatter them up and match them head to head.
So Azure Gaming, really strong. We have a replay of that last part, and this is the fight they've been waiting for, really the entire game. They just have Olaf go in and watch how pretty much everyone groups up for this Orianna ult. She waits so long to get it, but the ball goes in. Boom! Everyone but Beast Tonso pretty much. And because they were so tanky, because they had double tank line, Corki being that fed didn't really matter quite enough. They could never quite get through it. He killed one. He killed DJ Lamba. Wasn't enough.
That was an amazing team fight. And like you said, the patience of the Orianna ult. And been playing Orianna quite a bit lately. And you wait for that too. You're like, where is it? Where is it? Sometimes you have to flash for you, like, flash throw. Take that. And it's so satisfying. You saw how much damage you get out of it. She quickly moved the ball over to Olaf. And that was another probably 300 damage at that point in the game from her, just from a ball movement. And there was just way too much fight from them.
Yeah, Shousters had been farming all game. I mean, we kept talking about Nian Tonso's Corki. Sure, Orianna was behind in farm. Total gold-wise, though, it was even because of all the dragons, all the turrets, the Baron buff, 12,000 gold worth of Orianna items. It's enough to take out the squishy Twitch.
This is true.
They did it.
That push comp was the push lanes was actually pretty cool for that 5-10 minutes though. It was actually that increase of are they going to come back? But unfortunately, we are going to see Cloud9 have to take a backseat in elimination here in the season qualifiers for Season 3. It is going to be coming up next. We take a look back at all the ups and downs from Season 3 North American qualifiers so far. Everything from today. And we'll tell you what to expect in Day 2, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after these messages. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are joined right now by Claky D from Team Marn. Claky D, how's it going?
Pretty good.
Congratulations. You got to be feeling great right now.
Yes, I'm feeling fabulous right now.
And I assume the entire team shares that sentiment.
Everybody's ecstatic.
So let's talk a little bit about your road here, because you did very, very well in the online qualifiers to make it here. And then, of course, people said, well, they're either just gonna like run straight into a wall, or they might be able to pull something out here. Can you kind of take it through us there?
The team was put together pretty last minute, and as soon as we formed and we decided as a team that we were going to try to make this happen, there was one person in particular that was, I guess, not supportive. And you guys might know who that is. You guys just watched the match between Cloud9 and Azure Gaming. And the jungler for Cloud9, his name is High. And for a while, he was telling us that there's no way. There's no way we're going to make it. If we played them, they would beat us 100%. And not only was he saying it to us, he also was saying that out of all the ranked 5s teams, the people that qualified through the online ranked 5s, all of those teams were C-tier teams. None of them had a chance of making it. And their team was predicted to make it out of this group 2-0, and they went 0-2.
So that obviously gave you motivation beyond the fact of just being a part of Season 3, being a new team. Did that make it any easier?
I think it really drove us when he was saying that there's no way we could beat them. I think that really drove us, and it's frustrating for somebody to say that, like,
sure,
this is a game. People are here to have fun. There's a lot on the line, but still, there's sportsmanship, and it might be behind the scenes, but it wasn't like a friendly thing that he said to us. It got us down at first, but we were like, we're not going to let it get us down. We're going to take that and we're going to use it to fuel us, and we're going to win.
So let's just talk a little bit tomorrow, because it's kind of a big match. For one reason, it's a contract into Season 3. It's a big deal, something that could absolutely change your life. But there's this other underlying storyline that people may or may not know about, and that's the fact that you are going up against your brother tomorrow, and that's when you guys take on the Brunch Club.
Yes, that's right. When they released the format of the tournament and the groups, we thought this through. I don't know about the other teams with my brother, and I thought this through, and this would be the ideal situation, because now one of us is guaranteed to get the contract, and so we're both happy of the current results.
So it's definitely more looking at it from an optimistic point of view, like we've got it made, but there's actually the chance that 2 could make it, because there's still the wild card match on.
Right.
Be a happy mom.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
absolutely.
after we won and we made it out of our group, and we already knew the Brunch Club made it out, and we were gonna play each other. Me and my brother were texting each other, and we're like, "Yo, one of us is gonna make it. It's guaranteed." And we're like so happy. So it's been great so far.
Well, congratulations. I know that you erupted the internet with cheers and certainly gave us some of the most interesting games of the of day one. So good luck tomorrow as you guys face the Brunch Club. And
good luck to you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
It's absolutely amazing to be able to play with just even hearing people say that and just have all that momentum to still go forward and have a smile on your face and say, you know what? It's all right.
Yep, and tomorrow we'll see as day 2 is going to heat up even more. And as we conclude our first day of competition, let's take a peek at what to expect tomorrow when day 2 begins. And here we go.
Tomorrow's action, you see it on the screen. Fear, Meat Playground, Dirt Nap, and Good Game University. I believe it's Fear versus GGU. No, it's Fear versus Meat Playground, I believe.
Yep.
And we're going to have that coming up at 11 a.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Central European. So we're going to have that for you guys. Make sure you're watching. I know everybody that stuck with us today, that was a long day. It's going to be a little shorter tomorrow, so heart to you guys. Day 1 was filled with thrilling victories, shocking defeats, and the matches will only get better from here on out. It's going to turn into a year.
It's going to be amazing.
I
mean, if you guys liked what we had today, day 2, a lot is on the line. People's lives will change tomorrow. And then, of course, Sunday, the last contract is given out. Guys, I'm DJ Wheat for G-Man, Jat, Rivington, Kobe, Freak, and the entire live broadcast crew. Thank you very much for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow for day 2 of the Season 3 North American Qualifier. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Let's go!